Chapter 49. General Lane. Dr. Austin yelled with a loud voice as he chased after Sam's leaving footsteps. The old general ignored him, saving no face for the renowned doctor as he made his way towards the elevator with a flat face. "Would you please reconsider?" Austin's anxious face appeared in his vision, but Sam wouldn't have another word. He bluntly cut short Austin's sentence, adding his own. "There is nothing to reconsider in this. Concerning Project Steel Soldier, Cadmus has proven that they cannot deliver on their promises. The military's money doesn't grow on trees." Austin choked a bit. The middle-aged doctor was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regained his composure and continued his act of persuasion. This couldn't happen. Although he had expected that Sam wouldn't be pleased, he never thought for a second that the general would decisively abandon Cadmus with the failure of the blockbuster formula. The military had spent years as well as billions of dollars in investments on this project. And the blockbuster serum was just one of their investments in the grand phase of the Steel Soldier project. Nevertheless, the losses incurred from abandoning it would be tremendous. Of course, it wouldn't affect Sam Lane in the slightest. Although he had vigorously supported the Steel Soldier project, Lane's position was almost unshakable due to the backing of the World Council. But Cadmus operations would definitely take a big hit. And he as the head director and head researcher of this facility would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it, regardless of whether he was responsible. And for someone like him who had deep ties and access to core secrets, let's just say that his ending would certainly not be pleasant. He realized it soon after joining that leaving Cadmus was easier said than done. Leaving it alive, that is. But what about the investments? I'm sure we can come to an understanding. If you can just give us some more time. Sam expressionlessly stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for going above ground. Looking at the panicked face of the doctor, Sam said coldly. "Cadmus's time is up. The military has a new investment." The elevator doors slowly closed. "And tell Luther, I'm tired of him playing tricks." Ding! The doors closed, leaving behind a middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat. Austin's eyes dimmed significantly. His back slumped a bit, and he ran his hands through his hair in frustration. Things were going really wrong. Above ground, Cadmus facility. Stepping through the sliding entrance doors, Lane walked out of the building with an indifferent expression. "Sir." Two men decked out in army green uniforms stood at both sides of the entrance and saluted. Lane didn't respond, his face cold and his eyes sharp. Both soldiers saw the general move forward and followed a few steps behind him. They knew that the Sam was in a bad mood. And truthfully, that was exactly the case. A soldier standing upright opened the door of the escort vehicle. Sam didn't spare him an extra glance and stepped into it. "Move out!" a sergeant yelled. The convoy that had brought them here drove forwards, heading out of the facility gates into the vast, barren land. Looking out the window, the only thing that would come into view was nothing but dust and sand as unlike the other Cadmus facilities located in or near populated areas, this one was right in the middle of a desert. Of course, there was a military base not too far from here, which was Sam's next destination. Sam didn't bother to take a look. His face sported a deep frown as countless thoughts roamed through his mind. "Alice!" Lane called out as he picked up a tablet at the far right. "Yes, sir." The screen lit up immediately, followed by a small holographic projection of the red lowly. "Report," he said. "Your orders have been carried out as you requested, General. However," the tone of the AI drawled. Sam's face grew ugly. "There has been a slight complication with your plans." "Explain." With an unsightly expression, the general ordered with a low growl. Judging from her tone, he knew that something had gone wrong again. "All news on File A06 has been suppressed according to your commands." From the quick reaction of the military, the incident should have disappeared into the background. Away from the knowledge of the common populace. That was until tonight. Alice reported. Sam's face grew uglier with each passing second. "Let me guess. Someone didn't want it to silently disappear." "Yes." "And now, a week later, someone spread it out." "Yes." "And right now, as I'm speaking, it's slowly becoming a sensation." "Yes." Although he tried his best to maintain his poker face, the slight trembling of his hands showed that General Lane was anything but calm at this moment. Sam, at this point, found the continuous "yes" answers particularly irritating. "Who?" he asked with eyes gleaming with coldness. "There is no verified source, General. It suddenly appeared on the internet an hour ago. However, there are people using it to their advantage." "Name," he said as he made a slight gesture. "Gordon Godfrey." The Red Queen stated. "Luther." Uttering with narrowed eyebrows, Sam's already bad mood worsened. "Show me." he said after a moment of silence. The Red Queen disappeared, and several holographic screens appeared in her place, showing news reports, television broadcasts, internet topics all over the web, all talking about the Gotham City disturbance. File A06 was the case file Sam had created for the Deviant, recording every and all information they could gather on the Deviant as well as his every public action, public sightings and more. The latest addition to this file was the noticeable battle the person in question had with the Justice League a while back. Lane had suppressed this issue as soon as it was discovered. But now, it was everywhere. As soon as the news appeared, it spread like wildfire on a dry grassland. The sudden drop had caught Lane off guard at an inappropriate time. Coincidence? Sam wouldn't believe it even if they killed him. Someone was fanning the flames behind this wildfire. And it honestly annoyed the old general to no end. Stop. He gestured with his hand, and the holographic screens immediately disappeared. What is our next course of action? The miniature version of the Red Queen reappeared again over the tablet. Pass my orders, let the military cut off all investment contracts with LexCorp and Cadmus Labs. He replied with an expressionless face. The constant shoe tapping was the only indicator of his annoyance. Contact the White House. I think that Mr. President owes me an explanation. Lane touched his bare chin for a minute in thought. And notify Amari. It's time to complete the promised transaction. As you wish. The Red Queen disappeared, leaving Sam alone with his thoughts. Seeing the tablet power down, Sam put it aside, his mind drifting to other issues. The first and most important on the list was to clean out Cadmus. The relationship between the military and Cadmus stemmed from the former's desire for a strike force capable of battling the new age of the supernatural. Nowadays, regular guns and bullets just wouldn't cut it anymore. With the emergence of things which were previously deemed impossible such as aliens, metahumans, deranged villains and creatures of the magic world, it had dawned on Sam how seriously lacking the Earth was in firepower. Not just him, all world governments had realized the same thing and were gradually taking steps to combat this problem. If that weren't the case, how could the existence of Superman and the likes be easily tolerated? In a way, the world's reliance on the League could be clearly seen. Missiles and bombs were quickly becoming obsolete. And in the face of individuals like Superman, mankind was completely at their mercy. This was something that Sam didn't want to see. Years ago, Sam turned to a younger Lex Luthor with his ideas for a weapon capable of combating the supernatural. Project Steel Soldier, as the military named it in their archives. Lex readily agreed at that time, leading Sam to believe that the young billionaire, genius, had a similar thought process. Lane remembered the words he had said to his superiors several years ago while Lex stood beside him. Well, give me a regiment of men like this, Superman. How can I call him that? And now, many years later, the project still hadn't come to fruition. The blockbuster formula which he held the highest hope for was a veritable failure. For soldiers that he couldn't control, Lane had no use for them. As for Luthor, Sam could see that Lex's intentions had greatly changed from what it once was. He discovered this when the existence of Superboy was made known to him. Cadmus Labs had created a clone of Superman and kept it hidden for years without his knowledge. That was the last straw, and the failure of the blockbuster serum was just an additional disappointment that didn't disappoint him very much. Lex had been playing with him, siphoning money out of the military to fund his research while leaving them with the defective scraps. Don't underestimate the fact of thinking that such money wouldn't matter for Lex, who was a billionaire. The military spent billions of dollars each year. If it were before, Sam might still endure it. After all, the Steel Soldier project couldn't be easily abandoned. But now, the old general had better options. And this retaliation was only the beginning. Lane would make sure Luthor coughed up every last dollar he had swallowed from them. It was conceivable that within the next few months, LexCorp Industries would suffer severe losses. Despite just being the secretary of the DoD, Lane had this confidence. Sam no longer thought about the Lex's issues. His mind drifted towards the Steel Soldier project. The shadows of military trucks trailed under the hot, afternoon sun. The convoy drove forwards on the barren desert. Consisting of 5 armored vehicles, the one transporting the most important officer in the middle. Sounds of heavy rock music could be heard from the first, however. Housing 5 soldiers, all except the driver holding their guns at the ready, their heads rocked to the music as their gazes drifted in different directions. Looks like things didn't go as planned. Soldier A commented as he looked out the window from the left side of the back seat. Yeah. The driver uttered. What makes you think that? We're not transporting anything. Soldier A responded. Wasn't this supposed to be an escort mission? Soldier B at the front seat beside the driver asked. That's right, but it's not the general we're supposed to be escorting. Yeah. What I heard, we're supposed to be picking up some kind of super serum. Hee hee. What's Cadmus cooking up this time? Super soldiers? Not too surprising if that were really the case. Yeah, right. The driver sneered. Even if they did, what's the use? It can't turn anyone to Superman now, can it? If it could, would you try it? Nah, thanks. I don't want to risk the chance of turning into some ugly, deformed monster. Doesn't matter to me. At least the mission we're on is on the safer side. I heard that some poor guys got busted up on a prisoner escort to Belle Reve. Soldier A said in a low voice. More than 24 guys. Only one made it out alive. He's still in intensive care. Silence fell on them. Fucking superhumans. One of them cursed. Enough. The driver bellowed. What happens in our line of work is obvious. For now, you ladies can all thank the gods you pray your asses off to that what we're doing is relatively on the safer. Hey. Do you guys see something? The driver's words came to a halt. A question followed the sentence. Huh? What are you talking about? The one sitting beside him asked. The driver leaned forward and squinted his eyes, staring intensively through the glass. Some kind of flash. In the air. I could have sworn I saw something. Hey, we get it. There's no need to try to scare us. Soldier A laughed. No wait. I think I see it too. Up in the sky. Those who could see, stretched their necks and a sight fell into their eyes. Once, where there was nothing, a flying jet appeared out of thin air. Is that a jet? What the hell is that? Not like any model I ever saw. Small holes suddenly opened from the sides of the flying aircraft. Followed by two cannons pointed towards the moving convoy. The faces of everyone watching changed as they saw the cannons light up with a blue hue. Oh my god. It's an attack. Get your heads down. On the aircraft. Sonic cannons have locked on target. The pilot said with a bland tone. Behind him stood a man wearing a standard green suit. The most iconic feature being his head that, unlike regular humans, showed what was hiding beneath the skull. His brain. Fire. He ordered expressionlessly. Boom. Two streams of sonic pulses blasted towards the convoy escorting the Secretary of the United States Department of Defense. Boom. Chapter 50. United States. The outskirts of Gotham City. Not the Axiom, the other. Outskirts where Wayne Manor was located. Wayne Manor's grounds include a surrounding gate around the perimeter, with a larger front gate at the main entrance. The positioning of the residence was rather convenient. Within driving distance of Gotham City, close enough for the bat signal to be seen. Enabling Bruce Wayne or rather, Batman to spring into action as fast as possible should the need ever arise. And on this dark and dreary night, the bat signal was on full display in the Gotham skies. However, the city's famous caped crusader wouldn't be able to respond to this call. The scene opened on the building, consisting of a luxurious 11 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms. In Bruce's master bedroom, the body of the Dark Knight laid on the lavish-looking king-sized bed that he rarely used. He wasn't in the room alone, however. Right next to the bed was the green-skinned John Johns whose left hand was resting on Bruce's forehead while closing his eyes with a serious look that screamed, utter concentration. Superman, who stood at a distance, watched the whole thing play out with worry in his eyes and a deep frown etched on his face. Dressed in his signature red and blue tights, the classic S symbol representing his alias and identity as the last son of the House of L and the cape that almost swept the floor. Clark examined Bruce laying unconscious with his X-ray vision once again, despite knowing it wouldn't provide any answers. His eyes didn't stay on the body. Among the Leaguers that attacked Amari, Batman was one of the least physically damaged. At least when compared to the How, Bruce could be said to have gotten off easy. The punch the Deviant had thrown on the Green Lantern made sure the latter was still in the League's med bay until now. Batman, however, had a much more complicated situation. Clark examined Bruce's brain intently. After a few seconds, his vision returned to normal, causing him to frown even deeper with slight disappointment. He looked at Martian Manhunter whose hands had regrown over the past week without saying a word. After a while, John finally opened his eyes. Taking his hand away from Bruce's head, the Green Martian stood up from the chair he was sitting on with a slightly unsightly look etched on his face. Any changes? Clark asked, but seeing his expression, he had little hope. Yes. However, John's response surprised the Kryptonian. Really? Is he getting better? Clark asked with surprise and delight. No. The Manhunter shook his head. When I said changes, I meant it's getting worse. Clark's happy expression stiffened before turning ugly. His eyes almost narrowed into slits as he stared intently at the green Martian. What's wrong with him? I can't say for sure. The manhunter shook his head. But the damage Bruce has suffered is beyond anything I have ever encountered. You can't be serious, John. I'm afraid I am. He replied solemnly. The attack Amari used against Batman was in many ways similar to the psychic attacks we Martians and other telepaths employ against opponents. Bruce's coma is a result of his mindscape being so greatly damaged that his consciousness has retreated deep into his mind. Clark mused over his words. Like a sort of defense mechanism. Correct. John nodded affirmatively. If that were all, then my capabilities would be more than enough to handle it. With enough time and psychic treatment, he would be back up on his feet. His words paused. Clark didn't like where this was going. However, Bruce's attack, while similar to that of a telepath, has a characteristic I have never seen before. The grave expression on his face was all that was needed to know that Martian Manhunter was, in no way, joking. The damage created hasn't stopped. It what? Clark asked incredulously. Batman's mind is similar to a building hit with several explosives. With every passing second, what's left of that damaged building is crumbling bit by bit and given enough time. He didn't continue his words, but Superman finished them for him. The whole building comes crashing down. Yes. Martian Manhunter said after several moments of silence. By that time, Bruce's consciousness could be trapped within his mind forever. He would lay in a coma until we can find a way to fix his situation in that dire state. If we can ever, that is. Then we'll find a way. Clark said as he folded both arms across his chest. His royal blue-colored eyes sparkled with a glint of determination and will. John sighed inwardly. This is not easy, Kal-El. But we have to try. No matter what, we have to make sure that we fix Bruce. Is there anything we can do? His words caused the Martian to fall into contemplation. I can use my telepathy to try as much as possible to slow down this process. But if we want to wake him up, we will need more than me. Clark frowned. More telepaths. Likely. He nodded. Bruce won't like it. Clark shook his head. The Justice League was a gathering of some of the most powerful, most skilled, most intelligent minds that were on planet Earth and slowly reaching beyond. Everyone had their quirks and characteristics that set them out from the rest. And Clark knew for a fact that Bruce hated mind intrusions more than he did. In such a situation, it would be fine if it was Jayon, but adding others would definitely not sit well with the Dark Knight when he woke up. The League didn't know many telepaths to begin with. Scratch that. Apart from John, the League had no other members with telepathic capabilities. Apart from Martian Manhunter, the only person available was his niece, Miss Martian. But Clark highly doubted she was capable for the task at hand. Not to mention the fact that she was a kid. Clark would sooner find another way than let a kid roam around Bruce's mind, fixing things. Why do all the good telepaths have to be villains? A thought crossed through the mind of the Man of Steel, filtered out as soon as it appeared. Bringing in outsiders would undoubtedly lead to the reveal of Batman's secret identity. I don't think Bruce has a choice in this matter. Besides, when it comes to telepaths, we are falling short on the friend list. John made a light joke. Yeah, like I don't know that. Clark smiled half-heartedly. There is something else we can try. What? Magic. Martian Manhunter walked towards the exit as he spoke. Seeing this, Superman followed. Someone with magical capabilities, skilled enough to project themselves into Batman's subconscious, should be able to play the role of a second telepath. But I'd need him to work with me intensively, over a span of several days, to have a chance of success. It would be best, if there could be more than 1 inch. Pushing open the door, John finished. Okay then, who do you have in? Clark's words came to a halt. His head turned abruptly to the side as various sounds from a faraway distance drifted into his ears. Something wrong? John asked curiously. It's trouble. Where? Hearing his question, Clark didn't respond. His frown was becoming increasingly prevalent. Everywhere. The Manhunter raised an eyebrow, but apart from that, his facial expressions didn't change much. Go Clark. We can discuss this later. I know. Clark responded. His face turned towards the unconscious Batman. Nodding firmly, he added. Take care of him. And then, his body sped out of the building, leaving nothing but a red and blue blur. Martian Manhunter turned his attention to the room he just stepped out of. Past Bruce's bed, looking out the window, a human figure could be seen breaking the sound barrier and disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. The future is worrying. John muttered under his breath. Ever since that incident more than a week ago, a series of events had gone off in consistence like a chain reaction. The undercurrents were surging and enemies were lurking. John turned his head back to the hallway. Standing there, a previously empty place a while ago, was the most stereotypically British butler you ever did see. Balding, with a thin mustache, and a gaze that made you feel like you were a misbehaving grandchild. John honestly found that look a bit weird and, at the same time, assuring. With a man like this taking care of his health, no wonder Bruce hadn't gone off the edge years ago. "Hello again, Mr. John." Alfred greeted kindly. "Hello, Alfred." I had met when he arrived with Superman and Bruce earlier. Then he turned his gaze back to Bruce. "You are worried about his condition." Alfred walked over with a steady pace, carrying the elegance and grace of an English gentleman. "It is my duty to care for Master Wayne in all his endeavors," he answered calmly. "And I do admit, it hurts me to see him in this state. He will be all right. The League will do all we can. I can assure you of that," John said calmly, seeing the hint of sadness within the butler's brows. "Thank you," Alfred said softly. "Is there anything you might require?" "I appreciate the thought, but no, thank you. I might just need time alone." "Very well." Alfred nodded and continued on his way. Looking at the retreating of the old butler, John sighed. His gaze shifted from the disappearing backside back out Bruce's window. The iconic bat signal lighting up the skies was particularly conspicuous. John pondered for a few seconds before looking upward, towards a certain corner of the walls. His telepathy swept over the compound, drilling underground. Underneath Wayne Manor. Batcave. A figure sat in front of the Bat computer, watching the surveillance footage of the manor. "Hello, Miss Gordon." Hearing the voice of Martian Manhunter in her mind, the figure had her body stiffen for a split second before returning to normal. Hey. I mean. Hello." She replied in as natural a tone as she could. "Forgive my intrusion. I give you my word that I have not read your thoughts." "Oh. That's fine, don't worry about it. I appreciate the statement." John heard the nervousness in her voice and withheld the urge to chuckle, finding her performance slightly amusing. "I've noticed the signal issue in Gotham." "Yes," she answered after a momentary silence. "I see. Would you perhaps require my assistance?" "I could be of great help." John asked casually. "No. Thank you, but no. It's nothing big. I can handle it," she answered back. John didn't say anything much. Just stared intently for a few seconds. "If that is what you wish." Then, he walked back into Bruce's bedroom. The door closing behind him as he entered. Watching the video of Martian Manhunter going into Bruce's room, she sighed slightly. Dressed in a black Kevlar suit, skin tight with the Bat logo on the rather expressive chest area, Barbara Gordon turned off the surveillance camera. She stood in front of the Bat computer for a few seconds, her face marred with a bit of worry and anxiety. Then, she tapped on the keyboard several times, causing the screen to change. The picture of the Bat's signal high up over Gotham appeared on the screen. With dexterous fingers, her hands moved over the keyboard continuously as she hacked into different security cameras. Soon, the Bat computer portrayed the information she was looking for. The Joker. The Prince of Crime in Gotham City had escaped from Arkham Asylum. Barbara was silent for a few seconds before turning the computer off. Standing in the dark and dreary lair, she put on her cowl, effectively covering her face, and walked towards the mechanized workshop. The trace of worry on her features disappeared like it was never there. Arming herself with various weapons and gear, she walked towards the Ricochet. Gotham was a shithole where crime was prevalent. Not even the most purebred Gothamite would deny that fact. The crime in this city seemed eternal, but that wouldn't change anything. Since Batman couldn't respond to the watch light, then she would take his place until the caped Crusader woke up. She, Barbara Joan Gordon, would hunt down the Joker and bring him to justice without the aid of Batman. As for the repercussions of her actions, well, she'll soon find out. Chapter 51. This is Night Watch News, welcoming all our viewers joining us tonight. And on our report this evening, the main focus lays on the recent Gotham battle taking place between two sides. Keen to discover that national crime rates have soared to an all-time high. Central City News, Linda Park live at the center of the Justice League's battle site with the unknown extraterrestrial aliens who invaded Central City last month. Central City takes the lead in experiencing economic crisis. Land value drops to an unprecedented rate as citizens sell their properties and flee from the city at all costs. Virtual gridlock on capital taxes. Superman's recent absence has caused a crime wave to hit Metropolis. Today we find ourselves at what is, or was, one of the world's largest private research facilities. As you can see from the site behind me, the Venom Corporation building that was once filled with numerous state-of-the-art facilities with an annual turnover of hundreds of millions of dollars has been reduced to rubble. Tidal wave of arson attacks. Many innocent civilians dead and countless more injured. Exco group razed to the ground by unknown intergang members carrying high-tech weapons. Where is the Justice League during times of crisis? Filing for bankruptcy protection under Chapter 11. Stock market of major U.S. companies plummet. There is a rapid inflation, numbers reaching the double digits. Real estate for the first time in years experiences a sharp decline. All of America, turning to the new Gotham. America suffering from series of attacks. Are all these orchestrated? Sounds like a conspiracy theory to me, folks. Justice League still refusing to give statement of the recent battle in Gotham City to the mysterious deviant. At least, that's the name the masses are sticking with. Justice League members missing. Where have they gone? Our sources tell us that the League may have been mind-controlled. In my humble opinion, the whole world should keep an eye out. As since the previous Central City incident, the anti-hero campaign has intensified their efforts. Growing larger and larger with each passing week, the defamatory remarks all point to the fact that since the era of superheroes arrived in our world, the escalating conflicts have broken into the areas of the general populace, putting more and more innocent lives in harm's way. Although no apparent action has been taken to address issues concerning the Justice League and all superheroes in general, it does leave people to worry. Are superheroes truly the solution? Or are they the problem? United States. Location, undisclosed. Maple Bridge Avenue. Cafe. Looking at the news report on the tablet, a teenage female with exquisite features and long flowing hair had a rather puzzled expression on her face. This is surprising, isn't it? A male sitting opposite her asked inquisitively. Is this what the inhabitants of this planet experience? She replied with a question after a moment of silence. The news reports had been taken off the screen. Pretty much. The male said leisurely. Earth is a rather peculiar place in the universe. It always is, same in almost every universe. The male wore a tight-fitting t-shirt with long pants, star-like eyes with purple irises which would give off a small shimmer every now and then. He raised an eyebrow at the female who stayed silent, seemingly in deep thought. What do you make of it? His soft voice reached her ears. For some reason, it made her feel a slight tingle, causing her body to twist a little. Barely noticeable. Tucking her luscious hair behind ears, the blonde responded. Chaotic. This was the only word she could use to describe what she was seeing. Compared to her home planet where there was order, where there was peace, where there were rules and everyone followed them, the Earth sounded and looked a lot like those lawless civilizations she had heard about in the Kryptonian archives. Planets housing outlaws, criminals, bounty hunters, people wanted all over the universe. With so many dangerous people coming together in a singular place, many being people who live on the other end of a laser blaster and no government ruling over the planet with absolute authority, it was understandable that such places were in existence. It confused her even more how somewhere like Earth could be likened to such a place. At least those planets had no ruling authority. They couldn't even be classified as civilizations. Right. He nodded nonchalantly. That's their way of life. The people of this planet are destroying themselves. She uttered in a low voice. Meh. It hasn't gotten to that point yet, but if nothing goes wrong, they'll get there soon enough. The Earth in every DC universe was a magnet for all things wrong, troublesome and dangerous. The amount of disasters it attracted was nothing to scoff at. Even if Earthlings didn't destroy themselves, someone or something else would kindly help them out. The female raised an eyebrow. You don't seem awfully concerned. Give me one good reason why I should be. He replied, lowering his head to take a look at the menu. Come to think of it, he hadn't eaten anything for the past month. Although he didn't need it, now that he had been pestered into coming out here, might as well take a bite. You do know these news reports are talking about you, right? She said, waving the tablet in her hand. Someone's getting awfully chatty ever since they learned English. His indifferent face carried no fluctuations whatsoever as he retorted without raising his head. The female was left a bit speechless. Her face had a bit of shyness and smugness as she responded. Je n'ai pas seulement appris l'anglais. Now it was his turn to be speechless. Yeah. Adapting to an entire new culture and learning 7 languages in a week. You Kryptonians are awesome. He said, humoring her. Just hurry up and order already. The female didn't say anything more and picked up the menu. As she was reading, she noticed a shadow appear over her. Okay, I'll have the sausage and peas, French fries, apple pie, a cappuccino, chili labna eggs and pancakes. The voice of the waitress responded, causing Kara to look over. Unknown location, outside Los Angeles, date. Flag, status report. Amanda Waller's voice sounded through the intercom. Reporting, Asset A is en route and everything is going according to schedule. As far as we can tell, the area is secured. Rick said inside the fully armored transport van. What about the decoys? Waller asked again. There has been no reports on the other convoys receiving attacks. Understood. Be on guard. Flag. Remember, no delays, no detours. The asset is too important to lose hold of. Straight to the airport within the next 20 minutes. Nothing else matters except the robot parts in those cases. The solemn tone was all that was needed to enlighten him on the seriousness of the matter. What about the League? Rick asked with doubt. Are we expecting any form of support? 3 escort vehicles, filled with almost 24 special ops agents, each one armed to the teeth, transporting within fully armored vehicles. The Wolf Unit. Flag's personally squadron composed of the best elites the country had to offer. Before the superhero era, they could be considered the best of the best. The peak of humanity, with strength and skill surpassing the average human. When the government needed something done, they were the ones to call. No other reason, they were just that good. Flag, despite being 35, had been in more wars and experienced more battles than retired veteran soldiers. He had seen the most gruesome of what the world had to throw at him. Yet even with all that, he would happily exchange this escort mission with the task to assassinate a president. At least that task was still possible. But this. As long as one crazy superpowered freak set his eyes on what they were transporting, they could be 6 feet under by this time next year. Ultimately, no matter how good they were, he and his squad were still humans in the literal sense. They didn't have overwhelming strength or metahuman abilities. Their jobs involved sneaking in behind enemy lines, recovering stolen government intelligence from rival countries. Destroying an enemy facility, defusing bombs, recovering stolen warheads, plutonium. All those things in that category. You name it. They were this universe's version of James Bond and Ethan Hunt's Mission Impossible team. Transporting this thing was the League's job. Or at least, that was what he believed. However, the government had used all means to have it taken away from League custody. Coupled with the public opinion on League actions which was gradually diving into a shitstorm and a natural dislike for them, how could they leave it to them for transportation? Transport Command Center. Secret Monitoring Facility, Washington, D.C. Everything seems to be in order, ma'am. Nothing suspicious to worry about for the meantime. A man tapping on his computer incessantly said without looking back. Good. Waller said without a hint of emotion on her face. Compared to the numerous people on the room, Amanda stood out the most for several reasons. The first reason to come to mind for anyone was her body stature. Standing at a height of 5 feet 1 inch and weighing 200 pounds, 91 kilograms, the politician and government agent was particularly conspicuous wherever she stood. But anyone who tried to deal with her based on their first impression would soon realize that they were chewing down on an iron block. This woman was a ruthless character with a sufficiently tragic backstory to show for it. Her stubbornness and aggressive character, refusing to compromise with anyone, was the second reason. No. Holding true to her stubborn and aggressive nature, hearing Rick's inquiry, she flatly denied. This is a standard government operation. The League don't know, and it's my job to keep it that way. Flag was silent for a few seconds. Reason told him to be quiet, to keep his mouth shut, to put aside all questions and assumptions and just carry on with the mission like he had always done. Like a dead soldier. No ifs, ands, or buts. Just silently and quietly do as you're told. Reason kept telling him so, but his heart said otherwise. These were his men. Some of them had accompanied since his early years. Some had died along the way, and that only made him cherish those he had left even more. They were more than friends. They were brothers. And if he still decided not to question even after acknowledging all this, then what kind of man was he? But what if the operation is compromised? Amanda's eyes narrowed on the other side when hearing his words through the intercom. Her fat face squeezed, distorting her facial features a bit as she replied in a stern voice. Listen, Flag, I have spent a significant amount of time informing the president about how these vigilantes with abilities are a threat to our national security. The Congress expended a lot of effort to regain control of this asset from their hands. It's bad enough that we let them parade around our country as heroes, taking the law into their own hands. Having to ask them to escort said asset to where we want it is simply losing the dignity of the American government. This is something I will not tolerate. Neither will I tolerate the possibility of this mission going haywire. So you do your job, Flag, and don't tell me how to do mine. If all goes well, you and your group will be rewarded. I don't think I have to let you know what happens otherwise. Silence. Flag on the other side had his expression turned cold momentarily. He knew Waller's character and knew that this walking and talking, human-shaped bowl of jello would do as she said. However, being threatened never say well with anyone but the timid. Hearing the silence on the other end, Waller frowned. Neither side spoke as the seconds passed till Waller broke the ice. Rest assured, as stated in our agreement, I will not hold you responsible if you encounter a situation beyond your capabilities. All you have to do is carry on with the mission. Rick listened for a while before nodding. Understood, ma'am. We won't let you down. The voice on the other side disappeared. Rick put away the radio receiver and took in a deep breath. Meanwhile, Waller narrowed her eyes with a bit of intensity as numerous thoughts flew through her mind. Thinking of the old Task X files she discovered while searching through old bills, a preliminary plan for a disposable team to undertake similar types of work for the government regarding the superhero community if the need ever arise took root in her mind. As soon as it did, it couldn't be stopped. In this case, she had many similarities to the old general. Chapter 52. The road heading towards the city itself was strangely deserted, save for the 3 vans on the road that practically screamed, "Something's up." This was the plan, of course. The last transport, which was as low profile as possible, didn't work out so well. In that case, then while being covert, make it as secure as possible. This was what Waller said. And she meant every single word of it. Aside from the standard fully armored truck, every single member of the Wolf unit was equipped with state-of-the-art laser blasters. Alongside other weapons like pulse grenades, metahuman dampeners, RPGs, electrical dischargers. They wore a special Kevlar combat suit capable of tanking bullets and resisting electric discharges. It was no exaggeration to say that they were armed to the teeth. However, Rick doubted whether their secure arrangements could be better than the Justice League's. The escort caravan drove on the empty streets. Turning left now, exiting St. Park Avenue and heading into the highway. A squad member responsible for handling communications and navigation stated. "How long before we get to the airport?" Flag asked, a little anxious. The sooner they got to the drop zone, the sooner they could get out of this van that honestly, at this point, felt much like a containment cell for him. By that time, he could dump the package at whichever agent was at the airport, ensuring this whole thing had nothing to do with him. It wasn't the armored tank itself. It had nothing to do with the tank. We're 4 miles out. With no traffic, ETA is precisely 3 minutes. The road had already been cleared of traffic to give them a clear route. That, however, wouldn't last forever. 5 minutes. They had 5 minutes to arrive at the airport before operations returned to normal. "Tighten up, ladies," Rick said as he powered up the laser blaster within his grasp. Everyone else with a weapon in their hands basically did the same. If there were one thing years of experience had taught them to take note of when it came to escort missions, it was that the final few minutes before arriving at their destination was the point at which the storm would break out. If an enemy was going to attack, then this was the best time to do it. The driver smoothly made the turn out of St. Park and headed into the open highway that was basically devoid of cars. The other vans coming behind had followed. Less than a minute later, the driver spotted something from afar. With his eyesight, he could barely make out the features from his current distance. It looked like some kind of humanoid machine, aiming some kind of giant cannon in their direction. "Wait. What? Shit!" the driver exclaimed. Meanwhile, Rick was still speaking. "We all know what's at stake here." Bang! Everything went haywire as a sonic pulse wide enough to cover an area of several meters hit the moving forefront convoy head-on. The van, made of armored steel, ballistic glass, and synthetic fibers such as Kevlar and aramid, visibly deformed the moment it made contact with a sonic attack. Everyone within the transport vehicle was caught unprepared and was pushed out of their origin positions due to sonic force. The armored vehicles were compressed as if squeezed together by invisible hands before spiraling out of control. The convoy tumbled and performed a flip in the air before crashing against the sturdy asphalt. Some sliding forwards while leaving clear scratch marks on the road. "Not good," the analyst in charge of communications at the secret facility suddenly exclaimed. His face changed drastically as he began to type words on the keyboard furiously. "What's going on?" Waller snapped her head in his direction and asked with a frown on her face. Seeing his reaction, a bad premonition surged in her heart. "Something's wrong. Communications are down with AV-1 All personnel on AV-1 have lost contact. The drone shows the convoy is under attack." Waller immediately put her hand on the intercom. Her voice urgent as she yelled. "Flag! Tell me what's going on over there." Unfortunately, what greeted her was static. "Flag? Me? Flag?" Amanda roared in frustration. Unfortunately, what greeted her was the static tone on the other end. "We've lost contact with AV2 ma'am. AV3 is not responding. Something's blocking communications. We can't get through. What about their vital signals?" Waller's eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. Gazing at the monitoring screen, her tone was nervous and filled with anxiety. "Haywire ma'am. Looks like they're under attack, their vital signs are." The analyst's words paused for a second as his eyes. "We've lost all vital signs on all soldiers in AV1. Fuck. Fuck. Goddamn it." The loud voice cursed incessantly. "Get support down there right this instant. Get the military on the scene, call the local police department, FBI, any nearby government security you can find." "But ma'am, I don't think." "Are you questioning me?" No ma'am." "Then fucking do as I tell you." "Ma'am." "What is it?" Waller yelled in fury. "We lost visual through the drone." "Waller. Enemy attack." Seeing the first armored van in the convoy getting attacked, Rick yelled at the top of his lungs. "AV1 is down, sir." The soldier in charge of communications yelled. "I can see that. Someone tell me where the hell these motherfuckers are." "We got 'em spotted, sir. On the bridge." "Then what the hell are you sitting for? Aim and open fire." The armored van at the back pulled out a turret from the roof, in which a soldier was already mounted. The other two vans did the same. Unfortunately, someone else was faster than them. Can. Another sonic pulse fired, heading straight for the second vehicle in the convoy. Its fate was no different from the first, as the vehicle deformed and bounced off the ground, performing a somersault and crashing into the distance. Pieces of shattered glass flew all over the road. "Fuck. Take that thing down now." Rick exclaimed with fright at what he was seeing from the monitor. A heavily armored vehicle had been compressed in such a way, what would be the situation of those inside it? If that thing were to hit a human being, there would nothing left but meat paste. "Yes sir." The soldier on the roof was no less frightened than his commander. Without so much as a word, he aimed straight at the pedestrian bridge, locked onto the humanoid machine and pulled the trigger. An energy beam was blasted straight towards the target on the pedestrian bridge. Boom! The impact caused a small explosion as half the bridge went up in flames. Countless shattered blocks fell on the road, blocking the original path they meant to go through. That wasn't enough though. "Fire again." Rick didn't feel at ease one bit, and ordered for both convoys to take another shot. The soldiers did just that without any extra thought. Boom! Boom! The pedestrian bridge over the highway was smashed to smithereens. "Everyone retreat immediately." Rick gave the order to double back the way they came from. As for waiting to see if their enemies had been blown apart, why would he wait to confirm such a thing? After being in the force for so many years, Rick was no fool. He immediately chose to double back without hesitation. Their job was to deliver the package, not engage with definite hostiles. The armored van behind quickly put everything in reverse, wanting to drive backwards. The pedestrian bridge that had been reduced to nothing but rubble and burning slag ushered in the loud sounds and hissing noises of the hydraulics associated with machinery. Bang! A figure broke out from underneath the rubble, causing stones to fly in every direction. Taking several steps forward, the machine's footsteps were loud yet left no footprints on the asphalt. "Target in sight." The words uttered were heavily distorted, making it impossible to deduce the gender of the one within. "Reduce the intensity of the sonic cannon. The android case will be heavily encrypted. We need to obtain the deactivation code from the one in command." Inside the mechanical suit, a man with a scruffy beard, brown hair and an untrimmed mustache heard the orders given to him through his intercom and nodded. "Whatever you say, boss." Then, he raised the sonic cannon and aimed at the fleeing, slightly taking the intensity down a notch to make sure all those within wouldn't get bleed out to death from all their orifices, and fired. Can. The sonic pulse had a heavy impact as it hit the back of the vehicle, causing it to somersault into the air before falling to the ground, tumbling over on its sides continuously. Until finally, it laid on the floor, wrecked. Unlike the previous two, this one looked like it had been hit by a trailer, while the others seemed to be hit with sledgehammers. For armored vehicles, filled with dozens of elite soldiers, all solved with a few blasts. I'm so going to ask to keep this. It's done. The man said with a wild grin on his face. Good, open the portal. Will do. The man in a robotic suit pressed a button and opened a secret compartment within the suit. Putting his hands near, a piece of machinery extended from the suit before falling into his palm. A cube-shaped machine with a circular red diagram in the middle. Downgraded mother box. That's what the cube was, but he didn't know that. Tapping the red circle that gave off a red light, two portals suddenly opened on his left and right sides. Less than a second later, two figures appeared in green mechanical armor similar to himself. Boss Mannheim. The man called out in a respectful tone. You have done well. The 6 feet 2 inches, 1.88 meters, male with black hair, black eyes and a rather gangster-like expression uttered. He didn't bother to spare a glance at the person he was talking to, his gaze completely fixed on the wrecked armored vehicles in the distance. Let's move. We need to secure the asset before they receive reinforcements. Mannheim said, as he began to move forward, the hissing noises and occasional were could be heard from a distance. Dark. Everything was dark. His head was pounding, and a heavy feeling assaulted his senses in every way possible. Headache, body ache, pain. So much pain. Opening his mouth, the first thing he uttered was a loud, painful, uncontrollable groan. Hiss. It literally hurt, everywhere. From his several years of experience, Rick knew he had a few broke bones. Maybe a rib or two, definitely a concussion. And blood, the side of his face felt sticky and a lot of blood was rushing out. He probably hit his head and suffered a large cut due to the impact. Huh. Huh. Is everyone? Ugh. Okay. The light within the vehicle was dim and flickering. Barely giving any light to the surrounding space. Rick couldn't see clearly either. His head let out an occasional buzz and his vision was blurry and disoriented. If he could compose himself and take a good look in a mirror, he wouldn't be too surprised to discover that he had blood flowing from his nose, mouth, and ears. Ugh. Rick heard a painful groan close by. Hey. Calm, Mander. Sanchez. You are okay. Rick said as he struggled to push himself up. I don't know. Ag. Huh. Huh. Nope. Definitely not okay. The male voice replied to him. I think my arm's broken. And my organs feel pretty shaken up. Sanchez was young. Barely 25. Joined the army, graduated the best of his class. After serving in a few battles, was recruited to join Rick's squadron. Fell into a forbidden love with an enemy agent when performing a mission 2 years ago, had a passionate night. Stay strong, soldier. We're going to get through this. Yeah, right, Commander. He coughed out a little blood as he spoke. Doesn't matter, I've always been prepared to die. Don't say that, son. Bang. A mechanical hand went through the tougher-than-steel walls and pulled. Following which, the back door was ripped right off the van and thrown to the far side. Die, motherfuckers. Flag quickly took out his modified military-grade blaster and opened fire. The lasers slammed into the body of the special armor Mannheim wore, but did no damage. Not even as much as a scratch. Tickles. Bruno said with a mocking smirk. Opening his hands, metal-like whips elongated from the palm of the suit. Ha! Mannheim performed a swinging motion and the whip swung out, cleanly slicing the gun in Flag's hand in two. He swung again, and the whip coiled around Rick's neck, pulling him out of the vehicle and raising him into the air. The evening moon shone on the figure of Rick Flag getting strangled by a metal whip. Hello, Colonel Flag. A lovely evening. Mannheim said cockily before turning his gaze to the side. Boys. Secure the package. Both men wearing power armors walked into the armored van. You know, I thought you'd be knocked out from that blast, leaving me on having to jolt you awake. Who would have thought you'd still be conscious? Mannheim. Rick called out through gritted teeth. Oh. You recognize me. Very few people involved don't know about you. Criminal filth. That's good. Saves me the trouble of having to introduce myself. As he spoke, Mannheim's lackeys walked out of the van with 5 different cases. Seeing this, Rick's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Now, Colonel, would you please save me a lot of trouble and give me the codes for the cases? Go to hell, you son of a bitch. Rick said with a ferocious expression before spitting on Mannheim. The snot-filled spit landed on the suit's see-through helmet area. Mannheim's face turned unsightly for a second before returning to normal. Very well, let's try this again. The metallic whip strangling his throat suddenly tightened by several notches. Rick choked and gagged for a few seconds, nearly suffocating, before the death rope around his neck loosened. Ha. Ha. Go ahead. Kill me. I'm not telling you anything. Are you sure about that? Mannheim asked with an ugly grin. Bastards like you should have died a long time ago. I might die today, but it gives me a bit of joy knowing that sooner or later, you'll accompany me in hell. Oh. Well, someone will be accompanying you in hell, but it won't be me. he said with a smile. Then he shifted his gaze and gave a nod. Go on, boys, let our colonel here one again experience the brutality of the battlefield. Yes, boss. One replied with a wicked grin before walking back into the van and picking an unconscious body. You. What are you doing? Oh, nothing, just sending your teammates on a vacation. He said as he gripped the throat with a mechanical hand and twisted to the side. Crack. No. A wail of pain and sadness sounded in the night of Los Angeles. A permanent one, that is. I'll kill you. Rick roared like a wounded wolf, kicking desperately with red eyes. The colonel is rather loud. The cops will be here any minute, let's speed this up, boys. Mannheim smiled sinisterly, and so did his crew. With pleasure. The henchman responded as he stretched forward his hand and aimed at another unconscious body. Blast. A laser beam was fired from the palm of his hand, penetrating the brain of the target. No. Another one. Blast. Blood splattered everywhere. Flesh, blood, the pieces of meat that flew in all directions was enough to make someone sick. Let's kill one more to see if we can help the colonel make up his mind. He. The henchman charged up, preparing to fire another one. Pooey. 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 Stay back. Presently, Sanchez, who had regained mobility, grabbed hold of a laser blaster and fired at the henchman. Two beams hit the henchman on the armor's chest, carrying no effect while the last one hit the palm area. Bang. Arg. He wailed in pain as the laser hit, causing the beam he was about to fire to rebound, blowing up the henchman's arm. Seeing this, Sanchez's face changed drastically. You little shit. Mannheim, seeing this scene, let out a roar of fury. Henchman number 2 swung his mechanical arm as a whip flew out, slapping the weapon in Sanchez's arm away before recoiling back and grabbing him by the neck. The metal whip retracted, and the soldier was pulled alongside it. Fine, you can be the next to die. But I'll let this one die slowly. Mannheim said viciously. Let him go, you monster. Flag struggled anxiously. It's okay, Commander. Sanchez said while being strangled. I told you. Ugh. I'm not afraid. His eyes seemed to light up with determination. Just find my family. Tell him I love them. Not now, soldier. Not tonight. I promised you that you'd go back to see your girls. Hearing his words, Sanchez let out a smile as tears welled up in his eyes. Flag felt despair. Looking at Sanchez, who had followed him these past few years and had a family. He didn't want to come on this trip, but Rick coerced him, saying it would be the last job they ever had to do. All right. He yelled. What did you say, Colonel? Mannheim smiled even more. I'll give you the codes, just let him go. He voiced out at the top of his lungs. Put the kid down. The henchman nodded and released Sanchez, who fell to the ground and gasped for air greedily. You all right, kid? Rick asked with worry. I have very limited time, Colonel Flag, so let's get this over with. The codes. Now. Or I will blast every single remaining member of your team. The coldness in his eyes validated perfectly this threat. Flag struggled for a split second before deciding. The first one's 584-296-9910. The henchman punched in the numbers, which then showed the green light. Continue. Mannheim said with a smirk. Flag looked at him with hatred. If looks could kill, Mannheim would probably be deader than dead, with no possibility of resurrection even if a true god took action. However, his rationality led him to continue. 6724445. 87509. 99124-000222 inch. Click. A clicking sound could be heard as the cases opened up. Mannheim peered into them to inspect his target. Inside each case was a robotic part. 2 held the legs, 2 held the arms, and 1 held the head and body. Amazo. Possibly, the most dangerous weapon in the world. Wonderful. Mannheim nodded. Put them all together and place a teleporter on them. Henchman number 2 nodded, looking at number 1, who was suffering from severe blood loss, and shivered. Mannheim didn't even mention anything concerning his injury, and henchman number 1 didn't dare to voice his thoughts. He could only watch as his face grew pale due to the excessive blood loss, hoping that they would finish from here as fast as possible so he could get medical treatment. You have what you want. Seeing number 2 put a box on the cases put together, Rick, who was still being held by the neck, his legs dangling midair, said coldly. Let my men go. Do you think I'd break my word? Mannheim chuckled. You worry too much. Your men will live. You, however. Mannheim smiled sinisterly. I never said anything about letting you live now, did I? Flag's expression changed. Say goodbye, Colonel Flag. The metal whip suddenly tightened, aiming to kill him in one go. However, two beams of scalding hot lasers appeared out of nowhere, cutting the metal whip in two. What the hell? Mannheim yelled in shock as Flag fell to the floor. His eyes darted from left to right, trying to find who attacked. No. Not hell. The voice came from behind Mannheim as he felt someone tap the back of his armor. He turned around and stretched out his hand, with the intent to fire a laser beam. At least he tried. The mechanical palm glowing green had two fingers inserted into it before it could release, effectively disabling it. Me. Mannheim's arm was twisted, making him yell out in pain, before he found himself raised off the ground and slammed downward at rapid speed. Boom. The ground cracked due to the impact. Ugh. Ack. Superman. He uttered through gritted teeth. Raising his head slightly, the figure floated on air, his feet staying 3 inches off the ground. Blue tights, red cape, iconic S symbol. Mannheim cursed under his breath. The last person he wanted to meet tonight. That's right, Mannheim. Miss me? He asked lightly, but his face remained stern, not showing an ounce of a smile. Get it out of here. Mannheim yelled at henchman number 2, who turned towards the cases and wanted to beam them away with the box in his hands. A red and blue blur flashed before his eyes, and he quickly discovered his hands were empty. Not tonight, boys. Superman moved at super speed, flying around henchman number 2, causing a small whirlwind. The goon was lifted off the ground before being slammed right back down with a punch. Clark raised his head and looked at Bruno Mannheim, who was slowly getting off the cracked ground. No need to consider trying to leave. There's only one place you're going. And it's got 3 meals a day, and lights out at 8-inch. What the hell are you doing here? You haven't shown your darn ass around for a month. Besides, this isn't your turf. Just got back on duty. Clark folded his arms in the air. Flying around the world, trying to fix some of the chaos it's experiencing, and just happened to be flying nearby, and my ears picked something. Thank God it did, though, or you would have gotten away with it. Clark said with a frown on his face. Although he knew that the government was against them, he didn't think it would be this big. Something as important as the android, they took action in transporting it without alerting the League at all. What if he didn't just happen to be close by? Amazo would be out running amok again. What the hell was Lane doing? Just my bad luck, huh? I guess you could say that. Clark said nonchalantly. His gaze drifted to henchman number 1, who was bleeding out, and his frown intensified. He's bleeding out. So? What do you care? You just watch your man die. Clark asked with a growl. Oh. Mannheim was stunned for a moment before. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly. Someone once told me that someone could try to kill you, fail and almost have himself killed, and you'd still take them to the hospital if need be. Ha ha. Guess he was right. Mannheim sneered. Clark frowned. Okay, I've had enough of you. Clark said, and followed up with a punch. Mannheim was sent flying into the distance. That should shut him up. Clark said, dusting his hands. His gaze turned towards one of the few 2 people conscious at the scene. Superman. Rick looked at the man in red and blue tights, hesitated for a few seconds, and said. Thank you. Clark raised an eyebrow. Don't worry about it, but now's not the time. I'll speak with your superiors about this later. For now, I'm taking the android and the prisoners into custody. Hearing his words, Rick frowned and refused without hesitation. Sorry, Superman, I can't let you do that. You do know you were almost killed, right? Clark asked weirdly. And I doubt you have the capacity to protect the android parts in the event that you experience another attack. We're expecting reinforcements. Rick said blankly. Clark remained silent. Flag was right, he could hear the sounds of many forces gathering in this direction. Fine. Clark said with a slight frown before throwing the teleportation box towards Rick. The latter grabbed it firmly with both hands and remained silent. Commander. Rick turned around as he heard someone call him. Sanchez. Rick exclaimed and walked forward to the 25-year-old who was leaning against the cases of Amazo's parts. Is it over? Yep. Thanks to Superman. Without this box, they won't be able to take the package anywhere. Rick said as he held up the box in his hands and let out a slight smile. Sanchez was silent. What's wrong, kid? Rick asked with worry. It's nothing. Just a little banged up. He said with a slight wince. It's all right, son. Flag smiled. Once reinforcements get here, we'll have you patched up. Thank you, Commander. You gave up the mission to make sure we didn't all die, he said, his gaze turning to the dead bodies within the van. Flag fell silent. The pain of losing several comrades hit him. Which makes me feel a lot worse when I do this. However, when Flag was still processing the tragedy that had happened tonight, the next sentence left him stunned. What are you? Flag asked in bewilderment, but he was shocked when Sanchez suddenly swung his fist, accurately hitting him right on his jawline. Pow! Rick was caught off guard and fell to the floor, the box in his hand also left his grasp. Superman standing afar was also shocked by the sudden turn of events. Sanchez quickly grabbed the box hat had fallen and pushed the red area. No! Clark exclaimed and dashed forward, surpassing the speed of sound instantly. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. The cases holding Amazo's parts shone with orange light and disappeared. You! What have you done? Clark shouted. However, a yellow flash caught Superman's attention. Clark turned around, shocked to find that Bruno Mannheim, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, had taken out a teleporter box similar to the one Sanchez held and pressed it. Once again, the Man of Steel rushed forward, once again he was a step behind. See you later, Blue. The voice fell in Clark's ears as Bruno Mannheim disappeared in place. All that was left was Superman, sporting a very unsightly expression. Chapter 53. Why? A loud roar echoed on the highway. The absent-minded Superman turned his head around to see Flag throwing forward a punch with a ferocious expression. Sanchez took one straight to the face and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out of his mouth as his hand slammed headfirst into the hard asphalt. Sanchez originally wasn't in the best of conditions, and dizziness overwhelmed him. Too bad, Rick wasn't going to hear that. Rick climbed on top of the fallen soldier and started punching vigorously. You traitor! Pow! Son of a bitch! Pow! You're working for Mannheim, huh? Pow! That bastard killed several members of our team. Pow! Why? That's enough. Clark frowned and rushed forward to catch the flying fist. His iron grip was something Flag couldn't get rid of, but the latter didn't care. Flag felt like his world was crumbling. He struggled frantically. Let me go. I'm gonna kill him. You keep doing that and believe me, you will. Sanchez's face at this point was a mess. Blood seeped from his nose, mouth, and tears on his face. Why? Why? Rick yelled in anger. We were friends. Brothers. We ate together, drank together, fought together. Why would you betray us? Flag stared at him intently, his expression as if he didn't want to miss the slightest changes of Sanchez's facial features. The anger bubbling in his heart currently was indescribable. Sanchez coughed up blood. He tried opening his mouth to say something but he is in no condition to be interrogated. If we're going to get answers out of him, you can't beat him to death first. Clark admonished. Turning his gaze to the beaten Sanchez, numerous thoughts passed through his head. Perhaps there's an inside story to this. Something that doesn't show on the surface. He said to himself. Clark could see the eyes filled with guilt and self-blame earlier. He took the punches without so much as trying to fight back. And for someone like Superman who was trained to see the good in everyone, it was natural for the Man of Steel to have such ideas. This kind of optimism, this strong belief in the fact that there was always good deep down in everyone, was very naive. Even Clark himself knew so. Although he advocated his fact, he never applied this principle to some special cases. People who were monsters in the truest sense. For example, the Joker. Mad or not, Clark was certain that that clown was a being without an atom of good left in that soul of his. Besides, it's cruel to expect people to forgive such a character just because he eventually stopped doing bad. Clark was sure that if the Joker ever regained his sanity and stopped evading the law with that as an excuse, he would face execution by the government. And even if the Joker was truly reformed, Clark wouldn't do anything to try to save him. However, Clark's naive optimism wasn't without merits occasionally. Laura. Sanchez managed to utter a word through intense pain. Who? Clark asked. Hooey. Several teeth were spit out from his mouth alongside a mouthful of blood. Laura. He's got. Laura. Sanchez said weakly before passing out. Rick's pupils shrank, and his body stiffened for a second. Who's Laura? Superman asked with slight confusion. That. She's his daughter. Flag answered in a daze. The sound of spinning blades, police sirens, helicopter whirs. 2 searchlights shone on the bodies of Superman and Rick Flag. Stop. Do not move. The loud voice spoke through the megaphone. Well. There's your inside story. Watching the approaching helicopters, fighter jets, police cars, FBI vans, Superman let out a sigh. Mannheim escaped, and the android was taken. This was going to be a long night. Okay, I'll have the sausage and peas, French fries, apple pie, a cappuccino, chili labna eggs and pancakes. The voice of the waitress responded, causing Kara to look over. What came into view was a female with fair skin, dark hair, green eyes, wearing a blue uniform and a small apron tied around her waist. Thanks. She answered absent-mindedly and stretched her hands out but paused in midair. Wait a minute. But, I haven't ordered yet. Kara uttered after a moment of realization. Yeah. A wry smile appeared on the waitress's face as she replied. It's not yours, it's the handsome guy's order. Oh. Slightly taken aback, the young Kryptonian snapped her head back to the young man. You already ordered. Why didn't I notice? With the level of attention you put into that tablet, even with your senses, I'd be surprised if you did. Amari remarked plainly. His gaze turned to the waitress. Thanks, you can set it down. Anna, I presume. The pretty waitress raised an eyebrow before her eyes fell on her rather moderate chest, or whereby the right side laid her name tag. Right. That's what the name badge says. Here you go. She took a step forward, wanting to set the food down but missed her step in the process. She lost her grip on the plates she held, and the cappuccino in her grasp fell off. Time slowed down almost infinitely as the movements of the waitress stilled. So did the falling plate of food, the spilled cappuccino with its contents half empty in the air, and virtually everything else. In the cafe, time seemed to slow down by more than 1,000 times. Watching the falling food that would no doubt spill all over him if he did nothing and allowed fate to play its course, Amari stood up from his seat expressionlessly and took action. Grabbing the food order and placing it down on the table, then scooping the airborne liquid back into its container. The whole process took less than a second as he placed everything on the table under the eager eyes of a young Kryptonian before seating back in his chair in the same posture he left it. Time played back to normal pace. The waitress, who had a panicked expression, returned to normal, trying desperately to catch what had left her hands, only to freeze a second later. Amari sat in his chair, face indifferent, features without expression. He took the cappuccino in his right hand and brought it to his mouth, taking a drink. The waitress was incredulous. Everything seemed normal. What just happened? She asked with shock and disbelief in her tone. You mean, what's supposed to happen? I guess. Amari put down the drink and replied rhetorically. We met. He said with a shrug of his shoulders. You all right? I. The waitress shook her head a bit. Think I've been working too hard recently. Take a break then. Unless your boss is the type that doesn't give days off. Hearing his words, Anna was stunned for a moment before chuckling. He was right, her boss was that kind of guy. Old, grumpy, and the likes. Smooth talker, huh, Chad? Not my name, but thanks for the compliment. You're not from around here, are you, stranger? She asked with a smile. What gave it away? Your expression, and the fact that your order is a culinary curiosity around these parts. She gestured towards his plate, before gazing intently at his face. It wasn't just his expression. She was pretty sure she would remember if she came across a face like this around her. Damn. He's hot. She said to herself. Amari shrugged noncommittally. Nothing. She took a few steps, drawing closer. You aren't one of those macho tough guys, are you? Do I look like one? His voice was flat, eyes indifferent, his body didn't shift. All signs clearly pointing that he had no interest in whatever she was selling. Seeing this, she bit her lips slightly, making a seductive action. It wasn't intentional, and she didn't even know she did it. Macho tough guy. Judging by the muscles that fully outlined his t-shirt, she was sure that this guy packed quite a figure underneath that top. Body of a well-proportioned athlete with the face of a pretty boy surpassing those she had seen on TV. Especially the eyes. Those gorgeous, purple, magnetically attractive pair of eyes. Was this guy some new celebrity on the block she didn't know about yet? I don't know. Maybe I'd find out if I get to know you better. She said, her tone turning flirty. Hi Cell. What are you doing dawdling at table 7? If I recall correctly, your shift's not over yet. At that moment, whatever atmosphere she thought she had created was shattered by the loud yelling of a middle-aged man. Her face quickly took on a red hue as she blushed from slight embarrassment. I'm kind of busy. As she said so, she placed her palm on the table and slipped something closer to Amari. Perhaps we can talk sometime. Giving a wink, she turned around and headed back to the counter. Amari watched her leave with, "Meh. You already know what." Looking at the piece of paper that was close to his palm, his eyes momentarily scanned the number on it before he raised his head to meet the sullen eyes of someone who was practically ignored in the last 30 seconds. "Handsome, huh?" Kara said with a touch of sarcasm. Amari looked at her with a deadpan expression before facing his head down to his dinner. "I'm eating now," he said lightly as he picked up the knife and fork. "Think I didn't see?" Kara questioned rhetorically. "She was totally flirting with you. She even left her number." Classic movie scene. "Do I look like I was flirting?" "Okay, now that just sounds narcissistic. If I recall right, the concept of flirting doesn't exist on your planet," he said without raising his head. "Alice has been letting you watch too many rom-coms, hasn't she?" "That." The blonde tucked her hair behind her ears and cleared her throat. "That is for research," she said, as if suddenly enlightened. "Yes, research." Tapping the table with a matter-of-fact expression on her face, she continued. "I mean, I'm not gonna stay in the Axiom forever. Since Krypton's destroyed, and I'm now on Earth, I'll have to come face-to-face to Earthlings in due time. It's all for the purpose of blending in better," she uttered with unprecedented enthusiasm. It failed to cover up the twinge of sadness when she mentioned Krypton's destruction. Amari's POV. "Aha. And I'm so sure you got a lot of research material from watching 50 Shades of Grey?" I asked with a slight nod and eyes full of amusement, knowing that a rare spectacle would soon come by. Sure enough, the Kryptonian's face suddenly turned beet red. Her fair cheeks took on a red hue that would make someone think she just experienced sunburn. But it was dark outside. "So moonburn then?" "Don't talk about that. Besides, you're not related to me. So you can't tell me what to do." Seeing the embarrassed girl with a red face, gathering courage to utter those words, I couldn't help but wonder what Clark would think if he knew that the dear cousin he hasn't even met yet had been corrupted. The thought was interesting, to say the least. "Oh. Why not? A few seconds ago, you seemed eager to dive into the concept of Earth relationships. You used the cerebral transducer. I'm sure part of the information must have introduced the concept of the carnal desires humans chase after. Something that should be foreign to your race." "Enough." Kara yelled in embarrassment as she slapped her hands on the table. Unfortunately, she wasn't quite familiar with controlling her sudden increase in physical strength. The diner table was smashed in half as the delicate paw made contact with its surface. Akin to a sledgehammer. Bang! The loud noise was particularly conspicuous in the quiet restaurant. Thankfully, the evening rush was over and what remained were the staff and 2 or 3 insignificant customers. They all had their mouths agape as they stared at the scene in absolute shock. Kara froze for a moment, her mind went blank before an anxious expression appeared on her face. I looked at the broken table with a slight frown on my face. "There goes my dinner." I murmured softly, not the slightest bit worried about this scene being seen by regular people. My order had been smashed alongside the table. I turned my head to look at the quiet restaurant and spoke in a calm tone. "I apologize for the table. My acquaintance is stronger than she looks." I stood up as my words came to a halt. Snapping my fingers, the destroyed furniture was restored back to the way it was less than 10 seconds ago. Not only that, it looked brand new. "There we go, good as new. Come on, Kara, we're leaving." And with that, I turned towards the exit and walked at a leisure pace. Kara was surprised at first before following behind me quickly. The sound of the door being pushed open and closing back was all the living souls in the diner could register. After a while, someone asked, "What was that?" "I think they were supers." "Really? Shit, so cool. You think they were heroes or villains?" "How would I know? They weren't in costume or anything. Did you see how that girl smashed the table with a slap? What's her bones made of?" "Huh. I didn't see clearly." "Whatcha talking about?" "The girl. She just hit the table, I guess. And what's so special about that?" I think something happened to it. Or something." "You sure? The table looks fine from here." "Yeah. I can't really remember what happened. I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue." "What's on the tip of your tongue?" "About something that happened here." "Oh. And what was that?" "I dunno." He replied with a shrug while scratching his head. He had a slight, tingling feeling. That feeling he usually had, telling him that he had forgotten something. "Nah. Don't remember anything happening." You're probably mistaking it for that robbery incident downtown. Yeah. Maybe you're right. And soon, that feeling faded away, leaving the man chatting with his new acquaintance about unrelated events. Something strange happened tonight, but only two people were destined to ever remember. General POV. The city lights shone, the lamplights were bright, their sounds of driving cars were minimal as people went their way on the sidewalks. The night. It's beautiful. The blonde said, with a brilliant light in her eyes as she looked to the sky. Seeing the numerous stars that lit up the night sky more than the dazzling city lights, a strange feeling welled up in Kara's heart. I guess you're right. Amari responded plainly. Hey, what about what happened back at the diner? Yeah. What about it? He replied with a question as he continued his walk. Kara, who walked beside him, frowned a little. Aren't you scared? Scared? Amari rolled his eyes. Take it with all seriousness when I say this. In this universe and beyond, nothing scares me. Looking at his blank expression, Kara didn't know whether he was serious or speaking casually. However, from what she had learned from her experience with him recently, he didn't sound like he was joking. He made sarcastic and rhetorical remakes sometimes, though rare, but you could easily tell. This was different. Sorry, I didn't put that right. What I meant to say was, aren't you concerned that they'll talk about what they've seen or something? Or watch the surveillance cameras? If they were any, that is. No. His reply was concise. No. No. He replied again. They can't really talk about what they don't remember seeing, can they? Listening to his words, the young Kryptonian was a bit shocked. You altered their memories? You could say that. At this point, they shouldn't even remember we were ever there to begin with. The same goes for cameras. He gave an affirmative reply. Kara was silent. A little astounded at the thought. Don't be so surprised. My capability to do such relies on ability. Your cousin can do the same with a set of glasses that defy common sense. Amari said lightly. Kara didn't say anything anymore as the two continued to enjoy the evening walk. After a considerable amount of time passed, they found themselves near a fountain. Looking at the rippling reflections of Amari and herself in the water, Kara let out a sigh inwardly. Amari didn't say a word, maintaining the peace and quiet of the environment for a few minutes. Until eventually, the deviant spoke. So I guess this is where we part ways. He said, shifting his gaze from the water to a pair of eyes that were also staring back at him with a hint of nervousness. You knew that you were going to ask to leave, here and now. Yes. I've expected it when you asked to leave the Axiom. He said flatly, his face and body language portrayed no expressions. If you want to reunite with your cousin, then by all means. Like I said, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing his words, the slight uneasiness finally disappeared. While it disappeared, a feeling of disappointment appeared and disappeared as soon as it surfaced. Thank you. She whispered softly. Honestly, she didn't even know what she said it for. I didn't do much. No need for it. Amari said with a small gesture. So. What are you going to do now? Kara couldn't help but ask. Make a detour. I have something I want to do before heading back. He said with a light shrug as he tilted his head to the side. Okay. Well then. It was nice knowing you. Kara said, extending her hand out for a goodbye handshake. Too bad, he didn't reciprocate the action. Huh. Kara was a bit surprised, her gaze caught that Amari's face was turned to the side, looking into the distance with a look of surprise in his eyes. Turning her head in that direction, what greeted her sight was nothing. Kara waited for a few seconds without finding anything, and just when she thought she had been taken for a fool, a slight distortion in space made her open her mouth in shock. To a regular human, it happened in the blink of an eye. But for Kara, it still happened in the blink of an eye. The space distorted as a yellow portal was formed out of thin air. Before she could be surprised, a streak of yellow lightning rushed out of the portal and into the distance, disappearing. The portal behind quickly closed as its user was gone. Oh my. Kara had barely finished her words when she was interrupted by yet another distortion in space. A portal once again appeared in the same spot. Only this time, the portal was deep blue. Same as last time, a streak of bright blue lightning rushed out of the portal and moved in the direction where the first lightning streak disappeared as well. The portal closed, leaving a dumbfounded Kryptonian and a thoughtful Amari in the exact same position. That. What was that? Kara asked with surprise and curiosity in her tone. To this question, Amari answered with 4 words. Unexpected and uninvited visitors. Visitors? The confused voice reached his ears, but Amari paid it no heed. Well, this should be fun. Chapter 54. Kara's POV. Everything around me was different. Compared to my home world, it was unfamiliar, vastly divided, had almost no similarities. Looking into the distance, I could see the bright lights, the automobiles, the buildings, the regular people walking around, going about their daily lives. The lights were kinda ordinary and the buildings weren't anything special either. It could be given points for the novelty it brought me, seeing the designs. Something new after all, but compared to Krypton, let's just say its beauty wasn't all that beautiful in my eyes. But compared to the tranquility and orderliness of Krypton, this planet had its form of charm in the midst of its chaos. It had something I rarely felt back home. Life. In all that massacre and chaos and destruction that was almost overwhelming sometimes, I could feel the liveliness, the freedom of will, the desires that humanity had within them. It does have its problems, though. Like really, really, really big problems. I could name a few dozen from the top of my head right this instant, but that's not the point, neither was it important right now. The only thing that reminded me of Krypton was up in the sky. Gazing upward, I could see numerous twinkling blue lights in the night sky. Stargazing. One of my favorite things to do before going to bed, back on my home world. It was nice. To be honest, the first few hours were hard. After the first day of grief, I eventually got used to it. Tried my hardest to bottle up all that sorrow somewhere and lock it up for as long as I could. And subsequently, I soon got to see countless things. There was this machine. I believe he called it the cerebral transducer. Through it, I was able to learn a lot of things within 1 hour than I could have in months. In the process of transferring so much information directly into my mind, I marveled on so many new things on this planet. Strange concepts that Krypton never had. Like entertainment and industries outside the three major factions, science, labor and security, different activities, though some were a bit weird but enjoyable nonetheless. Like romance, love and... Okay, let's skip that part. Apparently, I watched some things I shouldn't have. Television, sports, book clubs, superstars, music, a whole new system of democracy. I saw some darker sides, but I also saw the light. From what I had discovered, these humans were honestly treacherous and deceitful, paranoid, greedy and... They were a lot of things. But they had something we Kryptonians never had. A future. A future that was up to them, to do whatever they pleased with it. They had hopes, dreams, light and so much life to fulfill those heart desires of theirs. Whatever they may be. Their lives weren't predetermined like Kryptonians and they had no idea what awaits them later on. But it was for this reason that their future was limitless, their free will always made sure they had room for growth, and as long as they didn't eventually destroy themselves, then they would continue to grow. Looking at the people going about their lives, my heart thumped slightly. This was the life I wanted, the life that my cousin so desperately tried to protect each day. I was shown everything he had done. He could see exactly what I could see, and he became a symbol for it. To protect that light, that hope, that freedom. And now, just like them, I desired something more. I wanted to live a life like any regular Earth girl. I fantasized a bit at that moment. But a voice akin to a bucket of cold water brought me back to reality. So I guess this is where we part ways. You knew that you were going to ask to leave, here and now. Yes. I've expected it when you asked to leave the Axiom. He said flatly, his face and body language portrayed no expressions. So this was it. Time to say goodbye. He was right, I wanted to find Kal-El. After all, he was practically the only blood relative I had left. I had to meet him eventually. At that moment, I felt a little reluctant. Well. Who knows? We'll probably meet again sometime in the future. That's what I thought. But it wasn't a farewell. Something completely unexpected happened, something that took us on an adventure, traveling across universes. General POV. Same as last time, a streak of bright blue lightning rushed out of the portal and moved in the direction where the first lightning streak disappeared as well. The portal closed, leaving a dumbfounded Kryptonian and a thoughtful Amari in the exact same position. That. What was that? Kara asked with surprise and curiosity in her tone. To this question, Amari answered with 4 words. Unexpected and uninvited visitors. Visitors? The confused voice reached his ears, but Amari paid it no heed. Well, this should be fun. As he said so, he took several steps forward. Where are you going? Seeing him walking away, she couldn't help but ask. To which, he stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her and raised an eyebrow. I'm going after them. Them? Kara was surprised before reacting. Those streaks of lightning were people. Yep. Amari shrugged his shoulders and replied in a nonchalant tone. Those lightning bolts were people, you're just not fast enough to see it. But that's irrelevant. What makes me curious, though, is why the Flash is being chased by another speedster into this universe. His words didn't answer her doubts, but surely added more to the list. Flash. The name wasn't unfamiliar to her, but that didn't mean she had extensive knowledge. All she knew was that the Flash was a hero on Earth. How did it suddenly become an unexpected visitor? And what did "chased into this universe" mean? The Justice League didn't make the general situation of the League public. All they knew was that Central City's resident hero, the Flash, hadn't made an appearance for the past week or so. Amari paid no attention to the confused Kryptonian. The thought of directly letting himself know what all this was about came across his mind, but he ultimately decided against it. Lately, Amari had found the novelty of knowing everything as long as he wanted to, boring. It was interesting at first, but then the feeling gradually faded. This was why he never directly exchanged for the ability itself. And to be honest, he was kinda glad he didn't. Just stepping out of the axiom, who would have thought something like this would happen? Completely out of his expectations and at the same time, gave him a new sense of anticipation. A rare source of intrigue had finally made its way to his doorstep. Why would he ruin it on his own initiative? Where was the fun in that? Fun, huh? He chuckled to himself. Squinting his eyes, his vision was altered and the scope of his insight intensified by several dozen folds as he activated enhanced vision to see the scene happening several miles away. The surrounding space distorted as his body was sucked into another dimension. Huh. Ha. Wait. Seeing him leaving, Kara quickly reached out to stop him, but was too late. Seeing the space, Kara frowned a bit. Did he really just leave her here? He just left her here. This wasn't the place. This wasn't Kal-El's residence. And currently, she was too far away from Metropolis. Was she going to walk there herself? Damn it. Near a fountain, a blonde teenager let out her first cuss. Okay. Calm down. It's alright. It doesn't matter. Besides, you have super speed, you can get there on your own. It'll just take a little more. Ah. Kara, who was contemplating to herself suddenly, screamed as the area behind her distorted and a hand appeared out of nowhere, firmly grabbing her by her collar and pulling her in with one clean motion. Peace returned to the area near the fountain, while chaos gradually ensued somewhere else. United States, Rhode Island, Providence. The wind howled in the chilling night. The streets of Providence, the capital and the most populous city of the U.S. state of Rhode Island, and one of the first cities established in the United States, had the run-of-the-mill hustle and bustle one would expect. The city was particularly spectacular in the evening, alongside the lively atmosphere and dazzling lights. Daddy! Daddy! I want this 1-inch. A little kid pointed towards the picture of an ice cream on the display board of an ice cream truck. I want one too. Another child shouted. Alright, settle down. The middle-aged man standing behind the two children, admonished, with a happy smile on his face. Looking at the two children, the first one whose eyes almost had ice cream shapes, while the other was already drooling slightly, the man felt slightly amused. Turning to the fat boss sitting inside the ice cream truck, he raised his hands and signified. 3 cones, 2 scoops of cookie dough ice cream on each. Everyone looks particularly happy today. Any special occasion? The ice cream man asked with a nonchalant tone behind his friendly smile. A promotion. The male said, without elaborating. Well, congratulations then. The ice cream boss said with a smile before taking out 3 ice creams. Here you go. 1 for each of you. Thank you. The man said as he lovingly gave the treats to his kids and took their hands to walk away. Anytime. The ice cream boss said lightly. Looking at the leaving back of the man and his kids, he frowned slightly and murmured something. Come on, get in the car, kids. The middle-aged man casually said to his children. Daddy, Daddy. Aren't we getting one for Mom? The little girl said with bright eyes. No dear. She isn't back yet. The man replied with a frown as he started the car engine. Besides, it'll probably melt before we get home in time to put it in the freezer if we do buy one. At the thought of his wife who was always busy, traveled frequently and was never home, Tom felt slightly sour in his heart. His wife was out on a business trip, and she wouldn't be back until the following week. At least, that's what she recently told him. The actual plan before was that she'd be back from meeting with her client yesterday, but was that the case? Tom's palms on the steering wheel tightened increasingly. He had just received a promotion letter at work today and was so excited that he wanted to celebrate with his family. Maybe vent some of that excess excitement with a good, fulfilling, passionate night in bed with his woman. After all, it wasn't every day he got promoted. Who knows? Perhaps she'll accidentally get pregnant again and finally have time to take leave from that job of hers that seems to be becoming increasingly more important than her family lately. Heading towards his destination, the car drove into traffic while he drove a bit absent-mindedly in deep thoughts. Quit it. The sound of his daughter whining behind was paid no heed as new thoughts began to emerge in his mind. Could she be having a secret affair outside? Tom shook these thoughts away as soon as they appeared. He didn't believe it. Or rather, he didn't want to believe it. They had been married for 13 years. If anything, Tom was rather confident that their relationship hadn't deteriorated anywhere close to that level. Even if it was a bit annoying, he wouldn't entertain the thought of his wife cheating without proof. He wasn't that kind of man. But he couldn't even remember the last time he had sex in months. Tom ran his hand through his thinning hairline with a bit of frustration. Daddy. The 9-year-old girl whined in a tone of complaint. Junior's putting his leg on my side of the car. The girl said with a cute, pouting expression. No, I'm not. The boy quickly retorted. R2. I'm not. AM2. You two stop it right now. Don't let me get back there. He scolded in a stern tone at his little twins. He started it. The girl said softly. Okay kids, I don't care who started it, if you let me come back there, I'll finish it. On the road, something strange suddenly happened, taking him completely off guard. A streak of yellow lightning suddenly appeared from a corner and rushed in their direction. What the hell? Tom, who had just brought his gaze back to the road after scolding his kids, screamed in fright. The man quickly slammed the brakes while spinning the steering wheel to the side. The car that attempted to dodge was in no way fast enough to avoid, as the lightning streak slammed into the tail end of the car, flying into the air before crashing back against the ground. The car twirled crazily as the collision on the back end sent it spinning out of its driver's control. Tom, whose foot was heavily pressing on the brake, was completely disoriented. He tried to adjust himself and steer properly to avoid crashing, but unfortunately, Lady Luck didn't seem to be on his side this night. The car spun forward to an intersection on the road and gradually slowed down. Yet before he could regain his composure, two bright lights suddenly came into his vision through the side door, almost blinding him. Followed by the loud, recognizable sound of a moving truck horn, Tom's poor Nissan that had accompanied him go 5 years suffered another collision. Bang! The car was pushed back several meters as it tumbled on its sides continuously before coming to a stop. It stood upright, but it had been smashed heavily. Fuck. The old, black truck driver who was coming from the other direction was so frightened that his old soul almost flew out of his body. Never in his life had he been involved in an accident. And now, his heavy truck just collided with the front area of that vehicle, smashing it almost beyond recognition. He quickly smashed the brakes, bringing the truck to a stop, before alighting from the truck and heading towards the crashed car as fast as his old legs could carry him. Looking at the car that was bringing out small bouts of smoke, a chilling breeze enveloped him as his back began to develop cold sweats. Tom felt dizzy. His blurred vision could barely see anything in front of him as the dizziness assaulted his senses. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? His subconscious was chaotic as numerous thoughts flew through his head. Hey! He seems to hear a voice call out to him. Are you okay? Am I? Gradually opening his eyes, everything gradually became clear. The ringing in his ears still remained, though. What? What's going on? Ack. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, a figure that laid on the asphalt suddenly let out a heavy, painful groan. Turning his sprawled-out body over, several painful moans escaped his lips as he struggled to get up. Ugh. Damn, so bright. What did I just hit? Did I just hit something? The truck driver heard the exclamation and all the hair on his body stood on end. Shit. What's that? He thought to himself as he turned around and looked forward into the distance. There, he saw something. Or rather, someone getting up from the ground while stretching vigorously. Is that? Damn. That was painful. Looking at the figure, the truck driver's fear and horror slowly turned to surprise and shock. The figure that was in a crouching position looked at his hands intently. The blurring vision that assaulted him from traveling through worlds gradually faded away, and the ringing in his head subsided. Standing up, turned around and looked towards the direction of the truck lights. Where am I? Oh. Definitely hit something. Oops, my bad. As he finished, his body turned to stakes of yellow lightning and rushed towards the crashed car. The driver's eyes had gone wide at this point with a little excitement. Red spandex tights, numerous yellow lightning bolt designs on the body, a rather noticeable lightning symbol on the chest. There was a rather big doohickey on his chest area though that was giving off a blue glow. Was that new or something? The figure appeared near the car and looked inside. Hey! I know you. The old driver said excitedly. You're the Flash, from the Justice League. The figure clad in red didn't know how to respond to the sudden enthusiasm. However, Tom, who had finally regained himself, couldn't care less. Kids, are you okay? He called out while holding his head, but he received no response. Kids! Tom called out anxiously and looked in the rearview mirror. His heart nearly stopped as he saw the bloody figures of his children. Their heads hung low, the bodies firmly held in position by the seatbelts. Numerous cuts adorned their arms and face due to the glass window shattering. Annie! Junior! Wake up! Tom roared anxiously as he ignored the pain and disorientation, trying desperately to unbuckle his seatbelt that was now stuck to the seat for some reason. Are they? Flash's mind went blank. Seeing the scene happening in front of him, a sense of panic overwhelmed him. Hey, what are you doing? The old truck driver yelled in a loud voice, catching his attention. You're the Flash, right? Why are you still standing there? Run them to a hospital or something. The father suddenly snapped his head towards his direction and his eyes full of despair lit up with hope. Obviously, he knew the Flash. Flash was suddenly at a loss. Hospital? What hospital were they talking about? Could it be? The old driver, seeing him unresponsive, wanted to say something else. However, his mouth suddenly widened as severe pain hit him. He looked downwards to see a black hand sticking out of his chest. Flash's eyes widened in shock and fear. So this was the Resistance's plan. Other Earths. A heavily distorted voice sounded, causing the atmosphere to plummet. Tom, who was still a bit groggy, felt deadly chills run up his spine as his body stiffened. That voice was demonic. You followed me? Flash's face turned pale. I told you. Flash. The hand going through the man's chest pulled back, causing the man to fall to the ground, losing his breath of life. Standing behind the now dead corpse was a figure dressed in black attire. His body seemed erratic, flickering caused by the high intensity of his body's vibrating. Arcs of blue lightning flickered around his body and added, with the dreadful horror mask on his face, he looked like the incarnation of a demon from hell. The Flash took several steps back in panic. You can't hide from the fastest man alive. Hello my lovely readers. Now since the day I wrote chapter 4, I've had a lot of complaints about the MC's eyes. I admit that the Sharingan was a bit underwhelming and I agree it's overused in a lot of FFs. I thought about taking it away and just adding plain Martian physiology like a reader suggested, but I've centered a lot of chapters around it already and the will to rewrite and spend brain cells to make adjustments isn't there at all. So my thought was to follow a new comment I just read about and upgrade the eyes to the highest level in the Naruto series, having every eye technique in the anime, mix it up with something else, like 6 eyes or something, add a few new eye abilities and insert it into the following chapters. What do you think? Your feedback would be much appreciated. Also, a new name for the combination. Chapter 55. Oh my god. Hey. What's going on? Damn. Something happened over here. It looks like a car accident. That car was hit by a truck. Someone call 911 inch. Providence wasn't a small city on Rhode Island. The total population, although incomparable to Gotham, Metropolis, Central City and the likes, it still had a population exceeding 200,000 residents. A car crash on the roads of the less busy parts of the city quickly gathered considerable attention. Oh no. People. The Flash saw all this and his expression turned unsightly. The situation was escalating out of his control. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers was the last thing he wanted to see. Flash fixed his gaze on the new arrival only to find that the latter's attention wasn't on him. Fascinating. The distorted voice carried an eerie tone as Zoom turned his head slowly from one side to another. This city. This world. The pitch-black eyes from behind the creepy demonic mask stared at the surroundings with apparent interest. Clean streets, fresh air, clear skies, working vehicles, brightly lit buildings. Seeing it all, Zoom marveled. All this surprised him. Not because he hadn't seen this before, but because of how long ago he last saw it. Years. This image. It was not what he was familiar with. All this was in the past era. The era before he changed. Took control of the world. Earth, his Earth. Was nothing like this. Not anymore. So he was sure that this wasn't his Earth. This wasn't the world he came from, and it was due to that reason that the black speedster marveled even more. Earths. There were other Earths. Completely unknown, untouched, unconquered. The multiverse. It truly existed. New worlds, new possibilities, new speedsters with the speed force. In those pitch-black eyes, a trace of uncontrolled madness frenzied within. The thirst, hunger and maniacal mind combined to form an unimaginable greed. The greed for speed. A parallel Earth. Zoom said, slowly enunciating each word. Arcs of blue lightning flashed on his body uncontrollably as his desire increased by the second. The lightning sparks quickly drew attention. The crowd that was slowly amassing immediately noticed the two figures standing opposite each other in some kind of confrontation and were surprised. Someone's here. Who are these guys? Damn. That guy's got electricity flickering all over him. Cool. Hang on, is this some kind of movie set? Some people couldn't quickly understand the situation and asked with slight confusion. However, among the crowd, there would always be those who were more learned than others. Hey, is that the Flash? Flash? You can't be serious. I recognize the costume. It does look like Flash. Are you sure? I always thought the Flash looked different on TV. What the hell is he doing here? Shouldn't he be in Central City? That's like, hundreds of miles away. What's that thing on his chest? I've never seen it before. Forget about that. It looks like he's confronting the guy in black. The one with blue electricity. Hold up. Is he also a speedster? I've never seen this man on the news. Could he be a new villain? He's not any bad guy in Central City's rogue gallery that I've ever seen. The crowd spoke with unprecedented enthusiasm as they watched the scene from a few meters distance. Opinions flew around from one person to the other. Some started conversations about whom the new guy might be, while others had already taken their phones, connected to their social media accounts and began streaming live. Cars that would originally pass through this road braked as the place was blocked. People took pictures, took videos, live-streamed. The whole place grew lively. Zoom paid no heed to this. So this was what your plan was. The demonic voice was rather loud, amplified by the vibrating of his vocal cords. The short sentence splashed down on the crowd's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. That tone, that voice. Everyone listening felt a chill run up their spines for no reason. Especially when they saw the man in black turn his gaze in their direction, everyone felt their scalps grow numb. Pitch-black eyes that made people shudder, the electric arcs flickering around his body, followed with the occasional erratic vibration of his body that made him seem ethereal, without form, like a ghost. And the suit-slitted mouth part on the mask. But was that even a mask? It looked so organic. Anyone looking at him could confidently state that the figure standing there was a phantom silhouette from the underworld, and no one would rush to refute. Horrifying. The pitch-black figure did nothing except stand there, but the pressure he brought to those who looked at him was scary. Traveling to parallel Earths, in an attempt to gather help to do what you could not. Truly clever. His hand moved at super speed as lightning arcs flashed, grabbing the throat of the man in the car. The crowd gasped in shock. How unfortunate, that all your efforts will come to a bleak end. Tom, whose throat was being gripped, struggled frantically as he began making choking noises. Silas Stone and Harrison Wells truly are geniuses. Devising a way to harness the speed force and use it to travel through universes. Remarkable. Now I will take this wonderful gift you have presented me, and use it to my disposal. When I get back, I will thank them both by giving them a swift and painless death, sending them to meet with you, right after I kill you and take what value you have to me. The Flash stiffened. His expression bordered shock and disbelief before turning grim. You knew. You're not the only one with insiders, Flash. Let him go, Zoom, he has nothing to do with this. This is between you and me. Flash said solemnly. The anger in his tone was apparent, but the audience didn't notice what else was. At this point, they started to feel righteous indignation. He's going to choke that poor man to death. What are you waiting for, Flash? Get him. Beat his sorry excuse for an ass up and take him to prison. Zoom remained unmoved. You and your resistance once tried to fish me out with bait. Raising his right hand, his palm vibrated at extreme speeds, becoming a physical blur. I can do the same. Then, he brought the vibrating palm close to Tom's heart. Let's see how much faster you've gotten with that thing on your chest. Will you be fast enough to save him first, or will I phase my hand through his heart and send him to meet his maker? The black eyes under the horrid mask turned to the unmoving bodies of the two children. This is not your world. Flash said through gritted teeth. Saving the man was impossible, not with Zoom at such close range. He wasn't fast enough, not even with the tachyon enhancer on his chest active. There are people stronger than you here. You keep this up, and they will come to capture you. He said, giving the best threat he could come up with. You always seem to forget that I am the fastest man alive. Even, he can't stop me. The speed demon slightly tilted his head and continued. So let us see. If they get here on time to stop me, or I kill you first. Only if you can catch me. Flash said as yellow lightning arcs appeared in his eyes. And why would I perform such a meaningless chase when I have the bargaining chips? Zoom asked. The demonic voice was so distorted that one couldn't tell if there was any bit of sarcasm in that sentence. What do you mean? I told your predecessor once before. That heroes die. You're a hero, are you not? Now, I'll give you a choice. Zoom said as his gaze turned back to the viewing crowd. You think you can make a ruckus and stall for time? I think otherwise. Either you fight me head on right here, right now, or I will kill every single soul I can find in this city, and hunt you down when I'm finished. And unlike your predecessor, there will be no interference this time from Superman to stop me from getting what I want. Those casual words thrown out were equivalent to a bomb in the ears of the nearby crowd. The threat, coupled with Zoom's scary appearance and the Flash's unwillingness to act, immediately frightened a lot of them. Only then did they suddenly, miraculously realize that in the fight between supers, the regular people always ended up as cannon fodder. Staying here, watching was tantamount to suicide. Run! He's a madman. Someone within the crowd screamed, and less than 3 seconds later, everyone immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions like headless chickens. And I'll start with this poor man over here. His life is in your hands. Make your choice. Seeing the people fleeing in all directions, Zoom couldn't care less. These people, in his eyes, were nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. How far away could they get within 10 seconds? 10. 9. 8. He said as he began counting down. The claw-like fingers on the gloves of his suit dug deeper and deeper into the victim's neck as several lines of blood were drawn out. Flash's face turned grim. 5. 4. 3. 2. Seeing that time was almost up, the scarlet speedster gritted his teeth in frustration. Thinking of the innocent man who would surely die if he did nothing, as well as thousands of people who would no doubt face the grave if Zoom were to go on a killing spree, time slowed down exponentially as Flash had numerous thoughts pass through his head. Finally, his eyes grew firm, as if he had made a big decision. And then. Swoosh! The tachyon enhancer glowed with a faint blue light. Yellow lightning bolts covered his body as his body disappeared on the spot, the yellow lightning bolt rushing into the faraway distance. The people continued to scramble to safety, and Zoom looked in the direction of the fleeing Flash without any expression. In the literal sense, nothing could be seen through the mask. Today, the most unbelievable thing happened. In the face of a chance at escaping and the deaths of thousands of innocents, the Flash actually chose to flee. Looking at the area that was almost deserted, Zoom turned to look at Tom, who was almost choking to death within his grasp. And then. Snap! With lightning-quick reaction, Tom's neck was twisted to the side, making a cracking sound. The body fell back on the car seat, completely motionless. Lightning arcs flashed around his body as he moved around the area. All everyone in the radius of 4 miles could register in the following second was a momentary flash of blue before welcoming eternal darkness. Adults, children, babies, elderly. No matter what age, regardless of what they were doing at the time, all of them died. In less than a second, Zoom had committed a massacre and returned to his original position without so much as breaking a sweat. Enjoy the chase, Flash. I know I will. His words came to an end and a flash of lightning was all that could be seen before he disappeared. Chapter 56. Earth-1. Location in the multiverse, unknown. Status, unknown. Years ago, it was just like this Earth. With countries and commerce and schools, education systems, transportation industries, world sports, Hollywood. You name it. Everything was almost 100% similar to this world. There was Darkseid Sentry invasion. The new god, Steppenwolf, arrived at Earth to acquire the mother boxes. The Justice League was formed, defeating the alien threat and becoming the heroes of mankind. Kal-El of Krypton, otherwise known as Superman, alongside Batman and Wonder Woman, formed Earth's mightiest heroes. From there, they went on protecting the Earth from several threats, fighting villains and living their lives the best way they knew how. It wasn't all sunshine and roses. There were hard times, times in which they almost lost their lives. They lost some good friends along the lines as well. The world wasn't perfect, far from it. But it was okay, and things were fine. Until he changed, that is. No one knew why, how, or when it actually started. It seemed like the whole thing happened overnight. Some called it the greatest mystery in the world. And even now, the reason remains unknown to all but one. There have been speculations, but no one could say for sure. Perhaps due to the solar storm that appeared that year, or the kryptonite meteor that appeared the following year. Some said it was Darkseid, before he killed him. Others blamed Mr. Mind, some threw it on Lex Luthor who fought him with some kryptonite-based weapons, almost killing him with a kryptonite disease. There were many guesses. Batman entered a bunch of M in the Justice League data files. He recovered them from the Watchtower alongside other things before he destroyed the space station. Maybe deep down, he was just as Batman initially feared, pure evil. But ultimately, it didn't matter. Not anymore, that is. Because on that dreaded day, the world, as it looked like here, came to an end. He became what the government always feared he would. Destroyed everything that he labeled a threat to his existence and everyone who stood in his path. No one could talk to him. No one could reach him. No one could beat him. The world grew fragmented. Like an apocalyptic landscape. Chaos and destruction reigned after he killed the majority of the Justice League and overthrew the government. What was left of them effectively formed the last survival group, known as the Resistance. And so, the Earth, after many years of waging war on itself, finally came to a somewhat delicate balance in power. He ruled as the biggest boss. The Overlord, the Black Tyrant. The other powers, Resistance included, existed only because they had weapons that could threaten him. That was this Earth story. Until recently, a change took place that made the Resistance finally see a chance to turn the tables. Their world had a visitor. And from there, they saw a chance. A chance to find someone who could help their cause. However, traveling through universes was not something that could be done casually. There was currently only one way, and that was through him. The Flash. A speedster connected to a force as old as time itself. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one. A monster from his world followed him. One with the same abilities he had, granting universal travel. The fate of a world was at stake, and he would do anything to save it. If it meant abandoning innocent lives to achieve his goal, then to the Flash of Earth-1, there was no contest. A flash of yellow lightning streaked across the city, with one motive. Get as far away from that demon as possible. The innocent lives would have to serve as obstacles to buy him a few extra seconds of time. For someone who could run faster than the naked eye could catch, a few seconds was enough to do a lot. And so he ran. As fast as his feet could propel him. The tachyon enhancer Stone and Wells had made precisely to boost his speed to achieve the required velocity to travel through the spatial breach, simply because he wasn't fast enough, glowed blue, feeding him with excess speed power. Like a bodybuilder who had just chugged down an energy drink or an addict just getting high on a hard drug, his body cells screamed with what he could only describe as joy as he moved at faster speeds he had never touched before. His whole being had never felt so alive. But Flash didn't have any trace of joy on his face. His mind didn't take the time to savor the feeling of breaking through his speed limits. Simply because, it wasn't enough. Taking a brief look behind, his face turned ugly as he accurately caught a glimpse of the blue lightning bolt, speeding towards him in the distance. With both arms swinging back and forth, parallel to each other, the speed demon shuttled through the cars on the road with extreme finesse. The blue lightning and the black suit made him look like a god of death, hell-bent on catching a soul fleeing from the underworld. Even with a few seconds head start, Zoom was catching up. Zoom. Zoom. Throughout all of Providence, two colored lightning streaks zipped throughout the entire city in a mad, high-speed chase. People on the sidewalks, in the buildings, within their vehicles. Seeing this scene, were amazed and somewhat frightened. What was going on? Why was this happening? Many people quickly rushed towards the nearest shelter they could find. Some left their cars on the roads and simply ran for their lives, hiding nearby. In less than 2 minutes, all the streets of Providence were deserted. The streaks of lightning continued to zoom about the city, making its presence known just about everywhere. Just when they wondered when it was going to end, what welcomed their ears was silence. Sweet yet completely uneasy silence. Is it over? Most people asked themselves inwardly and some even uttered it out verbally as they emerged from their hiding places and crouched positions. Seeing the lightning was gone, it took a few seconds before many breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of uneasiness quickly washed over them. Less than a minute later, however, the same question appeared in the minds of the vast majority. What the hell just happened? What was that lightning? And most importantly, where did it go? Zoom. Zoom. two figures ran out of the city limits at speeds no human could ever hope to imagine. Their figures trailed on the road as lightning bolts chased after them. Flash at this moment was extremely depressed. After running, the hard truth had slapped him in the face, and he had to admit, it stung. Catching up. Even with the tachyon enhancer, effectively increasing his speed almost twofold, Zoom remained faster than him. The black speedster had narrowed the distance between them, leaving the scarlet speedster on the run like a child from a nightmare. With just a little more time, he would definitely catch up to him, and continuous evasive maneuvers could only delay him for so long. Eventually, he would undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death at his hands. Flash ran while staying as calm as he could. In terms of speed, he knew he wasn't Zoom's match. So outrunning him wasn't in his plan to begin with. He wasn't as fast as him, so in a direct confrontation, he would certainly lose. But that wasn't in his plan either. He knew his situation. Plainly put, he couldn't defeat him. However, that didn't mean someone else couldn't. The chase went on. Out towards the city outskirts, while crossing the bridge, Flash disembarked and ran across the water towards the distance. Seeing this, Zoom followed without hesitation. They continued the Tom and Jerry chase for about 32 seconds, and the distance between them was infinitely close. In a few more seconds, Zoom would be running directly beside him. At that moment, Flash saw something in the distance that made his heart light up with joy. With narrowed eyes and a firm conviction, he ran forwards with everything he had towards the particularly conspicuous mountain that was infinitely enlarging as he got closer. Mount Justice. Situated in Happy Harbor, Rhode Island. Not far from Providence. Years had passed, and it was one of the key locations that was destroyed in his universe in the Justice League battle. In his world, this entire place was nothing more than a dead area, completely devoid of all life. The ground still had craters and dried-up bones, depicting the destruction that had taken place. Not a single blade of grass grew in this area in the years that passed. If he didn't know and hadn't been specifically told that this place still existed and would possibly be close to wherever he appeared, he might not even recognize it anymore. Mount Justice was the League's primary headquarters back on his world. And it was still here in this one. He might not be able to handle Zoom, but that didn't mean someone else couldn't. This was Mount Justice. Surely, there must be a Leaguer with enough strength to defeat Zoom. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could definitely battle him to a draw. As for how to gain their attention. What do you think he had been running around for? With his speed, he could reach the city in less than 10 seconds. Gotcha. Unfortunately, Lady Luck was on a phone call today and had no time to pay attention to those who needed her. A literal lightning bolt was thrown from Zoom's hand, advancing rapidly and ultimately hitting the Scarlet Speedster right on the back. Arg. The pain was excruciating, and the force was powerful, effectively knocking him off balance and blasting him forward. His body like a skipping rock bounced off the water twice and rose into the air, before plunging downwards for a third time. However, someone got to him first. Zoom appeared quickly before Flash and hit the speedster with a lightning-quick punch to the chest. The body of the Flash was slammed forward with remarkable force into the air as he left the reach of the water, slamming into a tree in the small jungle after the beach. The small tree was smashed into pieces, completely unable to bear the power that came at Flash's expense. Bang! Flash crashed to the floor with a remarkable bang, blood spewing out of the speedster's mouth. His vision grew hazy as intense dizziness assaulted him. Unable to gather his composure, he was unable to react to the lightning-fast kick aimed at his face. Flash was stepped on, his face pushing against the loamy soil. "Is that the fastest you can go, Flash?" The distorted voice reached his ears like a nightmare as Zoom hoisted him up. "Let me show you true speed." His words were accompanied by his fists coated with lightning, striking several times in a second, leaving afterimages for the regular observer. The Flash received punch after punch almost everywhere from all directions. His head and body tilted in the opposite direction whenever a blow landed, and the bruises that appeared on his face grew increasingly with each hit. Pow! Flash fell to the floor, almost unable to move as the last punch hit him straight on the face. "Do you think that with a speed enhancer, you can outrun me?" Flash was once again hoisted up by the neck, his feet dangling in the air as his half-closed eyes gazed into that pitch black. "I'm sure Wells would have known better. I have killed every speedster on our Earth and their speed has been taken from my own, effectively making me the fastest man alive. You will be no different. I will take you back to our Earth, strip you of your abilities and end your miserable existence, before coming back here to reap the fruits of your labor. No one can save you from my hands," Zoom said apathetically. His hands moved, reaching out to the mask that concealed the identity of the Flash. "You should agree with me, Wally." The mask was taken off and what was shown was the brutally beaten-up face of a ginger-haired boy with fair skin. You too, like your predecessors, weren't fast enough. Cree. At that moment, a loud scream pushed from the distance, scattering everything in its path. Arg. Zoom screamed in pain as the attack landed squarely on his chest area, sending him flying towards the water. The Flash's body fell from his grasp, almost landing on the floor but was held up by an invisible force. You villains talk too much. A voice uttered, followed by the appearance of an attractive young woman, with long blonde hair, blue eyes and a slender yet toned build. Her distinctive costume, which includes a black, one-piece bustier leotard combination under a blue lapelled jacket, with grey stockings with seams up was particularly eye-catching as she fell from that air, landing accurately on her 2 feet with a slight crouch. Dinah Lance, aka Black Canary. And she wasn't the only one. Meanwhile, sitting at a particular spot on top of the mountain. 2 figures, one male and one female, watched the unfolding events in the distance with relish. Their figures weren't real, but rather had an illusory feel to it. Almost like they were there but, at the same time, weren't there at all. A rock could be thrown right at them and would pass through without any form of hindrance. Seeing the scene, the blonde female who was hugging her knees and had her heart in her throat visibly relaxed for a second, before turning to glare at the black-haired male who had no expression whatsoever. Would you stop looking at me like that? Amari said, without turning his head in her direction. Kara sighed, seeing this. Her gaze shifted from the deviant to the battle happening below, and a frown adorned her face. Don't you think we should do something? You have a point. Amari said with a thoughtful look on his face. Yes, we totally should. Kara was surprised. She completely expected him to either ignore her or flatly outright refuse her. What the hell was happening? Was the sun rising from the west today? However, then next scene directly drove her to speechlessness. Snap! The dark-haired male snapped his fingers and 2 bowls of popcorn appeared out of thin air. What surprised her even more was that they weren't sitting on the hard, cold rock anymore but on 2 comfy lounge chairs. Now that's better. Don't you agree? That's not what I meant. It's what I felt. He answered nonchalantly. Chapter 57. They need help. Kara said as she watched the scene unfold. As a citizen of the United States, I have the freedom of choice in deciding whether I want to render help to another or not. Amari responded indifferently, his eyes still watching the good show in the distance. Kara frowned. If you're not going to do something, then I will. She stood up as her words fell. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Amari shook his head nonchalantly. You may not know who he is, but I do. And I speak with all seriousness when I say that the current you is no match for him. Your overall ability can't match up to a quarter of his speed. Amari spoke the truth with no other intentions, but the plain tone entering Kara's ears made it seem like something else. Disdain. The young Kryptonian frowned with displeasure. But I'm Kryptonian. You said it yourself, under a yellow sun, we're almost indestructible. Even if I can't beat him, he can't do anything to me either. A Kryptonian with only a few hours of sunlight absorbed into your cells. I also said that the accumulation of solar energy takes time. And the majority of your time since you left the Phantom Zone was spent in the Axiom. A separate dimension where your cells can't absorb solar radiation. You are Kryptonian, not invincible. You jump in there right now, not only will you be of no help, you could, no scratch that. You will get yourself killed. Hearing his words, Kara felt mildly uncomfortable. Why? Huh? Amari raised an eyebrow. Why do you choose to sit back and watch? Amari was silent for a few seconds before replying. Because I'm the neutral party. Turning his head to watch the scene, he continued. Unlike your cousin, I'm not a hero. I have no overwhelming sense of human justice to speak of, nor do I have the urge to commit what the humans deem evil. I guess you can say I'm in the gray area. I'm not one of them, so I have no desire to try to act like them. Furthermore, I won't cause them any trouble, but I won't put on a cape, tights, go around saving people I've never even met before and protecting a world I'm not from. It's a thankless task, one which humans show very little gratitude. For now, I'm nothing more than an observer trying to satisfy my curiosity as best as I can. I think it's best it remains that way because I doubt my sense of justice will get along with your cousins. Kara opened her mouth, wanting to say something but finding it difficult to refute. Amari paid her no attention. Looking at the black flash from another Earth, his thoughts roamed a bit. Superman's motto was basically the same as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe next door. Morals instilled into him by his father figure. With great power, comes great responsibility. And that great responsibility involved the no-kill rule. He had nothing against Superman. From certain points of view, his determination to stick with his principles even after seeing the amount of death and destruction those villains he caught on a monthly basis brought to society, abstaining from turning into a murderer and a dictator, was in a way, quite admirable. However, for him, as the humans say, what a bunch of horse crap. Why would he join in the cat and mouse game of catching, caging and breaking out only to repeat the same process over and over for years? That was seriously demoralizing, inefficient and a complete waste of time. Amari was sure that if he chose to become a hero, the first thing he would do was wipe out all those he himself deemed unredeemable. Use the chicken to warn the monkeys. That was something the League could never accept, and he didn't care. It's not like he wanted to. I won't go against them, neither will I help them, but it should be no problem to add a little unwanted chaos to the equation, right? Just to get rid of my boredom for a while. Then sit back, relax, and watch the show unfold. Arg! A loud roar escaped from the slitted area on his mask that represented his mouth. It carried not just pain, though, but also hate and fury. Mad. Ever since he became one of the rulers of Earth, -1, Zoom had never been injured. Hell, he hadn't even been hit ever since the first flash disappeared. Outraged. However, no matter how murderous he was, Zoom couldn't do anything about it. That goddamn canary cry was effective. The black flash felt completely disoriented as dizziness assaulted him. His ears hurt badly, and his body coordination was out of balance. The body of the speedster landed at the edge of the beach as water rushed up to wash over him. Dinah looked at the figure in black tights, fallen at the end of the beach, and released another canary cry. She had seen enough on the quick rush over here. She didn't know who Zoom was, but the fact that he was a speedster said it all. Just like Barry, all speedsters were not to be underestimated, and one controlled canary cry wasn't enough to knock one out. Against someone faster than sound, negligence meant possible death. And she didn't dare to bet on the fact that this scary-looking speedster would stay his hand if he had the chance. Cree. Sonic waves blasted out from her mouth, heading towards its target. The sound of crackling electricity could be heard, followed by a streak of blue lightning. Zoom. Blast. The sonic scream missed and smashed against a rising wave in the distance, causing a large splash. Black Canary's eyes widened as she tried to adjust herself, but her body wasn't able to respond fast enough to match her instincts. Bolts of lightning appeared by her right side, followed by emergence of the black flash who mercilessly struck at her back. Crack. The sound of something snapping could be heard. Arg. Dinah let out a pained yell from her vocal cords. Her slender body that took on a bent shape due to the last hit on her spinal cord fell downwards as she lost all feeling in her lower limbs. However, her voice was quickly gagged as Zoom grabbed her by the throat, lifting her up with inhuman strength. So the Black Siren is still alive in this universe. His fingers on her throat tightened, cutting off her air supply and preventing her from releasing her canary cry. Ack! Dinah gasped for air in panic. The suffocation brought about by the demonic hand on her throat made her breathless. I never did like that voice of yours. The distorted voice sounded as Zoom raised his arm, vibrating with blue arcs of lightning, for a fatal blow. Do okay. The wind split apart as a fast-moving object cut through the air. The arm that was about to strike, changed its motive and reached behind in a grabbing posture. Turning around to see the arrow firmly held in his grasp, the speedster raised his gaze up towards the mountain. Looking into the far distance, nothing could be made out from the darkness that surrounded the back mountain. The high grass, trees, and plants gave perfect cover for whoever was ambushing due to the darkness of night. His black eyes peering into the distance failed to notice the movement from the ground beneath him. Allies of yours? Zoom asked sarcastically. At that moment, however, the figure of Miss Martian rose from the ground, gaining a firm grip on Black Canary and activating density shifting. Dinah, whose body was in the state of density shifting, escaped Zoom's grasp and was pulled into the floor. Megan? Black Canary's eyes widened, wondering when the former had reached underneath her. Miss Martian didn't respond, but sank deeper into the ground and fled. Seeing Black Canary being rescued, Artemis, who was hiding under the cover of a tree in the far distance, pressed a button on her bow. The arrow within Zoom's grasp suddenly lit up with an orange color, and then... bang! The arrow exploded, but it didn't release any fire. Instead, a large amount of glue-like substance burst out from the arrow tip and multiplied at a rapid pace. The substance first covered Zoom's hand before spreading, and less than 3 seconds later, the black speedster was covered in the substance. Seeing him submerged in hardened glue, Artemis shouted through the mind link. Now! Bait? Clever. Looking at his empty hand, Zoom with only his head out in the open narrowed his eyes. His eyes fell on the floor through which Black Canary had escaped, and his gaze froze when he saw his shadow being covered by another shadow under the moonlight. A second later. Boom. The area surrounding several meters suddenly caved in as someone crashed with immense force. Crack appeared on the ground and the vegetation in a few meters' distance was uprooted. Artemis looked at the dust cloud with a bit of uneasiness in her heart. Did it work? She questioned uncertainly without her lips moving. A few inches away from her, Megan rose from the floor beside the female archer, her hand supporting Black Canary. Disabling density shifting, Miss Martian suddenly fell to her knees as fine drops of sweat adorned her face. Gasp. Gasp. Panting heavily, the Martian felt a wave of dizziness and exhaustion overwhelm her. Density shifting was a hard technique to master. Activating it for herself alone would put heavy strain on her body and mind, much less with someone else. I don't know. She replied with heavy breathing. Who is this guy? Artemis couldn't help but ask with a frown, her gaze peering into the distance. Ugh. No. Dinah groaned in pain. Are you okay? Seeing their currently limp fighting instructor and lead guardian, Artemis's face changed as she asked worriedly. No. Ugh. I can't feel my legs. Dinah's facial expressions portrayed how much pain she was in. Her chest heaved dramatically, and her nose wrinkled as she uttered with gritted teeth. The pupils of the two protégés widened inexplicably, their bodies trembling slightly. We need to get you out of here. Where's Wally? No, you don't understand. You need to leave now. This is not something you can handle. Dinah cut in with an anxious tone. Contact the League immediately. The dust cleared quickly, revealing the face of a young man with black hair, blue eyes and a black t-shirt that sported the classic S symbol that was so popular in Metropolis. Observing his surroundings, Superboy's face morphed to form a slight frown. He knew that his attack had missed, as he didn't find the feeling of colliding with someone else. Straightening his body from his crouching position, his gaze scanned the area around him, and Superboy's vigilance shot up. Huh. Where did he? Looking left and right, his target was nowhere to be seen. He's gone. Miss Martian heard Superboy's message. Gone. She turned her to look in that direction. At that moment. Zoom. A flash of blue lightning streaked throughout the back mountain, speeding through every nook and cranny. As if searching for something. The eyes of the three women widened. Found you. There was a blue flash of light, followed by a distorted voice sounding from behind them, causing their hair to stand on end. Artemis quickly reached towards her quiver to pick out a bow. However, she wasn't fast enough. The bow was knocked out of her hand, followed by a heavy lightning fist. Blood flowed from her mouth followed by a slight cracking sound as the attack hit her face, near the neck area. Thud. The archer's body fell face first into the dirt. Artemis. Mgen screamed, her mind went blank and her eyes wide with shock and anger. The sound reached Superboy's ears, causing his face to change. He exerted force through his legs and pushed off the ground, causing the already large crater caused by his descent to enlarge. For Miss Martian's scream, Zoom couldn't give a damn. He vibrated his hand at intense speed before thrusting it towards Megan. The black speedster didn't want to waste time entangling himself with these children. Like the Flash said, this wasn't his universe. There were too many things he didn't know about, and spending more time than he should, could get him into potentially serious trouble. For now, it wasn't worth the risk, especially if the Justice League was still a thing on this universe. If he was surrounded, who knew how many enemies he would have to face? Even with his level of speed, he was far from invincible. The hand vibrating with electric arcs moved at a speed unseen by human eyes, straight at Megan's chest. Superboy's expression changed drastically. However, the Kryptonian clone was too far away to stop it. At that moment, however, Miss Martian, whose eyes had turned white, opened her mouth and screamed. A vast amount of telekinetic force pushed forward. Zoom felt that tremendous force slam him straight on his torso, sending him flying. The black speedster was pushed a considerable distance away, falling to the ground and rolling on the floor. Bang! Zoom's back slammed onto a large boulder. Ugh! He let out a pained groan. Telekinesis. Looks like these kids weren't as easy to deal with as he thought. He thought to himself as he raised his head up, the first thing coming to view was a fist rushing towards him at remarkable speed, close to breaking the sound barrier. Of course, to others, it could be considered super speed. For him, it was simply moving faster than the others. Roar! The Kryptonian clone let out an angry roar as he dashed forward with his fist punching forwards. The black speedster was covered in blue lightning, simply sidestepping away from the attack. The punch missed, Zoom was unhurt. The same couldn't be said for the boulder. The human-sized fist smashed against the goat rock, pulverizing it to pieces. Seeing his attack miss, Connor immediately adjusted his body, taken from the lessons Black Canary had given to him on actual combat. His legs braked sharply on the ground, causing his feet to sink into the soil several inches. Transferring force, he twisted his waist from his left to the right, swinging his fist back towards the other side. The attack was textbook, the swinging fist pushed forward with remarkable skill and power, but unfortunately, the finishing touch couldn't make it. Zoom disappeared from his position again, appearing a distance away, leaving Connor's attack hitting nothing but empty air. You look just like he does. Zoom tilted his head slightly, as if examining Connor's features. Unfortunately. Much weaker. The words reached Connor's ears, making him grit his teeth in frustration and anger. He knew the person who he was referring to. It's enough to beat you. He dashed forwards as his words dropped, throwing yet again another punch. Lightning flashed and Superboy felt nothing. That fact will be your undoing. Shut up. Superboy roared and attacked frenziedly yet again. Entirely ignoring Zoom's right hand that was vibrating at extreme speeds. Superboy, stop. Megan, who noticed something was wrong, screamed anxiously. However, it was too late. Time slowed down to the extreme. Looking at the Kryptonian clone who was less than a few inches away from him, Zoom easily moved to the side, dodging the attack yet again and thrust his hand forward. Ugh. A heavy grunt escaped into the air. Time resumed its regular pace. Looking at the man in black standing less than a meter away, the distance between them as close as he needed. Superboy's eyes widened. Connor. Megan screamed in fright. Superboy lowered his head and looked downwards. The sight of his opponent's arm, piercing straight through his chest, was particularly eye-catching. The outstretched arm, set in a punching motion, slowly fell to his sides, losing its strength. Just like I thought. Your cells aren't as dense as his. With a lightning arc, Zoom pulled his hand out of Superboy's chest. The latter had his mouth open, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't as his body obeyed gravity and fell to the floor. Standing over the body of the fallen Kryptonian, Zoom frowned under the mask. His gaze turned towards the body of Earth-1 Flash that was still laying in its position before turning towards Black Canary and Miss Martian, who both had eyes filled with horror. Next time. You're next. And with that, his body turned into flashes of lightning, speeding away from the scene. The body of the Earth-1 Flash was taken with him. Chapter 58. By Rao. Seeing Superboy getting pierced through the chest, Kara's eyes widened. Well, would you look at that? Amari squinted his eyes, looking at the scene in front of him. Sitting on top of the mountain, the evening was particularly windy. Quite cruel. He went directly for the killing blow. Killing? You don't mean? Kara asked uncertainly and uneasily. His hand directly passed through the physical defense, stabbing into Superboy's heart. The outcome is what you think it is. A dead Kryptonian clone. He answered lightly. I expected Zoom to win easily. Maybe kill a few. Putting his hand on his chin, his eyes showed a thoughtful look. To be more specific, he meant two. Black Canary and Artemis. Unlike Superboy, who although was far from matching Superman, had Kryptonian blood, the two women were basically lambs to be slaughtered. And in a way, he was right. His gaze shifted imperceptibly towards Black Canary whose eyes were wide open but couldn't move properly to help, and Artemis who was knocked to the floor. Judging from that slight cracking sound. His eyes lit up with a dark purple glow, and the colors of everything within his vision changed. Focusing on the fallen archer, the greatly enhanced insight brought by his eyes allowed him to see her internal structure. Just as I thought. Amari muttered. A neck fracture. The poor girl is unlucky. Judging from the way things look, if she doesn't get help in time, the best result would be brain damage or quadriplegia. The worst-case scenario would be another death. His gaze moved back to the main scene. Zoom pulled his hand away from Connor's chest while the latter fell to the ground. No. Seeing this, Kara couldn't hold it anymore and jumped down. Amari didn't stop her, transporting her main body back to the real world, and watched her descend shakily in the air. That is. If I let the first death stay that way. Guess it's time they finally meet. Amari said softly in the evening wind. The flash of blue lightning streaked away from Happy Harbor, disappearing from the small town and Rhode Island in seconds. Zoom. The blue light illuminated Ngan's face for a split second before everything to the dark of night. Her mouth was slightly ajar, the momentary whoosh caused her hair to flutter with the wind. Connor. Seeing Zoom disappear, Ngan flew towards the teenage boy fallen on the floor. Anyone looking at him would think he was simply unconscious. Artemis, we need to get help. Connor, he's. Ngan stuttered, realizing something. Artemis? Turning her back, the unmoving body of the female archer stayed where it was. Completely unresponsive to her call. Megan. Dinah called out, but Miss Martian didn't seem to hear her. She's hurt. Megan. No. No. You need to contact the League. They need to know something's happened. Miss Martian's face was marred with confusion, anxiety, and fear. She had never experienced a situation like this before. One of her friends was hurt while the other was. Seeing Superboy's body laying unmoving, tears welled up in her eyes. She had enhanced hearing, and precisely because of Hay, she could hear that Connor's heart wasn't beating. He was. Megan, you need to get yourself together. Above you. Black Canary stopped before yelling out anxiously. Miss Martian was taken aback before. The sound of something falling from the air came to her ears as she raised her head up. Her vigilance was raised to the extreme, but the scene that came to sight was not what she expected. Whoa! Kara, who was still new to flying, stumbled in the air, making several unwanted spins and flips before barely landing on her feet, stumbling a few steps. The gloomy atmosphere caused by the recent tragedy was slightly diluted. Again eyed Kara warily, her right hand outstretched as she questioned. Who are you? I. Kara opened her mouth and raised her hands in the air. Take it easy, there's no need to attack. I mean no harm. Her words were slow and soft. Mgen's eyes narrowed. At that moment, an orange lightning blur ran into the scene, pulling to a halt. The momentum dispersed as he slid forward a bit, dressed in his classic yellow speed suit with red pants. Spiky red hair with noticeable freckles on his face. I got here as fast as I could. What's the emmer? Wally asked as soon as he appeared on sight, but his words clung to the back of his throat. Damn! What happened? The speedster sped to the Artemis's side, raising her body from the dirt. What always happens to you and your uncle? You're late. The voice sounded near his ears, causing the speedster to widen his eyes and run out of the way. Appearing in the opposite direction with Artemis in his arms, Wally looked upward where a figure floated midair and his face morphed to shock. It's you! He exclaimed. How ironic, don't you think? The fastest man alive and his nephew, the fastest kid in the world, both are always late for the important events. Amari ignored him as his feet touched the ground. You did all this? Wally gnashed his teeth with fury and hatred in his eyes. If I did do this, you would all be dead. Amari rolled his eyes. His gaze stayed on the female archer for a second before speaking. Take note. If you don't take her to a hospital, there's a high chance she will become disabled. Stick around long enough and she'll die. Huh. Wally was stunned. He just arrived and still didn't understand the situation. Neck fracture. Amari shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Wally, go. Mgen's voice sounded in Wally's head. I can't leave you here. With him. Artemis is more important. But. Go. Hearing this, Wally didn't continue to argue. He knew what to do when it mattered most. The life of a friend hung in the balance. If you try anything, I will make sure you pay. Looking at Amari, he uttered in the most threatening tone he could muster, before running away. Watching the departing figure, Amari felt slightly amused. In a way, Kid Flash's tardiness had practically saved his life. Zoom left without finishing everyone off, mainly for two reasons. 1. Miss Martian, who could density shift and had telekinesis, was not easy to deal with in a short amount of time. 2. He felt he had spent enough time here. If Wally had appeared 15 seconds earlier, that probably wouldn't be the case. Zoom was obsessed with speed. He would hunt down anyone he came across who possessed the speed force. But Wally's speed was still pretty weak. It was unknown if Zoom would be truly tempted. You are. Miss Martian stuttered as she tried to put her thoughts into words. Take it easy, dear, I won't bite. He said with amusement. Is he? Amari's thoughts were interrupted. Raising his head, he found the young Kryptonian staring at the dead Connor with a frown on her face. No doubt about it. He's dead. Amari tilted his head a bit, seeing her clenching her fists. I could have done something. You could have done something. Kara said. And? Raising an eyebrow, he asked in puzzlement. What was she expecting? You could have stopped him. But I didn't. Exactly. So. A sense of frustration found itself bubbling within the blonde female. She felt like she was punching cotton. It's not right. This is what would have happened if I didn't come here. It's best to let fate take its course in these matters. He rebutted with a bland tone. completely ignoring the fact that his very appearance had taken the destiny of this universe to paths it should never have treaded. Kara fell silent. Although they had only known each other for less than 2 weeks, Kara could say that she had a rough understanding of this man. Difficult to understand, but she knew that this argument would go nowhere. Amari considered himself a neutral party. Completely indifferent to anything that didn't directly or indirectly concern his matters. The feeling he gave her was someone detached from reality. In the world, yet did not belong to it at all. Even towards her. She could sense it. That vague yet highly resounding sense of alienation. He wasn't cold, he wasn't proud, he wasn't arrogant, he wasn't disdainful. He was just indifferent. Too indifferent. To everything. For someone with his abilities, it could be considered a trait to be wary of. How such a person could even exist was beyond her knowledge. Someone who truly wasn't good, nor evil. At this point, she could basically confirm that as long as it had nothing to do with him, he could sit back and watch the world crumble to pieces while eating popcorn and drinking an extra large cup of soda. Not because he loved what he was seeing, or he longed to see the world destroyed. But because it was interesting. It was the way someone react when watching a movie. He saw them as movie characters. Kara seriously doubted her absurd thoughts at that moment. But how else could she explain it? Seeing her go silent, Amari didn't say anything else. In the past 2 weeks, Kara had undergone noticeable changes in character. She's truly changed a lot. Transformed from a sad little Kryptonian to a quirky Earth teenager. Amari thought with a bit of amusement. Just a little stronger than you'd expect. However, when it came to her character, he had to let out a slight sigh. Kara Zor-El was, in many ways, similar to her cousin Superman. Their sense of justice and their will to do good, made him wonder if the entire house of El had been infected by some kind of nice guy virus. Hopefully, it wasn't contagious. At least, it didn't work on Lex Luthor. He understood what she was trying to imply, and he couldn't care less. The little Kryptonian was enjoyable to talk to every once in a while, but that was it. The Earth, and all the people within, meant nothing to him, and the fact that he had no interest in destroying it yet was a miracle on its own. He came here, simple to satisfy his curiosity, and now, it was far from being satisfied. He could analyze some things, but that just added a lot more questions. What was Zoom doing in this universe? Why was he chasing Wally West? Why was Wally West the Flash instead of Kid Flash? How did he even get here? He felt like a row of dominoes were falling upon each other. One by one. With countless thoughts in his head, his gaze focused on Kara, wanting to say something. Seeing her gloomy expression, he couldn't help but add. You do know you're overreacting, right? He might look a lot like him, but he is not your cousin. His words seemed to hit. Kara had a complicated expression on her face. She turned to look at Connor. From the outline of his features, he looked exactly like Kal-El in the pictures and videos. Just way younger. It doesn't matter. Kara said after a moment of silence. He was made from Kal-El's DNA. He has the blood of the House of El, so he's practically family. Unlike Superman, who found it a bit difficult to accept, Kara didn't find the concept strange in the slightest. The way babies were created on Krypton was no secret. And recreating life through DNA was quite normal. Okay, where are you going with this? Amari couldn't help but ask. His curiosity was seriously stoked at the moment. Can you bring him back? The words uttered from her mouth were shocking to anyone who heard it. A moment later, Kara realized what she was saying and regretted even asking. Bringing someone back. You want me to resurrect the dead? The incredulity in his voice was a bit overwhelming. I mean, there has to be a way, right? He isn't a regular human after all. Her voice grew softer by the second. Thinking about it, was such a thing even possible? Even if it was, why was she asking? However, the next word turned her worldview around. Why should I? She didn't know how to respond anymore. Chapter 59. You. Kara had her eyes wide open in disbelief, and Megan equally had her teary eyes widen in shock. You mean? You can bring him back to life? Amari interrupted with a raised eyebrow and waved his hand. Superman's been revived under worse conditions in many universes. You Kryptonians are different, after all. Turning his head to Connor's dead body, he added. He's been dead for less than 3 minutes and his brain is still active. As long as the right conditions are met, for Kryptonians, this can't even be considered a real death. That. Slightly stumped, the young Kryptonian was a bit astounded. Her mind processed the words several times in a split second before her eyes widened once more. Wait. You've been to other universes? You could say that I come from other universes. He shrugged indifferently. Your cousin has a knack for getting killed and being brought back to life. Kara fell silent. This was good. A bit too good when she thought about it. Knowing that under a yellow sun, Kryptonians got all these cool abilities was one thing, and knowing that the axiom was in a separate dimension belonging exclusively to him was another, knowing that the multiverse theory was true took the cake. But this? This was death they were talking about. Did he have the ability to resurrect the dead? Or was he going to use some kind of healing technology from another universe or a higher civilization or something similar to achieve it? Even Krypton couldn't achieve such thing. The last known attempt was her aunt's creation, known as the Eradicator. And even that was far from perfect. Also, why? It sounded too easy. Naive as she was, she didn't believe that this guy who wouldn't move a muscle for anything that didn't concern him would suddenly ask her to give him a reason to help. From what she could understand, this was practically a done deal. As long as she said something, he would do it. Then the problem came. Why would he want to do this when he could have just stopped it in the first place? Or was something as unimaginable as revival a causal thing that required no price for him? Kara wouldn't believe the last one even if he told her so. You'd actually do it? She asked with a bit of uncertainty and caution in her tone. If that's what you really want, then yes. Amari nodded. Why? Even after much deliberation, Kara couldn't help but ask. Am I really that bad? Seeing her hesitation to accept even when she was the one who brought up the topic, he couldn't help being amused. She resisted the urge to say yes. Simple. Because I owe you a request. Putting his hands into the pockets of his shorts, he looked at the surprised blonde with no expression. Huh? Kara was stunned. When did he? Her thoughts were cut off before she could even finish them. Don't remember. Tilting his head to the side, he continued without waiting for a reply. Theoretically speaking, our paths are not supposed to intersect. And according to the original timeline, your cousin, and you should have already met by this point. I intervened due to my need for your genes and altered that fate. Gazing into the distance, his purple eyes showed a slight glow. I know you think I care about nothing, but that's far from the truth. Looking directly into her eyes, the young Kryptonian felt a little flustered. What was he trying to say? Where was he going with this? Could it be? The countless romance movies that she had watched couldn't help but flash through her mind. Could something so cheesy actually happen in real life? But they had just met not long ago. I always keep my word. Kara's eyes that were going wide dimmed instantly. Looking at the indifferent face that held all seriousness, she felt that what he said made absolute sense. Now she understood why he was even giving her the opportunity. This guy simply didn't want to owe anyone anything. She had no idea if reviving Connor would cost a heavy price for him, but he definitely wanted to use this opportunity to wipe the slate clean. Obviously, he didn't want her to use whatever favor he owed her to make him shift his neutral status for any reason in the possible future. At least, that was what she thought. What a... Countless words emerged in her inner dialogue. Amari didn't know about her inner thoughts. So basically, you'd be using the promise I gave to you to revive him. And there it was. For a minute, Kara had the urge to go up and slam him in the face with her small fist. He could have just stopped the whole thing from happening, but he watched on the sidelines like a movie spectator. This was obviously the rhythm of chasing somebody away. Did he want nothing to do with her? Seeing the change in her facial expressions, Amari knew what this blonde female was thinking about. Although slightly speechless, he made no effort to correct her thinking. Amari simply felt like letting her know she could have the clone revived if she wanted. That it was an option in the first place. After all, he took something from her and felt like doing something in return. This wasn't an emotional response. It was simply him standing on his principles of an equal exchange. Although this exchange might not be completely equal, but he didn't mind that much. He took several steps forward, standing in front of the kneeling Miss Martian and the dead Superboy. She was still slightly dazed with all the information she had received. However, you need to make sure that's what you really want to use your request on. Kara frowned when hearing his words. What do you mean by that? Amari bent down and replied without turning to face her. I mean, you can choose to have the clone revived, but you are automatically giving up on every other possibility. Don't consider your request to be a simple promise. Think of it like a genie granting you a wish. A wish on a more reasonable scale, of course. You can ask for the same level of power as your cousin, or perfect control of your abilities, which will only grow more powerful and out of control with each passing day. You could ask for the removal of your people's inherent weaknesses, or the addition of a special ability even Superman doesn't have. In short, as long as it doesn't exceed the standard, I could grant you anything you want. His plain voice and casual tone that seemed as if he were talking about nothing special was nothing short of a bombshell. Of course, you could just have him resurrected, if you feel it's worth it. Like is said, it's your decision. Kara was completely dumbfounded. Megan at the side was shocked, and the paralyzed Black Canary was even more wide-eyed. Was this akin to a devil's temptation? Megan looked at Kara, who was staring at Amari's back, and felt anxious. Amari didn't turn back, but he could feel that Kara's eyes that were on his bending back wasn't focused on him at all. The young Kryptonian was lost in her thoughts. In the face of power, countless possibilities, and the life of a stranger, what would someone from the House of L, aside Clark Kent, choose? Amari thought to himself with interest. Supergirl wasn't Kal-El, and she hadn't spent any time with him to be instilled with his beliefs and reasoning. However, the House of L were an exceptional oddity in the Kryptonian race. They all seemed to uphold that principle of doing the right thing above everything else. Even their race and home planet. Of course, they might not be the only ones. Connor and Kara had no intersection. It was only this evening she came to know that her cousin even had a clone. If he had just offered to save him, Kara might agree without thinking about it. But when a choice was placed, would she still do the same? This was testing her character. Did she have the same selflessness as Superman, who would happily trade his own life for the world if need be? Amari knew that the chances of her showing the same level of selflessness were quite high, but he wanted to see it himself. With his level of vision, even when he wasn't looking in her direction, he could see everything that was happening around him. And the look of contemplation on her face truly left him a bit surprised. If it were Clark Kent, as long as he knew that nothing was wrong with the revival, Amari was sure that he would give up the opportunity without a second thought. Black Canary, who at some point, had her back resting against a tree, watched the scene intently. Kara, who was in deep contemplation, was weighing her options. If she had met Clark and spent a good amount of time on Earth, she would probably also be selfless, but that wasn't the case now. To her, Krypton was just destroyed. Although the trauma had passed somewhat, Kara still wasn't all that open. She was now on a new planet, with no one familiar to her except her cousin, whom she hadn't even met yet. And not only had they not met, that cousin who she was supposed to protect, had suddenly grown far older than her, living out most of his life while she had been trapped in a goddamn timeless void for almost 30 years. Apart from survival, which was her primary task, her secondary task, protecting Kal-El, was over before it even began. With the level of power he now held, who needed protection wasn't even a topic up for debate. No matter how it was, Kara, who was originally the older one, was a bit unwilling to suddenly be relegated to the level of a junior when she gave it much thought. And after using the cerebral transducer, although she didn't gain knowledge of everything in the world, she knew some general concepts. For example, Superman wasn't invincible. As long as someone had the right tools, even a regular human could take down the mighty Superman under the right conditions. The fact that her race would become weak and helpless under the influence of a little green rock honestly left her uncomfortable. Sure, it wasn't everywhere, but there were dangerous people who still possessed it. Clark had nearly been killed several times by an android robot with that same rock in his chest. Kara didn't see herself as an Earthling. Without meeting Clark, she couldn't integrate with Earth's lifestyle and thus, didn't feel at ease. And seeing the amount of chaos and darkness in this world didn't help matters either. Humans were dark-hearted. Now, the chance to solve one of these two problems was here. Although this Superboy was the clone of her cousin, was it truly worth it to use such an opportunity on him? The wind blew, and the area was silent. Amari didn't push. Just waited quietly. Megan had her heart in her throat, but she didn't say a word. Less than 30 seconds later. Kara, whose eyes were unfocused, had a firm expression return. Do it. Oh. Amari was slightly surprised. Even after hesitating, her final decision came back to this. Hearing his exclamation, Kara lowered her head and said. If my parents were here, they would have told me to do the same thing. And it's what he would have chosen. Her slightly wavering voice fell into his ears. Apart from being slightly surprised, he didn't have much reaction. Amari had expected this result. He just asked out of curiosity. In the end, Kara's choice was due to 3 reasons. 1. She was raised with such a heart. 2. Superboy, clone or not, was Kryptonian and was created directly from her cousin's genetic code. In a way, he was one of the few 2-blood relatives she had left in this universe. 3. And most importantly, the other chips weren't high enough. At least Amari thought so. If Kara knew that she and Clark weren't the only Kryptonians out there, he wondered if she would still show such selflessness. But he wasn't going to tell her that. The blonde had made her choice and he would respect it. He just owed her a favor. Speaking of which, that brainiac who had a hobby of shrinking planets as collectibles should be coming soon. If he remembered right, the artificial intelligence with 12th level or was it 10th level intellect shrunk the city of Candor and took it away. Not to mention, the city, Argo miraculously survived the destruction of Krypton all due to the efforts of Kara's father. All that aside, soon Earth with half the Justice League left would have to defend against the scary AI. This was something to look forward to. Amari, who was squatting, stretched his hand towards Connor's chest without making any physical contact. As you wish. His hand glowed with a bright yellow light covering it. The same light enveloped the dead Kryptonian, lighting up his entire body for a few seconds before both glows disappeared. The night was silent. 1, 2, 3 seconds. Gasp. The motionless body suddenly moved as Connor opened his mouth slightly and took in a deep breath. The stagnant heart was completely repaired, gained vitality and began to let out powerful heartbeats. Ba-dum. 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 Connor. Seeing the breathing teenager, Miss Martian let out a cry of joy. Kara by the side let her heart fall from her throat. Well. Now the deed was done. There was no need to continue thinking about it. I admire your selflessness. Standing upright, Amari uttered without turning back. Very few people would choose to do what you did in your shoes. It's somewhat admirable. The words seemed to have an effect, putting her in a much better mood. Foolish, but still admirable. And another sentence made that good mood plummet once more. You. Kara had her teeth itch with anger. Why was this guy so annoying? Nothing good ever came from his mouth. She wanted to retort, but was interrupted before she could. You should stay here. Amari said nonchalantly. He swept his gaze around the place, took a look at the mountain before turning around to face Lara and started walking forwards. Huh? Kara looked puzzled. Why? Mount Justice is the League's first HQ. Its significance is there. At this point, he was standing side by side with her, except they're facing opposite directions. The Justice League is currently understaffed and Superboy literally died. What happened here will require Superman's attention. You don't have to go anywhere. Saying that, his paused footsteps resumed normal pace as he walked away. He'll come to you. Listening to his words, Kara, whose attention was on the mountain, hastily turned around to see his leaving figure. What about you? Where are you going? She called out. He stopped yet again. After the speedster, of course. Like I said, I have detours to make. He replied without turning around. Besides, although I saved him, it was under your request. He should be able to see his cousin who saved him by the time he wakes up. Amari said, referring to Superboy. Understanding his words, Kara turned yet again to look at Connor. Although he wasn't awake, his chest was, thankfully, rising and falling rhythmically. Boom. The sound of something breaking the sound barrier, alongside the strong whooshing of the wind, interrupted whatever the blonde wanted to say. She turned around only to catch a figure disappearing into the sky in a split second. Vaguely catching his departing figure, Kara was slightly depressed for some reason. On the back of Mount Justice, a blonde female stared blankly into the night sky with twinkling blue eyes. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Grand Canyon National Park, Arizona, United States. Zoom. A streak of blue lightning flashed throughout the entire area as if searching for something. Zoom. Deep inside, the lightning stopped to reveal a humanoid figure dressed in black and wearing a demonic mask. In his left hand was some sort of device, while his right hand held the collar of the Flash suit. Being dragged miserably was the figure of Wally West, the Flash of Earth-1 like a rag doll. Where is it? The distorted voice questioned to no one in particular as he moved the device in his hand from one angle to another like a female teen searching for signal on her phone. His figure flashed away, appearing in another location and repeating the same process. It continued as such before he finally arrived in a cave. The readings on the device started spiking off the charts. Ah! There it is. Turning his gaze towards a certain direction, he picked up a stone and threw it over. The stone disappeared into thin air and the space where it disappeared distorted. The next moment, a blue portal appeared in the originally empty space. My way home. Looking at the portal, Zoom uttered darkly. He turned around to look in the direction outside the cave. This world. Once I prepare, I'll be back for you. Just wait. Uttering those words like a declaration, his gaze dropped to Wally West, who cut out a sorry figure and sneered under the mask. Nothing can stop. That can't be what I think it is, right? Zoom, whose declaration was interrupted, had his eyes widen as a voice from behind him fell into his ears, frightening him to no end. The speedster quickly turned around. Lo and behold, a man stood in front of the portal, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, with a hand on his chin, the other in his pocket and a scrutinizing expression on his face. When? How? When did someone get behind him? How could he not have noticed? Did he come through from the portal? Zoom immediately put himself in battle mode, urging his speed at full power. The newcomer, however, didn't seem to register his existence. Who are you? The speed demon, looking at the causally dressed Amari and asked solemnly, but with him actively changing his voice, it sounded so intimidating, like a demon king from hell. Me? No one of significance. Amari shook his head, turning his back around to face the black flash. Zoom. Dropping the body of the flash, Zoom rushed forwards at his fastest speed. For this new arrival, Zoom didn't take any chances and vibrated his hand while attacking at his fastest speed. He didn't ask any questions, and went straight for the killing blow. He rushed forward at lightning speed and returned the way he came, just as fast. A heavy, well-controlled strike to the chest sent the black flash flying towards the cave wall like a meteor. That was a bad idea. Amari replied casually. Unlike the young Kryptonian, your current speed isn't fast enough to enable you to phase through me. Saying so, he took several steps forward, towards the heavily injured Zoom, who couldn't move due to the injury and pain. You. What do you want? Hunter behind the mask asked in fright. Wally was right. He had barely been in this world for half an hour, and he already crossed paths with such a perverted existence. His hand at the moment felt unbearable pain. Like he had struck against an iron wall at full strength. Just like Superman in his world, this was someone whose cells were too dense for him to vibrate through. Squatting down to Hunter's eye level, Amari let out a small chuckle and a smaller smile. From you. Well. Let's start with everything you know. Saying so, Zoom felt a strong force suddenly invade his mind. Chapter 60. Zoom felt his vision darken. His figure dressed in that black speed suit seemed to be transported into a dark space. What the? Arg. In that space, he held his head and screamed in pain. After meeting Amari's eyes, his body felt as heavy as if he were foundering in deep water. In the darkness, two pair of glowing eyes appeared in the void. Seeing the scene in front of him, Hunter Zolomon was frightened beyond reason. He knew what was happening. His mind was being invaded. But how? As a speedster, his brain reacted much faster than humans could. Mind infiltration tactics usually didn't have much effect. Trying to hijack the mind of a speedster was a difficult task to accomplish. Was this guy a telepath, surpassing Grodd? Arg. Zoom collapsed on the floor, groaning heavily. Earth -1. So that's where you come from. Raising himself from his squatting posture, Amari frowned lightly at the information being sorted in his head. His eyes thrummed with a purple glow as numerous scenes appeared in his subconscious. Within his mind, he saw a world. Dead, desolate, a wasteland. Deserts for miles on what used to be fertile soil. Destroyed buildings and remnants of cities. The general populace that remained alive lived in a world dominated by superpowered individuals. They hid in fear and lived in fear. Died from robbery, hunger, accidents, provoking the wrong person. The scenes flashed through his eyes so fast. The people there were basically like the Walking Dead. There was no hope in their eyes, no light in their life. Deaths were normal, random, food had become a luxury for many. Dozens of beautiful women could be exchanged for a loaf of bread. This was worse than Gotham. Seeing it in his eyes amazed him. Was this the Injustice universe? Or was it a universe similar to Earth 3? Superman. Resistance. His frown deepened. Zoom had appeared here while chasing the Flash of Earth -1, Wally West. As for the original Barry Allen. Well, he was dead. But that wasn't the problem. What made him curious was why they came here and how exactly did they manage to accomplish it. To travel through universes relying solely on speed, neither of the two speedsters were fast enough to achieve it. Unless they messed up the space-time continuum by attempting and failing to travel through time, it was impossible for them to open a breach in space through universes. But from the memories he had searched through, neither Flash nor Zoom created a singularity, causing a breach between two universes. So if they didn't do it, then where the hell did this portal come from? Amari muttered under his breath as he turned his gaze to the breach that was slowly concealing itself again. It happened then. Zoom. Amari turned back again to see that the cave was missing a speedster. Hunter Zolomon, the self-proclaimed fastest man alive, ran away. Not only did he leave, he didn't even carry Wally's unconscious body with him. For Zoom's escape, Amari couldn't give a damn. He never planned to kill or capture him anyway. Well. Maybe he did for some research purposes, but that was later on. His mind wandered through the many years of memories, skipping the unimportant and unrelated info, constantly searching for his answer. And so, he came across a particular memory that gave him his answer. A memory wherein, he was engaged in a fight with the Flash. Almost a week ago. Everyone retreat, I'll lead him away. Zoom. And so, he ran. Finish the rest. Looking at the running figure, Zoom said hoarsely to the superpowered subordinates behind him before turning into a lightning streak as well. And so, the race began. Two figures streaked past the desolate ruins of Central City. One orange, one blue. From the streets to the alleys, in between buildings and to the rooftops. The flashing colors were particularly conspicuous. Both figures ran through an alley. However, Zoom, who was still behind, immediately made a sudden move, turning sharply to his right and phasing through the wall. After the Flash made his way through, a force field barrier suddenly appeared in the middle of the alley, specially made for speedsters to trap their movements. If he had continued on his original path, the Black Flash would have been trapped. It didn't work, Wally. A slightly anxious voice appeared in the red speedster's intercom. Wally gritted his teeth and continued to run forward. The chase moved on as both figures eventually entangled into high-speed combat. Wally West was fast, but compared to his uncle, he was far from capable. A fist, moving at a speed too fast to react to, hit him squarely in the chest. Wally was knocked to the floor, rolling away several meters. Blue lightning flashed and Zoom's figure appeared a distance away. Pathetic. One word. Wally gritted his teeth and pulled himself from the floor. I grow tired of this farce. Tell me, where is Wells? The Black Flash felt annoyed. I'm not telling you anything. Wally replied coldly, ignoring the pain from receiving numerous blows. Then I'll pry it out from you. Blue lightning arcs appeared all over. At that moment, something happened. The sky above them in a limited range suddenly changed. Both figures looked to the sky with vigilance written all over their faces. Boom. A shockwave was emitted, shattering whatever glasses remained in this broken city. A portal more than a dozen meters in size suddenly appeared over their heads, looking like a blue and black hole. What the? Wally was stunned. However, the next thing that happened stunned him even more. A figure suddenly appeared from the portal and fell from the sky. Rapidly descending, it wasn't until the last moment that the figure regained balance, flipped in the air and landing on the asphalt road. Bang! The ground under her feet was cracked. Seeing the person in front of them, both speedsters were slightly shocked. Long dark hair, light armor fittings, terrages, shin guards. Anyone who looked closely would see what looked like a lasso by the side of her waist, a sword, and shield on her back and bracelets on her wrists. Ugh! Where? The feminine voice echoed with confusion as Diana tried to process the dizziness that assaulted her. What just happened? Where was she? You. Seeing the person in front of him, Hunter narrowed his eyes. Queen of the Amazons, this is not your territory. Still alive. Amari, who was combing through memories, suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Before an expression of realization appeared on his face. That's it. Then he chuckled with amusement. Who would have thought this would happen? Interesting. Truly interesting. Until today, 6 members of the Justice League had gone missing. The world's general populace remained in the dark on this news. Honestly, Amari didn't bother to investigate whether they were still alive. He meant it when he said that he didn't control the spatial tear. Wherever they were transported to was their business. However, things had now taken a rather unexpected turn. Wonder Woman was alive. Not only alive, but on a different Earth. Now he understood how these speedsters made it into their universe even when their speed wasn't up to the required level. They didn't create a breach, the Justice League did when they were transported away. Captain Atom, forcefully opening the rift, tore the fabric of space and caused breaches to appear. And if there was this one, then. Looking at the breach behind him, Amari looked thoughtful before turning his gaze to the unconscious Flash of another Earth. Should I leave him here? He asked himself internally while examining the miserable figure. Well. Let's drop him off at Mount Justice. See what ensues from it. He finally came to a decision. And so, the space around the injured Flash distorted, before his body was sucked into the Kamui space. Whoosh! Following which, Amari's figure surpassed the speed of sound, rocketing out of the cave, out of the Grand Canyons and into the Earth's upper atmosphere. His figure accelerated and accelerated into blur. Boom! Eventually, his body finally slowed down. Amari turned his gaze to his surroundings, realizing that he had appeared above Earth's atmosphere. The big blue planet in the darkness of outer space was within his vision in all of its glory and beauty. Looking at planet Earth, Amari's eyes glowed with purple intensity as his insights skyrocketed. Spreading towards every corner of the Earth, enveloping it with his senses. Major government agencies with satellite surveillance would soon discover a peculiar superhuman up in Earth's upper atmosphere. Amari was sure that he would receive a lot of unwanted attention as soon as he returned to Earth. For someone like him, blatantly appearing in outer space was cause for concern. Headlines such as, "The mysterious alien up in outer space," or, "Is the alien deviant planning an invasion?" would definitely appear on the front pages tomorrow. But he didn't care. With his insight boosted to the highest level he could currently go to, he combed throughout the entire Earth. Searching. He was looking for something. A few somethings that would destroy the Earth if no one did anything about it. Not for any reason, just to verify his conjecture. There's the second one. Third. Fourth. Fifth. The Bible says, "Seek and ye shall find." And in less than a minute, he found more than he thought he would. 7, 15, 23, 46. After confirming the last one somewhere in the South Pole, Amari was sure of his conjecture. 52. 52 different breaches all over the globe. Some remarkably close to each other and to human residences, and some thousands of miles apart. There were 6 in Gotham, 3 in Central City, 2 in Metropolis. The rest were scattered all over the world. Amari examined each one of these breaches with intense scrutiny. Of all the 52, only 6 had the same dimensional frequency as the one he saw in the cave. From his understanding, these 7 breaches, all led to different places on Earth -1. The rest. He had no clue. Of course, these were the ones on Earth. Amari turned his gaze away from the planet and looked deep into outer space. Light years away from his current position, there the biggest breach was located. Seeing this Amari had his eyes widen a bit in amazement. This was huge. Like those giant gateway portals used by interstellar civilizations to transport armies and invade other planets. Well, this development is unexpected. Without peeking into the future, Amari knew that the Earth was about to enter into an era of multiversal madness. The space around his figure twisted and distorted. In such a way, the figure of the man in outer space disappeared like it was never there. Only, his actions didn't go unnoticed. Not just by the major government organizations but also almost everyone in the world. The moment Amari used his eyes to the extreme, almost everyone in the whole world shuddered slightly and turned their heads to look behind them. This feeling. The feeling of someone watching them from afar was honestly creepy. And back in Los Angeles, Superman, who was having a discussion with Amanda Waller through video chat, frowned and raised his head to look at the sky. That feeling. Perhaps he felt it more than anyone else in the world. Chapter 61. That was weird. Clark frowned deeply. Turning his head towards the sky, he couldn't help but activate his telescopic vision. The Man of Steel's line of sight penetrated the clouds, giving him a perfect view of the Earth's upper atmosphere. Nothing. Seeing that there was nothing within view, Clark frowned even deeper. Was I mistaken? He wondered to himself. Ahem. However, a loud, irritable voice calling out to him drew him out of his subconscious thoughts. The Man of Steel turned his head back towards the expressionless soldier who was holding a tablet in his hands. On the lit screen was the picture of a frowning Amanda Waller, hands crossed, brows knitted and an inexplicable expression of annoyance. Am I distracting you, Superman? Being drawn was from his thoughts, coupled with the sarcastic tone, Clark felt slightly irked. I'm sorry, who are you? He asked with a raised eyebrow. This wasn't Clark attempting to be rude, but it was the first time the two of them had met each other. Or rather, she knew who he was, but he didn't. And also, where's Lane? He needs to give me an explanation. It's a shame to inform you that I'm the one you will be dealing with from today. Waller remarked uncharacteristically through the screen. My name is Amanda Waller, Special Agent of the United States Government and the new Acting Director of America's Department of Defense. The fat on her face jiggled lightly as she introduced herself. New Acting Director. Clark's eyebrows furrowed. Since when did the DoD get a new secretary? Furthermore, what happened to Lois's dad? But Sam Lane is missing, unfortunately. Waller interrupted with creased eyebrows. How? Where? When? Clark asked solemnly. He didn't have a good impression of the general who had tried to capture him more than once and supported that criminal, Lex Luthor. However, the fact remained that he was Lois's father. And Lois was his close friend. That automatically made the situation his problem. Too bad, someone else didn't think so. That is classified information, Superman. General Lane is one of our own, and this incident will be handled by us without your assistance. Her face was plain, portraying no emotions with a firm and decisive tone. Clark frowned. If you need help, I can. None required. Military matters do not require the League's interference. Looking at the stern expression on her face, Superman felt slightly annoyed. Now I understand. Understand what? How tonight's incident even happened. I've been around Lane long enough to know his character. He isn't pleasant to get along with, but at least he wouldn't overlook the whole picture just to prove his own capabilities. Waller's expression crumpled slightly. What are you trying to say? It's simple really. Lane goes missing, then someone takes over and transports what should be the most dangerous weapon on Earth without alerting the Justice League, all so they could showcase their capabilities. Honestly, I don't know whether it's pride, prejudice, or incompetence. Clark said with displeasure. He wasn't annoyed about her tone. He could already judge from the first sentence that this fat lady would be even more difficult to get along with than the stubborn general. People in power could be like that, he didn't mind. But the fact that Amazo was lost due to someone's ego pissed him off. As long as the League was informed, no matter how stretched thin they were, someone would have been on standby in case anything went wrong. He had cooperated with Lane concerning similar matters several times. And now? Into the hands of someone like Bruno Mannheim, for that matter. Who knows who that guy would sell the android to? Maybe Diana was right, perhaps they should have pushed harder and refused to give up the android. And now, this happens. Clark felt regret and worry. Amanda Waller on screen looked like she had eaten a fly. Her chest heaved up and down as she tried her hardest to pacify her fury before remarking. We had the situation under control. Unfortunately, our team had complications. The thought of a traitor being within her strike team made her clench her fists and gnash her teeth. The operation date and route was tightly guarded. No one but her and her team knew when the transport was supposed to take place. As long as the location wasn't leaked, then everything would be fine. But the heavens seemed to have a grudge against her. There was nothing she could say about this. The android was lost, and she would definitely bear the brunt of it. Those enemies she had made in Congress certainly wouldn't forfeit the chance to inflict serious injuries on her career. The more she thought of it, the angrier she became. Amanda had already made up her mind. That goddamn traitor would undoubtedly die, and she would be the one to kill him herself. Let's cut to the chase. I have to get back to the League and inform my team on the missing android. Amazo is now out there, and I feel we all have something better we could be doing with our precious time, so what did you call me for? Clark cut in sharply. For this character, Superman certainly wouldn't give a good face. Silence. Looking at the screen, Waller's silence lasted for a few seconds, before she finally spoke. We need you to contact him. Her tone sounded slightly exasperated. Even when asking for something, she refused to use the word help. It could be seen how anti-hero this lady was. Who? The alien. You don't mean. The Man of Steel had his eyes flash with slight surprise before his face grew stern. Exactly who you think. The Day Woman replied. Why? Clark said with a hint of displeasure. The thought of meeting Amari after all that had happened, honestly didn't sit well with him. It had only been more than a week. Clark would honestly not want to involve himself with him anytime soon. Also, what gave them the idea that the Justice League was on good terms with him to initiate contact? However, Waller replied to the Kryptonian with silence. Her expression slightly unsightly and somewhat gloomy. It's classify. Then find someone else to do it. I'm Superman, not a messenger. Clark rebutted bluntly. Now he was really getting pissed. Waller's eyes narrowed, her dark, fat face swished together slightly when she frowned. The DoD have reason to believe that the capture of General Lane is far from simple. It's been a week and until now, we have no idea who kidnapped him or if he's still alive at the moment. Whether it's the work of an individual or a group. All we can tell is that they operated using a new generation aerial carrier designed with cloaking technology, giving them the ability to escape the watch of our satellites and all surveillance methods. We can't find them, we can't track them, we have no idea who they are, or what they want. So, basically, you need our help. Superman asked in puzzlement. Like I said, we won't require League assistance. What we want isn't you, but him. And what does he have to do with this? Clark couldn't help but ask. According to the unofficial records I could find, apart from your Justice League, Sam Lane is the only one who has made contact with the Deviant. Apparently, they made a special transaction and some business negotiations. Let me guess. They're classified? Clark raised an eyebrow with a deadpan look. Amanda ignored him and continued. The first and only transaction was something of strategic importance to the military with huge investment potential. It was also the only way through which we could make contact. With Lane gone. You're cut off. That's why you can't do it yourself. Correct. Clark could understand what Waller wanted. Although he didn't know what Lane traded with Amari, the part that stated, strategic importance with huge investment value, practically said it all. Since they couldn't communicate with Amari, then the traded item wasn't in the military's possession. Maybe only Lane knew where it was or had the ability to use it. It could also be the reason Lane was captured. Of course, this was all hypothesis. But the meaning was clear. If Amari gave it, then the chances that he was probably the only one who could find it. And for the military to value it so much, then it was most likely dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands. Clark's brain immediately analyzed everything he could from the short conversation. But his base is outside Gotham, why not just go there? The thought came to mind, prompting him to ask with slight confusion. Waller's face, that had somewhat eased up, turned ugly again. We tried. And? Silence. Receiving no response, Clark somewhat understood. Most likely, Amari didn't answer them. There was no way. An energy barrier surrounded the whole area. Touching it would mean certain death for regular people. Without any way to contact him, they would probably have to stand in front of the dome yelling and waving. From the sound of it, they tried, and he likely didn't respond. Which is kinda normal when you think about it. From what Clark learned, what they were seeing wasn't the real deal but a projection across dimensions. It would be weird if he could hear them, and even if he did, he could choose not to respond. Thinking of this scene, Clark felt a bit of pity. The image of a group of government agents standing outside the barrier throughout the day or throughout the night, yelling and waving for hours, came to mind. Fine. But we can't. Superman responded, but was interrupted midway. Hold on 1 second. Superman to Justice League, what's the problem? The Man of Steel excused himself before placing 2 fingers on his ear. The base? What? Clark frowned. I see, I'll be right there. Clark said solemnly before turning the tablet screen. We'll pick this up another time, Miss Waller. I have somewhere I need to be. Boom. Without saying another word, the Man of Steel took off to the skies, turning into a blur, breaking the sound barrier and disappearing into the night sky. Wrap it up here. Waller said blandly to the soldier holding the tablet before ending the video chat. Back in the monitoring facility, Wally sat in an office with the flat-screen TV in front of her turned off. Her grim expression remained unchanged as she picked up a folder from the table, placing it beside another. On one were the remnants of Operation Task Force X. Unlike the first, the second was new, recently printed, and on the front was the word "classified" written in all caps, colored red. Opening the first page, the first thing that came to sight was 3 words. Project Steel Soldier. Numerous thoughts passed through her mind. Apart from contacting Amari to find Lane and retrieve the Red Queen, Waller took higher interest in the second off-the-books negotiation Lane made with Amari. The real reason why the US government would legalize the citizenship of an alien which they had no information or control over. Controlled human weapons. The kind that Cadmus had promised but fails to deliver on for so many years. Waller looked at the 2 folders and put them together. A special strike force of powered individuals, all under the service of the American government. Waller's eyes lit up momentarily at the prospect. The desire for such almost matched the intensity of the old generals. Mount Justice. Happy Harbor. Rhode Island. Superman tore through the air at his fastest speed, crossing hundreds of miles in seconds. Appearing over Mount Justice, he descended sharply, his figure a blur, and landed in front of the cave entrance. The ground wasn't cracked, nor was there a commotion due to his descent. Cave computer, open. Clark stopped his words before moving his head to the side. He felt it again. The feeling from earlier. Like something was watching him. Only this time, he couldn't pinpoint the source. It felt like it was coming from everywhere. Activating telescopic vision, X-ray vision, microscopic vision, Clark examined his surroundings, yet no result. I know you're there. Superman called out. What do you want? Pushing his senses to the maximum, Clark felt slightly uneasy. Show yourself. This was the first time something like this had happened. Who said I'm hiding? A voice entered his ears. He knew that voice. Sure enough, the space a few meters away distorted, followed by the appearance of someone he hadn't seen for a while. It's you. Clark said with a frown. He just discussed with Waller about him, and they met less than a minute later. Coincidence? In the flesh. You respond pretty fast. Amari said casually. Clark's eyes narrowed. That sentence. He knew he would be here. How? Wait, why was he here? Was he the one responsible for the incident? Clark's face was turned unsightly. Was it you? He asked in a cold tone. No, it wasn't. Amari shook his head. Clark furrowed his eyebrows with a bit of scrutiny. The unchanging expression left him with nothing to grasp, but it didn't seem like it. The expression on his face eased slightly. Judging from Amari's character, it shouldn't be the case. But questions had to be asked. Then why are you here? Sigh. To make a second drop-off. Listening to his words, Amari sighed lightly. Twice in one night. Drop off? Clark was confused. You'll understand soon enough. By the way, we need to talk. Amari shook his head before looking at Superman seriously. Funny, I was about to say the same thing. Chapter 62. Huh. You don't say. Amari said with a raised eyebrow. What could he possibly want to talk to me about? Did he discover the breaches? Or is it about Kara? Logically speaking, they shouldn't have met yet. Amari thought curiously. What could he possibly want to talk to me about? Clark frowned inwardly, not letting his inner thoughts show on his face. At that moment, the front entrance of the cave suddenly opened up, drawing both their attentions. The cave door widened, and a figure stepped out, coming into view. Superman. Seeing the metal android completely in red, a blue cape with gold edges, a T-shaped symbol on his metallic chest area and a yellow arrow symbol on his forehead area, the image of a skinny airbender from the Avatar series suddenly crossed his mind for a split second. Red Tornado paused, his head shifting to Amari's direction. I was not expecting you. The android said in a robotic tone before turning to face Clark. Any problems, Superman? None. Clark replied. Good. His gaze once again returned to Amari. Megan has informed me on your actions. Connor is forever in your debt. You have my gratitude. I had my reasons. It needs no thanks. Amari replied indifferently at the sentence. Excuse me, but what's going on? At this point, Clark couldn't help but ask, feeling that he was missing something vital. What the hell happened? Wasn't Amari a bad guy? Well, not a bad guy per se, but he certainly wasn't a nice one. It is not something that can be explained easily. You'll need to come inside for details. You might also get some surprises. His words left Clark even more stunned. Red Tornado paid no attention to the bewildered Kryptonian. Will you be joining us? No. Amari shook his head decisively at the question. Like I said to Superman, I'm just here for a second drop-off. As he spoke, the space beside him swirled and a figure appeared out of thin air. Wally. Clark couldn't help but exclaim, before his expression became strange. Confused, surprised, puzzled. Why is he? The Man of Steel activated X-ray vision to examine this Wally's internal structure. This is not Kid Flash. Red Tornado spoke up from the side, examining the unconscious body with scrutiny. But he looks just like him. Only older. Clark frowned. This guy looked like an older version of Wally. And why was he wearing Barry's costume? What the hell was happening? His expression wasn't good-looking as he questioned Amari in confusion. Who is he? The first thing that came to mind was that Cadmus had created a clone of Kid Flash. Wally West from Earth-1. Amari stated dully. Him and the other speedster. They should be the main protagonists of your incident. I don't know what to do with him, so figured I'd drop him off with you. Clark didn't register the rest. His mind was still stuck on the words, Earth-1. You're kidding, right? He asked incredulously. No, I'm not. The atmosphere was enveloped in silence. How do you know this? Seeing the older Wally West, Clark had a metaphorical headache. The scene of Amari turning his back and walking away gave him his answer. You're leaving? Yes. You can't seriously just drop this and waltz away. Clark's tone was serious. The leaving figure paused. His head moved to the right, showing his side profile without turning around. The single eye fixed on Superman was narrowed. Clark came back to his sense. This guy wasn't someone to provoke casually. In every sense, he could end. Watch me. He most certainly would. Clark felt another headache. Besides, you should get your answers when he wakes up. Amari replied in a casual tone. This Wally West would most certainly wake up. By then, the League should know all that they need to know. And then, they would definitely come find him. But you said we need to talk. Clark was unwilling to just let it go. This was something that needed answers. I did say that. And so, his body began to blur. But I never said when. And for the time being, your schedule is about to get seriously busy. With that, the body of the deviant disappeared, leaving an empty space. I'm taking him to the med bay. Clark turned his gaze from the space to the unconscious Kid Flash and said grimly. He didn't know why, Amari's tone, although flat, sounded strangely ominous. It brought Clark that feeling of unease again. And then, you can tell me what the hell is happening here. Well that. Let's just say you have a visit from a possible relative. A possible relative? Amidst his bewilderment, the sound of rapid footsteps could be heard from the distance. Clark's attention was drawn to the side as his eyes fell on a teenage girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, gazing at him intently. Hello. Mysterious city outside Gotham remains. Will the deviant become the new hero of Gotham? Looking at the headline on the front page of the Gotham Globe, Amari's amusement was difficult to conceal. Seriously, who even writes this stuff? He said, seemingly to no one in particular, as he held the newspaper in his hands. Funny when you think about it, in a time when the internet was heavily popularized and sharing of information had become as easy as drinking water, people still preferred to look at the newspaper to gain their daily dose of gossip. Would you like me to find out? A voice inquired out of thin air to my rhetorical question. No, Alice. That's not needed. He shook his head with a slight smile. But, this headline was a stunner even for someone as apathetic as him. Needless to say, he could already guess that this was the work of a bold and bald billionaire genius with serious ego issues. Was this his way of pushing him towards the road of a hero? Trying to utilize public opinion and the will of the masses to his advantage? How sad. Too bad, he wasn't Superman. It literally puzzles me why you continue to condone this. The voice of the AI in his ears sounded genuinely confused. What do you expect me to do? Rush up to the White House and kill the President of the United States? His words would sound like the ramblings of a madman to a normal person. Yes. The AI replied with a matter-of-fact tone. I'm a law-abiding citizen, Alice. Do I look like a ruthless individual who goes about killing anyone who I have the slightest grudge against? Wait. Don't answer that. Amari uncharacteristically cut off the AI before she could respond. You severely injured the members of the Justice League who attacked you under the influence of mind control, and sent the others who tried to infiltrate the Axiom to God knows where. If that isn't ruthless, I don't know what is. Maybe I did overreact in that instance. But I think you're exaggerating a bit too much. I didn't kill any of them, and they can still continue with their normal lives. Amari paused for a second, showed a thoughtful look, then continued to read the newspaper. The AI didn't respond. Giovanni Zatara literally had to start recultivating magic power from scratch, while Billy Batson's situation was even worse. The power of the gods was gone, 2 hands were disabled. Hal Jordan, who had recovered, had been out putting his ring, trying to fix the damage to the cells for days now. 3 days. Since his last encounter with Superman at Mount Justice, 3 days had passed. I wonder what the little blonde is up to now. How did the meeting with Clark play out? A thought couldn't help but cross his mind for a split second. Then, his attention returned to the newspaper. People sure have vivid imagination. This was the last thing he thought to himself before tossing the paper aside. After getting involved with the heroes of this world and witnessing those of another, Amari decided to take some time off. Not that he was actually doing anything to begin with. He didn't want to speak to Superman right now. It would be best to talk when the League discovered the breaches themselves. It would certainly take a while though, and there might be some casualties before they would finally realize, but that wasn't his problem. Leave the work of saving the world to its protectors. So till then, he would stay in the place where they would least expect to find him. Raising his head, the sight of rundown houses faded into decrepit factories and abandoned warehouses. The musty smell of sewage and refuse intertwined to form a rather complex odor that would surely sting the nose of the Man of Steel. Gotham. The city of darkness. Just as chaotic as he remembered it. Even more chaotic, he presumed. After all, Batman was in a coma. He didn't know how long he would be out for, though. The crime that was already prevalent in this dark city, without the presence of the Dark Knight, grew even more rampant. Without looking into the future, Amari knew that this was specifically instigated. Lex Luthor and the Lights certainly had a hand in the immediate chaos. In the past 2 weeks, the crime rates in the city had soared to new heights the Gotham Police Department never thought possible. Especially since the Joker busted out of jail. With no Batman to hunt him down, the Prince of Crime unleashed a spree all over the place. For the citizens, there was no darkest day. Only darker ones. The appearance of Batgirl and the Boy Wonder from time to time didn't help the overall situation much either. Maybe you should consider the possibility that Lex Luthor truly intends to turn you into a hero. Funny. The thought never crossed my mind. Then why here? In Gotham? It's a popular landmark. Good place to take a nice walk. Besides, I don't think the Bat family would appreciate the idea even if I was up for it. Gotham was a messy place. You could never overemphasize on that sentence. Its nightlife had never been quiet. If anything else, you could count on the sound of gunshots, explosives, the random mugging, thuggery, gangs patrolling their turf, cartels carrying out illegal trade, so on and so forth. Tonight was particularly active. The sound of sirens in the distance was particularly clear. The surveillance blimps in the sky were still there. They had become a lot less, though. According to the news, the Joker had blown up a couple of them with missiles yesterday and the day before that. It was quite a sight to behold. Amari didn't care for any of this. He continued on his way without disturbing the tranquil ecosystem. The muggers ignored him, the gangsters didn't see him, Amari even passed by Killer Croc in an alley. The latter didn't seem to notice his existence. Just the way he wanted it to be. He didn't want to get involved. After all, this was Batman's city. Through a complicated process that he only half remembered, he ended up on the nice side of town, in a park area surrounded by tall buildings from all sides. The city can be roughly divided into two sides. The wealthy area, and the slums. Many cities have those two areas. True, but for a place like Gotham that has the behemoth known as the Wayne Group, it takes the corruption in those two areas to the extreme. So have you decided? Yes. And? You can begin following the procedures. Set up everything that needs to be set up. Please let me know when you're done. Amari said casually as he sat on a bench, gazing into the open sky. The moon shone brightly in all its glory. Unlike the slums that had no life and no vitality, the area in this part of town was much more populated. At least, you could see people coming and going all around. No one noticed him, though. Are you sure you want to open it here? Why hesitant? Amari asked with a raised eyebrow. The idea of a new force won't sit well with the Bat family. They usually move to discourage all new organizations with untrustworthy backgrounds. All. Not all. Only those who show the capability to grow big enough. It's been like this for years. Batman seems to want to maintain the status quo. Plus, those who can't typically disintegrate before the first 3 months. The waters in Gotham run deep, after all. I see. After all, the addition of a new force could cause the scales of power and influence to shift. For Bruce, Wayne Group was probably enough. Amari thought with a nonchalant expression. The Light had tried to include a new force into Gotham City as well. One solely under their control. Batman and Wayne Group immediately showed a no-tolerance policy. One was the Dark Knight, foiling all of their shady business deals, while the other was Wayne Industries that wanted to eliminate all possible new competitors. Gotham is already chaotic. Some more chaos may not necessarily be a bad thing. Besides, Batman is currently indisposed of. Amari uttered. His words were an answer on its own. Gotham was extremely chaotic. The person you spoke with an hour ago could be dead the next time you see him. Joker was out of jail, Batman was off the grid. Things had gotten even more chaotic. So why here? Why Gotham? Answer. No reason. He just felt like doing so. I find your sudden interest in opening a company in the most dangerous city in the world, rather astounding. The Red Queen spoke with unprecedented enthusiasm. Oh. Amari chuckled. Then what do you think I should be doing? Meeting with the government to finalize your deal concern Project Steel Soldier. That's why I'm opening a company. An unnecessary action which is unlike you. The project doesn't need you to worry. Lane has been kidnapped by the Light, so there's no rush. The military will come to me sooner or later and Lex should well be on his way to starting a robot apocalypse. There's not much for me to do. What about Project Energy Arc? That. Amari frowned slightly. He was about to reply when. Boom. The park he was located in, which was filled thousands of people, suddenly exploded. Fire and smoke spread rapidly as the whole park was engulfed in flames. That place wasn't the only location, though, several other locations also went up in flames. The harbor, the west area of the slums, the train station. It happened then. On the screens of almost every television in Gotham, a figure appeared. It didn't matter what was on at that time. Whether it was the news, documentary, or children's channel. As long as it was connected to the network, it all showed the same picture now. The picture of a man whose skin was chalk white, his lips stained red and his hair dyed green. The glint of madness in his eyes could be seen clearly as he stood in front of the camera with his frenzied smile. "Good evening, citizens of Gotham. How are you doing this lovely evening? Well, your old Mr. J has a funny joke he wants to let you all in on." At that moment, something strange happened in the park. The rapidly spreading flames suddenly receded like a tide. The fire, the smoke, all of it. The massive explosion shrunk down rapidly, all converging at the same spot. All the energy that emerged from that explosion was sucked into Amari's body without remnants. Silence. A suffocating silence enveloped the surroundings. Amari's face was indifferent. There wasn't a speck of dust on his clothes, but the aura he emitted was drastically different from a few seconds ago. "Should we continue to discuss the project?" The voice of the Red Queen sounded in his ears again. Amari turned his gaze towards a large screen on top of a building that was playing the recorded broadcast. "That can wait. Right now, I have a clown to pay a visit. He should know that not all jokes are funny." Chapter 63. For all transmigrators, Gotham was the well-perceived novice village. Similar to Hell's Kitchen in Marvel. Lawless, chaotic, rampant crime, it had it all. For those who traveled through with gaming systems, the proper place to level up. But when you took a look from a proper perspective, Gotham was downright terrifying. Novice village? Perhaps. Amari muttered to himself. His gaze swept all around him and the scorched land came into view. Bones. Burned skeletons of all sizes. The difficulty mode and danger level is set to extreme though. With no warning whatsoever, thousands of people died in an instant. They didn't even have enough time to register a scream. Even the heavily apathetic energy sentient was a little moved. It was different when the casualties were caused due to the exchange of blows instead of this deliberate massacre. No matter how you looked at it, Gotham was far worse than Metropolis. At least, you wouldn't expect a part of the city to suddenly just blow up without warning. Usually, supervillains would rampage on the streets for a while before the Blue Boy Scouts swooped in to take control of the issue. As for Gotham, Amari shook his head, his gaze returning back to the billboard screen in the distance. Showing that white face, maniac look and insufferable laughter. This was truly unexpected. Who knew that the Joker would actually decide to set up several explosives all over the city and detonate them at the same time, today of all days? But that didn't matter anymore. Due to the explosion, the wind was particularly violent. His black jacket fluttered slightly within it. As you all know, I just got back from a rather pleasant vacation. And I so wanted to share it with my best pal. You know, a close friend to let him feel you joy. Joker gestured dramatically. A grin was plastered to his face, effectively displaying his white teeth. The next moment however, that grin turned upside down as a contemplating frown appeared on his face. It's too bad, I haven't seen him around. Like he's gone off the grid lately. Well, maybe he didn't get the news of my return. So I decided to hold a party, invite some guests, set up a few fireworks. You know, the usual. Everyone in Gotham shuddered in fright. Almost a dozen locations had been destroyed throughout the city. The death toll couldn't even be imagined yet. People in the streets rushed to the nearest shelters they could find. All of Gotham was in a pandemonium. The Gotham Police Department turned to the busiest place in the city. Phone calls came in from all lines, turning the pace into a disordered mess. Someone trace this video feed. Find this goddamn bastard at all costs. In the GCPD, Chief Gordon yelled out orders at the top of his lungs. His intense gaze was fixed on the video of the man on the screen, showing unprecedented anger and fury. He. So Batsy, are you watching? How did you like my surprise? The psychotic green eyes screamed pure madness as the frown switched again to a demented smirk. Ha ha ha. A maniac laughter emerged from his raspy voice. People everywhere in Gotham collectively held their breath. Despite knowing he wasn't there beside them, the children who were literally scared to tears had their mouths covered by their equally frightened parents. Preventing them from making a sound as if their loud voices would cause this demonic madman to suddenly appear a distance away from them. Well, you can let me know on your own when you find me. And just to make it all the more fun, I'll continue setting up the gorgeous fireworks all over the city, for every hour you don't show up. So come on, Batsy, come out to play. Ha 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 ha. The maniac laugh was the last thing anyone heard before the television channel switched back to what was originally on. But no one was in the mood to care. Fear. This was what everyone in Gotham felt at the moment. Pure, uncontaminated fear. The temperature in Gotham's night just dropped by a few dozen degrees. Everyone, even Commissioner Jim Gordon, felt a chill run up his spine. There was no doubt about it. What's the situation? Do we have anything? Turning towards the analyst, Gordon asked anxiously. No sir. The time was too short. We couldn't pinpoint the location. The female analyst at the side shook her head and said with a gloomy expression. Shit. Jim slammed his fist on the table in anger before turning around to order. Get all available officers on the streets. The chaos that's about to erupt is going to be unimaginable. All hands on deck, we need to find this motherfucker and find him fast. As soon as he finished speaking, Gordon didn't waste another minute and rushed towards the door. Chief. Where are you going? Where do you think I'm going? The roof. All they heard was his loud voice and his figure disappeared out the door and up the staircase. Gordon was truly anxious at this moment. And so, he rushed to do the only thing he could do. Go up to the GCPD rooftop and light up the bat signal. Back at Gotham Park. Or what was left of it. Amari stood there, looking at the turned-off billboard in silence. All this, just for Batman. He uttered lightly with a raised eyebrow. Well, I have to admit. He is the guy with the most plausible claim of being Batman's arch-nemesis. This obsession and dedication. It surpasses Luthor's for Superman. Amari chuckled inwardly but his expression wasn't smiling in the slightest. Sir. Something's approaching the city. Oh. He exclaimed with slight surprise. Putting more effort into listening, the sound of something streaking through the air fell into his ears. That sound was all too familiar. The air above Wayne Industries. Boom. The sound of someone breaking the sound barrier erupted. Following the boom sound, the figure of a man in red and blue tights appeared in the Gotham sky. His reaction is remarkably quick. Amari said with no change in expression. It had been less than a minute since the Joker live streamed his indirect threat, asking for Batman to show his presence and the Man of Steel was already here. A bit late, but quick nonetheless. Only, why would Superman appear in Gotham? Oh right, Batman was still in a coma. Clark and Bruce had a kind of unspoken agreement. When it came to matters concerning Gotham, Superman wouldn't intervene. Unless of course, the situation had exceeded the control of the Dark Knight. And this was one of those situations. Looking at the fires that could be seen in several parts of the city, Superman moved into action. Using his hearing and vision, he would quickly determine if there were any civilians that needed rescuing. After that, he would put out the fire with his super breath. Quick and efficient. First was the slums. The areas that suffered explosion weren't frozen but the fires were put out with a strong gust of wind generated from clapping his hands. There were too many people in this area. Using freeze breath would most likely freeze a few unlucky fellows into popsicles. Clark wouldn't take that chance. And because the number of people here were too large, he only put out the fires and quickly flew to the next area. Moving everyone out of the area would waste a considerable amount of time, even for him with his speed. Next was the harbor. This was easier. Taking a deep breath from his lungs, he blew out and everything in his range was encased in thick ice. The subway. Seeing that the entrance underground was sealed, Clark drilled through the asphalt directly to accomplish his goal. A red and blue blur sped throughout Gotham, saving lives and putting out fires. Amari watched all this plainly. He seemed to be in no rush. That should be the last one. Clark exhaled slightly as he put out the last one. Without caring for the gazes of the people, looking at him as if watching a spectacle, his telescopic vision swept around for anything he might have missed. That's. Sure enough, he noticed something. In a particular location, smoke rose into the air. Weirdly, there was no fire. Strange, I didn't put out any fires there. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared, appearing above the park. The first thing that came into view struck the Man of Steel straight in the heart. Bodies. No, they couldn't even be considered bodies anymore. They were skeletons at this point. Clark saw bones with pieces of scorched flesh attached to them. They were almost everywhere. Clark couldn't say a word. He just floated in the air, slightly dazed. Pain welled up within his heart at the scene. This was a park. With men and women, parents, lovers. Children. How many people died here tonight? In his moment of grief, something else caught his attention. The sight of Amari, standing in the middle of the scorched land made the Man of Tomorrow temporarily put aside what he saw. Him again. What's he doing here? Clark felt slightly strange. It seemed that lately, Amari had shown up in every major event that had taken place in recent weeks. The issue 3 days ago was still there, and now, this had happened. The frown on his face was growing deeper. Gotham's waters were deep enough. But right now, Clark didn't understand the general situation. Amari looked at Clark floating in the air and lost interest immediately. Superman appearing here was within expectations but that didn't concern him. He had no desire to engage in an interrogative conversation with the Kryptonian. Now wasn't the time to talk. "Sir, you're being watched." Alice's timely reminder fell into his ears. This one made him frown inwardly. Strange. He didn't feel like he was being watched. Not in the slightest. Alice was an AI. There was no way that she could sense someone watching him physically that he couldn't. Then the only other possibility was. How? Through surveillance. Sure enough, he guessed right. Someone was spying on this little scene taking place right now. Towards your left, north camera. 3-story building. Alice called out candidly. Yep, he could see it. There was a surveillance camera there. Not surprising, since there was a park in this area. Since it was surveillance, Alice already knew who it was. Interesting. Amari muttered. His slight mutter was low. Too low for anyone that wasn't close enough to hear. But for a Kryptonian, it was clear enough. Clark wanted to talk, but the sound coming into his ears made him snap his head in another direction. A small town, Silverton, Colorado. An avalanche was currently taking place in the mountains. A rather heavy one, to be honest. If he didn't do anything, the town would soon be submerged in heavy snow. Superman turned his head to Amari, only to see the sight of the latter's body disappearing into thin air. The next second, he was gone. He just pulled a Batman on me. Clark spat out a sentence with a weird expression before blasting off to the skies. He didn't have time to stop and investigate this matter thoroughly. He just heard the sounds of explosions coming from Gotham and rushed here as fast as possible. Now, he was needed elsewhere or even more people would die. As for what happened in Gotham, Clark would call other leaguers to deal with the situation. This wasn't his city after all. He had done his best within the limited time. The chaos of the day and night made the street look a little sluggish, with rubbish everywhere, and almost no people could be seen. Occasionally, a head can be seen from one of the windows of the residential buildings on both sides, but he quickly retracted and tightened the bed curtains. Amari walked on the streets and alleyways of Gotham with a cheerful spring in his step. Like a Boy Scout going to the next block to deliver cookies. "I've found his location. Do you want to? Hold on a minute." Amari cut in indifferently. His eyes filled with amusement as he moved along. "Someone's so interested in me, I feel like we should give our shy stalker a chance to show themselves." For the Joker, he was in no hurry. The latter wouldn't live past tonight anyway. Let him enjoy his last days of madness a little longer. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. Away at a telephone booth about 10 meters away from him, the phone rang suddenly. The ringtone on the quiet street is very crisp. Step by step. Amari walked towards the phone booth slowly, and then crossed the phone booth and continued forward as if he didn't even hear the ringing in the first place. The ringing phone booth seemed to be unwilling and continued calling until Amari walked away and then stopped sadly. Amari's expression didn't change in the slightest as he continued on his way. But when he reached the next phone booth, it rang again. Twice, the phone booth rang, and twice, Amari ignored. It's important to note. There are a lot of phone booths in Gotham. And so it continued. The first, the second, the third, and fourth. As long as he passed by a phone booth, it would ring. He ignored it all without blinking. Until Amari left the road and turned to an alley next to him, he saw a dark silhouette jumping from the nearby rooftop on both sides. Click. The silhouette landed on the ground, the grappling gun was retracted and the figure was finally clear in Amari's view. Batgirl standing in the distance was a little annoyed. Is this guy deaf? After making so many phone calls, she ran all the way from the roof of a few blocks, took a deep breath, and just about to speak, she saw Amari pointing to herself and chuckling. Trust me when I say this. Batman's mysterious routine isn't suitable for you. Calling from a phone booth? This is the 21st century, not a Sherlock Holmes movie. Chapter 64. Looking at his indifferent-looking expression on his face, the urge to go up and give it a few punches was never so prevalent. Barbara wanted to speak, but slight pants escaped from her lips instead of words. This showed just how far she had to run to get here. How could someone not play by the books? The classic way this works, a phone rings in a phone booth on the street. You, as the only person around, should pick it up. It's fine if you ignore the first. But you still ignore several more. The atmosphere was quite embarrassing. Especially when looking at his amused look that was a dead giveaway of his inner thoughts. She was underestimated. Barbara had never felt so scorned before. The only one who could look at her that way was Batman. The costume's female put her utmost focus into maintaining her composure. She had to look as strict, imposing, and intimidating as possible. You're the recently famous Otherworlder. And the fact that you're still standing means you're not paralyzed yet. The reply to her sentence almost caused her mind to explode. Barbara's mind went blank for a moment. He couldn't be serious, right? Paralysis? Was he cursing her or making fun of her? The night was dark and under Amari's gaze, Barbara's face hidden under the cowl grew darker. The eyes under the cowl narrowed intensely as she clenched her fists with a gloomy expression. "What are you doing here?" she uttered, her voice laced with suspicion, caution, and a hint of anger. "Why do you want to know?" "Last time I checked, coming to Gotham didn't need to pass through a security checkpoint," Amari replied, tilting his head slightly to the side. "And last time I checked, I'm not an illegal immigrant. This is my city," Barbara answered coldly. Clearly not thrilled by his unexpected presence. Or presence in general. Batman's gruffness was almost imitated halfway, and the broody aura had already begun to take form. "Shifu, Batman. Taught you well," Amari thought to himself, seeing her trying and failing completely to emulate the Dark Knight. "No, it's not." Amari shook his head. "It's not yours, neither is it Batman's, nor Bruce Wayne's or the Bat family's. Point being, the reason I'm here, is none of your business." Evidently, the redhead wasn't thrilled with his remark. "Don't say his name," Batgirl snapped sharply. "He protects this city. We all do. And now that he isn't here, it's my job. You made it my business when you strolled in here," Barbara said irritatedly. He. Amari chuckled. "Sure he does. As I can see, you've done a pretty good job protecting it." Amari spread his hands in a signaling gesture indicating the situation of Gotham. Barbara's face turned red from anger and embarrassment. This city is chaotic enough as it is. The last thing it needs is something like you running rampant. Okay, at this point, Amari was a bit surprised. That tone was no longer just vigilance, it was plain hostile. But why? Frankly speaking, this was the first time they've met. His eyes narrowed and the amusement he felt disappeared. All that was left was a cold gaze. "You know who I am, right?" "Yes." Barbara felt slightly uncomfortable. "So you should know. That your tone could get you killed, or worse." Barbara froze up. The chill running through her like an electric current stopped the evasive reflex actions she was about to carry out. The hand reaching for her weapons didn't dare to move a centimeter further. The next moment, the cold wind blew against her face. Barbara was stunned to discover that the mask that concealed her identity had been directly taken off. When Barbara touched her face and moved her gaze forward. He wasn't a distance away anymore, but was standing right in front of her. The distance was close enough to grab her by the neck, slit her throat. All sort of scenarios passed through her mind, giving her goosebumps. "Honestly, I have to ask. Is everyone in the Bat family this impulsive?" Playing with the mask in his hand, Amari asked with a raised eyebrow. "Or is it just the teenage hormones?" To be honest, Barbara felt greatly unsettled at this moment. Despite that, she tried as much as possible to keep composure. That angled face that was particularly close to hers, she didn't have the luxury to admire it. "You stalked me through the cameras, put up a ridiculous phone booth act, confront someone who's many leagues above your power level. Why, though? Is it stupidity? A momentary impulse? I could kill you right this second, have your body mutilated, or just make you disappear. No one would be the wiser." The originally angry Barbara Gordon shivered subconsciously. He seemed to be talking casually, as if assuming but the possibility always existed. Amari stretched out his hand holding the cowl. "I mean, it's a perfect setting, wouldn't you agree? Like you said, Gotham's chaotic. If one little bat were to disappear, who would know that I did it? Well, even if someone knew, there would be no evidence to suggest such. So tell me. Quite frankly, what do you want?" Amari asked with undisguised curiosity. "I don't think you will." However, the reply he received was not what he was expecting. "Oh!" Amari exclaimed. "Please, do tell why you would think that." Seeing his eyes light up with interest, Batgirl continued. "I've read your files. Justice League files and Batman's personal editions on you. From there, I drew a preliminary judgment on your character. The summary was rather clear. Basically, you won't provoke when unprovoked." Barbara said softly. Amari's lips curled up. "That's a lot of trust put on nothing more than data. Okay, let's say you're right on that. Still doesn't explain why you're here. You won't kill anyone just for the sake of it, but you will return everything with equal measure. From what I can tell, you're a vengeful person. And your point is? I watched what happened at the park earlier." "You mean the explosion?" Batgirl nodded solemnly. Amari looked at the redhead with narrowed eyes for several seconds before chuckling. Then, the chuckle turned to plain laughter. He couldn't help it. It was just so funny. How could he not understand what she was saying? Or rather, asking for. You want me to not kill the Joker? Amari asked with a smile on his face. Barbara looked at the man in front of her that was smiling, yet not smiling at the same time. I hope you can stay out of Gotham's affairs. Barbara uttered with all the courage she could muster. Amari didn't respond, but just looked at her blankly with the expression of looking at an idiot. The stare lasted for dozens of seconds, moving on to a full good minute. So you risk the possibility of me killing you to say this? He asked with a bit of disbelief, to which the redhead nodded. Then sorry but no. Amari shook his head in refusal. Since you can evaluate my character, then you should know I don't skimp on payback. That clown was down to his last act the moment he blew up that park with me in it. He said indifferently. The Joker will be brought to justice. Barbara frowned, seeing that things were going the way she expected. Put in jail for who knows how long before he performs another breakout. No, thank you. And who's going to bring him in? You. Amari asked indifferently. Batgirl's face grew dark. There it was. She was being underestimated, yet again. Barbara was annoyed. You can't kill the Joker. She shook her head, portraying a rather strong stance. This is my city. I'll be the one to hunt him down. And what gives you the courage to think you can? Amari found it funny. Batgirl wanted to hunt down the Joker and put him in jail. TSK. What's that saying? Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. She had a better chance of arresting Lex Luthor for tax fraud. Because I'm Batman's partner. Amari squinted his eyes slightly. Do I look like I care who you are? Barbara opened her mouth, but no words could come out. Seeing the speechless expression on her face, he frowned inwardly. Why? Everything that had happened still didn't make any sense to him. Barbara Gordon appeared for a confrontation, just to tell him not to kill the Joker. It was a bit far-fetched to believe. It wasn't just an impulsive and reckless action, it also made no sense. Even if she didn't want him to kill the Joker, there was no reason to risk her life to tell him so. Someone who studied under Batman wouldn't make such a stupid move. Then why? Had Batman's no-kill rule been so deeply embedded that the thought of the Joker's death made her uncomfortable and rash? No, that wasn't it. She didn't want him to kill the Joker, not because she wanted him to live, but because she wanted to be the one to arrest him. She wanted to be the one to stop the Joker's plan while Batman wasn't available. Quite frankly, she wanted to prove a point. Prove that she could capture a villain as big as the Joker on her own, without the help of Batman. Prove that she was not just Batman's partner, but also his equal. Prove that she was worthy of fighting beside him. Just like Bruce, she didn't want anyone to interfere in Gotham City, but for slightly more different reasons. This. Completing his deduction, Amari felt slightly weird. Barbara, on the other hand, was quite distressed. Although she knew this might be the result, the fact that it was happening left her with no good ideas. When she watched the scene through the camera, she had an ominous premonition of what would happen. Unable to sit still, she decided to come and test Amari's attitude. Sure enough, the Joker now had a death warrant on his head. From someone as strong as Superman, no less. For a moment, she considered informing the League on the issue. This action could possibly stop Amari from killing the green-haired clown, but it also left her slightly unconvinced. If the League had to step in and solve the issue, how could she prove herself? All she needed was some more time. You're in love with Batman, aren't you? It happened then. Amidst her deliberation, a simple sentence caught her off guard. What? I. Barbara exclaimed in shock before she found herself unable to form a coherent sentence. Stuttering constantly. Seeing this scene, Amari was certain of his thoughts. His eyebrows narrowed to form a rather cold gaze. All this was simply so she could get Batman's attention. Why, you can't be serious. 1 hour. Amari interrupted her plainly. What? Barbara was stunned. What was going on? You want to prove yourself so badly. Fine. You have 1 hour. Amari tossed the cowl in his hand towards her and walked forwards. If you can find the Joker and arrest him yourself within that time frame, I'll let him live. If not. He didn't continue, but Batgirl picked up what he was putting down. Barbara stood there for a moment in silence before nodding to show she understood. Boom. At that moment, there was an explosion several blocks away. Batgirl turned around, looking into the distance. 1 hour had passed. The Joker kept to his promise. You should hurry, your time starts now. The bland words fell into her ears. Barbara turned around only to find that Amari was gone. Standing on top of a nearby building with his hands by his sides, Amari watched Barbara Gordon look around in confusion before taking out her grappling hook and firing towards a building. Her body was pulled up, disappearing from the alley. Will you seriously let the Joker live if she can arrest him in time? Alice's doubtful voice fell into his ears. Sure, why not? I always keep my word. Amari answered nonchalantly. Of course, that was, if she could complete her mission. That's the Joker. She's walking into a death trap. Alice's voice sounded again. A small smirk crept its way up to his lips. That's what I'm counting on. Chapter 65. There's a 90% chance that Batman already considers the axiom outside Gotham an eyesore. What you plan to do will possibly push him to the edge. Then let it. He can jump off the edge if he decides to, for all I care. When Wayne Industries show me proof of ownership over Gotham City, then we'll talk. Until then, this topic isn't even up for debate. Do you seriously not intend to do anything about General Lane? Nope. Let's wait until Lex develops a mini Skynet first. A figure sat on a tall building, seemingly chatting with no one in a carefree tone. The male suddenly paused, turned his head towards another direction, then smirked in amazement. And the bad news keeps on coming. Indeed. TSK. Too bad, Bruce isn't here. If Bruce knew this was what would become of him, he would probably write down a long list of do's and don'ts for the Bat family. Alice. With the general trend of things, what are the chances that she'll get crippled, like in the original timeline? I have no knowledge of future events, but according to my... Wait. Sorry, I asked. Don't answer that. Elsewhere. Barbara Gordon landed on a rooftop before jumping down. Releasing her cape to form look-alike bat wings, her rapid descent was reduced as she landed in an alley in a kneeling posture. Disabling her suit's gliding function, she walked with quick steps towards the darkest area in the alley. In a narrow corner within the shadows, a large object was covered with a black tarp. Barbara pulled the tarp off, revealing her standardized escape vehicle. The Ricochet. A tri-wheeled motorized vehicle with a capsule-like compartment lying parallel to the ground and a handlebar steering system similar to a motorcycle. Come on, girl, we have a clown to bust. The hatch on the vehicle's roof opened up, granting Batgirl access. The Ricochet was powered up, evident by the purple light on its surfaces. Batgirl hopped into the pod-shaped vehicle with a bit of anxiety on her features. Turning on the computer system of the vehicle linked to the Batcave, she nimbly set up a timer on the screen. 1 hour. She only had 1 hour to find the Joker before he decides to take matters into his hands. Of course, to make sure the Joker doesn't end up meeting a miserable fate, she could only do her best and arrest him before the timer runs out. Barbara reaffirmed herself on her objectives. Find the Joker. Put a stop to his plans. Arrest him and take him to jail. Not only saving the city, but also proving her capabilities in the process. Who knows, maybe by doing so, she would be invited to join the Justice League. Right. This was all about doing the right thing and showing that she was just as capable as he was. Just as good as any official hero on the Justice League. She was a superhero on the hunt for a villain. As for the part about being in love with Bruce. What utter nonsense. Whether she felt that way or not, Barbara would never admit it, even if the Joker beat her to death with a crowbar. He must be trying to get under my skin. How irritating. Barbara said to herself. Robin to Batgirl, do you copy? It happened then. Just as she was contemplating, the sound of her colleague fell into her ears. Barbara's eyes widened before regaining composure, setting her fingers on the earbuds installed within her cowl. I'm here, Robin. What's happening? Where are you? Finally getting through, Dick yelled at the top of his lungs, causing Barbara to instinctively wince. Downtown. Gotham Docks. Robin leaped into the air with a backflip, dodging several ninja throwing stars aiming for his life in the process. Upon landing steadily on his feet, the boy wonder crossed his arms. Within his fingers were 4 birdarangs, which he had procured from his utility belt while midair. The 4 weapons let out a tuning sound as a red light appeared at their centers before he threw them out with precise accuracy. The 2 darkly dressed figures in the distance evaded with no delay, dodging the attacks. However, upon coming in contact with something, the birdarangs suddenly exploded. Boom! Dust and debris flew in all directions. The explosion wasn't meaningless, as the shockwave effectively hit his opponents, blasting them several meters away. Before Robin could take a breath, he turned his head to the side. 2 burly figures wearing hoods and their faces covered with masks appeared on top of the large metal container to his left. Not only that, they were armed with guns. Bang! Bang! Robin quickly took to his heels as numerous bullets swept towards his direction. The evasive continued until he took shelter behind a large crate. Arg! Damn it! Robin cussed as he felt the pain. Thankfully, his suit was made of heavy Kevlar weave and the bullets didn't hit any key areas without protection. If not, he would probably have to worry about bleeding out to death. Thank you, Batman. He thought inwardly. The voice of Batgirl came through the comm link. I had something which needed my attention. Thankfully, I stopped it. Barbara answered with a bit of evasion. She frowned right after hearing the sounds of heavy gunfire. What's going on? Where are you? At the docks. Robin replied with a hiss. Got some company with me. We're playing tag, and they like to play rough. Hang on, I'm on my way. The Ricochet sped out of the alley, into the Gotham streets, reaching a speed of 300 km per hour in seconds. The central GPS had already opened a map, charting course for the docks. No, don't. Several pieces of wood were chipped off under the rapid bullet offensive. Robin tilted his head to the side slightly. Raising his close to his face, a holographic projection of a keyboard and monitor appeared above his arm. I can take care of myself. You, on the other hand, have somewhere else to be. You're under heavy fire. You could get injured or worse. Just hold on. Barbara didn't listen and continued to drive towards his location. Don't worry about me. I got these guys covered. Worry about your dad. He immediately began typing furiously on the holographic screen like a well-experienced keyboard warrior. My dad. What happened to my dad? Barbara frowned, an ominous premonition coming over her. Don't you know? The GCPD's been hit. I received a distress signal sent out from the building 20 minutes after you went silent. Been too busy to check it out. Oh no. Barbara's eyes went wide, followed by high anxiety, worry, and fear. Her dad was in the GCPD. Without so much as a second thought, Barbara immediately turned the wheel. The Ricochet made a 180-degree turn before moving forward at full speed in the opposite direction. Damn. This city's getting worse by the minute. Back at the docks, Robin complained. The heavy fire hadn't ceased in the slightest. Robin pulled out a special berserang from his utility belt with a pondering expression on his face. Should I call for backup? His hands moved while his mind was in deep thought, throwing the explosive weapon amidst heavy fire. Boom. Gotham City Police Department. The distance between her location and the GCPD was quite a distance away. Still, with the speed of her vehicle, she reached her destination under 10 minutes. Barbara slammed heavily in the brakes, bringing the Ricochet to a slamming stop in front of the GCPD building. The sight that entered her eyes caused her face to grow pale. The front doors of the building were nowhere to be found. Oh wait, there they were. Outside on the other end of the street. One of it, anyway. The windows were shattered due to gunfire. Barbara ran into the building with haste. Stepping in, she covered her mouth in shock and despair at the sight unfolding before her eyes. Officers. Dozens of them. All of them sprawled on the floor, their faces filled with crazy grins. She didn't know if they were dead, but some of them were still alive. She could tell due to the momentary twitching on their grinning faces. Many had bloody holes on their bodies. They smiled even in death, their cheeks expanding, their faces smiling too wide for it. Barbara was silent with fear as she walked deeper into the building with cautious footing. Cough cough. Who? Barbara called out vigilantly. The sound of someone coughing had alerted her. Here. She turned her head to the side. There laid a police officer, female. Her features weren't anything outstanding and could even be said to be quite ordinary. Officer. What happened here? Barbara bent down quickly. Concern and worry written all over her face. In fact, she had some clues already. The officers here all died smiling. Even this one that was among the few still alive. She had that same grinning smile, strained cheeks with a panic-induced madness in her eyes. Her chest had 2 bloody holes. Probably bullet wounds, and her mouth was stained with blood. Unless taken to a hospital immediately, she most likely wouldn't live long. Barbara had encountered something like this before. And in Gotham City where there lived a maniacal, comedy-obsessed clown, only one supervillain would dare use laughing gas. The Joker. It was him. Despite smiling, the officer still manages to put coherent words into a sentence. The him needed no clarification. Can you tell me what happened to Chief Gordon? Barbara asked with a trembling voice. Chief. He took him. Cough cough. Brought his goons and gassed us. Left some of us alive to spread the news, she uttered with a pale face. Barbara's mind went blank. Sure enough, this had happened. Her worst fears had come true. Batgirl felt her body tremble slightly. Her father had fallen into the hands of that monster. Who knows what would happen to him? At that moment, the female officer weakly raised her hand and pointed towards the ceiling. He left a message, on camera, said he would be waiting for. The officer didn't have the chance to finish her words. On this day, in the Gotham City Police Department, a woman drew her last breath. Chapter 66. Come on Batsy, where are ya? The video fitsied in and out on several occasions. I never took you for the shy type. All this marvelous chaos and you're still nowhere to be seen. What's the matter? Don't want to play? Or maybe my incentive isn't enough anymore. Ha 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 ha. Well, I'll just have to up my game a couple of notches. You know what I mean, work more on my persuasiveness. You know what our little dance routine for so many years has been about. You won't kill me unless you want to change yourself permanently. And I won't kill you because you're just too much fun. You can't walk away from this. Not anymore. You started this, and you either continue the game, or you finish it. The chalk-white face on the video footage looked particularly hideous. The crazy grin looked almost terrifying. So, you want me to be more persuasive? Well, take a look at my progress report and give me a rating. The Joker stepped aside, leaving the screen clear for two henchmen wearing clown masks to take the stage. Both stood at the sides and held a figure in their middle with one hand each. The commissioner was unconscious, carried in the middle of two thugs. So whatcha think? A 5-star would be the best, but I wouldn't mind a 4. 3.5 would do just fine. Many people have died tonight in my wonderful little joke. Of course, I can't let myself have all the fun, so I'll leave this one for you to decide. Will the commissioner be one of them? Let's have a meet-up to find out. Since you can't find me after all this time, I'll give you a clue. Head towards the old church at Anton Street. Let's have a merry gathering in God's presence. Seek forgiveness for our sins. Because I've been a very naughty boy lately. Ha 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 ha. Also, do hurry up. The Joker said, his green eyes and facial expressions showed all the perfect signs of a psychopath. Watching the scene, Barbara clenched her hands into fists. The old commissioner wasn't exactly unscathed when we came to pick him up. He's currently bleeding really bad. And I don't have any nurses to patch him up. So if you happen to delay, he might just die without me having to do anything. Once again, I'm waiting Batsy. You damn clown. That was the end of it. Barbara's fist tightened as she yelled in rage. Her face was grim, contorting to show anger, sadness, a bit of loss. Before reverting to decisiveness. Hold on Dad. I'm coming. Saying this, she dashed towards the exit, completely ignoring the wounded officers who were still alive. They would have to wait for officers who had gone out to control the chaos to return in response to the distress signal. Some might live long enough to get help. As for others. Batgirl, come in. What's your status? Robin? Barbara called out with a frown on her face. Her footsteps didn't cease in the slightest as she arrived beside the Ricochet, opening the hatch on the roof. You were right, the precinct was hit. Officers in the building are either dead or wounded. The Joker's got the commissioner. She tapped several buttons and turned on the ignition. At the docks, Robin took deep breaths as his body bent forwards. His hands rested against his knees, with sweat adorning his neck and forehead. Looking at the multiple unconscious bodies scattered around the dock, Dick sighed with relief. Glad that's over. It truly wasn't easy to defeat a group of armed thugs while making sure he didn't kill them in the process. The no-kill rule of the Bat family was quite a pain in the ass at times. Even accidental deaths weren't an option. Dick knew that Bruce would definitely be on his case if he found out that someone died at his hands while the Caped Crusader was taking a rather long nap. Still. What the hell are assassins doing in Gotham? Dick fell into contemplation. Of the two ninjas he had fought, only one was taken down. The other had successfully escaped. However, he didn't have time to fall into deep thought. Barbara's words coming through the earpiece was enough to make him frown deeply. This wasn't good. Barbara's dad was in the hands of that madman. I'm heading back to the Bat Cave. I'll send out drone scans all over the city. We'll find him. Dick smoothed his messy hair to the side. He straightened his back as he took 3 steps forward, only to fall to the ground in a kneeling posture. Huff. Huff. Exhaustion. Dick could feel it. His body had gone into overtime, fighting so many goons at once by himself. His body conveyed perfectly the message to him. Too tired. At this point, he could barely walk. No need. The ricochet took off into the Gotham streets. I know where he is. Barbara said solemnly. What? Where? How? He left a message on the security footage. Said he'd be at the cathedral. The church? The one on Aston's? That's the one. And that's where he's got my dad held up. The vehicle took a sharp right, swerving in another direction. He left a message for you. Dick was slightly stunned. Barbara was silent for a second before replying. Not me, Batman. He wanted Batman to meet him at the cathedral. Something's not right. Hold on, I'm heading there right now. Dick frowned. The Joker leaving a message to head to the cathedral, something was definitely up. There's no time. He's got my dad, the longer I wait, the more horrors he'll have to suffer at the hands of that maniac. Barbara shook her head without hesitation. Batgirl, he left a message. It's pretty clear he's luring you there. It's obviously a trap meant for Batman. You can't handle it on your own. Bruce asked us not to engage the Joker by ourselves under any circumstances. Dick yelled anxiously. Without regard for his weary body, he dragged himself towards the place where he placed his red bike. He had been under Bruce's apprenticeship for 4 years, and when it came to dealing with the Joker, Batman was more stern than he was with any other villain. He remembered the rule of the Bat family that Bruce repeatedly emphasized after the no-kill rule. Never, ever, go after the Joker on your own. Hearing his tone, Batgirl had a bit of hesitation. She knew what she was about to do was dangerous. It was the Joker, after all. 10 times out of 10, she was walking into a trap, but then again. What choice did she have? Her father was bleeding out, and who knew how long it would take Dick to get to the location? Did she still have to wait for backup to save her father's life from a psychotic maniac? Then what was the whole point of her training with Bruce? Even now, she was still a fledgling. Her eyes turned towards the timer she had set up on the monitor. More than 20 minutes had passed by. It was now 37 minutes, 43 seconds remaining. It's my dad. What choice do I have? And with that, the network was disconnected. Batgirl? Batgirl. She wasn't answering. Robin gritted his teeth with irritation. He hastened his steps as quick as he could. That's it. I'm definitely calling the team. Gotham Cathedral, Church of St. Lauzren. The stage is ready, the setup is ready. The main protagonist has been riled up. The audience is almost set, the bait. On the roof of the building, Joker swaggered and sat next to the roof cross. Looking into the chaotic city in the distance, his smile was blooming. The bait is perfect. He turned around to look behind him. A group of thugs stood a distance away, all of them dressed up in clown-like costumes and masks. They all circled the wooden cross on which a middle-aged man was tied to. Commissioner James, Jim Gordon. You're gonna pay for what you've done, you bastard. The man uttered with a pale face. His voice sounded weak and his face was dull, but his eyes shone with strong conviction, disgust, and hatred. My Mr. Commissioner. I wouldn't speak much if I were you. Your blood loss is rather severe after all. The Joker replied with a smile. You wouldn't want to lose too much too fast. It'll be no fun if you die before Batsy gets here. That will make the whole set imperfect. No, no, no. We can't have that. Joker stepped closer to Gordon on the cross. His eyes gleamed with excitement, about to continue his grand speech, when something wet hit him on the face. What was that? Spit mixed with blood. Seeing that the Joker was within range, Gordon spat out his blood-mixed saliva straight on the Joker's face. Realizing what had happened, Joker felt slightly humiliated. He raised his right arm and threw a punch across the face of the commissioner. Pow! How rude! The clown uttered as he took out a handkerchief from his suit pocket. You're a dignified police commissioner. Have some manners. He rebuked with a stern tone. Pooey! Gordon spat out a mouthful of blood. Still, his expression remained unchanged as he continued to glare at the clown with undisguised hatred. Ha! You should save your energy for later. The show will soon begin. Cheer up, pal. He came beside the cross, leaned on it with one hand and out his gloved hand on his chin. You need to pay attention to your image later. After all, you're gonna be on live television. Isn't it great? Ha 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 ha, you're gonna be a star. The Joker laughed hysterically before coming to his senses and contemplating. Okay, maybe not a big star. You'll be a very important supporting role, though, 'cause tonight. The attention of the world will be fixed on this handsome face. His pearly white teeth were full on display. Boss. It happened then, a nearby thug in a clown costume holding binoculars suddenly exclaimed. Huh. What? You just interrupted my secondary monologue. Do you know how hard it is for a villain to get in the zone every so often? This better be good. The cheery tone of the Joker suddenly turned dark, his eyes gleaming with cold light. The clown thug shivered subconsciously. Sorry, boss. It's just. We have company. The thug said, pointing towards the distance timidly. Oh. Is he here? Out of the way, out of the way. Let me see. The Joker yelled and rushed forward, snatching the binoculars from the henchman excitedly like a child who just spotted candy. Putting the binoculars in front of his eyes, the sight a far distance away was magnified in front of his eyes. Sure enough, he saw a vehicle speeding towards this direction. It didn't look like a regular car or a vehicle used by the police, FBI, CIA, or the likes. Meaning, it could only be one person. Haha. Batsy's here. Everyone, take your places. Get ready, the show's about to begin. Joker said excitedly. He seemed to remember something at that moment and turned to the henchman who previously had the binoculars. Hey. You. Yes, boss. The Gotham Cathedral was a high-rise building with a very tall tower. It towered over the majority of buildings in Gotham City. If anyone at this moment looked at the cathedral from a close distance, they would see what looked like a male figure, dressed up in a clown outfit, being thrown off the building while yelling and screaming. That's settled. Joker grinned refreshingly. Ignoring the fact that he had just tossed a henchman who had done no moral wrong down to his death, he turned his gaze back to the commissioner, pointed his finger forward and uttered. And someone get this man on the set. Several minutes later. Vroom. The ricochet sped towards the direction of Gotham Cathedral as fast as its engine would allow it. Over there. I see it. A clown thug stationed at the church entrance yelled out loud, alerting his fellow employees to the approaching vehicle. There was no need for him to shout, as the others had already noticed it. The ricochet continued to charge forward in a straight line, moving towards the building at an astounding speed of 257 miles per hour. It's Batman. Then what are you waiting for? Blast that thing into oblivion. And so, with a clear order, more than a dozen clown thugs opened fire with the loaded rifles in their handles. The ricochet was immediately pelted with numerous bullets but continued to move forward undeterred. It wasn't until it came with a certain range that numerous bullets hit the tire areas of the vehicle. With the tires burst, the vehicle spun out of control and crashed to the floor, still its forward movement carried on as the vehicle tumbled on its sides towards the gang of clowns. Take cover. Seeing this scene, the leading thug immediately yelled and dashed out of the way. Seeing that the vehicle had no plans on coming to a halt, the others also did the same, getting out of the way as fast as possible. And so, the vehicle slammed into the church gates, causing a loud explosion and causing it to go ablaze. Damn! What was that? Suicide. Suicidal, I tell you. The clowns who had gotten out of the way cursed incessantly. Is he dead? Has to be. No one can survive that. Not even Batman. Hey! Was he even in it? No way. While the clowns continued to look at the flaming church gates with a vigilant expression and their weapons held firmly within their grasp, a figure glided high in the sky with wings, stretched out like a bat. A clown thug stood guard on a balcony, watching the whole chaos below. Shit. The bat's here. He cussed, as he steadied his grip on the Desert Eagle within his possession. It happened then, he saw a black shadow flying in the distance. Hey, what's that? The moon wasn't out and the area surrounding the church had no streetlights. It was difficult to tell what was flying in the sky. Was it a bird? Or a kite? The thug couldn't help but wonder. He saw the dark shadow make a graceful curve in the air before nose-diving towards his direction. What a second. The thug went wide eyes as the flying silhouette rushed towards him at full speed. There. Upon getting closer, Barbara immediately spotted an open balcony aside the church. Controlling her gliding wings, she steered herself in that direction. The thug on guard immediately raised his weapon to fire. Unfortunately, he was a step slower. Two thin wires shot out from the black shadow, stabbing straight towards the enemy. Ow! The thug felt two needles prick into his chest area. Yet before he could do anything else, the wire lit up with electrical arcs. Arg! A roar of pain escaped his lips as he was shocked with the zapper. Two slender legs covered with durable Kevlar encasing slammed straight into the thug before he could pull the trigger. The gun flew out of his grasp as the thug was kicked to the ground. Batgirl retracted her wings and landed firmly on the balcony. She looked at the thug who laid on the floor unconscious and then turned towards the church gates. My baby. Seeing her beloved vehicle getting blown to bits, Barbara's teeth itched with anger, frustration, and helplessness. There's no way. The vehicle was a necessary sacrifice at this point. She needed something to draw attention away so she could sneak into the church unnoticed. This was the best way she could think of. Thinking back to the process, she also felt a little annoyed. The guard had screamed out loud before she could silence him. The stealthy infiltration she planned had gone up in smoke as her presence had been made known. Sure enough, the sounds of footsteps rushing in her direction could be heard. Well, plan B it is. Saying so, she rushed forwards at full speed, throwing her stealthy operation to the wind. A clown thug appeared from the corner in sight. His weapon, however, was different from the last thug. Hey! Seeing Batgirl approach, he hurriedly raised his gun to open fire, but Barbara suddenly slid down, dodging the gunshot. Bang! Only, what came out of the weapon wasn't a bullet but an energy blast. The blast came in contact with the wall in the distance, causing it to explode. The female bat slid right between his open legs, slamming her fists on the ankles as she slid past. Crack! Ack! The thug screamed and plunged to the ground in pain. Before he could process his situation, a heavy punch landed on his face, knocking him unconscious. Barbara straightened her posture. She took a look at the weapon on the ground, fallen from the thug's grasp, before looking at the wall a distance away that had been blown to smithereens. A deep feeling of fear enveloped her, causing her to feel goosebumps. The damn thing looked like a gun. She uttered with a heavy frown. That situation was too dangerous. If she hadn't dodged subconsciously when she saw the raised muzzle, she would probably be dead right now. Even if the Kevlar suit could block the attack, and she wasn't sure it could, the impact would have heavily shaken her internal organs. Her fighting ability would be reduced to zero the next moment. The constant thought made her break out into cold sweats. She took a look to her left, then her right, before heading in that direction. She had checked the church schematics. She needed to take the stairs down by her right. However, she failed to notice a figure standing a distance away from her the moment she took a direction. I have to admit, she's better than I expected. The black-haired male muttered with a slight smile. His body was in hollow state, looking completely illusory. She is Batman's apprentice. She should be able to do this much. Alice replied candidly. I suppose so. He swept his gaze across the floor, his vision spotting Commissioner Gordon, tied up to the cross in the church auditorium. That's a new development. Amari said with surprise. The time left is within 10 minutes. Under the cover of darkness, as long as she plays her cards right, she has a slim chance of defeating the Joker. If she completes the task before then, you will have to keep your word. Alice reminded him. She won't. Amari said while shaking his head. What makes you so sure? Because he's the Joker. He replied indifferently. From what he was seeing with his eyes, unless she figured out what was going to happen ahead of time or had reflexes as fast as the Flash, Barbara Gordon would definitely fail. Aren't you giving him too much credit? No. You can never judge what a madman does. As long as you give him some kryptonite, Joker could definitely kill Superman. Barbara is good, but only Batman can react to Joker's insanity. The Joker's mind was a world of chaos. Without any powers, skills or training of any kind, he could tussle with Batman for several rounds of hide and seek. Many times, fooling the Dark Knight again and again. No one could guess what the Joker would do next. Not even the Joker himself. Still, it wouldn't be fun if she just took down all the thugs under the cover of night. So. Amari removed himself from hollow state and placed his hand on the wall beside him. A wisp of fluorescent energy escaped from his fingertips, drilling into the wall. And then. The sound of electricity wiring could be heard. The thugs, Batgirl, Joker, Commissioner Gordon. They all heard it, and then. Let there be light. All the lights came on. Barbara Gordon, shit. Chapter 67. Gotham City. The chaos carried on as people everywhere continued to hide away in fear. With Joker's threat of death, all of Gotham fell into pandemonium, as if the end of the world would take place the following hour. The first hour passed, and Joker kept to his word. Several GCPD surveillance blimps exploded the moment the time hit the 1-hour mark. Now, almost another hour had passed. It wasn't the appointed time yet, but strangely, something happened. Just like it did after the first series of explosions took place, almost all television stations in Gotham were hijacked. Billboard signs, TV commercials, news broadcasts. The scene changed. Many who saw the scene expected it to show the face of that deranged maniac again, calling out for Batman to answer his challenge and giving himself yet another reason to do something that would kill the lot of them. Strangely, however, the scene that showed was not what they expected. What appeared on screen was a podium? Wait. Why did that place look like a church? Also, who was that person that was being tied to the cross on the altar? What the hell is that clown up to now? Dick frowned heavily. Since the moment Barbara went after the Joker alone, he had this ominous premonition. This feeling only grew more prevalent with each passing minute. Computer, call Wally. Dick ordered anxiously. Move, move. Find him. Multiple clown thugs with weapons in their arms moved around the church, all on alert. The church lights were on, giving them better view of their surroundings. At least, they wouldn't have to worry about getting attacked due to poor vision. Hee hee hee. So you're finally here, Batsy. The voice sounded through the speakers set all over the church. Barbara looked at everything below her as she clung to the ceiling. Her spot was one of the few dark corners that wasn't illuminated with light. A frown appeared on her face as she saw the weapons each thug carried. This was going to be difficult. All because those weren't regular guns. It was just like the one used by that thug earlier. Although she knew that it couldn't be a coincidence, the sight before her eyes still shocked. 10. 15. 22. 22 thugs, all armed with laser rifles. She remembered that Batman had dealt with similar weapons when Roman Sionis had armed his goons with intergang tech. That day, Bruce didn't make it back unscathed. And that was considering his highly durable batsuit and his high combat prowess. Now, she found herself in a somewhat similar situation. Glad you could finally join the party. But why are you hiding? He inquired with sadistic delight. Come out, wherever you are. We're just about to play a game. A very popular one which I'm sure you'll agree with. You know what it's called. Barbara partially ignored the words, seemingly scanning her surroundings. Then and there, she noticed it. Cameras. All set up in different directions. 3, 4. 4. She counted 4 from 4 different directions. Nevertheless, they all unanimously pointed towards a specific area. The church altar, where the body of a man was tied to the cross, his face wrapped up in a cloth and his body hung without movement as if he were a dead person. A small puddle of blood had formed underneath the cross. Dad! Batgirl exclaimed slightly with a worried expression. I even got some actual game equipment to make the game all the more realistic, hee hee hee, and exciting. As you can see. So let's play Batsy, a little game I like to call laser tag. Ha ha ha. It happened then. One of the clowns suddenly looked up, spotting the darkly dressed figure hanging onto a wooden beam. Seeing that her location was exposed, Barbara immediately threw out dozens of balls. Above. One screamed, and they all raised their heads alongside their weapons, only to see multiple objects fall from the ceiling, landing in their midst. Boom! The entire church hall was suddenly filled with smoke, once again obstructing vision as the balls exploded. Tapping the side of her cowl, the multi-vision function of her mask was turned on. Okay Barbara, don't die. Following which, she let go of the wooden beam and fell downwards with her cape outstretched. Pew! 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 Arg! Shoot him. You fucking. Laser blasts and batarangs flew in all directions, on multiple occasions, resulting in friendly fire. Barbara clashed her fists together, her gloves emitted electric arcs. With utter concentration and impressive dexterity, her lean, well-toned physique dodged many attacks intentionally and unintentionally aimed at her. A marvelous display of martial and acrobatic ability. With every leap, dodge, and strike she made, an enemy would be rendered temporarily paralyzed due to the electric current in her attacks. The video was displayed throughout all of Gotham. The citizens watched the scene playing out before their eyes. They couldn't see anything though, as the smoke obscured all actions on video. The laser blasts firing in all directions though could be seen clearly. Although they were unable to tell exactly what was happening, that didn't mean someone else couldn't. Her performance is impressive. Amari didn't respond. Watching the scene with utmost clarity. Seeing the performance of the redhead, he had to give her some credit. But all in all, he wasn't too surprised. She was trained by Batman. Dick could do similar. Pity. He couldn't help but mutter. Less than 2 minutes had passed, and the smoke began to clear out. Zap. Thud. A rather muscular fellow, wearing a clown mask, fell to the ground unconscious. The smoke cleared completely. Standing above the thug's body was Batgirl, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Ugh. A let out a pained groan, as a stinging pain assaulted her nerves. Turning her head down towards her waist, a part of her suit was letting out slight smoke. The same thing happened on her left shoulder. Just like Batman, she didn't manage to escape unscathed. With the obstruction of fog, the thugs fired rampantly with little care for hitting allies. Barbara considered herself lucky that she reacted quick enough to get out of the way. If not, she would probably have a hole near her stomach or lost an arm instead of having skin burns. Still, that didn't mean it didn't hurt badly. Barbara turned her head to look around. The sight was gruesome. The scene played out in front of all Gotham citizens. Apart from the few that she knocked unconscious, others were caught directly in the crossfire. Bits and pieces of flesh were splattered everywhere and many had holes in their bodies. Barbara noticed a corpse whose penis area had a gaping hole. The sight chilled her to the extreme. "It's over," Barbara said out loud. But in fact, her vigilance was raised to the extreme. The clown gang had been defeated, but its leader was nowhere to be found. Barbara was sure that the Joker was somewhere watching her. Just waiting for the moment she let her guard down to strike. And so, with wariness, she walked towards the altar. Looking at the cross which held her father, Barbara felt slightly anxious. The pool of blood formed underneath had turned into a medium-sized puddle. Seeing this, she hastened her footsteps and arrived at the altar. Without delay, she took 2 batarangs and threw them at the ropes binding his hands. The ropes were cut off, and the body fell to the ground. Barbara wanted to catch him, but the fact that the Joker was still out there made her resist. Thud. The body fell to the floor and let out a groan. "It's okay, Mr. Commissioner." Barbara approached her father. Her body was tense, waiting just in case an attack was launched. "You're safe now," Barbara said as she pulled the cloth covering his face, but the scene she saw made her freeze. "Why, hello dearie." White face, red lips, green hair. Joker looked at the stunned female in front of him with a crazy grin. Batgirl was caught off guard. And then, bang! Barbara's mouth was wide open. The force from the blast hit her straight in her waist, pushing her back 3 meters. Blood spilled from the point of impact, indicating that the Kevlar suit had been penetrated. Barbara's body crashed to the ground heavily. Ugh. Arg. Pain. Severe pain assaulted her nerves as she instinctively lifted her shaky hands to cover the hole that had formed on her waist. "Trying to stop the blood loss?" Joker asked as he pushed himself off the ground. Tears flowed from Barbara's eyes. "Well, I wouldn't worry about that just yet." Joker didn't seem to mind receiving no answer. He patted the corners of his clothes, seemingly dusting the imaginary dirt on his body off. He took 2 steps forward, looked at Batgirl on the floor and said, "You are obviously not Batman." He shook his head right afterward and sighed with disappointment, before raising the laser rifle in his hand and gesturing to the side. "Alright, be honest with me here. You didn't see that coming, did you? Like the joke? Now you see, that's why I'm so disappointed. Batman would have seen that coming. And you. I know you. You should be his little sidekick, right?" He pressed the blaster against his cheek, seemingly in deep thought, before his eyes lit up. "Yes, that's right. The female bat Harley mentions every now and then. Says you're a real tough nut to crack." He squatted down near Barbara's face. "Weird. I thought it was usually you and the boy Blunder, never seen Batman bring you to chase after me. Which makes me wonder. What the hell were you thinking, trying to do Batman's job?" Joker asked in puzzlement before shrugging. "But hey, I guess it's normal you didn't expect it. After all, the commissioner's clothes I borrowed fit like a glove." He said so, gesturing to the clothes on his body. "Still, I do have to hand it to you." At this point, his gaze wasn't on the redhead, but on the numerous fallen henchmen all over. TSK. I guess even a baby bat isn't something the average Joe can take on. Just look at all this. And the turning on the lights thing was your move, right? He questioned with a raised eyebrow. Barbara didn't respond. She was in too much pain to register anything that was being said to her. Not answering. That's rather rude. You should at least show common courtesy. After all, you just made me lose a bet. Nothing too big, still, it meant a great deal to me. So here it goes. Someone told me that no matter what I did, Batman wouldn't show up tonight. Of course, I didn't believe it, and so we made a bet. I set out to prove him wrong, which led to all the events that were orchestrated tonight. I had hoped that Batsy would show up. But instead of him, I got you. And that makes me really, really unhappy. So, since I can't have Batman, I'll just have to make do with what I'm given." He uttered in a sinister tone. As he finished his words, the laser blaster within his possession was placed aside. And then, a crowbar was pulled out of his underpants. Seeing this scene, Barbara's eyes widened as a deep feeling of fear overtook her nerves. What the hell was this monster planning to do? Oh, we should be live right now. How forgetful of me. It happened then. As if realizing something, the Joker slapped his palm on his forehead. Then, he turned around, facing away from the podium, and looked into the distance with a smile. Hello there, citizens of Gotham. I'm sorry to announce that this special party of mine is coming to an end. His chalk-white face could be seen on almost every screen in Gotham. 10. 9. 8. Bastard, this bastard. Dick roared angrily, his bike heading towards the cathedral. Just a few more blocks. I hope you enjoyed the show. Of course, I can't just leave you all empty-handed now, can I? No, no, no. I have a special surprise for you all. A very explosive 1-inch. Saying this, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a remote detonator. 7. 6. Well, it's been fun. You can perfectly enjoy the thrilling fireworks I set up, as well as watch the splendid video of me beating Batman's sidekick to death. 5. 4. 3. So now. 2. See you all on the other side. 1. Ha ha ha. And with that, he pushed the detonator. All over Gotham, a weird silence enveloped the entire area. Many people covered their eyes, hugged their close ones, some stood there watching blankly. All waiting for what would most certainly come next. But strangely, nothing happened. The whole city was calm. What in the world? Seeing that pushing the detonator had no effect, Joke frowned and yelled in a raspy, high voice. He pushed the button repeatedly in an attempt to make everything go boom. Sadly, nothing happened. The detonator was supposed to cause half the city to go up in smoke. Why isn't it doing anything? We had the whole audience on stitches, now we have to recut them all over again. And then, Joker turned around to look at Barbara Gordon. It was you, wasn't it? Did you do something to my detonator? He asked, visibly fuming. Or did Batman discover my plan all along? So he sent you here as a diversion while he went around disarming the bombs himself. Ha! Well played, Batsy. Without even receiving a reply, he immediately attributed everything to Batman. Despite that, I don't think he can make it in time to save you. Barbara watched as he walked to her with a hideous smile, holding a crowbar in his hand. She took a profound look before closing her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. Seeing this, Joker grinned wider. He raised the crowbar in his hand high above his head and swung down violently. Kink. The crowbar hit something, but the sound it gave off wasn't quite what he was expecting. Joker's eyes widened. All he felt was a tremendous force slam into his chest, sending him flying into the distance. All right, Redhead. Time's up. Chapter 68. Blurg. The mad clown retched right there and then. His chest was slightly sunken, his pale face if possible, seemed to grow slightly paler. Unable to stop the flow from his stomach, he spat out blood twice. Still, that did nothing to make him show a painful grimace. Well, madness isn't all there is to it. He doesn't feel pain. That should be considered a perk, right? All heroes and villains had a backstory, usually tragic ones. A sort of transformation process before they turned into what they eventually became. Like Batman spending 10 years training with the League of Assassins. After completing the process, they would usually emerge with a special trait they didn't previously have. Similar to Batman, it was the same with Joker. One might think his transformation was one of the most common ones that existed. He didn't gain extraordinary strength, nifty superpowers, or well-honed fighting skills. Just insanity and a twisted mentality. But there was more to it than that. Joker was an unstable character, and the fact that nothing you did to him could hurt him made him an all the more frustrating character. Beat him, break his bones, threaten him with his life. Nothing. A truly remarkable character in an unremarkable way. No pain, huh? I contemplated in deep thought. An idea I considered to be somewhat wonderful lit up in my mind. You. A pained exclamation brought me out of my inner world. I turned my gaze to Barbara, who was looking at me with wide eyes. Why, hello, Redhead. Miss me? I could see the look in her eyes. It shifted between me and the now bent crowbar that had stuck against my chest. You just saved me. You misunderstand. We had a deal, remember? If you couldn't arrest him yourself, I'd take over. From the looks of it, you failed. I tilted my head slightly while putting my hand under my chin. And quite frankly, you don't look so good. Ugh. No. Kidding. Barbara uttered with difficulty. She closed her eyes, trying desperately to stop the tears seeping through them. Looks like she didn't want to be seen so vulnerable. Still, it wouldn't do her any good. Her current state was now a sight in front of millions of people. And they had seen how it happened firsthand. Hey! Oi, quit the sappy stuff you got going on there. You're leaving me out. That raspy voice called out again. It drew my gaze to the mad clown who was resting his back against the wall in the distance. He held his laser blaster in front of him, pointed towards my direction. His face wasn't smiling in the slightest anymore. His eyebrows were greatly narrowed, eyeing me as if he would eat me alive the following moment. Oh, Joker. I said apathetically. Ha. So you know who I am? I was starting to think you hadn't heard of me. That's good. Good. His frown disappeared and burst out into full-blown laughter. I was slightly surprised, though it didn't show on my facial expressions. This guy changes faces faster than a supercar on a racetrack. The urge to look into his head and see what was going in within it was particularly prevalent at his moment. Literally. Okay, so why don't you tell me? Mid-sentence, he raised the weapon in his hand and pointed it towards me with a vicious grin on his face. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? Strange, he didn't recognize me. Well, I'm not too famous now, am I? Perhaps for government agencies, I can be called a famous character. Not regular villains though. A character like the Joker who was fresh out of Arkham would probably not know who I am. Oh wait, don't tell me. You a new guy from Batsy's family? From the way you're familiar, that should be the case. No. That wild guess was way off. I'm one of the unlucky guys who happened to be in that park at South Gotham you blew up. I replied and he didn't respond. He spent a few seconds like that. Didn't make a sound. His expression was frozen as if time had stopped. Freaky when you look at it from a certain perspective. And then. Ha ha ha. He just started laughing again. That hyena-like laughter that could make the average person uncomfortable just by listening to it. Honestly. It was really annoying. I couldn't help but be curious. I could see it in his eyes, he wasn't faking it, but for some reason was seriously, genuinely amused. Mind-boggling if you see it in a normal person. But then again, Joker wasn't all that normal now, was he? I let him laugh it out. For a moment, my desire to kill him waned a bit so I could hear his thoughts. Ha 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 ha, he's so funny. So let me guess, you're here for revenge? To put me back behind bars? Or what? Kill me? He burst out laughing again. Forgive my amusement. I'm not laughing at you. I just can't help it. You had a front seat for the show, right there in the splash zone. And now, you're here for revenge. Ha ha ha, how ironic. You're off to a great start by the way. That hit. I'm really in a lot of pain right now. I think my sternum's cracked. By the way, I'm gonna assume disabling all the bombs was your handiwork. Pretty nice. I could rate you on the same level as Bats. However. The grin on his face widened even more. Don't think it will be so easy to kill me. I might just be an insane clown, but I'm a considerable asset to many people. I'll give you a tip, buddy, you should be very careful. Oh. You're talking about these guys? I asked while releasing a chuckle. I snapped my fingers and the space in front of me cracked open. Thud. 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 Followed by the scene of several bodies falling out of thin air. Ha. Looking at the Joker's speechless expression, now it was my turn to be amused. There in front of the cameras laid Killer Croc, Clayface and what do you know, Bronze Tiger. Was it surprising? If you think about it clearly, then no. Apart from the fact that Joker would catch Barbara off guard, this was one of the reasons why I said she would never succeed. Any of these three would give Batgirl a hard time. Not to mention all three at once. So. You got anything else? I asked with a raised eyebrow. To be honest, I found this whole thing interesting. How would the Joker react when he realized that he didn't have any more cards up his sleeve? Or did he still have some? My, aren't you pretty thorough? I'm surprised how you even found them. He replied with his gaze shifting between the three bodies. Impressive, I've got to hand it to you. But still, it seems like you missed something. Oh. Was there something else? He flashed his white teeth before hollering at the top of his lungs. Boys, get him over here. Hearing him, I turned my head to the distance. A door was pushed open, and two figures stepped out of the room. Two able-bodied men, wearing black jackets and clown masks. No one special. But the person they held in their midst was. Duh. Mr. Commissioner. Barbara let out weakly. Okay, now I have to ask. How are you still alive? The psychotic green eyes immediately fixed on Batgirl. Seeing that despite laying in a puddle of blood, she was still alive, Joker couldn't help but marvel. With the gaping hole in her waist area, she should have bled to death by now. The Commissioner? This is your last card? I asked in slight wonder. Oh no no. The Joke shook his head, slight blood seeping from his lips. From what I can see, you're a real tough guy. If what you said is true, then I doubt lasers would work on you. And depending on the next course of events, today might be the day I meet my end. So, while I'm still capable, why don't I crack my last joke? His mouth stretched to their limits. The frenzied, demented smirk on his lips was particularly chilling. Let's leave it as a goodbye present for Bats when he returns. The laser blaster pointed towards me changed direction, aiming at the unconscious Commissioner in the grasp of his goons. Ha ha ha. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Barbara's pale face grew paler and her eyes widened. Ugh! Joker groaned in pain. This was the best he could do as he stifled whatever scream attempted to escape from his lips. Arg! Ha! You really got me. Ha ha ha. Nice 1-inch drops of sweat appeared on his chalk-white skin. Turning his gaze towards his right arm that held the blaster, all that was there was a heavily bleeding stump. Jammed blaster. Don't feel bad, it happens sometimes. I remarked indifferently. The blaster Joker used to try and kill the Commissioner exploded as soon as he pulled the trigger. No doubt, my doing. Still, a jammed blaster taking away half an arm. Now that's rarer. I stopped it. Not because I wanted Jim Gordon to live but because it would be a disgrace for this guy to kill another living soul when I've decided he no longer needs to exist. Even my indifference to everything had a limit. Allowing the Commissioner to die when time was up wasn't being indifferent, it was just plain cruelty. I turned my gaze towards the two henchmen who were scared silly due to the fact that they almost died. Sure, the Joker aimed at the Commissioner, but who knew if they would get shot instead? Leave. As if granted amnesty, the two goons dropped Gordon hastily on the floor before fleeing for their lives. I watched them leave with an indifferent expression. I'll assume that's the best you can do. In that case, we can end it. Haha. Well, I guess my time on Earth's up. Joker grinned without an ounce of fear. The fact that his possible death didn't scare him was an admirable quality no matter what kind of person Joker was. But what else would you expect from a madman? Say goodbye to Batman for me. Looking at his smiling face, I felt something. The previous thoughts of delaying his death, curing his insanity and making him experience everything he had ever done to everyone else quietly disappeared. I wanted to torture him. At least I did at first. The idea built up on the character that was Joker was really intriguing. My thoughts were quite simple. Instill in him everything he never had to experience the moment he turned into the Joker. Pain, fear, sanity, regret. Let him experience everything at once before sending him off. Because his laugh even in the face of pain could annoy even the toughest of the bunch. So amplify his pain receptors, see if I could get a good squeal out of him, maybe record it for future uses. No reason for this, purely my bad taste. Maybe I wouldn't even kill him. I could just imprison his mind in an endless space of torture, turn him into a mental retard, permanently paralyze him, put him in a coma, hack off all of his limbs, throw him into the Kamui space. The options were endless. After all, there were things much worse than death. These were what I wanted to do the moment that park blew up with me in it. So, it made me wonder. Am I really as emotionless as I think I am? The newfound discovery waned any interest I had in making the Joker feel pain. I just took one last look at his face. And then, the Joker's body was suddenly caught with black flames, spreading everywhere. With the power of Amaterasu, Jack Oswald White, ignited like a bonfire. The flames melted his skin, his hair and his bones, devouring him whole. Ha 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 ha. Even on the face of his impending death, experiencing the feeling of having his entire body roasted. The mad clown never stopped laughing. Oh Batsy, I can't believe we'll never be able to see each other again. Too bad. I do hope you will break even if I'm not the one to do it. This was the last thought he had before his consciousness was snuffed out. Silence crashed into the building. Amari looked at the ashes symbolizing all that remained of the mad clown. Meanwhile, everyone in Gotham watched the scene with eyes wide and mouths opened. Their expressions of shock, disbelief and occasional delight was particularly eye-catching as the scene of the Joke getting roasted to death was played out in front of them. Is this really happening? This should be fake, right? Who is this guy? He just killed the Joker. People still found it hard to believe at first, but everything they had experienced tonight was clear facts that this wasn't a hallucination. Then, when it finally began to settle in, the commotion it brought about was unimaginable. He's dead. He's dead. Holy shit. The Joker is dead. Good riddance, bastard. Ha 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 ha. The last huzzah, performed by yours truly, Joker. Hundreds of voices soon turned to thousands and tens of thousands. The deviant just killed the Joker. Heaven be praised, Gotham is finally saved. While all of Gotham began to rejoice, I turned my gaze back to the fallen commissioner and Barbara, who due to my actions, hadn't died despite losing so much blood. Seriously, your group of heroes are always late. I stopped my words halfway as my ears twitched. It happened then, the sound of something coming rapidly in this direction fell in my ears. You can't be serious. Bang! Something crashed through the ceiling, causing debris to fall to the floor in the distance. A stray rock was caught in my palm as it headed in my direction. I took a good look at the stone in my palm before moving my gaze forward. Honestly, this is getting old. If there was one thing that really got on my nerves, then this would be it. Clark, fully decked out in his supersuit, swept his supervision around the place. Looking at the situation of Barbara, Gordon, and a pile of ashes, his expression was particularly grave. In the end, Clark took a deep breath. Okay, how about we have that talk? Chapter 69. Gotham City. Oh. What was that sound? What someone would usually answer was the sound of gunshots, explosions, and whatnot. It was this terrible city's trademark. But not tonight, though. The loud noises still existed, but tonight. Oh, tonight, the explosive noises were fireworks. The dark Gotham sky was lit up with dozens of bright, colorful fireworks as the entire gloomy city fell into a frenzied, festive atmosphere. People were running up and down the streets, shouting, screaming, spinning their shirts around. People knelt on the floor and cried. Nothing unusual, but this time, these were tears of joy. Be it gangsters, thugs, goons, regular civilians, all of them jumped up and down and hugged each other without reservation. In the history of Gotham, this was truly a sight to behold. If placed in any other city in the United States, the first thought would be that America won the World Cup. But for people in Gotham, that was nowhere near enough to warrant this level of hysteria. Yellows and reds and blues sparkling through the smog, hope piercing through a veil of heaviness that had plagued the city's good citizens and the bad alike. He was dead. That goddamn clown was no more. The Joker was dead, and there could be no greater cause for celebration. On the following day, the whole city was immersed in its joyous atmosphere and a certain mutual understanding had been born. Today, there were no thugs, no goons, no murders, no stealing, no mugging, no gang wars, no cartel trades. Nothing. It almost seemed as if all of Gotham's filth had been swept down the gutter and crime had come to a standstill. It was incredible. Of course this was just temporary, but today. Just for today. Even the criminals felt other actions apart from celebration and cheer were unnecessary. The Joker was so hated that the day the clown died was enough to be declared a respected date on the national calendar. Honestly, if Luthor wasn't the current president, whoever was would definitely make it official. The video had gone viral. #Joker is dead. One of the most trending hashtags in the United States and many countries worldwide. This was due to the fact that the mad clown also took vacations every now and then. And wherever his foot stepped on, he made sure to leave a lasting impression. So the video of his demise by fire was unprecedentedly popular. Nothing could be better. Or so Gotham citizens thought. But that's not my problem now, is it? No. While I admit that I also got a lot of unwarranted exposure from this incident, I couldn't care less. The eyes on my body had risen by so many levels. Countless speculations, special reports, and blah 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 blah. Honestly, I feel like these are all a waste of time. Joker unknowingly tried to kill me, and so, I killed him back. End of story. The clown got what he deserved, and this matter should be over. Too bad, he didn't seem to think so. And by he. United States. Metropolis. Alright, let's talk. Clark said with a stern expression on his face. Yep, you know who I mean. Superman. Or currently Clark Kent. We didn't talk on the night of Joker's death. At that time, he had too many things to deal with. Some important notes though, Barbara survived. Yes, like her original fate, she would never be able to walk again. No surprises on that part. Couldn't care less, though. Clark spoke, but my gaze was fixed on the TV screen hung on the wall a few meters away from our table. You could guess where we were simply because Clark wasn't on uniform. A standard everyday cafe somewhere in Metropolis. The fact that he wasn't though, meant a lot of things. For one, he wasn't planning on taking me to jail for Joker's death. The city was still as nice as I remembered it. There was a news report going on about me right that moment, mentioning the events of that night. The video view count was already breaking 7 digits in such a short time. Oh. Listen to this one. Should the deviant be considered a hero? I remarked with a bit of amusement. Clark, listening, frowned slightly. No. Honestly, I don't think people should consider you a hero at all. Clark said lightly. Oh. Then do tell me why you. You know what, never mind. The desire to know the answer waned rapidly. I didn't care to know why, or more like I knew why but didn't care anyway. If I asked, Clark would probably say something like, because you don't consider yourself a hero at all. Classic Superman line. Short, precise and still polite. Batman, on the other hand, would definitely say it as blunt as possible, stating several sets of reasons the average superhero most likely couldn't even think of. Because you're not a hero, you have the power but no motivation. You have literally no sense of mercy and proportion by my standards. Furthermore, if I were to break down on the many reasons why you're not suitable on an emotional level, we'd be here for a month. Yep, stuff like that. But they would be right about one thing. I most certainly wasn't. By the way, are you sure it's okay to be out in the open like this? Clark pushed up his glasses slightly, looking a bit dignified. Relax, pal, it works the same way your glasses do. As long as I don't want to be noticed, ordinary people will subconsciously ignore my existence. I can see that. Looking at the moving customers treating them as if they were air, Clark felt slightly reassured. Okay, why here? I couldn't help but ask, seeing as the conversation wasn't going anywhere yet. We could have done this at literally better locations. The watchtower, the cave, I mean. Your apartment would do just fine. Clark's face scrunched up at that last one. I prefer to keep hero work out of my personal life. Besides, I thought this would be a better location. He ended there. I didn't say anything to keep the conversation going. Just stared at him lightly with no signs of impatience. And so, a quiet staring contest started without the realization of those around us. About a minute and a half passed by before he finally broke the silence. Thank you. He uttered as he lowered his head slightly. I don't follow. For Kara. Okay, now I do follow. A bit surprised, but when coming from the Man of Steel, it wasn't completely unexpected. I see you've gotten to know each other. I said with a gesture. But there's no need to thank me. I didn't do much. Plus, I had my motives for helping in the first place. I know. She filled me in on the fact that you took samples of her DNA. I could see his eyebrows narrow. Clark looked at me intensely. I'd ask, but I doubt you would tell me. I also doubt that I'd like what I hear if you did. Have some more confidence and remove that doubt. Because trust me, you won't. His right hand squeezed into a light fist. Saw that coming. I found it quite amusing to irritate him. Same with the little blonde. Like I said, thank you. Kara might be the only blood relative I have left. For taking care of her, even only for a short time, you have my thanks. His word made me raise an eyebrow. I was waiting for the twist. But still. And it certainly didn't disappoint. There are some things that need to be set straight. His voice took an even more serious tone. Like? I reached out for the espresso on my side of the table. Clark paused as he watched me bring it to my mouth and take a sip. Are you going to kill anyone else? Okay, that was a loaded question. Expected, but still. I raised an eyebrow while bringing the mug back to my lips again. Depends. I answered. On what? He certainly didn't like that answer. Judging by the increasing frown on his face. The situation. There was a brief silence. You can't go around killing people. I have done no such thing. He was an exception, well within my principles. I replied indifferently. This was a bit odd. Normally, I wouldn't sit down to have this kind of chat for so long. Would I? Honestly, I don't even know anymore. I believe, by now, you should know a bit about me. I don't provoke when I'm unprovoked. So as long as I'm not affected by someone's plans directly or indirectly, your villains can massacre the masses for all I care. That was my last word before I took a drink. He stopped. Apparently, my words stung a bit. I'm afraid you'll find it difficult to continue your undisturbed life. You killed the Joker for everyone in the world to see. My guess is, you're already being targeted. This was what Clark was afraid of. The Justice League had already guessed that a secret organization, the Light, was the mastermind behind several events they had experienced. The public mayhem Joker had unleashed was somewhat suspicious. It would be fine if they were mistaken, but if not, I would certainly fall into their view. If some maniac decided to test my bottom line, only God knows how everything would eventually play out. The highest likely ending would be more deaths. Not just villains. The American government was already looking in my direction. The Joker was a criminal, there was no arguing that fact. But his life and death status should have been under the control of the government. And the way I just killed someone in public view was undoubtedly stepping on their toes. If I could do it to Joker, I could do it to anyone who messed with me. This was why he was uneasy. Judging from the last conversation he had with that fat lady, Clark was inexplicably worried. So you haven't found a way to stop me? I shot. Without causing mass destruction and the death of millions? No. At this point, I can only hope to make a convincing argument. He shot back. True. I had no general weaknesses to speak of. Banishing me to another dimension was out of the question. Conflict with the League would eventually lead to a large-scale fight. Such clash with beings on Superman's level was capable of erasing a city in minutes if care wasn't taken. At that time, regardless of who won, the loss wouldn't be worth it. Worth it for them. This was something Superman didn't want to see. I gave him a profound look before moving my gaze away. If you don't want me to go kill anyone, there's a simple solution. And what might that be? Make sure your villains keep their plots to themselves and your government leaves their funny ideas at that. Nothing more than funny ideas. I replied plainly. Let's not waste any more time than necessary. Your views of right and wrong are fundamentally different from mine. In the sense that you only see your beliefs on right and wrong, while I see neither. My tone wasn't easygoing anymore. You believe that all life is precious, and no man is entitled to take the life of another. I on the other hand, have no such tolerance for an attempt on my life. I won't simply bow my head and wait for one annoyance after another to pester me. The espresso was finally finished. It's that simple. You can endure someone repeatedly trying to kill you while I can't. Clark's face was slightly grave, but he couldn't say anything else. I had conveyed my condition to him as best as I could. As long as I wasn't the one looking for trouble, then I wouldn't tolerate anyone pulling me into it. Human beings were complicated creatures with complicated moral standards. Upholding myself to those standards was nothing more than a fool's errand. If they were entitled to plot against my life, then I had the right to end theirs. But allay your worries. Like I said, the Joker was an exception. If something like that happens again, you can rest assured that I won't kill them. I raised my head up to see Clark's stunned expression. What was going on? Am I hearing right? Is there some kind of trickery involved here? I could guess the numerous thoughts fleeting through his mind right now. Clark definitely never expected to hear these words from me. You're serious? Clark questioned with scrutiny. Of course. I'm not a murderous maniac. I won't just go about killing everyone who has wronged me. Clark looked at me with a bit of doubt and surprise. This was truly unexpected. After all, there are many things worse than death. However, my next words caused his expression to solidify. The indifferent expression was no joke. Looking at my facial features, the Man of Steel felt a slight chill. Looks like this was going to be harder than he initially thought. Ring. You. His words came to a halt before he could utter them. Seeing his ringing phone, Clark frowned slightly before answering. Hello. Yes, this is CLA. Wait, Arrow, slow down. What's happening? The frown on his face grew deeper. His gaze shifted towards me for a split second before moving away. Now that piqued my interest. I couldn't help being puzzled. Another emergency call. I see. Of course, I'm available. I'm on my way. Those were his last words before he ended the call. Emergency call? I asked. Yes. Then I guess we're done here. I uttered nonchalantly, about to get up from my seat. Actually, no. Huh. Looking at my expression that carried slight confusion, Clark picked up the hat on the table and stood up. This way. He said before turning around towards the exit. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Seeing his departing figure, I got up as well and followed. The cafe was quickly left behind by both of us. Eventually, we turned into an alley. Follow me. Putting both hands on his clothes, he slightly exerted his strength and the buttons came undone, showing his super suit underneath. Why? The scene in front of me was puzzling. There was an accident at Star Labs in Central City. He replied. Seriously? I raised an eyebrow. He couldn't be serious. Not my problem. Actually, it is. Huh. Something. Or someone you've apparently crossed paths with. Clark said seriously. You'll understand soon enough. Just follow me. Those were his last words before he blasted to the skies. Yeah. No. I said, not minding the fact that he wasn't in my presence. He took off before I could even give an answer, expecting me to follow. So, that's on him. Besides, he could probably hear me. You should go with him, sir. The voice of my AI fell into my ears just as I was about to turn around. Seriously? It will be of interest to you. Okay, I gotta see this. And so, my figure disappeared from the alley at a speed surpassing sound. 2 minutes later. Star Labs. Central City. Okay, this is definitely interesting. Looking at Zoom's shriveled corpse, my eyes lit up with curiosity. Chapter 70. Star Labs. Central City. One of the most iconic research facilities in the city, surpassing even Mercury Labs. The facility was known to be responsible for the particle accelerator accident many years ago that created the wave of metahumans that plagued Central City for close to a decade. It was also responsible for the creation of one of Earth's greatest superheroes. The Guardian of Central City, more popularly known as the Flash. Home to some of the greatest minds on the planet, since then, staff of Star Labs have become pioneers on the road of technology. Working with the government and the Justice League to make groundbreaking advancements in human sciences. It was also in this building that another famous superhero, Cyborg, was created. However, at this moment, the whole building was crawling with military soldiers securing every nook and cranny. Central City's iconic figure, the Flash in his red speedster suit stood at its lower levels, hands on his hips and a gloomy and uncertain expression on his face. Hey dude, you sure you're okay? A figure beside him couldn't help but ask with a touch of worry. The Flash turned his gaze to the side where someone he was so familiar with yet also unfamiliar at the same time stood. Wally West, also known as Kid Flash. Yes. I'm fine. Just a little unsettled, is all. He said while taking a deep breath. His gaze moved back towards the shriveled corpse that was lying in the distance. Still can't believe he's actually dead though. His solemn voice irked Wally out a bit. Wally frowned slightly. The black flash in his line of vision put him in deep thought. Was he really that bad? The young speedster couldn't resist asking for confirmation. He was the worst. The reply made the mode slightly heavy. Honestly, I still find this whole thing a little weird. He. You and me both. Flash chuckled. The amusement in his expression beyond concealment. Wally also let out a small laugh. Looks like his attempt to break the heavy atmosphere was successful. It happened then. Whooshing noises could be heard in the distance, prompting them both to turn their heads. The military officers around were also startled slightly. Some instinctively reached for their weapons but stopped their actions after seeing the new arrivals. Superman. Wally called out. I'm here. Clark replied, giving Kid Flash a subtle nod. His gaze rested on Flash for a moment before nodding as well. Kid Flash, Flash. Then, his sight turned towards the dead corpse, causing a frown to make its way to his face. Looks like Arrow wasn't kidding. Yeah. Okay, now this is interesting. Although it looked dried up, shriveled, sucked clean of all life. Whatever way you wanted to put it, he wasn't unrecognizable. Well, at least his speed suit wasn't. Add his current look to his scary mask, and you would have an expression that popped straight out of a horror movie. At least, that's what I was going for. It's you. Wally looked at me with somewhat mixed emotions. There was a bit of displeasure in his voice. Hello, Speedy. I said without looking at his direction. The words immediately ticked him off. I'm not Speedy. He replied through gritted teeth. Oh right, Junior Flash then. You. Okay, enough. Superman called out. Is he the one? Flash looked at me with clear interest. Sure is. That. I paused, taking my attention off the corpse to the man in the red suit. I was slightly surprised, before turning on enhanced vision. That surprise turned into a frown and ultimately, realization. I was wondering how you were still here. Turns out, you're not the Flash of this Earth. The man under the cowl had his facial expressions shift slightly before returning to normal. And you're supposed to be the last known person he encountered before ending up like this. He accurately shifted the subject to the matter at hand. And? What does that have to do with me? He's dead. Superman interjected. We got an emergency distress signal from Star Labs. From forensic analysis, he had been killed nearly 4 hours ago, strangely by having all the vitality sucked out of him. Clark raised an eyebrow. Does that ring any bells? You think I did this? I couldn't help feeling amused. It matches your skill set. And you're the last known person to cross paths with him. He replied solemnly, the picture of me draining Lobo of his essence still vivid in his mind. So I guess that's why you're here. I turned my gaze back to the Flash. Want to make sure your demons are dead? Wally west of Earth-1 opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Well, then. My gaze shifted back to the corpse. Sorry to disappoint, but as you must already know, this isn't my handiwork. Then we need to know what happened when you last saw him. Clark's tone was serious. He already knew that I wasn't the one responsible. Even if he had no concrete evidence, he would at most suspect me. Someone who can do this to a speedster is dangerous. The lives of many innocents are at stake. There's not much to talk about. Our meeting was rather brief. I said with indifference. We met when he was about to use a breach to return to his Earth. He attacked me, I beat him back, then he escaped as fast as his lightning-infused legs could carry him, forgetting your body in the process. That's it. The words fell into their ears but elicited different reactions. Seriously? Breach? Breach? Superman frowned while Flash, -1, raised his eyebrows. Wally was just plain surprised. Hold on, you found a portal leading to my Earth? Flash asked with narrowed eyebrows. Yep. Where is it? His answer was destined to receive no response. I wouldn't mind answering one or two irrelevant questions, but this certainly wasn't one of them. Hey, what about the location? I'm talking to. Flash, -1, was interrupted by Superman, who stretched his arm and placed his hand on his shoulder. Calm down. Superman said seriously before turning to look at me, my attention still fixed on examining the corpse. The Man of Steel felt slightly helpless. Things were getting difficult. Eventually, my interest in the corpse dissipated. I had seen all I had to see. Then something else came to mind. What did he even want in this place? I got up from my squatting posture. Superman frowned. The answer to that question was unknown even to him. After all, the League had just discovered this body not long ago. Tachyons. However, just because he didn't know doesn't mean someone else wouldn't. Flash, -1, was well informed in this regard. On my world, Zoom was obsessed with speed. Literally. It's the only thing that could gain his interest here. But from the looks of it, he met something even he couldn't handle. Is there any available surveillance footage? Clark asked. No, for some reason, the whole building lost power. Almost all electronics were fried, even the cameras. That's what they're here for. Wally made a small gesture towards the military officers patrolling the place like flies buzzing around rotten meat. Did they get anything useful? No yet apparently. It would be different if Cyborg was. Wally said nonchalantly before realizing. He quickly shut up before he said anything more. The fact that 6 or so Leaguers had gone missing had been made known to the team. Robin was the earliest to find out since Batman was put in a coma. This was also the reason Wally, current Earth, and Wally, -1, were in Central City. 1. To thwart any possible crimes that would take place in the Scarlet Speedster's absence, and 2. To put on a show. The presence of the Flash, -1, could conveniently plant a smoke bomb for possible enemies. Don't bother, if it's video surveillance, they won't get anything. I said with an infrared sweep of the area. The whole facility lost power within a time span of 3 hours, and the way the power was lost was extremely strange. The whole incident had passed, so the clues they could gather were rather limited. They couldn't see it, but I could. The faint diversion of power lines could be seen all over the walls within my energy vision. Put simply, the energy that powered the entire building was drawn towards a singular area. That area was. I turned my head towards a point in the distance that was surrounded by military offices. Sure enough, there were 2 palm prints. If it's just absorbing energy, there are a lot of villains who could achieve this. Nevertheless, there aren't many characters in the DC universe who can absorb vitality. I muttered slightly as my eyes lit up. Alice. I called out inwardly. Yes, sir. Find out if this is who I think it is. I ordered nonchalantly. The military couldn't gain anything, and if they could, it would definitely take a while. But that didn't mean Alice couldn't. Amari. Clark opened his mouth and called me. I turned my gaze in his direction to find that the Man of Steel was looking at me with narrowed eyebrows. Oh. Oops. Almost forgot, this guy has super hearing. I let out a small chuckle, finding the situation amusing. I didn't care, though. What did you mean by that? I was amused, but the Kryptonian wasn't. Clark looked at me with a serious expression, expecting a reply. Nothing much. You won't understand anyway. I gave a slight shrug and turned my attention away. What was that about? Flash, -1, couldn't help but ask. He's hiding something. Superman didn't elaborate. Unlike the two speedsters, he heard my words as clear as if I were speaking through a microphone. What did the term, DC Universe, imply? He knows more than he's letting in on. Star Labs. Central City. 3 hours ago. Bar. BLAR. The Star Labs facility sirens were going haywire. The lights were out, and the backup generator didn't come on. Almost all electrical equipment in the building had lost power. Ha. Ha. Pant. 2 middle-aged men appeared, running through the hallways. The stairs. Take the stairs. No, this way. Both men turned down another hallway and made their way towards the door at the end. Seeing the room in front of them, the first man took out his security card and pushed it against the side. The door suddenly shone with a green light, granting access. That's a speedster. A door won't stop him. Damn. I knew the board should have taken precautions and put meta-human dampeners all over the building. The middle-aged man with a large beard cursed incessantly in an attempt to cover up the fear in his heart. Pant. The guards are all. Gasp. Armed with power dampener cuffs. Yeah, like that managed to stop whoever this freak is. Maybe that door didn't. As he spoke, his legs never stopped moving. Hastily, he came before a wall. But this one will. This time, he placed his hand against the wall, causing the area around his palm to light up. What once was a plain wall opened up, making way to reveal a secret room. The 05 Project Room? Yes. Unlike the building, the whole place inside is filled with power dampeners and the wall is made of special materials. Both men hurried in, and the door closed behind them. Unless the wall is blown up, not even the Flash can get in. All we have to do is hide in here and wait until the justice. The speaking man suddenly paused, a stunned expression appearing on his face. What the hell? I thought you said no one else could get in here. The other man asked aloud with wide eyes. Standing a few meters away, a human figure stood with his back against them, holding a box-like object within his grasp. He wore a hoodie with long slack pants, preventing others from seeing his skin. If one looked close, they would see that lines of orange and purple spread on his hands, extending from the point where he made contact with the device. GRGGG. Yes. An audible sound was released, almost mimicking a primitive growl. Believe me, Michael, I thought the same. Only people with sufficient authority even know about this place. The man said with a frown before calling out. Hey. You there. Who are you? This area is restricted. State your name and what you're doing with the tachyon. His words stopped, and his eyes widened in horror. He wasn't the only one though, as his partner, Michael, shared an equal expression. Oh my God. The scene before their eyes nearly frightened them to death. The figure holding the tachyon device turned around, showing them the face beneath the hoodie. Sharp, garbled teeth, pale purplish skin, his hair, or what was left of it at least, was a sickly white color. The ears were pointed and the area around the eyes were filled with purple patches. As for his glowing hands. GGRGH. Arg. You. Michael fell backwards in fright. What the hell are you? Doctor. Dr. GGRGH Michael. At that moment, a deep, growling voice called out the name of the fallen Michael. Michael's eyes widened. You. You know me. I've. Searching for you. Help. I need help. Hold on there. The other male raised his hands with a wary look. Why don't you start by telling us who? Or what exactly are you? Ugh. The male figure grunted as if holding in great pain. He placed one hand against his stomach area. Rudy. Jones. Star. Labs employee. I. Need. It happened then. A hand suddenly phased through the spot where they previously made an entrance. The sound of electric arcs successful drew the attention of the two doctors, causing their faces to turn grim. Did he just? He had barely finished when the hand was drawn back. Following which, a figure suddenly phased through the wall, appearing neatly on the other side. But the dampeners? Michael exclaimed in fear. It was a well-known fact that power dampeners made meta-humans lose their powers. Why wasn't it the case at the moment? The male beside Michael was equally stunned. Before realizing something and raising his head upward. Lo and behold, the power dampeners were offline. Seeing this scene, he suddenly had the urge to swear abusive words incessantly. Thank you. The grim, hoarse voice that sounded like a demon's whisper fell into their ears. For leading me to what I want. Speaking of which, Zoom suddenly turned his attention to the other person in the room. Seeing his hideous features, the Dark Flash was surprised before turning slightly curious. Was this a metahuman with a deformed ability? Did he have some kind of transformation metagene? All that curiosity, however, was flushed down the drain when he saw what was in his grasp. Moving at lightning speed, streams of electricity enveloped him as he disappeared from place, appeared in front of the deformed metahuman and plunged his vibrating hand through his chest. Rudy's eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide to show a set of non-human teeth before his body fell limp. "No one. Touch is what I want," he said in his distorted voice before turning his attention back to the box. Tachyons. Zoom reached out to take the box into his hands. Grasp. Just then, a pair of demonic-looking hands suddenly latched onto him. Zoom was shocked. Turning his gaze, the same person he killed a second ago was looking at him with fiery eyes. "Your body grghh has more." Ugh. And so, Rudy Jones, who at this point was more beast than man, activated his energy absorption ability. Chapter 71. Ugh. The arms of Rudy Jones suddenly lit up with a dazzling yellow, almost illuminating the entire area like a nightlight. Zoom froze. The feeling of having everything sucked out of him was terrifying. Worse still, he couldn't move his body. At that moment, the Black Flash tried and failed to activate his abilities. Super speed didn't work. Phasing didn't either. Zoom let out slight choking noises through his mask. He was unable to use his speed to distort his voice anymore, making his sounds more human LOL rather than demonic. The black eyes also reverted to their regular color. Zoom. No. Hunter. The growling voice of Rudy Jones no longer sounded so inhuman. The light in his eyes seemed to reveal the understanding of a regular human being. The same couldn't be said for his body, though. The speed force within Zoom's cells were larger than anything he had ever absorbed. The more energy he fed on, the greater his physical changes. In less than 10 seconds, whatever human features he still retained quickly faded away as his body morphed into what looked to be a monstrous purple lizard man. His hands grew bigger, darker and turned into claws. "You're not from this earth, are you?" He. Interesting. Rudy Jones, now more monster than human, chuckled eerily. The continuous hunger that had plagued him for weeks now finally showed signs of being satisfied. Still, despite that feeling, his grip didn't loosen in the slightest. Rather, he took advantage of his enlarged palms and wrapped Zoom's head in one go, leaving only his eyes vaguely exposed. Zoom felt the dread of death envelop him. He could feel his physical functions declining rapidly, the current of electricity that always flowed through his veins fading away. He was losing his speed. This fact almost made him lose his senses. Ironic when you think about it. The Dark Flash, self-proclaimed fastest man alive who wiped out every other speedster on his Earth, was actually getting his speed sucked away. How rather tragic. Rudy didn't care. He was focused on the new sets of memories that appeared on his mind at the moment. Sifting through them, he saw and learned everything he needed to learn. Who Zoom was, his abilities, his purpose, where he was from. And of course, spikes suddenly sprouted out of his back as he continued to feed. Run. Seeing the rapid and almost unbelievable plot twist, Michael screamed in utmost fright before running towards the exit. His companions suddenly snapped back to his senses and ran after him. Rudy paid them no heed. All it took was a matter of seconds. Zoom, the greatest speedster of Earth 2, died full of fear and unwillingness. Worse still, his body was sucked dried, leaving only nothing but a shriveled corpse left under the supersuit. The now almost 4-foot-tall monster finally let go of the Black Flash after sucking all his life essence. He raised his new 3-fingered palm and clenched it into a fist. Arcs of electricity flashed over his body as he felt the new power he had obtained, as well as its usage. Speed. Wonderful, powerful, extreme speed. His eyes revealed human cognition as he examined his situation. Ever since that incident, this was the first time that his torturous hunger had come close to being removed. The brief sense of satisfaction, however, was fleeting. He could feel it. This wasn't enough. The hunger would soon return in full force, and at that moment, he would need to devour more than he just did. He needed more. Much more. His body flashed with lightning arcs, and he disappeared from the room. In less than a second, he caught up with the 2 fleeing doctors he had previously asked for help. Without so much as a second thought, he grabbed both of them and absorbed their energy, turning them into mummies. With a flash of blue light, he appeared outside standing in front of a car. Looking at his reflection, a hint of emotion was reflected in the eyes of the monstrosity that appeared in his vision. But soon, that emotion turned to hatred and cruelty. He didn't ask for this. He never wanted to be like this. It wasn't his fault. No, it was his. This was all his doing. He did this to him, and he should suffer the consequences for it. The purple monster thought with unrestrained cruelty. The picture of a man wearing red and blue tights appeared in his memory. Even on another Earth, you're still famous. Anne. Carries so much power. A walking, talking buffet. The monster took one last look in the mirror and turned his gaze to Star Labs. The whole facility was in chaos, nevertheless, he couldn't be bothered. Absorbing the energy of these regular humans was akin to eating mosquito meat. Compared to the Zoom guy he just dealt with, their energy would be less than a drop in an ocean. It wasn't enough. Time-consuming and inefficient. But he will do. He. These were the last words that echoed before the purple monster turned around. Covered in lightning for a split second, and vanishing the next. His new destination. Well, you'll know soon enough. Is that him? By the looks of it. Yep, pretty sure. He's kind of cute. You're badass. You can call someone who murdered the Joker on live TV cute. What's he even doing here? He came in with Superman. Does he work with the League now? He killed someone. The League would never allow him in. The hushed whispers fell in my ears, amusing me slightly. They were right about many things they said, though. Not like I cared anyway. Ignoring the strange eyes and mutters of the passing military personnel, I walked forward with both hands in my pockets. Honestly, some of their discussions caused me to wonder. What exactly am I now? After all, I did kill the Joker for the whole world to see. Quite high profile if you ask. Well. Anyone. I should be considered a vigilante now, right? The concept was intriguing. I'm sure there's a debate about it somewhere on the web, but was I really? Come to think of it, I'm a murderer surrounded by officers, or in the midst of officers rather. According to the law, I'm supposed to get arrested. My ass. Haha, so funny. Some of them are probably contemplating that thought as well. Arresting me. Sir, I found what you wanted. And an interesting addition that will pique your interest. Oh. Intriguing. Well then, let's see it. Alice's words immediately did just that. Pique my interest. A holographic screen appeared in my line of vision. It was a video. Correction, a lot of videos. Seeing this, I frowned. Put it on hyperspeed. Yes sir. And so, the videos immediately played out as if someone had pushed the fast-forward button and set it at the fastest speed. I watched with relish. Slight surprise emerging on my features when I finished it all 20 seconds later. Interesting. Interesting indeed. The videos consisted of many scenes. The two most important points were the time range and the people involved. The video started from September 17th this year. Nothing peculiar if you just look at the date, but considering that something special happened on that same day, it would bring a lot of theories. September 17th, the day of the Central City invasion. That was one, the second was the people involved. Quite frankly, just two. The first is the main protagonist, Rudy Jones, and the other is of course the movie antagonist, the indirect cause of the protagonist's suffering. Clark Kent, aka, Superman. He. If this isn't interesting, then please, do tell me what is. Honestly, I do hope there will be a second episode. I want to see how things eventually play out. Oh well, life goes on. Still, I was sure of one thing. The whole charade of Joker's death wasn't going to blow away easily. I had stepped on a lot of people's toes and touched plenty of interests. Soon, there would be someone dumb enough to use it as an anchor point against me. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Soon. Just not right now though. Probably sometime in the future. Presently, it was Superman. I had just stepped outside the Star Labs building, pushing through the revolving doors and welcoming the sunlight when he appeared behind me. What do you want, Superman? You know something, don't you? Clark asked with his arms folded, a frown adorning his face. About this incident. I heard you. Whatever you say, Supes. Besides, I know a lot of things. You're talking about the breaches? Meh. I shrugged. Once you read a guy's life memories and do some searching, they are hard not to notice. My reply was nonchalant. I never expected it to make Clark frown even deeper. They. As in, there's more than one. His tone was slightly grave. Damn. You don't even know this. My eyes were a bit wide with incredulity. Brotherly, who's supposed to be protecting the world? You or me? Honestly, I expected them to at least know this by now. What the hell was the Justice League doing? Or had nothing else passed through the breaches yet? You knew this all along. Clark asked. And you should know the same. I gestured towards the building. Fake flash over there should have filled you in on all the deeds. Clark's face was solemn. He did. Apparently attempting to break through your energy shield created some sort of singularity. In his words, a breach between worlds. We've found one, I just didn't expect more than 1 inch. Clark explained. Which reminds me, we need to accurately discuss about the energy shield surrounding your base. And I could see where this was going. It can't stay. Superman said with displeasure. FYI, I didn't create the issue, your league did. Be that as it may, we can't have something like this happening again. Someone else might try getting in and that action might cause worse consequences. Like ripping space apart. The risks are too great. He said with a matter-of-fact expression. Yeah. No. I replied flatly. This isn't. He wanted to say more, but... Whoosh! A streak of lightning appeared beside us. Superman, we got something. Wally appeared beside us and reported. The military checked the facility entry records. There's one person whose ID was registered coming into the building but no subsequent exits were recorded. He wasn't among the list of injured or deceased either. Saying so, Wally handed over a tablet with the screen lit up. The picture that came into view was that of a white-haired male with a height of 6 feet 6 inches. Rudy Jones, apparently, he was a janitor here. Worked for 2 years. In the past few hours, no one has been able to contact him. Not his wife, co-workers, family members, nothing. He has a family. This was the first thing Clark picked up. Yes. Wife and child. So you think this could be our guy? Superman asked with a raised eyebrow. At this point, it's our only lead. Wally said with a shrug of his shoulders. Nice work, son. Take this data back to the cave and hand it over to Tornado. He'll run the picture through facial recognition using the Watchtower computer. You can head on back. Superman said with a slight smile. Yes, sir. Wally said with a slight grumble in his tone. Inwardly, he hated the way Superman and the rest of the league treated he and the team as kids. But what else could he do? Also, take Flash with you. Superman said after a moment of thought. Thinking of his parallel self, Wally looked a bit weird before nodding and dashing away. The little guys grow up so fast. I said with a look of amusement. Don't change the subject. We aren't done here. Actually, we are. I said nonchalantly before looking towards the distance. In that direction, a black limousine was coming towards our direction. 'Cause right now, I have to deal with an unwanted guest. My words fell into Clark's ears, causing him to look over. Seeing the limo heading towards us, the Man of Steel activated his X-ray vision. A second later, his face turned slightly ugly. I see. He said, his frown renewed. The car parked right in front of the Star Labs building and a man wearing standard a black suit with a wire attached to his ear came forward to open the door. A second later, a rather fat thigh extended from the interior, out into the open for all those watching to see. Looking at the face of the person stepping out of the limo, Clark's frown deepened. Waller. He uttered a single word. It happened then, looking at the scene before him, Superman's ears suddenly twitched. A high-frequency ultrasonic signal fell into his ears causing his expression to turn to one of worry. From what I can hear, you have something to deal with as well. He wasn't the only one who could hear it. This sound was something that only one person held within their possession on Earth. Jimmy Olsen. Given to him by Superman himself in case he found himself in a life-threatening situation or an emergency that required Superman's assistance. Clark took a look at me for a second before nodding. Then, he flew to the skies and disappeared, heading towards Metropolis. As for me. Well, I have a meeting with a black, kinda ugly, fat lady. Not the kind of date a guy could hope for. Chapter 72. Okay, so let's put down the check marks, shall we? Fat. Check. Black. Check. Face as cold as steel, check. Yep, that's her. I watched the fat lady climb up to me with a calm and composed steps. That, coupled with her expressionless features, sharp eyes and corporate look merged to showcase refined elegance, an intimidating aura and a stern business look. Or at least that's what she was going for. For those who knew her reputation, and didn't have a good enough reputation or background of their own, that combo would certainly work wonders. If she planned to strut something out here, which I'm almost definitely sure she would, then it'd probably lead to a tragedy. No wonder Clark's expression was so unsightly. Most likely, he thought the same as well. The famed Amari. Believe me when I say that you're a hard man to get a hold of. she said with a plain tone. Her confident act would be so much more convincing if she was a few inches taller. I tilted my head slightly downwards as she raised her head up to talk to me properly. For one of the major female DC villains, her height was a major letdown. She would at least look more imposing if she wasn't so short. My thoughts were on full display in my eyes. I knew it, and she did too. A trace of annoyance flashed through those black irises but vanished as quickly as they appeared. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Amanda Waller. A well-renowned politician and new secretary of the DoD dealing with all supernatural activities in the United States. That includes you. Oh. So you're Lane's replacement. I said, feigning ignorance. I haven't received any news from him for a long time. What happened? I think someone like you should already be well aware of General Lane's situation. She remarked with narrowed eyes. The military has made many attempts to contact you, but all have proved unresponsive. I left your department a way to contact me. So your unresponsive efforts are not my fault. You left the way to contact you with Lane. As well as a critical asset that could jeopardize the safety of the country if it falls into the wrong hands. So the Red Queen was stolen as well. I chuckled with amusement. My gaze settled on her, practically screamed that I was watching something akin to a performance. Kinda makes your country department redundant to have one of their own abducted in broad daylight within their territory, don't you agree? You. The calm facade was finally broken. Waller's face took on a frown as she stared at me intently. I hope you can quit playing dumb with me, Mr. Amari. As the DoD would like to enlist your help to track down the missing asset and the missing general. She said, would like, but her tone didn't sound like she was asking. Oh great, then what's in it for me? I asked with a small smile. The thought of her saying something similar to, you'd be serving and proving allegiance to your new country, crossed my mind. It'd be quite funny if that were to be the case. As for real tangible benefits? Oh, please. With her stubborn character, it would be a miracle if she put up an offer. Waller frowned even deeper as my words reached her ears. We can discuss that after the asset has been found. The DoD can come up with a reasonable reward for your service. Her perfunctory tone was well concealed. Her serious expression and well-placed facial features could fool someone who didn't know what it meant to request payment before service. I was still considering whether to provide the service anyway. After all, Lane had been locked up long enough. But with that, I knew what she was doing. Then we're done here. I rolled my eyes and turned to walk away. I can't say the same for you, but for me. The concept of working for free doesn't sound good. Seeing my departing figure, Waller uttered solemnly. Your agreement clearly states that you would cooperate with the government when needed. That's not true, Miss Secretary. You're twisting the words of the agreement. My steps came to a halt. My face turned to the side, showing my side profile. I did say I would cooperate with your race, but you have no power or right to order me around. Essentially, I'm the government's partner, not a slave or a soldier to heed orders. I faced my gaze forward and resumed walking. The reason behind my successful cooperation with Lane was because he understood that. For your sake, I suggest you do too. Those were my last words. My stay here wasn't something they could use to order me around. Honestly, the Justice League had indulged these guys too much. This was also the reason I wanted Lane back. So I wouldn't have to deal with these guys again. On a more advanced planet, someone like Waller would probably be slapped to death by a slightly stronger being. I wasn't concerned about that, but I could see what Waller was up to. Trying to gain dominance over me. Possibly recruit me, turn me into a soldier that would follow her commands by manipulating the agreement I made with the World Council. All so she could show her capabilities. I mean, subduing the deviant would be a heck of an achievement on her resume. These were her thoughts. Honestly, they were humorous. I knew this was going to be unpleasant the moment we met. Amanda Waller was a stubborn bitch who believed she could always control everything that concerned her. Quite frankly, I wasn't on that list. And I thought I made it apparent. But she didn't seem to think so. Amanda looked at my figure with narrowed eyes. Eyes that sparked with a bit of anger, cunning, and contemplation. Seeing as I was getting further away, she finally opened her mouth and uttered something that would soon give her sleepless nights. Fine, you want benefits. Then how about this? I stopped. And here it is. I knew she was going to say something, which was exactly why I didn't teleport away. As for the thought of avoiding problems before they appeared. Nah. I don't seek problems, I don't look for trouble, but I never run away from it. Principles, people. Oh. What is it? A clean slate. What? Now I was a bit confused. What did she mean by that? Mr. Amari, I would like to spell out the facts clearly for you to see. On November 4th, a few days ago, you committed murder, killing a man, which clearly goes against the law. You mean Joker? My eyes widened, and my eyebrows were raised. Like I said earlier, speak of the devil and he will appear. Someone who wouldn't let the Joker's death slide and would attempt to use it to their advantage. Well, the first idiot was right before me. You want to charge me for murder? For Joker of all people? I asked incredulously. My voice was trembling, practically on the verge of laughter. While I admit that the clown was one of the worst existences the world had ever seen, it does not change the fact that according to the law, he was a mental patient who wasn't convicted to death. Waller said sharply. This action makes you a criminal. Giving me the authority to have you trialed in a court of law. Ha 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 ha. And that was the last straw. Once again, I couldn't help it. It was just so damn hilarious. Honestly, I had seen Gotham's news reports as well as the internet discussions on the web. The general trend was almost unanimous. Bye-bye Joker. No one spoke a word about the Joker's death being a crime. Not even those keyboard warriors whose jobs were to find fault with anything they come across. At most, they would criticize my audacity to kill on live TV, but that was it. No one said anything about the Joker's death bringing need for my arrest, or I wasn't supposed to kill him. Anyone who did would be mobbed by the netizens without hesitation. Not even the citizens saw the Joker's death as something that warranted arrest. Ha ha ha. Okay. So who's gonna arrest me? You. I couldn't help but ask amidst chuckles. Do you see yourself as invincible? From her tone, it seemed like my laughter had greatly irritated her, despite how hard she tried to hide it. You're not the first alien to think so. There have been many, but they are nowhere to be found today. You and the Justice League aren't the only ones that have abilities. Believe me when I say that your actions are being contemplated by government agencies and the President of the United States as we speak. Of course, they haven't come to a conclusion due to the messy affairs of the country, but when they do, you will be called to order. She uttered imposingly, taking several steps towards me. Your actions are spitting in the face of authority. No one is above the law, not Superman, not the Justice League. Not even you. And if you think you are powerful enough to run amok, then we will show you just how deep Earth's background is. She stopped nearly 4 meters away from me. Of course, that doesn't have to be the case. The final result of this altercation is unknown, but it doesn't have to get to that. I can help you take it all away. You seem to be the kind of person who likes to be low-key. So like I said, wipe the slate clean. There will be no need for any trouble that will ensue over your actions. She said flatly, but her words were obviously threatening. This was her character. Stubborn, vicious, willing to use any means to get whatever she wanted. So, what will it be? She looked at my face, clearly seeing that I wasn't laughing anymore. Just staring at her indifferently. Waller wasn't rushing, she folded her hands and waited for my answer. At this moment, a singular thought was running through my mind. Looks like Lex is about to start flexing his muscles. Sigh. The days of peace are gone. Oh, well. A few seconds passed like this. Eventually, I said the first sentence. You know, a wise man once said. A word is enough for the wise. A smile graced Waller's face at my words. Too bad, I wasn't done. While I say, no matter how much you give advice, there's no shortage of fools in this world who won't heed them. And I don't know if you have this written in my file, but I don't take kindly to threats. The smile on her face fell. So tell me, Miss Secretary, are you threatening me? Amanda saw the way things were going, a little annoyed in her heart. Her whole performance a few seconds ago was a long shot. That's what she thought, of course. Judging from the records of Amari's personality, the chances of success weren't that high to begin with. Still, she didn't mind giving it a try. What she said wasn't an empty threat, though. Lex Luthor truly was planning something, not against Amari but all superpowered beings in America. Especially the superheroes. Amari would be the example to validate his actions. If she could get Amari on their side, it wouldn't change the overall perspective, if not, then nothing much would change either. All in all, his response was well anticipated. Her threat was valid, but not of much consequence right now. That's what she thought at first. Call it whatever you will. I believe I have made my point. Looking at her, I had to admit that this woman was courageous. Saying such things to my face without the fear that I would simply snap her neck and feed her to the sewer rats was worth commending. Once again, the Justice League were the ones to blame for this development. In truth, this was the case. No matter how I put it, the government and I had an agreement. And now, Waller was their representative until Lane returned. If he returned anyway. I could kill the Joker, but doing anything to her would be a blatant provocation. This was what gave her confidence. Confidence that I wouldn't do anything to her, despite her actions. She was dead wrong. Hee hee. Funny. Miss Secretary, do you remember that saying? I smiled rather charmingly. How does it go again? Yes. Two can play that game. Alice, if you please. At the end of my words, a holographic screen appeared in front of us. Tapping the screen twice. And that should do it. I said. What is this? Waller frowned. She didn't understand what was going on. You see, ma'am, every action in life has consequences. And you are about to face yours a bit too early. Then what are you going to do? Kill me? She asked in a deep voice. Why is it that the first thought that comes to mind is always killing? I chuckled. No, no. No, 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 no. No. You of all people should know that there are things worse than death. And there are things that best never see the light of day. It happened then. Waller's phone suddenly beeped. She quickly took out her phone, unlocked it and found an email had been received. She gave me a suspicious look, then opened the email. Reading for a few seconds, her face crumpled into a frown, eyebrows creased. Some time later, it contorted even more. Several seconds passed by, and the rich facial changes on her once blank expression was particularly refreshing. What have you done? A voice speaking through gritted teeth fell into my ears. Waller raised her gaze from her phone. The look in which she looked at me seemed as if she was going to eat me alive. You like it? Where did you get this from? Is that important? I asked with a raised eyebrow. January 5, 2008, you as the warden of Belle Reve exported Bloodsport from prison and assassinated a senator who was against you in Congress with his help. You bribed and blackmailed several government officials to secure your position. Your secret allocation of military funds. Enough. Waller roared angrily. Her face carried unprecedented solemnity and a hint of panic. Oh. I tilted my head to the side slightly. Should I not say more? I thought you were an expert in manipulating people. So I thought I'd do a little manipulation of my own. That file contains every newsworthy deed you have done on your path to power. Bribes, threats, collusion, deaths. As long as you can remember it, it will surely be there. You're bluffing. You're definitely bluffing. You can check in depth if you'd like. I'm sure you'd see many things even you have forgotten. There are videos, voice transmissions, and encrypted calls there as well. That's impossible. You can't have any of this. I made sure I destroyed it all. Ha ha ha. I laughed inwardly. In front of Alice, could this kind of thing be hidden? Oh really? I wonder if the media will think any of this is fake once they get their hands on this file. Waller's eyes widened. Oh wait. My mistake. I already sent it out. I slapped my hand against my forehead with an expression of realization. That made her face pale. Presently, she was really panicking. TSK, like I said, there are things worse than death. And you have made a lot of enemies. I don't have to do anything to you, 'cause someone else will do it for me. Wade Eiling certainly will. Like you said, no one is above the law. Not even you. You. I could see her whole facade crumble at that moment. Her trembling legs were just the tip of the iceberg. The smile on my face faded away as I began to lose interest. Well, enjoy what time you have left. I said while walking away. All the stuff in that file should be enough to reserve you a warm, cozy spot in Stryker's Island for many years. And so, my body turned illusory and disappeared as I walked away. That is of course. Supposing you last that long. Let's see if Lex will save you this time. Those were my last words before I disappeared. Leaving behind an emotionally despairing woman. That was my interlude with Waller. To be honest, it didn't interest me as much as I thought it would. Did she seriously think something like this would bother me? Gave me quite a few laughs. Kinda worth it. If I didn't know what level of hell awaited her after this, I'd do it myself. I didn't leave Central City, though. Not for any reason in particular. I just didn't want to go back to the Axiom just yet. The matter with Lane. Let it wait a little longer. So I decided to take a look around the place. Who knows, maybe I'll come across something interesting enough to grab my attention. And what do you know, I did. It's just that. What the hell is Superman up against? I passed by a diner only to hear an exclamation. I looked through the glass window and followed everyone's gaze towards the TV. The thing wasn't in Central City, but Metropolis. What came into view was the picture of Superman being held down by Parasite. Chapter 73. Metropolis. For this rather bustling city, the most eye-catching thing happening right now would be the screams. Around the area, there were droves of fleeing civilians, scattering in all directions like mice in front of a cat. Of course, the cat in this situation looked nothing like a cat at all. It stood above 2 meters, had purple skin and looked like a beast from the novels. It's a monster. Run. A male pointed towards a certain direction and screamed before running away in terror. Parasite stood in place, looked at the fleeing crowds in the immediate vicinity before walking forwards at a steady pace. The shriveled corpses under his feet were ignored. You're all not the one I want. His voice was low yet sounded beastly. At that moment, a passing train suddenly caught his attention. Feeling the huge electrical energy within, he felt a pang of hunger once again. More. Seeing the speeding train, his monstrous figure flashed with electrical arcs all over before speeding after it. Mommy, look. I saw people running outside. A little girl said with wide eyes as she turned her head towards the disappearing scenery and poked her mother beside her. Oh. Yeah, that's nice dear. The mother said nonchalantly, rummaging through her handbag. Now if I could just find my mirror. Mom. You didn't look. Seeing this scene, the girl yelled aloud with a pout. We're on the train, sweetie, don't be so loud. Just give your mama a few seconds and then. The mother stopped speaking as she noticed the train suddenly stop moving. She wasn't the only one. What in the world? Unfortunately, a loud sound interrupted her sentence. Everyone on board was startled by the sound. The roof above their heads was ripped apart and a large, black shadow fell over them. As soon as their eyes met with what was above them, everyone froze with shock which quickly turned into fear. Parasite didn't care for their shock, dropping straight down before grabbing the 2 closest living beings it could lay its hands on. Many exclaimed in fright, but the next scene that happened caused their faces to turn pale. Mommy! The little girl screamed in terror. The sight of her mother being held by a monster, her skin growing older and older by the second before becoming completely shriveled, scared her out of her wits. Except for the little girl who couldn't move due to fear, everyone else had cleared the area, scrambling to move from their positions. The life force of both humans was quickly absorbed. Parasite had no plans to stop. The corpse of the absorbed male was dropped to the floor. There it is. Make sure you get it on camera. At that moment, a helicopter appeared, hovering over the train. A man carried a large camera on his shoulder and pointed it towards the hole in the train roof. On live TV, the monstrous body of Parasite was revealed. God! What is that thing? The cameraman asked with obvious horror. Still, his professionalism made him perform his work without succumbing to fear. After all, shit like this happens almost every week in Metropolis. Eventually, people would build up tolerance to all of it. This kind of monster was new though. Nevertheless, their news helicopter didn't go unnoticed. Before Parasite let go of the female corpse, the news helicopter caught his attention. Seeing the monster turn to face them, the cameraman was startled. What's it doing? The thought was quickly given an answer. Many people watching saw the purple monster lift the hand holding a human being and throw it towards the flying aircraft. Oh my God! The pilot exclaimed as a corpse flew towards the rotor. Bang! Without enough time to react, the collision was unavoidable and the spinning blades on the helicopter roof was smashed into by a human body, causing flesh and blood to fly in all directions. The helicopter immediately showed a downward trend. Seeing the nuisance disappear, Parasite turned its attention back to his surroundings. Everyone else had fled to the other cart, leaving the shivering young girl whose face was already in snot and tears. Without pity for youth, it stretched out its demonic-looking hand, aiming to grasp the girl's throat. The girl squealed and buried her head into the seat. Get away from her. It happened then. Parasite seemed to hear someone yell in a loud voice. This thought was proved correct in the following second as a red and blue figure slammed into the monster's large body from the side of the train cart, pushing him right through the other end. Parasite was smashed off the train, flying into a building in the distance. Superman stopped his flight midair. A frown registered on his face at the thought of the monster he just confronted. It didn't settle there for long though. His body turned into a blur, speeding off in the direction of the descending helicopter that was about to crash into a busy street. What do you think about this one? Looking at the blonde female who was almost at the point of gobbling down the ice cream in the bowl with her spoon, Megan asked with a happy smile. Oh. My. Raw. The Kryptonian talked uttered with her mouth full. She took a deep gulp, swallowing everything in before exclaiming. It tastes so sweet. Don't take too much at a time, you'll get brain freeze. Huh? What's that? Oh right, hello Megan. You're not like the others. Kara was Kryptonian, getting brain freeze was impossible. Hee. Megan giggled sweetly. Yep. That is Earth's most famous desert. You're welcome. A smug grin was plastered on her face. The happy atmosphere was surging. You know, thanks a lot Megan. It really means a lot that you came out with me to do this. Kara said with a slight smile on her face. The smile faded slightly as numerous thoughts came to mind. Especially since my cousin's been a bit busy lately. Her words were mixed with a tinge of sadness. The happy atmosphere was stifled slightly. You know you shouldn't feel bad. After all, he's probably the busiest man in the world with his job and all. And with all that's happened lately, it's normal for you two to be apart for a while. I'm sure once things go back to normal, you guys will have the quality time you deserve. Megan said, attempting to cheer up the Kryptonian. Thanks. I know. Kara said with a wry smile. The meeting with Kal-El had gone better than she had expected. The fact that there was still another Kryptonian in existence, effectively making sure that Clark truly wasn't the last of his race thrilled him immensely. Especially when he was the one that blasted General Zod and his Kryptonian compatriots into a black hole to stop them from destroying the Earth. The thrill was multiplied a dozenfold when he realized that they were also blood relatives. The atmosphere was joyous. The follow-up however was much less desirable. Kara hadn't left the cave since the moment she was dropped off by that hateful fellow. After going through multiple tests conducted by other Leaguers to make sure she and Kal-El truly were related, the other aspect that needed worrying came into view. Her control. Since that night, Kara's strength had improved by leaps and bounds under exposure to yellow sunlight. Problems she never had to face back when she was still at the Axiom began to surface. Her poor control over her abilities made her a literal safety hazard. Wally had tried to high-five her and got his arm broken. Many objects throughout the cave were also accidentally broken as well. If not for the fact that Clark was too busy, he would have taken her to the Fortress of Solitude where she would be isolated for months until she learned how to control her exaggerated strength. Her emotions also needed some proper checks too. Too much excitement could make her heat vision come on without her consent. Thankfully, she was receiving help and the rest of the team were being nice to her. Well. Some of them anyway. Staying in that hole for more than a week was almost suffocating. She had to sneak out. Thankfully. She wasn't alone. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I should be the one thanking you. Megan replied. If it weren't for you, Connor probably wouldn't be alive right now. She said in a low tone. Kara was silent. How's Artemis? Still a bit shaken up. Tornado says she'll be fine though. The Kryptonian fell into deep thought before shaking her head and replying. I don't deserve thanks for that. I wasn't the one that healed him. Maybe, but you're the reason why he's healed. It means a lot to me. To the team. Everyone in the team. Hearing let words, Megan forced out a smile. Robin will come around. He's had a hard time recently. This was true. The recent crippling of Batgirl struck a heavy blow to the boy wonder. First, he had a spinal fracture when fighting with Amari. If not for Green Lantern's ring, it would take months, probably years before he would be able to walk properly again. Even then, he might kiss his hero life goodbye. Then, Batman was trapped in a coma by the same person. And as if that weren't enough, Barbara was crippled by the Joker. Despite the fact that Amari wasn't the culprit this time, he was involved in the issue. What's worse, unlike him who could be healed, Barbara would really have to stay in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. The blaster the Joker used didn't cause a fracture but directly took out a huge chunk in the vertebrae column. She had a gaping hole in her waist. How she was still alive to receive treatment was a miracle among miracles. For this amount of damage, Green Lantern couldn't do anything about it even if he wanted to. The willpower required to reach that level of regrowth wasn't something he currently possessed. The difficulty was almost the same as regrowing a severed hand. When learning that Kara had some sort of relationship with Amari, Robin didn't give any good looks. The welcome was uncharacteristically cold. If Kara wasn't a beautiful girl, Wally would probably have the same attitude as well. For this, Kara could only sigh. Her resentment towards him increased a bit more. It doesn't matter. You could deliver my thanks to him if you ever get the chance. Connor wants to do the same. Megan giggled again. Hump. If I ever see him again, what I'm gonna deliver is a piece of my mind. Kara said in a threatening tone while raising her little fist. You know, your impression of him is very different from everyone else's. Yeah. So what? Kara said with a bit of evasive action. Megan hesitated a little. How's he like? Huh? I mean, is he like evil the same way Wally always portrays him to be? Why would you ask that? Kara let out a slight frown. She felt uncomfortable for some reason. Never mind. Megan thought for a bit before shaking her head. Anyway, let's bring our focus back to the outing. So you've gone for a tour, check. Seen the movies, check. Eaten ice cream, check. At that point, the Martian put her hand on her chin before her eyes lit up. Then all that's left is to complete the final initiation to truly become an Earth girl. Gulp. And what's that? Kara asked, slightly nervous and excited. Shopping, of course. The Martian said with a big grin. Despite being aliens, their eyes lit up simultaneously at the word, shopping. Looks like in any universe, no matter what race, beautiful females and shopping are eternal mates. I'm in. The blonde said excitedly. Arg. The screams coming from the distance immediately put a stop to the joyful mood. Kara turned her attention outside the cafe. The sight of dozens of people running in one direction wasn't difficult to notice. Hi there, what's happening? Stepping out of the establishment, Megan couldn't help but ask one of the fleeing civilians. There's a monster over there. Turned several people into skeletons like it was sucking the life out of them. Don't ask, just run for it. The man didn't waste much of his time and answered the two females while moving in haste. We need to check it out. Kara said, her words immediately gaining approval. The two aliens didn't waste much time and both ran into a nearby alley. Parasite was smashed off the train, flying into a building in the distance. It didn't look like a regular housing building but a special center of some sorts. From deep within the rubble, a clawed-fingered hand broke through. Pieces of block and stone were pushed aside, revealing the terrifying facial features. Finally. And so, the parasite monster leaped out of the hole it had created, landing on the paved concrete floor. You're here. Clark held the crashing chopper firmly by the tail end. Laying the helicopter firmly on solid ground, the three news employees immediately rushed out of the aircraft as if running for their lives. The pilot took off his helmet, squatted onto his knees and kissed the floor. Never had he been so happy to have his feet on firm soil. Now he understood why the last pilot quit his job after 1 year of service. The guy's poor heart probably couldn't handle anymore. Thank you, Superman. We owe you our lives. The reporter said with lingering fears. It's okay, you're safe now. But you're not out of danger as long as you continue to stay here. The monster. Clark stopped as his ears twitched. It's here. You guys go back now, I'll take care of it. Clark said before turning around and turning into a fist of wind. The three were slightly stunned. The cameraman looked at the disappearing Superman then back at the reporter. Should we leave? Are you crazy? The male reporter scolded in a high tone. Then, his voice turned solemn. This is first-hand scoop on Superman's defeat of the mysterious monster. We're the first responders and are most likely to get it on video. If we go back now, Chief will kill us. Hell no, I'm not going anywhere close to that area. The pilot said with an expression of fear, pointing towards the direction Superman disappeared to. Don't listen to him. He's the pilot. People like him are hard to find, so he can regard it as a rare talent. Plus, the chopper's busted. He'll get off just fine. The male reporter said before turning to the cameraman. Two of us on the other hand. He didn't have to finish his words. The cameraman finished it for him. We could get fired. Bingo. So Scotty boy, we have to go. Besides, it's Superman we're talking about here. With him, our safety is basically guaranteed. The cameraman was slightly hesitant. Too bad, the reporter whose eyes were fiery for the scoop of the month had already taken the lead. The poor cameraman who was still hesitating could only bite the bullet and follow. Idiots. Idiots, I tell you. All that was left was the pilot who let out a few cusses before turning around and fleeing. He had had enough for one day. Superman flashed and appeared in the area near the building. His gaze instantly locked on the purple monster a considerable distance away. Seeing its appearance, Clark frowned. All right, let's finish this quick. He thought to himself and activated his laser vision. The two lasers shot towards Parasite, who raised both hands in front of it and blocked. The lasers slammed straight on his crossed arms, pushing him back several meters. But that was all to it. Slowly, the purple monster began to advance forward under the laser offensive. Step by step, it drew closer, with each step much lighter than the last one, until eventually, it removed both arms from the way, allowing the lasers to strike on his chest without any form of protection. Seeing this scene, Clark, who was releasing heat vision, was stunned. He. The monster let out an eerie chuckle, its body reacting to the laugh. Finally. Then. Blue lightning arcs flashed around his body. You're finally here. And with that, he rushed forward at super speed. Seeing the attacking parasite displaying speedster traits, Superman was shocked. He wanted to react, but the slight surprise and the extreme speed caught him off guard. Before he could react, Parasite had already slammed into him. The two dug a deep gully on the floor as they were pushed forward, Parasite's body on top of Superman's. So much power. And with that, he used his right hand and grabbed the head of the Man of Steel. Ugh. Clark let out a groan as Parasite's hand glowed yellow. He felt something leaving him, like he was being sucked dry. Meanwhile, on the roof of the building, a few meters above the Parasite's impact point, the space suddenly distorted, forming swirls in the area. Amari stepped out of the void, looking into the distance. Oh, looks like I didn't miss anything. Chapter 74. Oh. Clark Kent. The parasite murmured softly as memories that didn't belong to him appeared in his mind. He found these memory clips quite interesting. Or is it Kal-El? He asked while staring at the Kryptonian who only had his eyes visible within the gaps of Parasite's claws. No matter. And so, he grasped the Man of Steel's neck with his other hand, absorbing even more. From afar, it looked like Superman was being choked to death. The truth of the matter wasn't that far off. Oh my God. Are you getting this? The reporter asked with amazement as he hid behind the nearby bushes. The cameraman also had wide eyes, filming the scene before him. He couldn't understand. Was Superman losing? He. The purple monster let out eerie chuckles with each passing second while the Man of Steel found it difficult to move a muscle. Never had he experienced such a feeling of unprecedented weakness. Oh wait, he had experienced something like this before. It was basically how he felt when there was kryptonite in the vicinity. However, he knew this was worse. Feeling the solar radiation being drained out of him, Clark knew that if he didn't do something soon, he would die. Seriously? Standing on the building a distance away, I couldn't help but tilt my head. Superman's battle against Parasite was quite underwhelming. The fight had barely begun and the Man of Steel was already at a disadvantage. And this wasn't the type that had the possibility of a comeback. In the DC universe, Parasite's skill set could be regarded as Superman's perfect restraint. And Clark, who engaged in battle against a foe with abilities he knew nothing about, suffered a serious loss in the opening minute. Unless there was help from external sources, the Man of Tomorrow practically suffered a KO. This was probably the first time Superman was being so easily defeated without kryptonite. I could see the situation. This wasn't one of those movies where the hero struggled back and forth with the villain even when he was in an unfavorable condition. If no one helped, Superman would truly die. But Superman was the favorite of the DC universe. Even if he died, he would be brought back to life with some crazy shenanigans, resurrecting stronger than he was before his death. But that wasn't the matter right now. Should I help? The thought crossed my mind for a second. The reason why I would even ask myself that was almost flabbergasting. Did I want to help? No, not really. The thought of helping made me feel exhausted already. So why would I ask? Was I bored? Okay, maybe a little. But that was Superman. DC logic stated that he would be fine. Ish. I guess. Weird. I said with a puzzling frown. I didn't want to help, but strangely, there was some little, very little, atomically little part of me that also didn't want to see him die for some reason. Now what reason could that be? The thought of having Alice document this to unravel later played in my head. I would find out soon enough. As for Superman. Nah. My good thoughts were simply to watch the show. The fight was underwhelming and the winner would basically be decided in a few more seconds, but hey, it's better than nothing. That's what I thought. Unfortunately. As if sensing something, Parasite turned its gaze away from the Kryptonian and looked behind. Both ways locked onto each other as we both had supervision, so it was like we were looking into each other's irises regardless of the long distance. You've got to be kidding me. I said, feeling slightly speechless. Mainly because of the way his cruel yet curious eyes suddenly lit up with a whole lot of fiery greed. Like he was looking at a half-naked beauty, but also because Parasite that was over Superman was suddenly pulled into the air by an invisible force. Due to the fact that his eyes were on me, his grip on the Man of Steel loosened, preventing him from yanking along Superman as well. Parasite was stunned. Before he could regain his composure, a blue figure blasted towards his direction while mid-air. Taking advantage of the situation, a punch landed straight on the monster's face, sending it crashing back down to the concrete. Boom! A giant hole appeared on the once spotless road. Witnessing the whole scene, I was silent for a second before nodding in recognition. This was exactly what was to be expected. As the proclaimed son of the DC universe, Superman wasn't easy to kill, even with kryptonite laying around everywhere. At least, the number of people who succeeded in doing so that weren't other versions of himself didn't exceed a hand. And Parasite certainly wasn't one of them. Only. What the hell is she doing here? Looking at the figure covered from head to toe in a blue skin-tight super suit, wearing a white mask that covered majority of the facial features and had a feminine body shape, I raised an eyebrow and resisted the urge to palm my face. Why she was wearing that instead of her iconic Supergirl suit was the last thing that came to mind. In front of my eyes, she could practically be naked. After spending a week with her in the same place, her energy signature was all too familiar. Not just her though, there was someone else. My eyes quickly locked onto an invisible figure with green skin. Supergirl and Miss Martian. What an unlikely team-up. I also couldn't be bothered to know why they were together, however. Were they trying to get themselves killed? Hey. Is Superman okay? Kara frowned while looking at the purple monster in the hole. She sent a message through the mind link to Megan who had appeared beside Superman, still cloaked. He's weakened. Miss Martian answered with a grave tone. How is that even possible? Kara asked with surprise. She didn't feel weak, meaning that there was no kryptonite around. Ugh. Who? Clark groaned weakly. The sound of rubble being pushed apart quickly grabbed Supergirl's attention. The purple monster had gotten up from the floor, looking at her levitating figure. Kara frowned before disappearing from her spot. Kara, wait, something's not. Megan shouted without uttering a sound. Unfortunately, she spoke too late. All that time spent in the cave wasn't for nothing. Although Kara's level of control wasn't capable of handling the most minute things, like stopping herself from accidentally shattering a cup if she squeezed just a bit more, she had made considerable progress when it came to exerting force. Especially in control of her speed. She arrived before the monster as fast as she could and threw her fist. Bang! The sound of collision was loud when considering what was colliding was flesh, but it didn't give off the feeling she was expecting. Parasite stretched his hand forward at the last moment at a speed the blonde female couldn't react to, accurately neutralizing the blow and trapping her fist that was 3 inches away from his face. Kara's expression changed drastically. That was fast. She could barely make out the blur when the monster's hand moved. This thing was faster than she expected. Ugh. The next moment though, she felt petrified. Her body suddenly softened, encroached with a feeling of unprecedented weakness, all her energy being sapped. Her body twisted backwards slightly, she felt like her legs were falling asleep. Her gaze fell on her captive fist and noticed the hand around it was literally glowing. Ah. So that's what's happening. Her mind finally realized. Kara swung her other fist towards the monster in an attempt to break free. The second fist didn't escape the fate of its brother. With both hands being captured, the absorbing speed increased exponentially. You're the same. Parasite said with eager eyes. Exerting slight force, the female Kryptonian was brought to her knees as she experienced the free feeling of being drained. Ugh. Stop. Please. She tried to speak but could only utter weakly. Kara, no. Seeing this scene, Clark's weak eyelids widened. Of course he knew who was underneath that blue costume. Although his X-ray vision was down, he was well informed that Kara had snuck out with Miss Martian. Get away from her. Seeing what was happening, Megan immediately left Superman and flew towards the monster. Sensing the approaching intruder, Parasite snapped its head towards her direction and fired 2 burning hot rays at her. Arg! A direct hit. Megan yelled in pain as she was blasted into the distance, slamming into a nearby building. Mega! Kara wanted to tell but couldn't. Her eyelids felt particularly heavy at his point. With eyes still glowing red, Parasite turned his gaze back to the prey in his grasp. No! Clark roared in a weak tone. He tried to release lasers but the feeling of being hollowed out hit him like a construction worker on a payday. Don't talk about releasing lasers. He could barely move right now. Your turn. The hoarse voice said as the red eyes glowed brighter. However, the space in front of him suddenly swirled. The transformed Rudy was caught off guard when suddenly out of nowhere, a dark reddish arm extended forward from thin air at accelerated speed. Roarth. At that moment, all of Metropolis heard a miserable roaring sound that frightened them out of their wits. Mommy, Mommy. Did you hear that? A small boy playing in the living room was holding a toy dinosaur raised his head, called his startled mother's attention, pointed outside and yelled excitedly. It's a dinosaur. Just like you said, it's a dinosaur. And it's crying. Parasite let out a miserable wail of anger and pain as he used both three-fingered hands to cover his face. It was of no use though, as dark purplish blood seeped through the corners, staining the floor with it. Yeah. I don't think so. Pun intended, by the way. I turned my gaze away from the staggering monster to the two eyeballs in my hand with a strange expression. Hold on. Did I just drop a pun? I swear I didn't deliberately do this. I just wanted to gouge his eyes out. That pun was so accidental. Never mind. I shook my head. A strange thought came to my head. Wasn't this the typical eye gouging scenario that usually happened in the Naruto universe? The eyes in my hand were definitely something though. They hadn't crumbled to dust yet even when under destructive aura. Well, let's leave this as a lesson. I said to myself and squeezed. Cataclysm quickly caused the eyeballs to crumble as disintegrated the blood on my palm. That unbridled greed in his eyes needed to go. So I took it upon myself to make sure it happened. Seeing the plot twist, Superman was stunned. Kara was stunned, the watching news employees were stunned. What the hell just happened? You. Kara uttered weakly. Her eyes wide with shock and surprise. Oh, hey Blondie. Didn't see you there. Kara was originally in a daze. She couldn't imagine that she was saved. And by him. But even in her weak state, the following words immediately made her blood pressure rise. Okay, now let me get this straight. You jumped into a fight against an unknown superpowered enemy that took down Superman with your meager 2 weeks of sun absorption. Okay, I gotta ask. Are you trying to commit suicide? 'Cause if you are, there are simpler ways. I said with curious eyes, raised eyelids and an expression as if I were looking at a fool. No, scratch that. I was looking at a fool. Geez, and you would think Superman was reckless. At least he had the strength that entitled him to act as such. This was simply the case of a newborn lion going to challenge a grown tiger to a battle for supremacy. Kara's mind went blank for a second. She coughed lightly. Not sure if it was from weakness or embarrassment, and let out a wry smile under the mask. Good to see you too. Really? I asked with a deadpan look. I send you off for 10 days and you're already about to die. I was helping. What would not helping look like? Roarth. The loud roar quickly drew my attention back to it. The staggering parasite had regained his balance, looking in my direction with what I could only guess to be a hateful expression. Well, let's just say it was looking in my direction. It couldn't see this way though. After all, it had no eyes. The scene fell into Kara's eyes and it was bloody. Pain. Since the day Superman's laser vision had blasted him into the black ooze back at Star Labs in the Central City invasion, that made him what he was today, Rudy had never felt such. Pain. Don't even mention pain, he hadn't been injured ever since the incident. Even if he was, all wounds he incurred for whatever reason would heal in the blink of an eye. It was the same before. Zoom crushed his heart when phasing through him. His body just readjusted before bringing him back from what should have been a fatal wound like an undead zombie. The power and genes he had absorbed from both Kryptonians had made his body stronger than any material on Earth. Coupled with his ability to absorb energy to grow stronger, he should have been invincible by now. Anything thrown at him would just feed his ravenous hunger. But that wasn't the case. He was wounded. Not just wounded. His eyes were gone. And what made it worse was that it wasn't healing. Despite his body instinctively using energy to repair the wounds, it wasn't healing. Why wasn't it healing? Why? Chapter 75. No, he felt it. At that moment, Parasite realized he was mistaken with his thoughts. The wounded area was healing. The powerful senses he gained after absorbing Superman's traits let him know this much. Only, the speed was extremely slow. Digging deeper into that feeling, he realized the problem. Anyone who used a microscope to view the wounded areas would also know what was going on. Parasite's cells were at war. Battling a considerable amount of cataclysmic force surging in his missing eye holes like white blood cells encountering a very potent virus. The mortal enemies immediately went to war, both sides determined to fight until one was eradicated. The image of the hand colored dark red, appearing out of nowhere filled his mind the following second. You just. Looking at the wounded Parasite, Kara was visibly shocked. Looking at the eyeless monster that stood on both feet, staring in their direction without moving a muscle, she felt a tingling sensation in her spine. The visual image in front of her was honestly terrifying. I did. I replied indifferently, placing one hand on his chin before uttering in a thoughtful tone. It's okay, though. It won't have much impact on him. After all, he can still see us. He what? The blonde Kryptonian felt her blood grow cold. The eerie feeling intensified, looking at the monster with only 2 bloody holes and no eyes. It could still see. Yep. He should have the abilities of you and your cousin now. His hearing can perfectly fill in for his sight. I said briefly, before showing a hint of contemplation. Am I right? Finally, I asked the person in question himself. Rudy. The casual words were downright terrifying to the young Kryptonian. This monster could steal the abilities of others. So that's why she felt so weak. Kara felt frightened. This little planet Earth was more dangerous than she could have imagined. In response to my question, the purple monster didn't give an answer. Just stared at me with his eyeless face. I didn't mind. If Parasite wanted to buy time for his eyes to grow back, then there was no problem waiting. Sure enough, it didn't take a few extra seconds, the injuries inflicted began to heal rapidly, reverting to the state it was before. Finally, it spoke. You know me. The voice was deep, eerie, hoarse, wasn't as demonic as Zoom's, but it fit well. It was a question, yet at the same time, not a question. Oh, still has a trace of reasoning. Not a total beast driven by pure instinct yet, huh? I thought to myself with a bit of curiosity. And from his memories I know you. As it said so, the eyes lit up like red lava, shooting towards my chest. The heat rays hit me straight on my chest area as I made no attempt to avoid it. Waves of burning solar power released through 2 straight rays continuously impacted against me. No effect thought as everything was taken in the same way it came. All without a single piece of fabric I put on getting destroyed or me moving a step from my position. At that moment, Parasite's body was enveloped in electric arcs before disappearing in place, leaving me slightly astounded. My ears twitched slightly as I snapped my head to the side and raised both hands to block the 2 arms attempting to grab me. Bang! My feet remained motionless as Parasite revealed himself. His hideous face actually had what I could only assume to be a sinister grin, looking like it had won a battle. No. Clark's face turned pale. He didn't even have an opportunity to give a reminder to not engage in physical contact under any circumstances. If Parasite absorbed my abilities as well, then they would be finished. He. You lose. He uttered with a dark chuckle, tightened his hands holding mine and actively absorbed. It happened then, streams of dark red energy emerged from my hands that were being held captive. Parasite's face changed drastically as pain once again assaulted his nerves and desperately tried to break free. Only, this time, I wasn't letting go. Disintegration energy emerged from my body like a flood, encasing the purple monster that towered over me in height and body size. Rarg! It was the same hellish scream, only even more prolonged. I watched as his body began to decay and crumble rapidly. The once impenetrable flesh did nothing to stop what was upon it as it rampaged through his every being in full force. The previous quantity in his eyes were considerable but in my opinion, minimal. The terrifying monster fell to his knees, his hands still clamped by mine to prevent escape. Barely 10 seconds had passed, and it looked like it was about to turn into a skeleton. It happened then, Parasite's body began to vibrate at a different frequency before phasing through the ground, escaping my grasp in a hurry. Watching it flee through the ground, my eyebrows furrowed slightly. My mind wasn't on the fact that he had escaped but the discovery that he's faster than me. I muttered under my breath with a bit of contemplation in my eyes. This wasn't an exaggeration. When Parasite attacked, his movement was too fast. Not to the point where I couldn't notice his movement pattern but almost to the point of a blur. For someone like me, that was truly saying something. The combined speed of a Kryptonian and a speedster was above my current level of strength. Coming down to physical fitness, not only was Parasite faster than me, he was also stronger. I could tell from the collision. If I didn't absorb the energy generated upon impact, I would have probably been blown away. Of course, this was all just on paper. The outcome of the brief encounter was still overwhelmingly in my favor. Physically, I may be weaker, but I would never lose. Nevertheless, this was worth taking note of. It's been a long time since I last got an upgrade. I thought to myself with a hint of amusement. The DC universe wasn't limited to just this. Ultimately, someone like Parasite who could destroy the world if given enough time was still a second-rate villain at most. Maybe a bit higher when he reached his peak. The real threats were still nowhere to be found. But that didn't mean they didn't exist. He's gone. I turned my gaze to the struggling man of steel. Clark mustered enough energy to stand on his feet. Having regained some strength from the sun, he still looked like he would fall over as long as someone gave him a slight push. Rudy? Clark asked with a grim expression. I saw his picture. That's him. The employee at Star Labs. Clark's face carried clear disbelief. The image of the white-haired male in a janitor's outfit and the purple monster in front of him conflicted greatly. What? What in God's name happened to him? Pretty much. I affirmed with a shrug of my shoulders. Clark's face was particularly ugly. You know what happened to him, don't you? Pretty much. I didn't stick around for more questions this time. Answering with 2 words, I turned around to leave. Clark, who wanted to ask more, had his words stuck in his throat seeing my departing figure. A frown adorned his face before he called out. You're going after him? Pretty much. I said without turning around. The frown deepened. Are you going to kill him? Pretty much. I replied indifferently before adding. Don't you think it's normal to finish what you started? But what if there's a way to reverse it? Receiving no reply, Clark gnashed his teeth with a bit of anger and helplessness. You can't kill him. He's still human. Sure. Look at all the corpses and just keep telling yourself that. He has a family. A wife and child. His words successfully brought my departing back to a halt. It's not right to kill him if he can still be saved. Seeing this, Clark said hurriedly. He knew what was about to happen. Parasite's fate was sealed the moment he attacked, and Superman was currently in no condition to stop me. Honestly, at this point, Clark doubted he could on a normal day. The situation might be different if he flew into the sun before it happened, but currently, Rudy Jones wasn't the human he once was. Now, he was extremely dangerous and would go on a massive killing spree if left unchecked. Clark didn't want that to happen, but aside from him, there were few people in the Justice League who could be of help. Scratch that. With what he had just faced, anyone else who came to interfere would probably suffer what he just experienced, and not everyone had his level of vitality. He didn't want Rudy to die, and he also didn't want people to die due to leaving Rudy alive. For a moment, Superman hoped that Amari could help him capture and contain the parasite instead of killing it. But judging from behavioral observation, what were the chances? At least I certainly wouldn't. Instead of worrying about the family of others, you should start worrying about yours. I said, turning my head slightly to reveal my side profile. 'Cause you nearly lost yours 2 minutes ago. Clark was slightly stunned at my words, before directing his gaze to Kara, who had passed out at some point. Clark's brows were narrowed intensely. Why did? He raised his head up only to find the person in question was no longer there. Midvale. A suburban town outside Metropolis. In a discreet and quiet alleyway. A blurry figure slowly appeared, its vibrating figure phasing from the underground up to the surface. The blurry silhouette soon stopped vibrating as soon as its whole body was out of the floor, revealing a bloody, physically disgusting figure. Molted skin that looked like it just emerged from an acid vat. A disfigured appearance making it look even more terrifying. Parasite took in his surroundings for a few seconds before staggering forwards. Unfortunately, it looked like the last of his strength was spent just getting here. Failing to keep himself upright, the 2-meter purplish monster fell to the floor after taking his first step. The pain he was currently experiencing was unlike nothing he ever felt before. RRGH. He released a pained growling sound while struggling to push himself up. The feeling of death that enveloped him a few moments ago left the monster utterly terrified. And so, Parasite ran away. Using the speed force, he phased through the floor, into the Metropolis underground sewer tunnels and ran as fast as he could. He didn't stop until he appeared in this small town, quite far from his original position. Not because he felt he had run far enough, but because he couldn't run anymore. The tearing pain of his muscles and bones being broken down was overwhelming. Not long after his official existence, Parasite encountered something terrible. Someone in possession of a form of energy he couldn't absorb. Supporting himself off the ground, he staggered toward the alley's end. His powerful senses let him know that if he left himself the way he was, he would most certainly die. The huge influx of destructive energy had overwhelmed whatever healing capability his natural body provided. The only reason he was still alive was because the huge amount of energy he had absorbed was acting as a fuel tank, fighting against the disintegration and keeping him from crumbling to dust. It wouldn't last long, though. All it was doing at this point was delaying the inevitable. Soon, it would run out, unless, of course, he absorbed some more. Not much, just enough to make sure that he could expel the cataclysmic force, heal his injuries and momentarily avoid hunger. So, a few hundred of these humans should do. 1,000 at maximum. After that, he would continue to absorb more. He thought he was powerful enough after defeating Superman. Damn, was he wrong. Now, he needed more. Much more. And so, he continued to move towards the nearest human. At that moment, the space behind him began to swirl. So this is where you're hiding. The voice that fell into his ears caused the purple monster to freeze. The streets of Midvale weren't bustling, but numerous people could be seen on the sidewalks here and there. A taxi driver whistled to a popular tune he recently got hooked on while driving his cab to the designated pickup stop. Bang! The driver didn't even have time to react as a figure flew out of a secluded alleyway at breakneck speed and slammed right into his taxi cab. The back of the parasite monster crashed against the taxi, sending it flying into the air before crashing to the floor. It didn't stop there, and the body continued to move forward, slamming into a parked tanker which exploded upon impact. Chaos engulfed the streets immediately, as many people ran for their lives without attempting to understand the situation. In this day and age, even a black man running on the road like he was fleeing from a ghost would put everyone else who saw it into a flight, no matter what the actual reason was. An explosion certainly warranted such reactions. Of course, there would always be those who would carry their phones, turn on their social accounts and begin live streaming without regard for their personal safety. The tanker went up in flames. A few seconds later, the flames were put out miraculously. Parasite fell to the ground. An indent visible on the scrap metal he collided against. Absorbing the flames did help his situation. But not by much. His deformed body still hadn't begun the healing process. There was a clear fist print in his chest area causing a noticeable hole. Amidst the screams and chaos, the sound of steady footsteps walking in his direction was particularly loud. Why? The hoarse voice of Rudy Jones fell in my ears. I understood what his question meant. Your cells were made to absorb while my energy was made to destroy, break apart, shatter on a molecular level. Your cells break apart before they can digest it, it's that simple. I said nonchalantly. Like a professor explaining a physics law to a student. What are you? Those incomprehensible words coming from him almost made me chuckle. A human corrupted by an alien substance transformed into an energy-devouring organism. I should ask you the same question. Those were my last words before my eyes changed. However, there was a noticeable difference this time as the usual spiral-shaped pattern was gone. What was left was a pure blue glow, accompanied by countless swirls in the area where the irises should be. And let me be completely honest when I say, this wasn't my doing, as I had no idea how this happened. Rarg! Seeing the change, Parasite roared loudly and turned into a lightning streak, rushing towards me with his claws outstretched. Time seemed to slow down. All he saw was the amusing look in my eyes before his vision was encroached by darkness. The next moment, his vision returned. This time, however, he wasn't in the city. The whole place was dark, too dark. Parasite found himself in a dark, dreary space, his limbs were completely bound with chains. Not just bound, he found that he couldn't even move a muscle. 3 moons hung in the sky yet the light they emitted seemed to achieve no purpose. From all he could see, the darkness stretched on for miles on end. So even the Tsukiyomi space got an upgrade. My voice brought him out of his reverie as he turned to my silhouette that just appeared. Where am I? He uttered gravely in a clear voice. The next moment, his eyes widened inexplicably. Surprised? I asked with a slight smile. Look down. As if an order had been given, his previously immovable body suddenly bent downwards, with his face directly opposite the ground. Underneath him wasn't pitch black night but a reflection of himself. The scene he saw caused his disbelief to rise even higher. His skin was smooth. Well, at least as smooth as a middle-aged man could get. The purple skin color was gone and his terrifying features had disappeared. With the all-too-familiar black hair on his head, Rudy realized what was happening. He was back. He wasn't Parasite anymore but Rudy Jones. But how is this possible? He voiced out his disbelief. This is my mental space, created to imprison the minds of all those who look into my eyes. It's a little different from before, but it should work just as well. I said while gesturing. You cured me? Oh. No. Hearing his words, I quickly shook my head before pointing at him. This isn't your real body. You're not in the real world but in a mental space. What you look like, right now, is the manifestation of your consciousness. Also, don't try to play that. I already know that Rudy Jones is long gone. I said indifferently, causing the expression of the male to change. The only reason you still seem like this is that you haven't adapted yet. With time, you'll eventually look like what you are on the outside. Rudy's face went from surprise to thoughtful, to finally, a frown. What do you want? Although it was the same voice, the tone was obviously different. He. I let out a hearty chuckle. You'll know soon enough. This space cannot imprison me forever. I will escape, and I will. He said in a menacing tone. And what makes you think I plan to imprison you here? I cut in before he could complete his sentence. Seeing the trace of confusion, I added with a smile. I think you're getting something mixed up. You see, I'm not trying to imprison you. Usually, I'd kill you immediately, but my eyes have gone through a special evolution. Now, it has a lot of functions I know nothing about. So what better way to explore those functions? My smile was particularly bright. Then on a very rare and extremely suitable guinea pig. Chapter 76. Two people stood near the end of the road. The smashed cars around them made their posture look particularly eye-catching. One was a human male. Well, looked like a human male. The other was once a human male but now, looked like something completely inhuman. Parasite lunged towards me with all the strength he could muster in a pointless attack. His body stiffened however, when his claws was 5 centimeters away from my head. The freeze was brief, taking no longer than a second. However, a long time had passed for both parties within this very short second. Parasite's vision returned for a split second before an intense fatigue flooded his mind. The level of mental exhaustion caused his already weakening body to fail completely, causing the monster to plummet to the floor unconscious. I took a quick look at the monster that laid at my feet with a look of contemplation in his eyes. Well, these eyes truly have evolved. My voice was naturally smooth with a hint of pondering. 1 year. Unlike my previous abilities that could manipulate the mental space and stretch time for roughly 3 days, the newly evolved version took it to the extreme. For 1 year, Rudy had suffered so much torture as I experimented with my abilities that his mind would literally never be the same again. This was in no way an exaggeration. What Batman experienced could still be repaired with the right people and powers. As for this, I wasn't sure if it could be repaired by Dr. Fate and a group of magicians utilizing magic to the best of their abilities. Oh. And that's new. Something else caught my attention as well. Voices. Thousands of them coming from all directions. Men, women, children. Amari could hear them. However, this wasn't through the use of his ears. Oh my god. Shit, gotta hurry and call 911, there's. Damn it. Are those supers fighting again? But this ain't Metropolis. The thoughts of numerous people playing out simultaneously in his mind were honestly astounding. Some were cursing, some were screaming, some were doing both. Another shitty day in this shitty world. The thoughts of a beggar literally a few dozen meters away. He held a bottle of canned soda, half empty at this point. Unlike the others, he sat where he was and simply took a chug, ignoring the people who were running past him. Bending down slightly and taking a peep in my direction, his eyes quickly lost interest as he returned to resting his back against the wall. Where's death when you need it? The tone was nonchalant. Sounds like a human who had given up on life. Is this telepathy? The power to read the thoughts of others. This was the simplest definition and quite frankly, it was the simplest thing I could do at this point. No one told me, I could feel it. Focusing my sight on the comatose creature that was once Rudy Jones, retina lines appeared in my field of vision, before disappearing rapidly, feeding information of what I was seeing into my mind. Like who Parasite was or what he once was, what he is now and how exactly he could do what he could do. His body composition, cell structure, current physical state, various biological flaws. The lines were almost endless. It was almost like an analyzer, giving me detailed information of what I wanted to know when I wanted to know it. Or better put, an omniscient eye. Of some kind. Not only did my eyes scan his body but also his mind. I experienced the process of reaching deep into his brain, retrieving memories hidden deep within his hippocampus. Memories of his 9 months being a fetus, the day of his birth, the numerous times he suckled on his mother's breasts. Memories of his early years, how many times he had bacon in his life, how he liked to play with little toy trains, how many times he had used the word fuck when playing with his wife in all his favorite sex positions, the 956th word he read in the newspaper. Many things he could remember and things he couldn't remember and was incapable of remembering even with his current capabilities. It was intrusive, but even if he was conscious, he wouldn't be able to feel the intrusion. I looked at the destroyed tanker and similar information appeared. It was honestly intriguing. I could learn anything about anything. If a regular human was suddenly loaded with so much information, their brains would have exploded in the first nanosecond. Didn't matter to me though. Still, this was just the beginning. The previous use of the Tsukiyomi space wasn't 1 year but as long as I could maintain it. Depending on the mental strength of those I use it against, I could practically trap the opponent in a mental prison for all eternity, erode his consciousness, turn them into a mental retard with nothing but a look. Not to mention. With a single thought, a spoon laying under a table in an apartment 23 blocks away from here was suddenly pulled away from its resting place. I raised my hand to catch the spoon with a strange light in my eyes. Telekinesis as well. Wasn't this the road of Martians? Or was this the Rinnegan of the ninja world? It's all new. Looks like I need to take out time to test my new capabilities. I said with some thought. You could just will yourself to know the information you seek. The voice of Alice sounded in my ears, causing me to chuckle. Come on Alice, where's the fun in that? I replied with some amusement. You didn't improve, you eyes. No. I shook my head in denial. This wasn't my doing at all. I felt the slight changes but made no effort to stop it. Still, this end point was a bit surprising. Now come to think of it, what exactly were my requirements when I willed for a perfect body? I said out loud with my hand placed on my chin. There was a reason I created a perfect physique when creating a body for myself. In simple words, the perfect there simply meant completely unique. In other words, my body DNA was one of a kind throughout all universes. My cells wouldn't survive the moment they disconnected from my body surface. They were special, so the structure couldn't be replicated, reused, or copied. Simply speaking, everything I gave myself was for me and me alone. This was also the reason why Parasite couldn't copy any of my abilities during the brief moment we made contact. I wished for his simply because 1. I didn't want my abilities copied or used against me. 2. I didn't want to have another version of me running around. The DC Universe cloning technology is honestly annoying. This was something I personally didn't want to experience. Unlike Superman, who was more tolerant, I would directly erase my clone out of existence if I ever found out one existed. This paragraph is for readers who think I gave my MC a Viltrumite physique. I haven't explained this since I wrote about it in the 5th chapter. The MC has all the physical capabilities of a Viltrumite, he doesn't have Viltrum DNA. From my calculations, your body is in a constant state of evolution. Due to the cellular qualities of your DNA, your body has caused your eyes to mutate and develop unknown characteristics. Unknown changes. I murmured with a raised eyebrow. There are a lot of inconsistencies with that sentence. The eyes weren't the only thing developing unknown characteristics. One was the fact that I actually involved myself just before Parasite could kill Kara. That in itself was odd. My principles were pretty clear. I never attacked first. Rudy didn't attack me. Well, not yet anyway. Still, my actions were completely off character. I knew why, and I was a little unhappy about it. This body was developing emotions. Emotional attachment, although very minimal. What will you do with him? Alice's question brought me out of my thoughts. I turned my gaze back to the brain-dead Rudy Jones. After torturing him for a year, any thoughts of killing him I previously possessed had faded. Well, the guy was already this miserable. Killing him just didn't nudge me anymore. My ears picked up the rapidly approaching police sirens in the distance. Well, how about we just drop him off? Star Labs, Central City. The military sweep was basically finished and all military personnel were packing their bags to leave. Waller in particular, had an ugly expression. Her face was cold and the gloomy feeling she gave off gave the impression that someone owed her $1 million. Waller knew that right now, she was really in trouble. Right then, the space in the distance suddenly swirled. Thud. A body appeared out of thin and fell to the floor with a resounding thud. The body sported a pale purple color. Green lines around it looked particularly faded as well. The once hulking body of Parasite now looked thin and shriveled. It laid there completely unresponsive, the only sign that showed he was still alive was the rising and falling of his chest area. Waller took several steps back while gesturing towards the soldiers and the monster. 30 seconds later. There's a note, man. One said as he looked at Parasite's chest that had several words scribbled on his chest. It says, "Hope you like the present." Waller. Looking at the Parasite monster, Waller frowned and fell into deep thought. Is it? We don't know, man. Maybe some kind of alien. Waller raised an eyebrow. The image of one person fell into her mind. Is it still alive? Yes. But whatever it is, it's unresponsive. It also looks to be in pretty bad shape. Amanda nodded. Get a containment team down there. Have it transported back to the DOD. Amanda said. Her mind couldn't be bothered concerning whatever this was. Right now, she needed to return to DC and find the president. The information she had desperately tried to conceal had been leaked. It was something even she couldn't suppress. If she didn't do something about it, Waller would truly be finished. However, she still didn't understand how bad things had gotten. That order is no longer yours to give. A deep, stern voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling the fat lady. Waller turned around and her eyes fell on one of the last people she wanted to see. Tan skin, brown hair, black eyes. Wade looked at the fat lady in front of him with exceedingly cold eyes. "Arrest this bitch immediately," he said towards the nearby soldiers while pointing towards Amanda. Waller's face changed drastically. "You can't do this. I'm the secretary of the DoD. She defended in a panicked tone. "With all that's gone online, I doubt you will be able to retain that position for long." The tall, broad-shoulders man stood firmly, placing both hands behind his back. Seeing General Wade Eiling personally give the order, the soldiers didn't delay and cuffed Waller without question. "This isn't over, Wade. The president will hear of this. What all the shit that's been dug out, I doubt Lex would be able to keep you even if he wanted to." He replied indifferently, not paying attention to the secretary who was being dragged out of the Star Labs building. "What do we do, General?" a soldier asked respectfully. "What else? Have a containment team get down here and take this to the labs," Wade said, his gaze still fixed on the parasite monster. Unlike Waller, he had received news earlier on, so he knew that this thing just fought with Superman and the mysterious deviant a while ago and fled. Looking at the message inscribed in Parasite's flesh, Wade had a very strange feeling in his gut. That this message was specifically meant for him to see. "Looks like we have to get in touch." September 2nd, Washington, D.C. In a penthouse high-rise. The space on the balcony swirled, followed by a figure stepping into the open space out of thin air. "I've been expecting you," Wade said solemnly. "You're not an easy man to get a hold of." Hearing his words, I shrugged indifferently. Waller said the same thing. I swept my eyes around the place and asked casually. "By the way, what happened to her recently? I heard the secretary got replaced." "She's where she belongs. Back at Belle Reve. Unfortunately, not in a cell." Hearing my time, Wade's eyelids twitched slightly. "Since you're here, let's get down to business." There was a brief moment of silence. Seeing that I didn't reply and just stared at him, he took it as my consent and continued. "The agreement you had with the World Council states that you will cooperate with us when necessary." I nodded my head without bothering to fully clarify. "In that case, I'm here to offer you a deal." Waller said that as well. I didn't show any movement. I already knew what he was going to ask for. It was enough that it was practically easy to guess. Still, I didn't get ahead of him. "What could that be, General?" Wade rested his back against his chair. "The serums you made decided on with Lane. That needs to be discussed. But that will be finished later. Now, I want you to inform me on where I can find General Lane. Worry not, for this piece of information, we can satisfy the price," he said with a nonchalant tone. "I know. The price for Lane's location wasn't high, even if I wanted to charge. So I suggest you start getting ready for international peace talks. Because old Lane is being held in Byalia." Chapter 77. Byalia? Wade frowned. "Yep. That's going to be difficult. Byalia is generally not friendly to outsiders, much less welcomes them." Wade shook his head. "Like I said, peace talks. Where exactly?" The general's eyes narrowed. For this kind of situation, information is essential. The World Council had given him the mission to retrieve Lane and the asset at all costs. Even if Lane died, if there was a body, it should be brought back. North off Kurak, deep into Byalian territory. There's an underground research facility where the old general is being held captive. I can give you the coordinates if you'd like, but for you, I doubt it would be much help," I said candidly. Wade tapped his fingers on the chair. "What will we be up against?" "Something your Black Ops infiltration team won't stand a chance against," I said mercilessly. "Whatever team you assemble will have to go light. They need to be able to avoid radar when getting in. They need abilities to deal with the big guns they will most certainly face. Also, all channels of communication have an 85% chance of being compromised. Radio silence is imperative. Meaning, they won't be able to make contact once inside. Bingo. With Byalia's current state of affairs, it'd be wonderful if they could smuggle past the border. Then how long they could live depends on them." The atmosphere was slightly embarrassing. This wasn't a matter of if they could complete the mission, but how long they would last before a wipeout. Wade's face was gloomy. His expression showed that his mind was full of thoughts. Byalia wasn't somewhere anyone could waltz into. The United States didn't have aircraft with advanced stealth technology. There was no way to make it through sea as well. Any attempts at sneaking in would immediately be noticed. Just sneaking in itself posed a big problem. Even if they could they succeed? According to the intel he just obtained, his men would undoubtedly be slaughtered by what was most likely a superpowered individual. Or maybe a group of them. Wade had no powered individuals under his command in this regard. Or did he? I saw the blond middle-aged man look at me with a certain light in his eyes. Hell no. Don't even think about it. I shut him down before he could propose anything. Your strength and abilities should be more than enough to. I'm a business partner, not an errand boy to do your dirty work. I cut him off with no room for question. Besides, you don't need me. That's why you have the Justice League for cases like this. Your Black Ops team are useless in this scenario, but it doesn't mean theirs is. Wade raised an eyebrow. As a general who served in the military for many years, he was considerably shrewd. He didn't think this sentence was just me mentioning casually. Pardon me for assuming that you might have a way for this thing to work. I thought you'd never ask. I said before gesturing. A holographic screen appeared before both of us. A massive energy signature was detected from this part of Bialia. It also suggests that it's extraterrestrial in origin. If I can pick this up, the Justice League can do the same. They are sending their team to investigate the situation, under the radar, of course. All you have to do, is give them a side mission on the way. I'm sure they won't object to such a rescue. If the Justice League could condescend to working as bodyguards for Lex Luthor in Malaysia, then this would be no problem. The timing was right, the location was right, and the whole thing could be done together. Killing two birds with one stone. Wade saw this. His eyes gazed off a cold gleam as he turned his gaze towards me. The fact that you know all this is particularly interesting. More like worrisome. I could hear his worry and fear underneath. This man was wary of me. I once told Lane, I know a lot of things. I chuckled. For his apprehensions, I wouldn't have it any other way. Your knowledge and power could be used for the greater good of man. If you could. No, thanks. I interrupted yet again at the general who was about to preach salvation. There's nothing in Bialia that can catch my attention, so I'll sit this one out. I had been standing this entire time. My eyes making contact with Wade's as we stared at each other. The gaze of the old general was particularly intense. Very well. He said, relenting. Splendid. So, that brings about the end of our discussion. I believe the announcement for the reward will be made known soon. I said knowingly, before turning towards the window. You do know that the Justice League won't be happy with what you've asked for, right? Wade asked with a bit of curiosity. I can't speak for the Justice League. I said as I reached the open window. A smile made its way to my face as I thought of someone with a constipated expression on his face. But I certainly know Batman won't be. And with that, I flashed away from the penthouse at a speed surpassing human sight. I have to say, though, these old guys in the army really like buying penthouses. What's their deal? Wade watched me leave before shifting his thoughts elsewhere. The fact that he was going to find the Justice League for help on something, honestly didn't sit well. After a while of contemplation, Wade took up his phone, dialed a number and let it ring. The call connected, and he spoke to the person on the other end. Get the department ready to contact Superman. Then, he cut the call and got up to get dressed. A lot of work was waiting to be done. Gotham City. September 3, 2002. 4616 North Moore Street, Strader Pharmaceuticals. Corporate Headquarters. Head Office. Nice place you got here. I eyed the place with a blank look and said casually. That sentence was a basic lie. Although it was a powerful business force in Gotham, the office of the CEO wasn't anything special. He. You flatter me. The man sitting on the other end of the table replied with a wry smile and a wary tone. His tone was a bit hoarse and his skin slightly paler with a haggard look to it. Are you uncomfortable? I asked with a raised eyebrow. The man didn't speak. I didn't know if he was acquiescing, or he didn't know how to reply. I didn't care either. I believe I scheduled an appointment. Were you not expecting me? That. Lloyd felt depressed. Who the hell would take that thing serious? An email popping up on your computer from God knows where, telling you that someone had booked an appointment with a powerful alien. So you weren't kidding. He said, trying desperately to keep his composure. Let me guess, you thought it was a prank. I asked with a raised eyebrow. Now where have I heard that before? Oh yeah, Lane said it to me on the first day we met. The last person who said that to me is currently missing. I said nonchalantly. The tensing of his body was completely unexpected. This surprised me. I was barely stating a fact. Why did he shiver all of a sudden? Humans. So fragile. Lloyd couldn't calm down. I mean, anyone would find it difficult to calm down when they were face to face with the person who murdered the Joker on live TV and was still roaming as a free man. That was the Joker, for fuck's sake. Lloyd was there when it happened. He watched his from his TV screen and the whole thing was very impactful. Such a person was now looking for him was a bit difficult to digest. Seeing his reaction, my furrowed brows relaxed. Well, doesn't matter. Since we're already here, let's cut to the chase. For this whole matter, I would rather not waste more time than I needed to. If you had bothered to read the email, you would know the reason for my presence. But with how things have gone so far, I'm just going to assume that you didn't instate my intentions. Basically, I want to acquire Strader Pharmaceuticals. My casual words were equivalent to a bomb in his ears. His eyes widened inexplicably as he looked at me with shock and surprise. This was temporary. The next moment, his face darkened considerably. I paid no heed to his facial expressions and continued. You are the majority shareholder of the company, solely owning 61% of shares and possessing absolute decision-making power over the company transactions. Quite impressive, I might add, and just perfect. Simply acquiring your shares will save me a lot of time and stress. His face grew uglier with each additional word I added. With my superb eyesight, the slight shaking of his shoulders and hands were visible. This man was angry. Well. At least on the inside. Outwardly, his expression returned to normal as he hesitated for a while before saying resolutely. My shares aren't for sale. There was no surprise there. Decent acting skills, I might add. If things went so smoothly, I wouldn't have come here myself. Is that your final decision? You didn't even hear what I had to offer. Then please, do make your bid. He said, feigning an indifferent look while reaching for the gun in the hidden compartment under his table with slightly shaky hands. But I doubt there's anything you can give that will make me change my mind. Oh. Well, will this suffice? With a slight flick of my wrist, a folder appeared out of nowhere within my grasp. I tossed it onto the table and gestured for him to take a look. My initial ideals for coming to Gotham before I was sidetracked by the Joker and his shenanigans remained unchanged. Only, the mode of completion was slightly different. Instead of creating a new force, I just buy an already existing one. Of course, the business organizations in Gotham that I could buy were rather limited. They were either too small, not at all related to what I wanted to do, belonged to the Wayne Group, or some villain who messing with was not worth the time. I mean seriously. And so, Alice picked this as the best available option. Well, it was either this or Ace Chemical Plant. Lloyd looked at me with one eye before picking up the folder cautiously. He proceeded to open the folder and examine the contents. By the constant change in expressions and darkening of his facial features, I think I can safely say that he did not like what he found. So is this your play? He asked me through gritted teeth. His fist tightly clenched and his chest heaving slightly. His eyes looked like they would turn blood red, like an enraged bull. If not for his strong reasoning and good sense of judgment that told him he would suffer a fate worse than death, I'm pretty sure he would have pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger. And the whole network is calling you a hero. How misguided they are. I looked at this man with eyes of looking at a clown. Did he really think I was a hero who would care about that sort of shit? My deal is pretty easy to understand. You can either accept my deal and sign all your shares to my name, or I'll have this file and the drive in the folder forwarded to Batman and all media in the States. By then, Strader Pharmaceuticals will have bigger things to worry about than my acquisition proposal. From what I could gather, you guys are already caught in a pickle ever since the Boy Wonder put you on Batman's radar. I ignored his rhetoric. There were several reasons why Alice chose Strader Pharmaceuticals. Apart from being one of the few without connection to Gotham's residents, it was also the easiest to acquire due to a whole plethora of reasons that were too convenient to be true. 1. The company itself wasn't large. It had some branches in other cities in New Jersey, but that was just about it. 2. They were already in the storm of public opinion due to various illegal deals they had made with criminals, putting their financial status in a serious pinch. 3. Their stock had plummeted tremendously due to the above-named reasons and the fact that the lifeblood of the company, Lloyd Waite, was diagnosed with cancer and the information leaked. And 4. They had attracted the attention of Batman for colluding with the Lord of the Avenue's gang, supplying them with a special super soldier serum also known as the Phenno drug. Of all above-mentioned reasons, no doubt that number 4 was the worst one. The serum itself was the main research project of the company and had taken hundreds of millions of dollars in funding. Unfortunately, the serum was considered a failure as it had tremendous side effects with no result in reversing after months of research. The military ruthlessly rejected it, saying it was unfit for their forces to use. This almost put Strader Pharmaceuticals on the verge of bankruptcy. In order to survive, they had to make business transactions with a powerful local gang in Gotham to keep things afloat. No doubt, Robin realized something was up. And if Robin knew, Batman wasn't far behind. The group barely got away with it by the skin of their teeth due to the fact that there wasn't enough evidence to have them convicted and all users of the drug had died. But that didn't mean Batman wasn't still onto them. Everything he had read in this file was more than enough to have the company shut down and Lloyd and the board of directors locked away for a lifetime. Of course, only someone like me could use this as a breakthrough point. Batman couldn't find sufficient evidence which shows what great lengths these guys went to wipe their butts clean and cover it up. In other words, in Alice's words, it was the best and softest persimmon I could find. Honestly, I loved that AI. How did you? He wanted to ask but stopped himself. That shouldn't be your concern. What should be is whether this company you so desperately want to keep is worth a lifetime imprisonment. And trust me when I tell you, even if you don't get it, I can make sure it happens. I gave off a charming smile. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. Having to publish this is the last case scenario. I would rather just have you accept my offer and let us part ways after the transaction. I could put him in jail, but I didn't want the drama. Likewise, I wasn't an incarnation of justice. Things that could be settled quietly should be settled that way. Lloyd's face was particularly unsightly. His eyes darted in all directions, probably thinking of a way to escape from this predicament. A minute of silence later, his body slumped on his seat and he let out a sigh of frustration and defeat. How much do you plan to give? The middle-aged man looked like he had aged 10 years. The situation was practically him putting himself on the chopping block. But there was no other way. Unless he wanted to face jail for life. Besides, why was he fighting for all this anyway? It's not like he had long to live. Oh, you misunderstood. If it's money, I won't be giving you a dime. My words made him frown. Lloyd felt slightly annoyed, but anyway, what was he expecting? I will, however, be giving you this. My sentence fell and a small space on the table distorted. The next moment, a vial was laying where there was originally nothing. What is this? Lloyd asked with a look of puzzlement. The answer to your problems. The reason you got in this mess in the first place. I said nonchalantly. The story of Lloyd Waite was one that reminded me of a character in another multiverse. They were both rich, yet they invested their wealth to create a serum to push humans above their physical limits because they were about to die. You don't mean? He. I chuckled. That Mr. Waite is your cure. The cure to cancer, that is. Chapter 78. Bang! The back door of a certain bar in the Gotham slums was kicked open. Two burly men with fierce scars on their faces and stern expressions stepped through the door in sync. You motherfucker, let me go right this instant, or I swear I'll. The man being held within their grasp swore wildly. His mouth moved at extremely fast speeds, shooting out cuss words like a barrage without a single repetition. The fierce-looking men paid him no heed, not did his words elicit a reaction from them. With smooth coordination and tacit understanding honed through many months of repetitive action, the man was thrown out through the back door of the bar, into the alleyway. The night in Gotham wasn't peaceful. Dark and gloomy clouds had emerged earlier on, signaling the city residents that tonight was going to have a heavy downpour. Today in particular was rather heavy. The clouds cried and Gotham was drenched in heavy rain. The man who was thrown out into the alley under the bad weather just so happened to fall into a puddle. Thud. The thudding sound was particularly dull. Almost unnoticeable as it was covered up by the splash. Tui. Bastards. Isn't it just a broken glass? I'll never patronize this shithole again. Ignoring his now drenched body that was stained with what could almost be deemed as sewer water, the man spat out a thick mouthful of phlegm and said with a vicious look. Facts prove that in Gotham, no one gave a fuck. Fuck. Lost my good drinking spot. He said to no one, visibly annoyed under the heavy rain. The man didn't look rich or well off to say the least. His clothes were faded, sewed in multiple areas and had a few patches. His long, shaggy, unkempt hair fell to his back and his beard was, as one would expect, untrimmed. The gray lines on both hair and beard were easily noticeable. He was a middle-aged man, but looked like he was in his mid-50s. The rain continued to pour incessantly. The man walked down the road, moving from one alley to another with clear familiarity. The sight of a man walking under the rain was particularly conspicuous. Many people turned to give the drenched man a look. The beggars, the homeless, the gangsters who were taking shelter under different coverings. They took one look at the scrawny man before ignoring him like he didn't exist. Obviously, this person was no stranger to them. His poor dressing literally gave away the fact that he had no money to his name. The man didn't mind. He continued to walk down the road usually guarded by gangsters that now granted free passage to all who were poorly dressed. Thunder flashed and the man's shadow could be seen for a split second as he appeared near a dead end. The wall in front of the man failed to dissuade him from going forward as he came to the side of the wall and pushed aside a rather large green garbage dumpster. A hole in the wall leading downwards was revealed. He made his way through the darkness and fumbled lower and lower. There was no surprise twist where he got to a certain point, flipped a switch or lever and the whole place suddenly powered up with electricity. He wasn't Batman, nor was he a hidden master with a secret mission or an underground lair, special skills, or even someone worth remembering. He was just a plain, homeless guy who chanced upon this place about a week ago, not knowing that tonight might be his last. "Well, looks like this will be my spot for the next couple of weeks," he said with a bit of irritability. This was due to the fact that he didn't have a drink with him to tide the time before he knocked himself unconscious with booze. He slumped his back against a pillar with his head hung low. The whole place was dark, and the visibility was low. Without looking carefully, he would probably trip over something. That's okay. He didn't plan to move anyway. Or at least that was what he was initially going for. However, a sudden glow sweeping over the entire place woke up the poor man who was about to doze off after leaning for 6 minutes. What the hell? Opening his eyes, he was surprised to locate a light source coming from the distance. That's... Uncertainty clouded his heart as he stood up from his position. Hesitating slightly, his curiosity ultimately got the best of him as he made his way towards the direction of the light. The whole place was reminiscent of an underground building. Walking down the hallway, he was about to take the bend to see what exactly was glowing when the light suddenly went off. He hurriedly moved forward, turned and looked towards the other end. There was nothing. The illumination of this solace was terrible, and he had gone far away from the closest source of light. Now that whatever gave off that glow was gone, the whole place was dreadfully dark. Crap. That's just perfect. Seeing that he had wasted his time, he was about to turn around and feel his way back to return the way he came. It happened then. Grgahaha. His turning body suddenly froze for a second. The sound that seemed to be a mix between a laugh and a growl immediately caught his attention. His body stood in place for 2 seconds before turning around once again to the place where he looked before. Lo and behold, he saw something that immediately frightened his soul. The place was still pitch black due to zero lighting in the area. However, right in the middle of the darkness, a pair of big, glowing yellow eyes could be seen in the place where there was originally nothing. The unkempt man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The eyes were wide and bright, and he could swear that something was wrong with them. He felt goosebumps all over his skin. Those eyes looked like they were examining something interesting. Hello. He called out nervously but received no response. At this point, he didn't even realize that he was already beginning to develop cold sweats. Although he didn't have a house and a television to watch documentary shows, he still knew that creatures with yellow eyes were most likely carnivorous animals like lions and leopards that ate human flesh. But what was one of those things doing in this kind of place? For a moment, he didn't know what to do. And then, the light came back on. And no, it wasn't the lighting but the yellow glow that had previously attracted him. The whole space was suddenly illuminated and the big, yellow mass that appeared in the distance caused his eyes to widen. Too bad, he didn't know what this stuff was, but for those who did, they would definitely run without hesitation. Because this was a breach. A portal that connected 2 worlds together. Seeing the spherical yellow object that looked like it was constantly releasing fiery waves, the man was a little stunned. Never before had he seen anything like this. It was also there and then that he made another outstanding discovery. The light illuminated the whole place, meaning that the figure of the animal that he couldn't see before was shown clearly. However, what astounded him was that what appeared in his sight wasn't an animal. At least, it didn't look like an animal at first glance. After all, it stood on its 2 legs, had hands and feet, its ears were remarkably long, the head was shaped in a weird way and one hand was holding what looked to be a long blade of some kind. The creature tilted its head to the side, examining the poor homeless man closely before releasing a grin that showed off its pearly white teeth. Grgahaha. Well, it would have been pearly white if it weren't black and red and had what looked to be bits and pieces of flesh in it. The man was startled and took several steps back hurriedly. The portal behind the creature suddenly began to fluctuate. It seemed as if it was releasing waves of energy in all directions. And then, something came out of it. With wide eyes, the man watched as another creature stepped out of the portal. Almost completely identical to the first one, only this one wasn't holding a blade but carried a wooden club. What the fuck is happening? The man hurried backward in panic. He didn't notice the obstacle that lay behind him, causing him to trip and fall to the ground. Each time something passed through, the portal would flash, and so it did. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 12th. Damn! My leg! The homeless man exclaimed in pain as he felt the throbbing on his ankle. Upon trying to stand firm on his feet, he could feel a dull aching within. The man's face turned dark. Was this a sprain? He pushed himself off the ground while hopping on one foot, hopped towards the all to support himself and took out a pocket knife that he had hidden in his pocket and pointed it at the distance. Hey! Whoever you are or, whatever you are. The man's words grew bolder and bolder as he began to lay excessive threats towards the creatures that were now outnumbering him. You hear me? I studied 4 years of Taekwondo, do. Grhhe. At that moment, the first one that had appeared suddenly let out a shrill roar, startling the man who was cursing. The portal was still open, but the number of whatever these things were, as if on command suddenly screamed as well and ran forwards like warriors on a battle charge. The man's face changed drastically as fear overwhelmed him. Where did he have the courage to continue his barrages? He turned immediately and began hopping away as fast as he could with one hand supporting him against the wall. It's just for someone with a sprained ankle. How far away could they get? He had barely moved a noticeable distance when he was swarmed by numerous creatures a little more than half his height. No. Arg. Arg. Stop. Please. Squelch. Arg. The sounds of flesh being ripped off bones could not be heard, and the man's screams quickly died down when one of them bit into his throat. The portal that was still flashing gave off a bright light. Following which, another one came out. Thud. The sound of its 2 feet touching the floor caused the surroundings to tremble a little. Unlike the others, he wasn't small. This creature stood many years higher than its companions, with its arms and chest filled with muscles. A cold light flashing in its eyes, like a beast thirsty for blood. And when he took a deep sniff, he found the blood he was thirsting for. The rain continued to fall in Gotham. I think that went rather well, don't you, Alice? I said with a flat face while holding some signed documents in my left hand and an umbrella in my right. I wore a black-on-black outfit with the upper clothing being long-sleeved, the top unbuttoned, the parts reaching my wrists pushed back up a bit, and the collars flying. While the lower clothing was just standard black trousers. Perhaps. The AI replied. But there are better payment methods than giving him a cure. Alice, you're the most advanced AI on the planet. You should see the point just like I do. I replied nonchalantly. Every other point can be forgotten. The fact is that if I didn't have him by the neck, he wouldn't have agreed to sell those shares for anything. Because that's the only way he can continue making research in a slim hope to perfect the phenol drug and save his life. Well, since that's the case, I'll just give him what he wants for what I want. It's a matter of principles, my dear. Well. That was mainly bullshit. It was more like half true and half false. Creating a cure for cancer cost me nothing, so why would I care what he wanted? For him, a cure to his predicament was the best payment method. If he asked for power beyond what his company was worth, then that was a different case. Besides, it would turn into good publicity later on. Walking like this in Gotham. Do you not fear getting robbed? She asked sarcastically. I raised an eyebrow at her question. The combination of clean appearance, good-looking clothes, attractive features, and the capability to use an umbrella in the rain would be nothing anywhere else. Not here though. At that moment, I walked past an alley. A creature hiding in its darkness examined me with its yellow eyes. It watched as my figure stopped on the spot and turned to look at it, exactly where it was hiding. And then, it let out a maniacal grin before it rushed out at a speed surpassing Usain Bolt. The distance between us was a dozen meters away. Rushing forward, it held the spear in its hand and threw it towards me. The monster watched as the weapon spun through the air towards the creature it had come across. However, when the spear was less than a foot away, the eyes of the creature changed color to a dazzling blue. Following which, the spear was directly shattered to pieces. The force that acted on the spear did not stop, rushing towards the little green creature in less than a second and... Squelch! The little monster had its body shredded to pieces, pieces of blood and flesh decorating the alleyway. The night in the heavy rain had returned to calm. All that remained was more, looking at the stained alley with a raised eyebrow. What was that? Chapter 79. Looking at the alley with green blood splattered everywhere, I was slightly taken aback. What was that? A large amount of information appeared in my retina the moment I opened my... Wait a moment, what exactly do I call it now? Never mind. My eyes fell on the bloody bits, quickly locating the scattered pieces of its brain. Then... I could see it. The blood composition, the DNA structure, the 43 years of its young life. For any human, it would be weird for something to be considered young at 43. That wasn't the point though. Analyzing its brain, I saw numerous pictures of several years, all digested and understood in less than a second. A world unknown came to my mind, filled with numerous races and lots of vegetation. This was the first thing this creature saw on the day it was brought into existence. The moment it was born, his mother left him with the rest of the horde of babies produced and went her way, similar to the thousands of other mothers in the breeding hole. There was no socialization in its race. No social structure or economic structure of any kind. There was a hierarchy, though, and a very crude one at that. No surprises, he was at the lowest level their race could go. The fodder of its race had no language to speak of. Majority of his 43 years of existence was mainly spent doing four things. Resting, hunting, which included attacking human settlements, kidnapping their females and bundling them up to return to the swarm, and of course, investing its semen to continue to produce the next generation of its kind. Okay, those part of the memories weren't pleasant to have to go through. In few words, a proper laborer. Summed up. Name. World, Chaos, world of monsters. World specialization, swords and magic. Multiverse connection, Fey realms. Location. Race, goblin. 40+ years went by in a flash. I looked at the flesh pieces and fell into contemplation. A breacher. That's right, this creature was an organism from another world. The dimensional frequency its body exhibited differed greatly from this one. The natural energy in its body also differed greatly from whatever this world possessed. Not only was this creature a breacher, but it was also what the humans of this universe referred to as a goblin. What the hell is a goblin doing in DC? I asked with amusement. Sir, you mean? Yes, Alice. Apart from the speedsters, we have our very first universal crossover event. Looks like the world of swords and magic is coming to Earth. I chuckled at the AI's exaggeration. Maybe, maybe not. But Gotham is about to find itself in a serious pickle. Isn't that too much, sir? From my calculations, this creature is only as strong as a genetically enhanced super soldier. With special equipment, Batman can defeat it with no assistance. True. The wind billowed as the rain poured. My hair swayed with it as my expressionless face couldn't help but carry a tinge of emotion. My enhanced eyesight had been pushed to the limit, instantly covering all of Gotham in 360-degree visions. Sure enough. I thought to myself as numerous scenes played before my eyes. In the shadows, they had appeared. Hiding, stalking, waiting. But these creatures have integrated the lesson of strength in numbers. My words fell, and the first one attacked. Followed by the second, third, fourth. A minute later, I was still standing at the same spot, but Gotham had gone into pandemonium. The goblins rushed out of the shadows and invaded all human habitation. Houses, stores, streets in the slums with beggars taking shelter from the rain. Rushing out, there were hundreds of them and the number seemed to be increasing with every passing second. My eyes quickly locked onto the 5 breaches that I discovered in Gotham. Sure enough, 3 of them were bringing out a steady stream of goblin forces, with dozens rushing out of the portals every 10 seconds. From what I had seen in the memories, although these creatures were scattered all over their world, even the small horde that the goblin belonged to numbered in the tens of thousands. These breaches had brought with them a small army. From the analysis of their physical composition, their strength might only be at the peak of human beings, but their skin was abnormally dense. Forget about weapons swung with human force, even pistol bullets would do nothing but give them a white scratch. Unless the entire city was destroyed, this wasn't something the government could easily handle. Someone had to step up and do something. I thought to myself. And then, under the heavy rain, I took one step forward and continued to walk away. When the sky falls, there would be strong men to hold it in place. That wasn't me, though. At least, that's what I thought at first. 5 minutes later. Ah! A woman let out a high-pitched squeal as she ran on her 2 feet as fast as she could. She just saw her husband being butchered by these creatures after they broke into their house. Her instinct told her to flee for safety without delay. And so she did. Unfortunately, she tripped in panic and fell down as she reached the stairs. Grgaha. The weird laughter of the green-skinned creature made her body hairs stand on end as she held her wrist that gave her much pain. Please. Stop. Don't do this. She begged for mercy, her face filled with fear and panic. The grinning goblin with flesh stuck between its teeth gave her an answer. It raised the sharp dagger in its grasp and swung down viciously. After all, it wasn't mating season yet. Now, it was butchering time. Arg! The high-pitched scream of something akin to a pig being slaughtered rang out in the vicinity. Too bad, it was covered up by similar screams happening almost everywhere else. I stood on top of the Gotham Globe building watching everything spiraling below with a pensive expression. The streets of Gotham had already been soaked with blood so thick that even the rain found it difficult to wash away. How many people had been killed in just 5 minutes, I could tell. 8,223. 46. 98. 9,000. And counting. It was horrific. Another 5 minutes and the number of deceased would quadruple, quite literally. More and more just kept shooting out of the breaches with no end in sight. If you do not do something soon, sir, Gotham will fall and your acquisition plan will be for nothing. I frowned. She was right. If something wasn't done soon, this would be as great a tragedy as Steppenwolf's invasion. God knows how many people would die and how many losses Gotham would inevitably suffer. This would be bad. For business, that is. It had to come to a close. But would I have to do it myself? This was what made me hesitate. Call it stupid, idiotic, lunacy, ruthless, heartless, whatever you will, but I would rather not be the one to end it. To continue to contemplate on such a useless decision when every additional second I hesitated meant the death of another human life, it was cold-blooded. I admit it. But there were heroes for this kind of thing. Sigh. Where's Batman when you need him? I said with an uncharacteristic sigh. Oh. That's right. I put him in a coma. Batman was the protector of Gotham. This tiring and tasteless job should be left to someone like him. So I thought. Then, my eyes caught something rise out of a lake in the forest far away and fly towards the city. You've got to be kidding me. I couldn't help but exclaim. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. For real, this time. I could see the figure rested in the pilot's seat. Black bat costume, muscular body, stern facial expressions and a whole lot of gloominess to his aura. That was Batman. He's back. I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. Batman came on the bat jet to solve the situation. Did this mean he already had a way to defeat the goblin army that was multiplying at a fast speed? The jet quickly arrived in the city. The aircraft's targeting system was automatically turned on. Seeing the chaos that was going on below, Bruce's face was particularly ugly. Parameters set, all green-skinned moving targets locked successfully. The robotic voice called out upon successful completion. Fire. The guns of the bat jet immediately opened fire. The numbers of goblins emerging from the alleys on the road were numerous. Sweeping past the skies of that area, the goblins immediately received heavy fire. Many staggered and fell to the ground as the high-caliber bullets collided against their arms, chests, or legs. Others weren't lucky and were basically given headshots, with bullets landing on their eyes and other head areas, killing them effectively. The bullets were sprayed, and the goblins were shot. I watched Batman perform his task as a superhero and shook my head. His approach was not efficient at all. The number of goblins killed were too low. Not enough to keep up with the speed at which they were being replaced. This was the main issue. No matter how many goblins he killed, more would still appear and charge to their deaths fearlessly. It would turn into a war of attrition with Bruce being the ultimate loser. However, Batman wasn't to blame. He had already tried the best in his capacity. I watched the bat jet fly over Gotham, releasing bullets everywhere it flew for a few more minutes before ultimately deciding it was enough. Things weren't going to work out like this. Apparently, Bruce realized that as well. His ugly complexion grew even more unsightly as the results produced were far from ideal. Just as I was about to intervene, I noticed something. Interesting. The skin of these monsters are denser than most metals. Hard enough to tank high-caliber bullets. Weak points consist of the eyes and head area. In addition, their numbers are too many. Bruce said, recording all this in the computer files. He hesitated for a moment. Should he call Clark to take care of this situation? Honestly, Bruce felt unwilling. He just returned from suspension and the first thing he encountered were enemies he couldn't deal with. Gotham was his city, and the thought of others helping to solve his problems made him greatly uncomfortable. If he always had to call Clark whenever things were above his capabilities, then how would he be able to prove that you didn't need to have superpowers to make a difference? These creatures were strong. Perhaps he could defeat them in a one-on-one situation, but they were too many. People were dying. He didn't have the time, nor circumstances, to accommodate these thoughts. He would probably be swarmed the moment he got down from the bat jet. This was also why he didn't use the Batmobile on this operation. While Bruce was hesitating, the bat jet computer suddenly let out a warning siren. Bruce was stunned, quickly checking the rear camera only to discover that something was approaching at a very fast speed. It looked like a giant goblin. The green-skinned creature that towered over its kind leaped into the air, eyes glowing red with ferocity, and struck down on the bat jet with its battle hammer. Bang! The hammer hit one of the thrusters, causing it to shake. With one of the thrusters damaged, the jet couldn't support itself in the air and began to plummet. Damn! Bruce let out a cuss as he tried and failed to control the aircraft. Seeing that he was about to crash, he had no choice but to push the ejector button. The glass top was disengaged, followed by the ejection of the pilot's seat. Falling from a high height, Bruce unfurled his cape, shaping it into bat wings. The abandoned jet was about to crash, but not on the roadside as Bruce was expecting. No. Seeing the aircraft heading straight towards a building, Bruce called out in a grave tone. However, the moment his eyes flinched due to the supposed crash, the aircraft froze in the air. Bruce landed on top of a building and rolled over. Staying on one knee, he slowly lifted himself up, his eyes fixed on the aircraft that didn't cause a sound and didn't move an inch. As if time were frozen, it stayed stagnant in the air. Oracle, what's happening? Bruce's eyes narrowed. What the hell was going on? All right. I've had enough. Seeing that Bruce's bat jet had been brought down, I lost any other motivation to continue watching this. Although the outcome of a fight between the Caped Crusader and the anonymous goblin giant would be thrilling to discover, I couldn't have this go on any longer. And so, my mental power spread throughout the entire city in a split second. Freeze. I said softly. And then it did. The chaotic mess that was now Gotham suddenly froze. People who were running for their lives or were about to get slaughtered realized a few seconds later that their green-skinned attackers had frozen in place, unable to move a single muscle. My mental power didn't stop at Gotham but reached in through the dimensional portal to the other end. Lo and behold, what came into view was, quite literally, thousands of such creatures all gathering in front of the breach, ready to jump at the moment it was their turn. I narrowed my eyes and with a single thought, they all froze as well as I hijacked their minds. Telepathy pushed to ridiculous lengths. Seeing the sudden quiet envelope the city, I let out a slight smile before raising my hand and putting two fingers together. Then I released my telekinetic force and snapped. Squelch. 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 Tens of thousands of goblins burst like water balloons. Chapter 80. Like two fingers clamped against a piece of paper, the goblins were either blown to bits with blood and flesh flying in all directions or ripped into two halves the moment I snapped my fingers. In a single second, thousands of monsters died in Gotham and tens of thousands experienced the same in the other world. It was a new experience really. Ending so many lives in a split second. It felt. I didn't complete that last thought. Looking at Gotham now, a sigh escaped my lips. If Gotham before looked like a horror town with blood and limbs here and there, now it looked like it had just experienced a paint job. Over many blocks, in many houses, on the streets, it was all green. The change in color scheme was not what one would expect. If I may ask, in the process of eliminating the goblins, was your finger snap really necessary? The voice of Alice questioning my actions made me roll my eyes. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Either way, a bit of dramatic flair never hurt anyone. I chuckled softly. What about the breaches? Those? I raised an eyebrow. Leave them there. I feel uncomfortable enough having to help. I think I've done enough for one day. My time was bland and indifferent. That is work for the JL. And I'm considerate enough not to be a job stealer. If Alice materialized, she would definitely roll her eyes. But all jokes aside, I wasn't going to close those breaches. It's good enough that I annihilated everything on the other side. Meanwhile, on Batman's end. Oracle, did you get that? Bruce asked solemnly. I. A slightly trembling voice could be heard from the intercom. Oracle. Bruce called out again with narrowed eyelids. His tone softened ever so slightly to reveal a rare hint of concern. That only he could make out. To others, it was still the same gruff voice that made it seem like everyone in the world owed this billionaire money. I'm okay. Barbara on the other end took a deep breath and regained her composure. Just a bit startled. On that matter, she wasn't the only one. The simultaneous deaths of the green-skinned creatures had shocked even Batman. Bruce's eyes displayed strong shock when it all happened. Still. If you're not ready, you should take some time to. I'm fine. She cut in forcefully. All right. I asked, did you get that? Yes. In the secret room behind her closet, the redhead Barbara Gordon, sitting on a wheelchair, typed furiously on the keyboard before her. The previous scene of thousands of creatures bursting into bits almost made her throw up. All readings picked up indicate a large wave of invisible force acted on all these creatures at the same time. So you're saying one thing killed a large number of living organisms at once? I'm not sure. I'm comparing it through the Bat computer files. The readings show that it's almost similar to Martian manhunters but on different wavelengths and on a much larger scale. Telekinesis? Batman asked grimly. It's possible. She replied. Access the satellites. Pinpoint where it came from. The crisis of Gotham City was over. Now, a new possible crisis might be emerging. Something. Or someone just annihilated thousands of these creatures in a split second. Bruce needed to find out who or what was responsible. The matter of where these creatures came from would be addressed right after. I'm on it. She continued to type with a fully focused expression. The fact that she was now a cripple didn't dampen her enthusiasm for crime fighting. Using the satellites to pinpoint the location, the images on the screen converged on the popular landmark known as the Gotham Globe building. Gotham Globe? A look of puzzlement appeared on her features. Let's take a closer look. She immediately controlled a nearby drone to fly towards the building, checking for anything out of the ordinary. Oracle, anything? Yes. The Gotham Globe building. I'm checking for any abnormalities now. Bang! A loud crash sounded from the distance, drawing Bruce's attention. He looked towards the noise only to find his bat jet crashed against the floor. Looks like it lost the support of whatever was holding it in the air. I'm on my way. So said the caped crusader. His tone a few degrees gloomier than before as he took out his grappling gun and jumped off the building. It's surprising how these creatures could even move through the breaches. Unless you stabilize the breach from your end, you can't be granted passage. That's correct, but among the goblins killed, I think there was a wizard stabilizing the portal in the mix. I said nonchalantly, not wanting to continue this discussion. Alright, our work is done. My body was about to blur out of this dimension when something caught my attention. I raised my head up and took a look towards the sky. Oh. Would you look at that? The drone flying above this building, its camera lens specifically placed on me was honestly not surprising. Let me guess, the Bat family. I wasn't surprised. Looking at the flying drove high up in the clouds, I raised my hand and waved lightly. Bruce. Batman frowned. He had repeatedly emphasized that whenever they were on missions, their real names shouldn't be used under any circumstances. As a diligent partner, Barbara should know this. This slip-up that could be fatal if their comms were intercepted. I found out the origin. You're not going to like it. Batgirl, now known as Oracle, didn't realize her mistake at all and said while staring at the screen. The eyes of the figure waving at her seemed as if they were piercing through the camera itself. No. Bruce's face was slightly ugly. The Joker was dead. From Barbara's tone, there were few people that could make her say such words. When paired with the unnatural display of genocide, one person topped the list. Not him again. I looked at the drone and let out a sigh. That drone was definitely Batman-related. Jason hadn't been adopted yet, certainly not Dick, Tim was still a kid, Cassandra. That leaves Alfred or Barbara. Who should now be referred to as Oracle. No matter who it was, as long as this drone was here, it effectively meant. Thud. I heard something land behind me. Then there was quiet. Maybe I should have blurred away faster. You still can. Alice replied. Well. Amari. Bruce called out darkly. With what just happened, I should have known. Well, who would pass up an opportunity to chat with the Dark Knight? I certainly wouldn't. Funny, I knew all along. I said with a chuckle at a thought Bruce couldn't understand. Haven't seen you around lately, Batsy, where have you been? I turned around and asked. You put in coma. The gloomy tone and the expressionless face were piercing. Really? I asked exaggeratedly. I thought I was doing you a favor. From all the work you do, I felt you could use a vacation. You tortured me mentally for 3 days, made my mind an unstable landscape, crumbling with each passing moment, which would have left me permanently brain dead. Bruce's face darkened. Was this what one would call a vacation? I wanted it to be a particularly lengthy 1 inch. I raised my hands and shrugged my shoulders. He looked at me with a deadpan expression. Yeesh. Tough crowd. That's not funny. Good to know. I replied. So did you enjoy your nap? How are you adjusting to reality now? Has your head cooled off? A lot of stuff happened while you were gone. I heard. He said hoarsely. And? What are you doing here? Bruce cut me off, taking a few steps forward, seemingly unafraid of what I had done to him before. Does this man not feel the blowback of trauma? Business ventures. What? His eyes narrowed. Nothing. You'll know soon enough. I said while gesturing to the side. I disapprove of that answer. There was obvious displeasure in his voice. Not my problem, deal with it. And with that, I turned away. Are you leaving? He didn't move an inch, watching my back go further away. What does that mean? Are you leaving Gotham? What's it to you? I stood at the edge of the roof, my sight fixed on the green blood that was almost everywhere. You should leave. The reply was plain. Whenever you're around, something tragic always happens. It could be you, it could be something else. He. If you want me gone, then make me. My expressionless face showed a small smile. And if you consider Joker's death something tragic. I turned my head without turning around, revealing my side profile. The glowing blue eye made eye contact with his. Then I really need to take another peek into that head of yours and see what's really going on in there. Seeing my eyes changed color, the noticeably flinched and his eyes lowered to look at my torso. Apparently, even he didn't find our previous encounter pleasurable. That or he just didn't like the idea of someone getting into his head. Honestly, I was a little curious how Batman felt concerning the Joker's death. The relationship between both sides could be described as absolutely toxic. Two mortals battling each other in a constant duel to outsmart their opponent. One refused to finish the job because he didn't want to become the monster he loathed so much, the other had an extremely unhealthy obsession with the former and wouldn't kill him even if he could. To be honest, if Superman didn't put an end to this toxic relationship, I would have done it instead in due time. The Joker just happened to sign his death warrant a lot earlier. I saw his hand clench into a fist. The Joker's death isn't tragic. Batman uttered coldly. The fact that my partner was harmed and permanently disabled in a crossfire under your instigation, is. Oh. So that's what this is about. That sentence is debatable. I replied indifferently. But what's for sure is that I didn't instigate her to chase that clown down. If I remember right, I explicitly tried to dissuade her. The Joker and I had a score to settle. She would have done it with or without me being there, and the outcome would definitely be worse. It can only be summed up to coincidence because your league matters have nothing to do with me. Oh really? Then why did Superman inform me that General Wade Eiling knew about the League's plan to send our protégés to Baialia on a secret mission? The cold wind blew and the rain poured. It wasn't as heavy as before but still. Batman spoke under the rain, his Kevlar suit drenched with water. Or should I suppose that is a coincidence as well? His voice carried no hint of sarcasm whatsoever, like he was genuinely asking. I stood just fine, not a single drop of rain water splashing on my attire. Call it what you will. League intelligence is supposed to be uncompromised. The military doesn't have the capabilities to know this. I find it highly likely that they were informed. I could feel his glaring eyes, piercing into my back. It's also highly likely that you have a mole in your team. Or what's left of it. I didn't mean anything when I said this, but my words were the truth. The League had a mole, and Batman knew about it. Batman immediately sensed something and struck while the iron was hot. If that were to be the case, I suppose you know who it is. Perhaps. Perhaps not. But even if there were and even if I knew, why should I tell you? You know too much. Things you're not supposed to, things you shouldn't know. Drops of water rolls down his chin. I know a lot of things. That fact is unsettling. No one should know so much. It could cause perpetual harm. Like? Okay, I was curious to hear where he would go with this. If our enemies knew in advance that our protégés were coming to Baialia, the risk to their lives will be immeasurable. All because your timely information to Wade provided an opportunity for a leak. Then don't let them go. The energy readings in that desert are extraterrestrial in origin. You think we can afford to let it slip by without knowing what it is? Oh. Just like what you did to me. The fact that they tried to break into the Axiom was something Batman would never forget. Quite literally, since he almost lost his sanity and several League members disappeared because of it. Now it appears that that lesson wasn't enough to let them mind their business. That aside. Any harm inflicted on them will be because of your actions. He brushed aside what I said and continued on topic. Okay, so what do you want from me? Batman was going somewhere with this. I could feel it. The way it sounded, he wanted me to take responsibility. Or did he just want to swindle valuable information out of me to solve some of the League's problems? My eyes weren't glowing anymore. I could find out if I opened them, but I didn't. He didn't answer at first. Okay, now I knew that things were more complicated than it seemed. Follow them. He uttered after a while of silence. I'm sorry, what? I thought I heard wrong. You heard me right. You caused the leak, so you should be responsible for their lives on this mission. He said candidly. Wade asked us to save Lane. From the looks of it, this was initially supposed to be your job. So follow them. Make sure they don't get killed in case they encounter an enemy they can't defeat. We can call it square then. I raised an eyebrow, looking like I just heard the funniest joke of the year. I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Aren't you worried I'll just kill them? As much as I don't like you, from what I can tell, you're not that kind of person. Superman's cousin is all the guarantee I need. Okay, did that blonde talk about me a lot? Since when did I have this level of credibility? Nevertheless. No. I shook my head in denial. I'm not a babysitter. Like I said to Wade, nothing in that country interests me, so I'll sit this one out. Bruce's eyebrows furrowed, but ultimately, he said nothing on that matter. Concerning the matter of the breaches, we need to talk. Hearing his words, I could guess what he wanted to say. Like Superman, he probably wanted me to remove the axiom to make sure this shit never happened again. Not now. I shook my head. We can continue this another time. For now, I suggest you and your league find a way to deal with those breaches. I slaughtered everything within 50 miles on the other side, but that doesn't mean they are all dead. They'll come back given enough time. I knew what I meant when I said, deal with the breaches. Bruce's face turned slightly ugly. You should know where these. Boom. At that moment, a loud explosion interrupted what he was about to say. He turned around only to discover that a building in the distance had exploded. Probably due to some accident. Seeing this, Bruce turned around. We're not done. He paused halfway as my figure had disappeared before he could turn around. Batman's face, if possible, grew darker. So this is what Gordon feels like whenever I disappear with his back turned towards me. So said the Batman on the Gotham Globe roof. The space swirled, and my figure reappeared in the same street where I saw the first goblin, my mind filled with thoughts. Will you go along with what Batman said? The voice of Alice rang out in my ears. No, Alice. I think I made that clear. I replied. There was silence. I felt something was wrong. Alice? You might have to reconsider. What do you mean? I asked with narrowed eyebrows. You said that you won't go to Biafra because there's nothing there that interests you, right? Right. So that would change if something were to appear that would interest you, right? Okay, now I had a weird expression on my face. Right. But where are you going with this? Let's just say something new just arrived in Bialia. A holographic screen appeared in my field of vision. My eyes lit up at what I saw. A few seconds later. Well then. I guess we're going to Bialia. Splendid. Should I call Batman? Alice. Chapter 81. United States. Advanced Research Group Uniting Superhumans. Aliases. ARGUS. September 3rd. Are you sure about this, Superman? Steve Trevor asked with a frown on his face. No. Not really. Clark said with narrowed eyebrows. But. I have to try. His tone was a bit weak as his fists were slightly clenched. After all, he's still human. Or once was. I need to see. To know if he can be cured. Steve's had a complicated expression on his face. He wanted to say something. But still kept silent. Currently, both of them were standing in a containment room, heavily guarded from the outside. The way behind them was the entrance leading to a corridor filled with armed personnel, each one well equipped with a laser blaster, standing at attention at all times. And in front of them, was the creature that had nearly killed Superman a few days ago. Well then, he's all yours. But be careful. Clark nodded. He turned to his left where Martian Manhunter stood beside him. His gaze prompted John to nod and take a few steps forward. The Martian Manhunter looked at the purple-skinned monster with its limbs heavily restrained. Even with them in his presence, the monster remained completely unresponsive. Parasite's eyes were closed, and his breathing was steady. Unlike when he faced Superman, his body size had reduced significantly and his monstrous features were a bit less obvious. He looked thin, shriveled, like someone who just had most of his life sucked out of him. He had been like this for the past few days. Alive yet unresponsive to all external stimuli. In a coma-like state. Exactly similar to what Batman was like a few days ago. Martian Manhunter took a deep breath and put both hands on his head. His red eyes with no irises, quite similar to Lobo, gave off a red glow as his telepathy reached into Parasite's mind. Silence enveloped the room. Steve and Superman had particularly solemn faces at this point. Clark was especially tense. His body posture looked stiff, and his sharp eyes gave the feeling of being ready to pounce forward in case something went wrong. Honestly, Parasite gave him a strong sense of crisis. It was the first time he had been defeated so easily by someone without utilizing kryptonite. Plus the additional abilities he displayed after almost sucking him in Kara dry, it effectively let him know that this purple monster was the biggest threat he had ever faced. In fact, he was still far from his peak condition. It had only been a few days and his strength was still noticeably weaker than it was supposed to be. In terms of on-the-spot capabilities, John was much stronger than he is. The silence continued, but Clark's face wasn't pretty. His vision caught sight of John with creases on his forehead. He knew that things weren't looking good. Soon, John returned to normal. His creased forehead relaxed and his figure looked like he had expended a certain amount of energy doing something strenuous. "How does it look inside?" Clark asked. "Ruined." The green-skinned alien responded with one word. "Like Batman's?" "Worse." John's face looked grim. Once again he had seen something that surpassed his cognition. "Batman?" Trevor raised an eyebrow and asked in an inquiring tone. "Long story." Superman replied. "All right." The officer didn't ask any further. John didn't pay attention to Captain Trevor. "I've never seen anything like this before." "Didn't you say something similar in the other case?" "That was different." Martian Manhunter took on a pondering expression. "Batman's case was a crumbling mind. A scenario which I had never seen a telepath perform. This case is similarly special in the sense that everything in his mind has already crumbled." The face of the Man of Steel fell. "You mean?" "Mentally speaking, he has lost everything. His mind has been destroyed so thoroughly that only the tiniest of fragments remain. I also assume that is because the one responsible didn't see need to finish it. In essence now, everything that makes this creature Rudy Jones is gone. His memories have been destroyed, his mental space crumbled. In simpler words, he no longer has a mind." Steve Trevor felt all the hairs in his body stand on end. That breakdown was honestly frightening to think of. Didn't that mean this creature has lost the ability to think, to feel, to be aware of anything? He has no conscious or subconscious mind. What stands before us now is nothing but an empty shell. Clark's expression was very unsightly. His fist was clenched too tightly that he could squeeze metal. "Amari. Goddamn you." When he saw that Parasite was still breathing, he thought the sun was rising from the west. Could it be that Amari had listened to his words? Or did the fact that Rudy still had family cause him to change his mind? Was it possible he was changing? Turns out, he was thinking too much. Amari had mentally devastated him to the point where his mind didn't exist anymore. Since his mind was gone, then this body would never wake up. There was nothing. There was nothing to save anymore. Rudy Jones was practically dead. Clark closed his eyes and took deep breaths. When he opened them again, all that was left was frustration and helplessness. Even though he knew the answer, he still couldn't help but ask. "Is there any way we can?" "I'm sorry, Superman. There's nothing here we can save." Clark was silent. "Anything else?" Clark felt heavy inside. Now he just wanted to get this done and be done with it. "Actually, yes." The Manhunter's answer brought some slight surprise. "I looked into what was once his mind. Like I said, it was destroyed. His consciousness is gone. However, the emotions were not." "The emotions?" "Sorry, but can you explain in detail?" Steve couldn't help but ask. As the director of ARGUS, he needed to be informed on everything if he was going to keep this creature that defeated Superman locked up in here. Even if this creature literally didn't have a mind of its own. "Emotions?" Clark frowned. "What did you feel?" "No real thoughts. Just pain, hatred, rage, and fear. A lot of it." Manhunter said solemnly. "This should be the emotions he felt during his last moments." "I see." Clark said with a heavy sigh. "So what you're saying is that this creature can't lose a threat?" John creased his forehead. "In this state, no." Then, he fell into pondering. "Unless of course, something else occupies his mental space." "That doesn't sound good." "It's not." Martian Manhunter continued. "The body itself is useless without a mind to direct it. But that would change if there was a skilled enough telepath to occupy the space and control it with his own. So while this parasite is harmless now, he will be dangerous if his body falls into the wrong hands. So now, he's basically a puppet." "Correct." The atmosphere was slightly heavy. "If that's the case, then it's not safe here." Clark spoke up first. "Indeed." John added. "You both know that can't happen." Steve said with a frown. Both of them looked at Steve with narrowed eyebrows. The staring contest lasted 10 seconds. "Fair enough." Clark backed down. "Then thank you for the information, gentlemen. It means a lot," Steve said as he escorted both heroes to the DOD entrance. You're welcome, Colonel. Do have a nice day. John said in a gentlemanly fashion. Then his body rose into the air and disappeared. Colonel. Clark nodded at him, showing respect, and turned around absent-mindedly. At this point, he had a lot of things on his mind. Hey, Superman. The Man of Steel came to a halt as he was about to take off. I just wanted to ask, is everything alright with Wonder Woman recently? I'm finding it difficult to contact her. Steve said with an apologetic look on his face, scratching the back of his head with a slight frown. Honestly, he was a little embarrassed to ask Superman about this. After all, his past relationship with Wonder Woman was no secret. If not for the Wishing Stone incident, he wouldn't even be alive. Now that some people had moved on with their lives. All in all, it looked a little weird to have a middle-aged man make such a look. Seeing his expression, Clark felt slightly uncomfortable for some reason. Nevertheless, he still put on that easygoing smile on his face. It's okay, she should be fine. She's currently not on the planet. On an off-world mission. The reply caused Steve's eyebrows to loosen. Let me guess, official league business. Yep. Shouldn't be back for a while. I'll let her know once I make contact. Thank you. Those were the last words exchanged between the two men. Before he disappeared with a sonic boom. Byalia. September 4th, 016 Eastern European Summer Time. Ugh. In the harsh Byalian desert, very early in the morning. The peace and quiet of the night was broken by a female groan. The full moon shone brightly, giving light in the darkness. If one looked close enough, they would be able to make out a silvery mirage right against the desert floor. Of course, from a distance, it would seem to be nothing more than an illusion. That is. Until the illusion came to life. The transparent blur suddenly materialized to form the body of a redhead female laying against the desert sand. Strangely enough, her skin tone was green. Ugh. Another groan sounded. Raising her head from the sand, words escaped from her lips that no human being would understand, no matter what language they spoke. Looking at the vast amount of sand all around her, the confusion on her face intensified as the sights before her were completely foreign. She continued to speak while examining her surroundings, looking up at the sky, carrying a handful of sand in her palm that slipped through her fingers until nothing was left. The expressions on her face changed drastically. From confusion, to apprehension, to realization, to shock, to excitement. Hello Megan, I'm on Earth. She gave out her signature catchphrase while palming her hand against her head. The smile on her face was unprecedented, like a child finally getting the chance to visit the amusement park they always wanted to go to. But how did I get to Earth? Why am I wearing this costume? And why does my head hurt so much? She grimaced at that moment, placing her hand on her head to relieve the pain and slipping the next second. Losing her footing, she rolled down the dune. Is this a dream? She asked herself in puzzlement, unable to understand what exactly was going on. It happened then. A loud crash sounded a few meters away from her, prompting her exclamation. Like a missile impacting the earth, dust and sand flew in all directions, causing her to shield her face from the debris. The dust settles. Megan was surprised at what she saw. It was a male. Dark hair, blue eyes, fair skin, a rather muscular build to his form. Miss Martian was surprised. Especially when she saw the iconic S symbol on his chest, which her uncle had told her so much about. She had seen that symbol before. The famous protector of Earth, Superman, had such a symbol on his chest when he arrived at Mars to speak with her uncle. Only, his costume was blue, and he wasn't supposed to be. Wait. I've seen that symbol. Are you Superman? She didn't have an opportunity to finish her words when something else happened that shocked her. The space in between both of them suddenly began to swirl. A second later, a figure appeared out of thin air. Megan was greatly surprised. Was this teleportation? Martians didn't have this ability. Similar to Superman over there. He wore a black attire with dark hair and blue eyes. There was no Superman symbol on his chest, but his eyes were strangely glowing. Oh. It's you guys. He called out while looking towards her, startling her in the process. Her eyes met his, and she could see him looking at her with apparent interest. Like he just found something interesting. Oh. I'm late. It looks like the timeline didn't change at all. But should I find it weird that I brought myself to this exact spot? He said while placing his hand against his chin, seemingly in thought. Do you? Megan was surprised. Did this man know her? And what was happening right here? She immediately wanted to ask if this stranger knew what was happening, but the strange Superman suddenly stood on his 2 feet and roared. Strange why he was crouching in the first place. Then, he tore the S symbol on his shirt and jumped towards them. Or more specifically, him. Watch out. Megan screamed in fright as the new arrival was punched in the chest by the savage Superboy. Thud. The sound was heavy and loud. Strangely enough, no one moved from their position. The expected scene of the new arrival getting blasted into the air didn't happen. Well, if it isn't Superboy. Amari called out at the clone, who was in a daze after punching with full force yet getting no result. You look pretty feisty after coming back from the dead. It was unknown if the clone understood the sentence of if he was just generally irritable. His face twisted ferociously as he pulled back his fist again for another punch. Bang! But someone hit faster than he did. All the insane Superboy felt was extreme pain as his face made contact with a fist, sending him flying a long distance into the desert. Boom! What followed was a really heavy crash. The dust settles and the body of Superboy laid in the desert sand, unmoving, blood running down his nose. Megan's eyes widened in shock and fear. Now then, dear. Amari dusted his hands together and turned to look at the little green miss. You were saying. Chapter 82. The heavy thud resounded throughout a vast area of the desert. Now then, dear. Amari dusted his hands together and turned to look at the little green miss. You were saying. You. Megan's eyes were wide open in shock. Who? I'm sorry, who are you? She said, staggering up to her feet. She took several steps back, watching Amari with a hint of confusion and wariness. Looking at the slightly tense green female in front of him, Amari tilted his head slightly, looking like he had found a new toy. Well. If I said I was your lover on Earth, would you believe me? You. You are what? Her eyes widened in amazement at the words that came out of his mouth. It sounded somewhat incomprehensible. The next moment, her green cheeks took on a red hue as she blushed and lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. That can't. She muttered, stammering with her words and made nervous gestures with her fingers. The thought of finding a boyfriend after coming to Earth, visiting the planet she always dreamed of was strangely embarrassing. But that can't be. I don't even remember coming to Earth, much less having a. I can't even remember you, or where I am or what I'm doing here. The embarrassment quickly faded as she got back to the fact that she had memory loss. Why do you tease the little Martian? The voice of the Red Queen sounded in his ears. I don't know. Guess I found the situation interesting. And now I've lost interest. Oh. Does my boss now have a special quirk? You can't be serious. He said, slightly speechless. Also. You haven't answered yet. Who are you? And is that Superman? Seeing that Amari wasn't responding, Megan asked again. No, he isn't. Amari answered the last and ignored the first. Then, his eyes glowed blue. The vast expanse of land within hundreds of miles was instantly enveloped in his vision. He saw many things. The unconscious Robin, Aqualad, the conscious Kid Flash, the Bialian base camp, Supergirl. Hold on a minute. Amari's eyes widened in slight surprise. What the hell was Kara doing here? The scene that played out before his eyes were apparent. A blonde female wearing the classic Supergirl suit and skirt with a long red cape. Her body was being restrained with metal chains enclosing her hands and feet. She laid on the testing table, her skin was pale, and her figure looked feeble. She laid there unconscious, mumbling words constantly that didn't seem to be any native language on Earth. In the area around her, there were several men and women in white lab coats, name tags on their chests, and most carried charts in their hands. Of course, that wasn't the most eye-catching thing he saw. In the same room, standing a considerable distance away from the blonde Kryptonian and a dozen or so scientists, was a machine that shone with a silver luster under the light. It wasn't human but once was one. As the live representation of a cyborg, it stood there unmoving, eyes colored green, and a glowing rock of similar color could be seen embedded in his chest. This cyborg was one of Superman's greatest enemies, George Grant John Corbin. Also known as Metallo. Seriously? Amari at this point honestly felt speechless. In the original timeline, Metallo had nothing to do with Bialia. He wasn't supposed to be here, but then again, neither was Supergirl, so there's that. The fact that Supergirl joined the team was not surprising. Amari had expected it to happen. But the thing is, in the superhero business, Kara was completely green. It hadn't been particularly long since the parasite incident. What the hell was Clark thinking, letting her out again? And on a dangerous mission to Bialia? Amari frowned for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. What are you doing? Megan looked at Amari with curious eyes. Seeing the way his eyes glowed blue, she couldn't help but ask. At this point, she was almost comparable to an innocent teenager who hadn't seen the world. Nothing. I'm looking for something. Amari said lightly. Seeing Kara's situation, a frown appeared on his features. At the moment, Supergirl was situated in the same base camp that held Simon and the reason the JL protégés were here in the first place. The piece of technology with artificial consciousness that belonged to the Forever People, Sphere. Well, this was what the protégés would come to know her as in due time. For now, she was the new Genosphere. Technology stolen from the gods of New Genesis by Desaad and sent to Earth. The energy signature released upon her entry into Earth via boom tube was what had alerted the Watchtower's monitoring systems in the first place. Amari watched the Supergirl and the new Genosphere. And then, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Their situation couldn't catch the interest of the energy sapien. Like he said to Miss Martian, he was looking for something. The whole reason why he even bothered coming to Bialia in the first place. And it certainly wasn't to play the role of the hero rescuing the beauty. Nor was he interested in the technology of the new gods. Honestly, he would rather not be disturbed by them. His vision extended further to locate exactly what he was looking for. Hidden underground many miles away from here, a secret facility disguised under the cover of desert sand that camouflaged the entrance point. Underneath was a moderate facility with a layout similar to Cadmus Labs. It wasn't very large though. And there. Just right there, he found his prize. Miss Martian, who hesitated to speak again, was a bit startled when Amari rose into the air, defying gravity. But. Hey. Where are you going? She similarly flew upward to stay at equal height with him. To find what I came here for. You should probably do the same. He answered nonchalantly. But I don't know what I came here for. I don't remember anything. You're a telepath, I don't think I need to tell you what you need to do. He replied. This was the truth. She would find out what she needed soon enough. I'm a telepath. She muttered to herself and her eyes lit up. Of course, hello Megan. I just have to reach into my subconscious. And so, she immediately sat cross-legged in the air and fell into meditation. Honestly, I'm surprised how these kids survived the first few years doing this. Seeing Miss Martian instantly enter into a meditate state, completely unguarded and ignoring the fact that there was a stranger next to her, she didn't remember meeting, Amari couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was she always this trusting of others in the initial stages? Miss Martian had no idea what was going through his mind. Concentrate. Remember. And so, various scenes flashed in her head as her eyes turned pure white. She remembered the strange Superman. A talkative ginger-haired male in a yellow suit. I made you cookies. The scene of baking snacks, of burning them accidentally. You're next. The terrifying face of what looked to be a demon pointing towards her. They weren't complete in the slightest. Just mere fragments. But even those fragments were enough to tell her a lot. I'm on a team. She exclaimed as her eye color returned to normal. I have friends, and a Superboy who might be. Megan was puzzled, worried, and a little frightened. That last fragment was particularly scary. At the same time, she couldn't help but have some doubts. Hey, didn't you say that? She didn't remember having a boyfriend, or a relationship for that matter. She sensed a bit of emotional ambiguity with this Superboy but. She turned around to ask Amari some of her doubts, only to find no one flying where he once was. Secret underground facility. Bialyan Desert. Unlike what one would expect, the whole place wasn't filled with armed forces patrolling every nook and cranny. There were no heavy carrier guns, highly advanced weaponry, or fleets of advanced technological aircraft. Sure, there were a few planes here and there, but that was about it. Save of course for the special one that had transported the most important thing of the night down here a few hours ago. The space around a secluded area swirled and Amari's figure popped up from thin air. Looking at the soldiers moving in an orderly fashion, security cameras in several directions and whatnot, he couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Of all places, why the hell was I brought down here? Watching the soldiers walk right past him without registering his presence, Amari didn't think much. Currently, his silhouette was blurry and translucent, giving the feeling that he was there and yet not there at the same time. Of course, that wasn't the only reason why they couldn't notice him. Amari disappeared from his spot and appeared in the lower levels of the base. Standing in front of a wide, heavily armored door at the end of the hallway. So this is where they're keeping the old-timer. He muttered softly to no one in particular and walked right through the defensive doors that could withstand a missile explosion. Passing through the obstacle in front of him, what laid on the other side which was now before him looked a lot like Cadmus Labs. There were 2 tube pods. In each one, a male and a female could be seen floating in a liquid substance. Both wore no clothes on them. Their bodies floating bare the same way they came into the world. For any man, the naked body of a female would be a pleasant sight to behold. Especially since this female was one with a particularly good figure, moderate assets, smooth skin, pleasant complexion, and a young age. The fact that she would be the future wife of Superman was the icing on the cake. The same, however, couldn't be said when looking at the naked body of a man surpassing his 50s, with an abdominal region that had a belly flab and a noticeably small penis. The gray hairs on his head, sideburns along his cheeks and dignified expression that never left his face even when unconscious gave his identity away. The long-lost General Sam Lane. Currently, the two of them were in cloning pods. What for? Amari could guess the whole thing. Too bad. I'm not here for you either. And with those words, he lifted his dimensional state and appeared in his real body. At that moment, a mechanical sound was triggered and something with glowing red eyes seemed to sense something that was not supposed to be here, causing it to wake up from its dormancy. Chapter 83. At that moment, a mechanical sound was triggered and something with glowing red eyes seemed to sense something that was not supposed to be here, causing it to wake up from its dormancy. Blar. 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 The next thing that happened was comprehensible. Sirens, lights, flashing. The base alarms instantly went on with Amari making his presence known. Typical. He muttered as he raised his head upward. The blue lights illuminating the room had gone red at this point. Not surprising. What was, however, was the fact that all doors in the facility weren't immediately sealed off the moment it was known that an intruder was within their midst. Then something even more surprising happened. All personnel, be it soldiers or workers, immediately abandoned whatever they were doing and took to their heels, running in the direction of the exit. They were evacuating. Okay. Now that's something you don't see every day. Shouldn't they be running towards his position? Sealing down all areas while trying to find the infiltrator. Was this how henchmen of the 21st century operated nowadays? Or was something afoot? Amari was slightly puzzled. The red-eyed machine suddenly spoke. Access Superman. Boom. A boom sounded from within the underground facility, followed by the sound of something tearing towards him at sonic speed. Amari heard a loud crash from behind him, followed by a gush of wind coming through the now shattered doors. Fragments of metal and debris flew in all directions as what looked to resemble a tall, muscular bare-chested human male came crashing through the heavily secured doors like a bull on steroids. Bang! The muffled thud was the result of a metal fist colliding against a fleshy palm. Amari stood unmoved, his arm stretched out to catch a punch that seemingly appeared out of thin air due to its speed. Seeing the new arrival, his initially furrowed eyebrows greatly relaxed. Oh. So that's what's going on. The Royal Palace. Alkawiya, Bialia. Reporting, my queen. A holographic screen could be floating in the air. The picture showed a bald, pale-skinned male wearing a gray trench coat with a hood. The hood was pulled over his head, revealing only his facial features, but anyone who knew him would know that this was just to hide what was beneath it. Simon, report what you have to say. On the throne of Bialia within the royal palace, sat a dark-skinned, slender woman with dark blue eyes and long black hair. Her hair was pulled back and sported a golden diadem on her forehead. She wore golden stinger-shaped earrings and an armband on her right forearm. Her posture was lazy, and her face was unsmiling. I have obtained the information which my liege and the light seeks, he said with a slight bow, before proceeding to pull off the hook covering his head. What was displayed on screen was a human brain. His brain, to be precise, visible through a clear dome covering it with some strips of skin over the dome. And? She asked with interest. It appears that your worries are not unfounded. In her weakened state I have peered into the female Kryptonian's open mind. As suspected, she seems to have a deeper relationship with the mysterious deviant. A closer one if you will. Oh. Her eyes suddenly lit up with interest. Go on. Do tell me how deep this goes. Does our yet-to-be-determined friend or foe have a little lover? Or is it one of those ambiguous relationships? If one didn't know that she was the iron-blooded ruler of Bialia and a high-ranking member of the Light, one could easily mistake her tone for those aunties who love to gossip about the lives of their young relatives or neighbors. Not that deep, my queen. He uttered in a low tone. Apparently, he was the first living being she saw upon arrival on this planet. And spent a greater period of time within his home base outside Gotham. From what I can tell, her impression of him is very favorable. Oh. Is it now? The dark-skinned female fell into thought, a somewhat sinister smile appearing on her pursed lips. Despite being a power-hungry ruler of a country which ultimately meant that she was a loner who had never engaged in intimate relationships with the same or opposite sex, all due to the fact that she saw it as completely unnecessary, she was still a woman. She understood what it meant when a female had a very favorable impression of the opposite sex. And what could possibly prompt him to accept this? Supergirl. Into his territory? Her DNA. I see. From her memories, how favorable does Amari's impression of her seem? Simon found it difficult to answer. This. Why was his being asked? He was slightly confused. Even if he wasn't, he had no idea how to answer that question. After all, he was a man with his brain visible to the world as soon as he removed his hood. How well versed could he be in the art of love between the opposite sex? Ordinary apparently. He said while choosing his words carefully. But from her memory interactions, he seems to treat her like a friend, maybe even a close one. This was all he needed to say. L0. Queen Bee suddenly called out. The next moment, the holographic screen split into two, one side showing Simon and the other showing a white holographic projection of a little female, presumably in her teens. Your orders L3. The holographic projection calls out with a soft voice directly displaying its intelligence. This was an AI. Or to be more precise, the AI Amari had given to Sam Lane. Only reprogrammed to fit the ideals of members of the Light. Its codename was L0, otherwise known as the Light Queen. Carry this information to the others. Make sure you only give it to the important members. She said, particularly emphasizing on the word important. As you wish. The AI projection disappeared, clearly understanding who Queen Bee meant by important. Basically, everyone other than Clarion, the Brain and Ocean Master. Those three would be informed of the development in the next meeting. Informing them was simply a waste of time. Simply because the Brain didn't care, Clarion cared even less, and it was pointless informing Ocean Master. Those who this would truly be helpful to were Vandal, Luther and the Demon's Head, Ra's al Ghul. Lex in particular because he was the one who specifically requested to check Kara's memories when she was captured. To achieve this, he even brought in Metallo. Of course, apart from this piece of information which he had derived due to watching the parasite incident, he also hoped to gain something else that was equally important. The Kryptonian has been apprehended and the information we seek has been extracted. May I ask, what do we plan to do with her? Seeing that she was done, Simon asked for further clarification. He had extracted all the information they needed to know. Now what they were going to do with the female was another matter that needed sorting out. In his opinion, since the Kryptonian was no longer valuable, then she should be transported away to a secret light facility. Cloned and replaced, while the original could either be kept for experiments or ultimately disposed of. No matter which path was taken, Kara Zor-El would suffer a terrible fate. Transport her, of course. Queen Bee tapped the throne's armrest while thinking. To the Light Research Facility in the Amazon. Before the League can possibly react. She can be cloned there. Not only cloned, but she can also make a good bargaining chip. She said with no expression. As for whether the bargaining chip was meant for the Justice League or someone else, she didn't mention. As you wish, my liege. That aside, I have also discovered what could be our most bountiful harvest on this endeavor. Simon said, his face stretching to create a sinister smirk. Oh, then do tell. Although she knew what it was, she couldn't help but okay along. The identity of Superman. Simon's smile grew wider. Excellent work. You flatter me, my queen. Surprisingly, his true identity is a reporter. Your Highness. At that moment, a female suddenly called out with urgency. What? Queen Bee, who sat lazily on the throne with a hint of contemplation etched between her brows, frowned, obviously displeased about having her thought process interrupted. Forgive me, my queen, but the android has risen from dormancy. The female bowed with a bit of trepidation and answered hurriedly. Is that so? Play me the android's real-time vision. Seeing that the plan had begun, she instantly lost her lazy demeanor and ordered with a serious look. There was only one reason why the android would move without being given any orders. Someone had broken into the facility. Concerning this, she wasn't the slightest bit surprised. After all, the intel they gained stated that a group of meddlesome brats would come to interfere in their matters. This was both a nuisance and an opportunity. But the earlier reports from Simon clearly stated that he had initially handled the situation. The technology gained from their partners, the new Genosphere, was secure and the Kryptonian female had been captured by Luther's new aide, Metallo. The others, however, were still missing. Metallo stayed behind to suppress the Supergirl with kryptonite, and the Bialian soldiers spread out into the desert to locate and capture the rest. Project KR, created to destroy and replace Superman, had gone rogue. Even with the capture of the new Kryptonian, they still planned to retrieve him if they could and make correction protocols. Could it be that one of them had made their way into the facility? Or, like Lex speculated, could it be someone else more troublesome? A holographic screen instantly emerged in the distance, and what came into view was a dark-haired male with stunning facial features, glowing blue eyes and a raised eyebrow. His eyes seemed to portray his curiosity and desire to understand the situation before him. "It's actually him?" she asked absent-mindedly, her face morphing to form a slight frown. "Looks like the relationship with the Kryptonian isn't as ordinary as we think," she speculated out loud with narrowed eyebrows. A hint of cunning flashed within those beautiful blue eyes. This could possibly be used to their advantage. L0 also informed Lex of this development, as well as all other high-ranking members of the Light. Make it known that his speculation may be correct after all. With the information they had obtained from the clone spy within the League and sourced out through the Light Queen from Wade and Superman's discussion, Lex had mentioned the possibility of Amari's appearance. Due to this reason, as well as other various apprehensions that may cause this operation to fail, the Light arranged for the recently stolen Amazo android to be stationed in Byalia. Turns out, Lex guessed right. The energy generated from the punch was mostly absorbed. But the shockwave caused upon collision still caused some damage. Crack. Crack. Numerous cracks appeared on the cloning tanks housing the bodies of Sam and Lois. "Oh. So that's what's going on," Amari said while looking at the orange-haired, bare-chested android. Seeing that its attack was blocked without the opponent moving a single step away from his original position, Amazo immediately made his next move. The red eyes immediately glowed brightly as it imitated yet another ability of the iconic Man of Steel. Yet before it could fire, its body was blasted away as an invisible force slammed into it, sending it back the way it came from. Bang! 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 The android crashed through all after wall as it was pushed further and further. Boom! Then it crashed with a loud booming sound causing the underground facility to tremble. Seeing the destruction that was caused, Amari put his right hand on his chin. So that's why they all ran away. Presumably, the android would take care of whoever intruded if it could, and if it couldn't, well, they would rather not get squashed in case a fight ensued in their vicinity. Amari couldn't help but nod his head. In this crazy world, the bad guys were getting smarter when it came to preserving their lives, while regular citizens were quite the opposite. He wasn't surprised about Amazo's appearance. After all, the android was what he came here for. And so, his body dashed towards its location, entirely ignoring the bodies of Lois Lane and Sam Lane, who were still floating in cracked tanks. Ugh! My head! Robin groaned loudly as he leaned against a giant stone pillar. On his 2 feet in the sandy desert, he walked forward with his palms supporting him against the pillar, until he got to the end and the rising dust in the distance caught his attention. Robin's eyes widened. The dust cleared and a military vehicle with 2 soldiers could be seen driving towards his direction. One was armed with a gun and the other drove towards the pillar, passing by it and continuing on their way. The boy wonder who disappeared from his initial position, watched them drive further away as he hung off the higher levels of the huge rock. Those are Byalian Army Republican uniforms. What the hell are Byalians doing in Byalia? He exclaimed and shook his head as he checked the holographic map hovering above his arm. Okay, better question, what am I doing in Byalia? Then, he noticed the time. In September. What happened to March? Got a radio Batman. Maintain radio silence at all times. Fragments of Batman's expressionless face popped up in his mind, filling in an important instruction from his memory loss. Or not. Boom. At that moment, the earth shook. It was slight but he could feel it. The ground shaking. Earthquake. He opened his map one more time and turned on his scanners to check what was going on. Not far away from his general direction, Amari appeared in front of Amazo in the underground facility. Chapter 84. Caribbean Sea. Infinity Islands. A tall, imposing-looking man walked along the hallways of his castle. He looked to be in his early 50s, sporting black hair with gray streaks, alongside a mustache with wild, black eyebrows. He was dressed in a regal manner, with the majority of his clothes covered by a high-collared green cloak with large gold buttons. His peaceful walk, however, was interrupted when something on his belt buckle began to give off a flashing white light. Coming to a halt, he took out a spherical flashing object from his pocket and pushed the tip. The sphere opened up in 3 sides and a holographic projection was displayed. L0. What is the matter? Complications have emerged in Byalia. L3 has ordered an emergency assembly for all reachable members. Seeing the pure white female hologram, Ra's al Ghul's thick eyebrows furrowed greatly. Complications bigger than what the android can handle. Confirmed. I'll be right there. And with that, the demon's head turned off the projector. Then, he changed his direction and walked towards his private study. In there, no one was allowed to disturb him. Not even his daughter. Metropolis. LexCorp. The android is facing troubles it can't handle. The android is precisely what is in trouble. Oh. Lex put down his glass of champagne. With a clap of his hands, the lights went off, and the holographic projection expanded while connecting to the assembly call. After the AI was reprogrammed with the combined efforts of himself and the brain, Amazo had gotten a minor upgrade. The operating system of the android was controlled precisely by L0, thereby the delay caused in switching between abilities was effectively shortened. You could practically say it was removed. Even against the original Justice League, it may not win, but it definitely wouldn't lose. Escaping unscathed was possible. And yet now. Why am I not surprised? The bald billionaire muttered. The same thing happened with other members of the Light. The Brain, Ocean Master, Clarion. With the impact caused by the telekinetic push, the entire underground base shook like it had been hit with a sledgehammer. Quite understandable if you could see it. The force not only slammed the android away, but also destroyed everything else in its path. The walls and roof came crumbling down on itself wherever the wave went. Bursting through the final obstacle, Amazo's body came to a halt as he slammed against a wall in a rather spacious arena. Several seconds later, Amari appeared at the hole in which the android flew out of. He took several steps forward, his eyes set on the unmoving machine that rested against the wall with its head lowered. Finally. And here I thought Lex would keep you hidden until he really had no other cards up his sleeve. His steps came to a halt. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but it could be heard clearly despite the ringing sirens. Amari looked at the android with interest. Lines of information appeared in his retina before disappearing, constantly being digested in his mind. He had to admit though, by human standards, Professor Evo was truly a genius. The capability shown in creating this was enough to award him that title. Absorption cell technology, this was something even Luther couldn't come up with. The information provided didn't end there, though. The moment his glowing blue eyes caught sight of it, he realized a lot of things. But I have to say, Lex really took a gamble on this one. At that moment, the dropping android suddenly raised its head. The menacing eyes on those facial features that was incapable of creating expressions looked like they were about to bore through him. With mechanical whirring noises, it stood on its feet without so much as slight damage to any of its parts. In Amazo's vision, Amari in the distance was clearly captured like a screenshot and the picture suddenly shrunk down by several times before undergoing various scans. The scanning feature enabled in its core programmings examined the deviant's body structure from head to toe without missing so much as a single hair. The analysis software was constantly processing, deciphering, copying. Or at least, it was trying to. Adversary name, the deviant. Life form base, carbon-based life form. Negative. Bioscans state that the target's physiology has no traces of periodic elements. Physiological structure, analyzing. Analysis failed. Analyzing cell structure. Analysis failed. DNA data analysis. Analysis failed. Replicating abilities. Replication failed. Error. Replication process has proved ineffective. A cell sample is required in order to achieve further results. Impossible. Back at the Royal Palace, several holographic screens could be seen floating on air. The brain directly expressed his unconcealed shock. It's no longer impossible when it's happening before your eyes. Luther said with a bit of gloom in his tone. Amazo can even copy Superman's Kryptonian abilities with none of his weaknesses. This shouldn't be. The eyes of the Bialian ruler showed an equally strong touch of disbelief. The results of the replication process speak for themselves. Replicating the target's cell structure has proven currently impossible. Other methods to accomplish the goal, whatever they may be, are advised. The voice of the artificial intelligence, L0, responded to her reaction in a bland tone. How? Why? Vandal Savage inquired in a gloomy tone. The android was supposed to be one of the Light's major trump cards. Possessing the powers of 8 Leaguers and none of their weaknesses, it alone was a force to be reckoned with. Superman, who had his abilities, replicated, was no match for the android in a one-on-one situation. Even Superman was copied. So why would this be any different? The target's cell structure is strangely unique. Each cell is composed of elements unknown in my current database. I do not have enough information to come to a plausible conclusion on how it is possible. Replication unsuccessful. The cold robotic voice of the android fell into his ears. Oh. Are you done? Amari tilted his head slightly, with a bit of curiosity in his tone. The internal and external structure, operating systems, key programs of the android were pulled apart before his sight. Including those who were controlling it. 1. 2, 3. He counted out loud with a nonchalant expression. What is he? 6, 7. Well, it looks like there's 7 of you. Good to know you're all watching. Amari suddenly uttered with a small smile gracing his face. Then, he stretched out his left hand and waved in front of Amazo. In the assembly meeting, all members of the light felt a chill roll up their spines. A suffocating silence enveloped the atmosphere as no one uttered a word. Except one, of course. Oh, he can see us? Clarion asked with clear curiosity in his tone. Unlike the others, the Lord of Chaos had no sense of fear when realizing the fact that they were exposed. That might not necessarily be the case. But he knows we're watching. Brain responded. Ocean Master felt all his hairs stand on end. He fought the urge he felt to immediately disconnect from the feed right this instant. Vandal's savage frowned, feeling greatly unsettled. L0, attack the target with extreme prejudice. Priority Alpha. As you wish. The AI responded and immediately took action. Flash. The silent Amazo finally made a move. Streaks of lightning appeared on its body as it disappeared from its spot in a frontal attack. Superman. Then, it switched abilities instantaneously as he arrived before the target and punched out. The ground beneath his feet experienced unprecedented force as it cracked and scattered, causing debris to fly in all directions. Only. The much-anticipated collision never happened. The scattering rocks froze in midair, remaining completely still. You know, it's one thing to think an android created by a mortal man could copy my abilities. Seeing the metal fist that froze half a meter away from him, Amari took a step closer. After all, it worked for Superman. And he is as powerful as it gets in these parts of the universe, so it's understandable to want to give it a try. The glowing blue eyes seemed to thrum, giving a weird sensation of power flowing deep within it. A telekinetic force powerful enough to halt the movements of something as strong as Superman rotated around the area in which the android floated. Everything within this range stilled, as if frozen in time. Amazo was still in a punching motion, both legs levitating off the ground. Amari finished his words and stretched out his palm. His 3 fingers moving in an enlarging motion. Boom! A noise akin to a sonic boom resounded as Amazo was slammed away with immense force. The telekinetic wave shattered everything it came into contact with within its range. Even the floor dozens of meters away wasn't spared. Bang! The android was smashed into a wall, his figure practically embedded into it. The whole place trembled. Amari tilted his head up. The android was dragged along the wall, creating a noticeable trench before impacting the ceiling. But you didn't really think this could stop me, did you? The force disappeared and Amazo fell straight from the ceiling. However, unlike regular living beings, an android felt no pain. Amazo quickly readjusted itself and landed on a high platform. Various protocols were being processed in its operating system in nanoseconds, trying to discover how it could win this fight. Martian Manhunter. And so, it activated density shifting and sunk into the ground. Just in time to avoid a blaze of destructive energy engulfing the area it once stood. The platform connected to the wall immediately disintegrated to dust. Amari watched indifferently. Amazo's movements couldn't escape his eyes as his 360 degrees vision went underground as well. Without pushing it to the limit, he could already observe the Earth's core. So he was in no way surprised when it appeared a considerable distance behind him. Black Canary. A sonic scream emerged from his mouth, attacking Amari from behind. The attack hit but had no effect. Instead, a powerful force emerged from behind him, striking towards its target. Flash. With a flash of lightning, Amazo dashed out of the way. The speed at which it switched abilities and reacted indicated that it already planned to run out the moment it released the canary cry. Interesting. He said and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he was in front of the rapidly retreating robot and swung his fist. Bang! Once again, the android was sent flying, crashing several times against the floor, creating several holes on the already damaged area. It doesn't usually react this fast. Alice's duplicate is controlling it. He, the light is really bold. L0, get it out of there. Lex said with furrowed eyebrows. If the android leaves, we'll never know the full extent of Amari's abilities. Ocean Master uttered, clearly displeased with Lex's order. That android was a threat to his future reign. It would be best if Amari destroyed it to nothing more than dust. This isn't even an equal fight. Amazo is getting toyed with. That's all we need. Brain said in its robotic tone. If it stays any longer, it will be destroyed. If he could use it to track us, our situation will be grim. Queen Bee said hurriedly. Among all of them, she was the one feeling the most panicked. After all, Amari was right here in Byalia. If he discovered who they were, she might end up being the first person to be killed. L0, evacuate the android immediately. Savage said with a grim tone. This was not how things were expected to play out. Amazo's greatest advantage lay in the fact that it could replicate the ability of any opponent it ever faced. With a diversity of powers and skills at its disposal, no one would ever be its match in a one-on-one situation. This was proven by the Justice League. It took 8 Leaguers a time period of 4 hours to successfully dismantle the android to several parts. If it were a one-on-one, even Superman would be defeated without a doubt. This was its greatest advantage. But that would change the moment it met someone who could defy its ability. Especially when that someone was stronger than it. Amazo pushed itself up from the rubble. Analyzing the new commands it had been given, it immediately sought to implement them. Superman. Chapter 85. Boom. The underground facility shook to its core. Captain. Are we still waiting? Standing above ground, a Byalian soldier stood alert with both hands firmly grasping his gun. Feeling the rumbling going on beneath their feet, he couldn't help but ask his captain with a bit of uneasiness. Unlike other bases, the number of personnel within this one was quite low. Barely reaching 100 men and a few women combined. The research personnel in the facility were only responsible for the maintenance of the cloning pods and the people in it. Apart from those two, there was quite literally nothing else worthy of attention. For the past few weeks, these Republican soldiers treated this as a vacation job. They literally did nothing but patrol, take shifts and play cards all day long. If they could smuggle in some booze and a couple more cigarette packs, it would make it even more enjoyable. After all, Byalia wasn't a peaceful nation. Compared to other colleagues who spent most of their time fighting rebels and quelling protests through heavy fire due to the stations they were assigned to, this post was simply heaven. They had been guarding this facility all this while and not one issue had emerged. And so, it was with great confusion that their leading captain announced to all personnel that their main task tonight was to evacuate the moment they received the slightest sign that the facility had been breached. This order alone was enough to leave them stupefied for weeks. What was even more confusing was the fact that... Boom! Another heavy rumble caused the ground under their feet to shake. The captain took in a deep breath. Seeing that the evacuation was almost complete, he signaled the soldiers to get ready to leave. Dozens of military vehicles had their headlights come up. Interesting. Hidden well on a nearby dune, Robin examined the occurring situation through his high-tech binoculars. Dozens of transport vehicles were scattered around in the midst of nowhere. That's what he would have thought if he didn't see the rather large hatch that most likely led to an underground facility. So that's where the rumbling is coming from. He uttered with a frown. Looks like they're evacuating. But why? The boy wonder couldn't help but wonder. Did something perhaps go wrong? A secret experiment gone haywire, or another clone on a rampage? What could possibly? Captain. Seeing his captain walking away, the first soldier called out hesitantly. What about the people in the pods? This was what was so confusing. They were stationed here to guard those pods at all times. Now everyone was evacuating and no one said anything about their previous objective. Our orders have changed. The previous objective is invalid. Evacuate and leave everything else behind. The captain came to a halt, had creases appear on his forehead and replied. The whole thing left him equally astonished, but to get to the position he's in now, he had seen and learned a lot of things. The most important one clearly states, obedience without question. Or it would be his lifeless body being buried in a ditch one day. The soldier didn't say anything else. Is that the last one? Sir. That's the last of them. Good, everyone move. Bang. A huge cloud of dust suddenly rose from the ground. The large sound it created startled everyone around it. The next second, however, something blasted out from underneath the soil. Rising straight into the air at a speed surpassing sound. Robin, who was watching the whole thing, was shocked. What the hell was going on here? The android took to the skies, immediately implementing the orders it had been given. Escape at all costs, priority alpha. However, could it really escape? The huge telekinetic force that assaulted its rapidly accelerating body didn't seem to think so. Amazo was knocked out of the sky like he had been hit with a baseball bat. The sharp descent caused it to impact the earth with a crash of amazing magnitude. Boom! A deep, ugly gully was created on the desert floor that spanned almost 50 meters in length. The robot remained still for 5 seconds before it began to move its parts. Unfortunately, it sensed the space behind him twisting irregularly. Captain Atom. It immediately changed abilities, quickly raising its hand to fire an energy blast. The metal hand preparing to fire an energy beam was immediately grabbed by a fleshy one stronger than even the hardest steel on Earth. The beam was fired but had no effect. Black Canary. Its mouth opened, preparing to release a canary cry. Oh hush. Amari said indifferently as he grabbed the android by its neck with his other hand. Destructive energy emerged from his palm and the neck of the android quickly crumbled to dust. The head was separated from the body and the android officially went offline. A second later, the body fell to the ground with a small thud, officially marking Amazo's third defeat since its creation. This one was even shorter than the last time it battled the Young Justice team. Quite pitiful if you ask me. Amari thought to himself before raising the android head that he had intentionally kept powered up to meet his gaze. So, did you enjoy the fight? Back at the Bialian royal palace, the light assembly was silent. No one said a word as they watched the male with black hair and blue eyes ask inquisitively. Amari looked at the red eyes of Amazo with interest. Well. I guess it couldn't really be considered a fight. More like a massacre, but oh well. I pulled my punches as best as I could. The expressions of everyone worsened. Even Clarion found it difficult to keep a nonchalant look. Everyone had dignified expressions except the brain, who one couldn't truly tell what expression he was making. Nevertheless, I do sincerely hope you enjoyed the performance. Savor it, and oh, please do savor it well. He. Because your clock just started ticking. Amari laughed while revealing a cheeky grin. The mockery in his eyes was particularly infuriating for those who watched but also somewhat terrifying. Don't worry, I won't come for you now. After all, you didn't plan to attack me specifically. So take your time, make your plans, do all your shit and whatnot. Whatever you can come up with that'll give you even the slightest sense of security. Go ahead, I'm not in a rush. Because honestly. At that moment, he revealed a somewhat fiery look in his eyes. They couldn't tell if it was amusement or excitement. This feeling you're giving me. It's kind of fun. And with that, Amari let out hearty laughter. Like a bored fella who just found a very fascinating toy to play with. It gave a rather sinister vibe to it, especially to those watching. Anyway, like I said, take your time. Do your worst and see if it'll be good as mine. But don't be surprised if one of you turns up dead. Just bet on which one of you will be the first. I'm waiting for you, so don't take too long because I will find you. His face wasn't smiling anymore. And when I do, well. I'm not much of a poet, but you know what they say. He put his hand on his chin with a look of contemplation. When the wind is slow and the fire's hot, the vulture waits to see what rots. So goodbye, and have a nice night. Those were the last words before the feed cut off. 'Cause you won't know which one of you won't see the sunrise. In the freezing windy desert, a mutter escaped, heard only be the wind. Royal Palace, Bialia. It seems that we have incurred on ourselves a massive problem. Ras Al Ghul's face wasn't looking the slightest bit pleasant. Luckily, no one else could see it through the illuminating light that concealed everything on the screen. Indeed. Replied the brain. From what we can tell, he doesn't know who we are yet. Lex rubbed his bald head with some frustration. The plans tonight had gone horribly wrong. What do we do now? Queen Bee couldn't help but ask. Currently, she was the most worried. Vandal Savage was silent. His face looked grim. Let's reconvene. After a while of thought, he finally said the best thing he could think of at the moment. What? There's nothing we can do or think of at the moment. The meeting is adjourned. We settle our other matters and reconvene at a later date to discuss possible countermeasures. This was the best he could come up with right now. In fact, Vandal was currently blank on ideas. And he was sure he wouldn't come up with any like this. Now that the plan had fallen into some unfavorable circumstances, he needed time alone to think of his next move. Ha, the looks on your faces are funny. Well, what you said whirled for me. See ya. The Lord of Chaos laughed, obviously not as bothered about this as much as his other human. More squishy partners. And with that, the Lord of Chaos logged off. Agreed. The brain also logged off with one word. I must make arrangements as well. Ocean Master said before his screen went off. By arrangements, he clearly meant security measures. They all logged off one after another with obvious haze in their hearts. Queen Bee felt it the most. Lex Luthor had predicted Amari's arrival, which was precisely why the android was delivered to Bialia. In the hope that Amazo would be able to replicate his powers, giving the light a higher level of combat power capable of defeating the Justice League all at once. The failure report that confronted her was the result. Contact Simon. Seeing the situation, Queen Bee immediately called out solemnly as her brain began to think of various scenarios on her next move. You called, my queen. L0 immediately put forward Simon's hologram before her. There's been a change of plans. Queen Bee said something that caused Simon's eyes to widen. My queen. The Kryptonian female will be transported nowhere. Your mission now is to make sure she is found and rescued. She relaxed her back against her throne, her posture making her look like she was in deep thought. She was. The overall plan hadn't changed, but due to the recent turn of events, some details needed to be tweaked. If Amari was here for the blonde, then the possibility of successfully taking her away would be low. Unless they had boom tube technology, which they didn't. Since that was the case, then let it happen. Even if the operation failed, for the light, it wasn't a loss. After all, capturing the Supergirl wasn't originally in their agenda. Of course, things wouldn't end that easy. Amari had just threatened them all. Worse still was the fact that he had the capability to accomplish it. She needed to prepare for the worst. They wanted to clone Supergirl so they could have a second spy on the inside. They could still have their spy, the only thing changing is the method to achieve it. My queen, are we simply letting the Kryptonian go? Of course not. She scoffed. She'll leave Bialia alright. Just not the same way she came. You give them the illusion that you don't know who they are. Alice stated as Amari held the head on Amazon in his grasp. A false sense of security. Nothing much. Amari said while examining his prize. You have changed. Oh. Why would you say that? If it were a month ago, you would kill them without a second thought. Alice's words were concise and quite frankly, they were correct. True dear, that's what boredom gets you these days. Even gods can't escape it. Amari chuckled with a slight smile. Besides, where's the fun in that? I find it more interesting to discover how they will react under the knowledge of their impending doom. Who knows, maybe it will lead to something unexpected. Unexpected? The timeline is literally all messed up at this point. It was an AU anyway. More chaos won't do any more harm than it's supposed to. Amari brushed it aside casually. He found a bit of enthusiasm in what he was about to do. Are you going to absorb and combine both essences now? Alice asked. No, not here. Amari shook his head. If I do that here, the Justice League will probably break into Bialia regardless of a UN charter. For now, let's just keep a low profile. His glowing blue eyes thrummed. The space around the android body slowly sunk until it disappeared from view. Hold on. Amari's eyes suddenly widened slightly. I just remembered something. Which is? I forgot Lobo's bike in the dimensional space for weeks now. Come on Megan, focus. You can do this. Miss Martian cheered herself on as she placed her hands on the unconscious Superboy's temples before activating telepathy. I just need to see if I can look through your forgotten memories. She uttered without moving her lips, and her eyes glowed white. The next moment, she found herself in a whole new landscape. The entire place was like fractured glass, each shard having a specific scene that kept playing over and over again. Make up mine with what you can remember of yours. The scenes that flashed through her mind were very short. I mean, they were shorter than she was expecting. But Megan quickly understood the situation. Connor lost 6 months of memories. 6 months ago, he was nothing more than a feral animal in mind. He didn't remember anything up to that point. The short memory span was relatively easy to sift through. Not only did she make up some things she didn't remember, she also helped him heal his broken memories as well. A few seconds later, Megan's eyes reverted from white back to normal. Her beautiful red irises showed a touch of realization. Ugh. While she was digesting what she just remembered, the groan of the resident Kryptonian slightly startled her. She turned her gaze to see Superboy turning to the side. Oh. Seems like the mind operation jogged his consciousness back up. She thought as she watched him wake up. What's happening? Superboy put both hands on his head and face. Superboy. She cried out in joy. You're awake. Megan? What's going on? And why does my face hurt so much? Am I bleeding? The dizziness that assaulted him made it difficult for the clone to even stand upright. Well, he certainly didn't pull back on his punches. Seeing Superboy's state, Megan couldn't help but drift back to the scene of the feral Kryptonian getting punched in the face. Looks like it still hurt. Sorry about that. I had to go through your mind so you could remember. Connor hated people getting into his head. Although it was necessary, she felt the need to apologize. I hope you don't. Arg. Megan suddenly screamed mid-sentence. An image flashed through her mind. Supergirl was screaming, her face pale while a creepy-looking man wearing a gray trench coat was standing over her with his right hand placed on his head. No. Huh. What's the matter? I'm not sure, but Supergirl's in pain. Huh. Kara. Superboy, who was still feeling dizzy, suddenly exclaimed with his eyes widening. Ignoring his condition, he immediately stood on his 2 feet. Let's go, you lead the way, he said while taking a step forward and fell back to the ground face first. Thud. The thudding sound followed with his body crash. The incident of the memory wipe followed by Amari's punch to the head left him in no condition to move for the next few minutes. You can't move right now. It's fine, just stay here. I'll take care of it, Miss Martian said anxiously before flying away into the distance while turning on camouflage. Connor couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. With no obstacles, Megan quickly found the camp which Supergirl was being kept. She easily sneaked into the tent with no one noticing her movements. Then, she saw it the moment she entered. Kara laid weakly on a testing table. Her face was unnaturally pale and her limbs were firmly bound. Oh. Someone is back for punishment. The voice rang out in her mind, startling her. She quickly locked it on the man standing on the opposite side of Kara's test table. His hand placed on his hood moved to remove it, showing the brain hidden underneath the dome. Simon says, forget. Chapter 86. That's it. Forget. Like before. Miss Martian found herself within her inner consciousness. The whole place looked like a mishmash of different memories coming together in complete disorder. Like before. And then it happened, it dawned on her as her memory relapsed. How exactly the whole team had gotten their minds wiped. And who exactly was responsible for. A dazzling white light enveloped her mental space in an attempt to erase everything. No. And so, she urgently fought back against Simon's telepathic abilities with her own. I won't let it happen again. The bright light was pushed away, converging in one spot until it formed a giant head. Simon's head. The current timing is very inappropriate for this, you little brat. Back in the outside world, Simon frowned while looking towards the invisible Martian. I don't have time for this. He had a mission, and he needed to accomplish it fast. Metallo. The movement of cybernetic parts resounded as the kryptonite-powered robot finally moved from its position. Its green eyes were fixed on the spot where the camouflaged Martian stood, spotting the slightly blurry silhouette standing there. Way ahead of you. John Corbin answered. The glowing green rock in his chest lit up with a dazzling green glow and fired a straight beam. Arg! Megan screamed as the kryptonite laser hit her straight on the chest. She was blasted straight out of the tent into the distance, crashing into the sand. Finish your work on the Kryptonian girl. I'll finish this one off. Metallo said in a robotic tone and took 2 steps forward. That won't be happening. Simon uttered before turning around. He walked towards Supergirl and stretched out his hand once more to continue his work. Plans have changed. Our orders are to evacuate now. Oh. Are we transporting the Kryptonian already? There will be no transportation. Simon said while lowering his hand, clearly indicating that whatever he was doing was completed. Unless you want to risk the chance of death, you will evacuate with everyone else this instant. The Supergirl stays where she is. You have to tell me why. Is the Blue Boy Scout coming? Or is it someone else from the League? Neither, someone worse. Simon's face was grim. Ignoring the cybernetic robot, he began to urge everyone else to evacuate. That can't be right. Who could be worse than Superman? Metallo didn't buy it. You know, it really hurts my feelings when people compare me to Superman. The clear, calm voice startled both of them. Corbin immediately turned around as his back was facing the unknown enemy. But when he did, something thrust towards his chest, firmly grabbing the kryptonite rock that served as his power source. The glowing kryptonite dimmed rapidly and within 2 seconds, its glow was gone, replaced with a gray-looking rock. The green light in the cyborg's eyes died before going off. Followed by the fall of the robot's body to the floor. Thud. Amari looked at the rock that he held in his grasp and scoffed. He fell asleep in the midst of our conversation. How rude. The guards outside immediately barged into the tent. Seeing someone they were obviously unfamiliar with, they immediately raised their firearms and opened fire. The startled scientists immediately took cover in the nearest places they could find. Amari watched indifferently as the bullets bounced off him the moment they made contact. It was the same for Simon, only he was projecting a telekinetic barrier to keep himself from getting shot to death. Amari unleashed his telekinesis and enveloped the Bialian soldiers that were constantly firing despite seeing their actions achieving no results. Then. Crack. The back of their necks simultaneously released a slight cracking noise. The weapons they held fell from their grasp. A second later, their bodies followed. 50+ Bialian soldiers dropped to the floor almost simultaneously. Would you look at that, so did they. Amari raised an eyebrow and turned towards the strange-looking man with his brain visible. Is this some sort of sleeping sickness? 'Cause if it is, it's very contagious. You! The intruder, Simon exclaimed in horror. His eyes narrowed as if facing a formidable enemy, and he released his telepathy and telekinesis without any reservations. The dark-looking dome around him expanded. Everything within the tent began to levitate, escaping the binds of gravity. Simon will not go down easily. A small tornado ensued with both of them and Supergirl at the center. The bodies, the tent, and everyone hiding within it was carried away in the dusty tornado. The new Genosphere was no exception as it freed itself from the bindings but was carried away by the tornado. Looking at the man who exuded casual indifference, Simon had never been so solemn. And with the mentality of whoever strikes first will have the upper hand, his mental power gushed forward in an attempt to invade Amari's mind. Knowing that he had no advantage in the physical factor, Simon made the best choice he could come up with. Covering up his weaknesses with his strengths and drawing the opponent into a mind battle. Unfortunately, his choice wouldn't change the result. Feeling the mental power attempting to invade his brain, Amari frowned with displeasure. His blue eyes glowed and the power hidden within was allowed to escape with considerable reservations. Pop! The sound of something bursting could be heard. Simon's eyes widened as his body stiffened. The dome that covered his brain was now painted completely red as his brain burst apart within his head. Thud! The sound of something else hitting the floor was covered up by the dispersing tornado. Well, I guess it was contagious. Amari uttered as Simon fell to the floor. Then, he stepped past his corpse without a change in expression. A blonde female laid on a test table. Her hands were bound, and her complexion wasn't as pale as it used to be due to the absence of her weakening factor. Your goal here was the android. You said you weren't here for her. The voice of Alice sounded in his ears. Amari frowned. I know. With a single thought, the metal bindings shattered to pieces, freeing her. The handsome male face gave off slightly unsightly expressions at this moment. His eyes flickered with bouts of confusion and puzzlement at what he was doing. Then why did you help her? It's not within reasoning. Alice's tone was filled with genuine curiosity. For the AI, many things didn't add up. She had noticed it from day one of her creation and the current happenings was just reinforcing her conjecture. What the hell was happening to her master? Something was wrong, terribly wrong. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. The frown etched on his face couldn't help but deepen. I don't know. I guess. Because I wanted to. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Amari didn't say a word and neither did Alice. The moment he uttered those last words, he knew that something was definitely wrong. This was the first time this has happened. His eyes were fixed on the female face before him but his mind and heart were elsewhere. Master. Alice. What's wrong with you? I don't know. Now it happened again. Ugh. At that moment, a groan interrupted his thoughts. The blonde Kryptonian was stirring from her slumber. Weird. Kara's consciousness began to return to reality. She heard someone mutter a single word. Her eyelashes slowly opened up to see her surroundings. Who? The female uttered but what came into her view was nothing. Nothing but scattered debris, a fallen body a distance away, and endless sand. What happened? She uttered in Kryptonian. At that moment, a giant metal object suddenly rolled towards her as she lifted herself up from the table. Seeing the new Genosphere in front of her, Kara's mouth was slightly open, not understanding what was going on in the slightest. Move out. The captain yelled with obvious panic in his tone. After what he just saw, he would rather not spend another second here. This was the era of supers. Something blasting out of the ground and flying into the air was definitely above his pay grade. His orders were to evacuate anyway. Why would he stay a moment more? However, sometimes the plans can't keep up with the changes. Dozens of medium-sized balls suddenly fell from the air and landed among the leading convoy. Each ball was well dispersed. Seeing this, the captain's eyes widened. Enemy attack. As soon as his words fell, the whole area went up in black smoke. Now. Robin, who had been hiding suddenly, rushed forward from his hiding spot. Diving into the smoke-filled area, his slender gymnast physique was utilized to the extreme. A soldier who was coughing due to the smoke was suddenly attacked without warning. Over there. Two who heard the sound immediately turned in that direction. Two birdarangs were launched towards them, exploding at the last second and entangling their bodies with ropes. I can't see. Ugh. Arg. Pow. One by one, each Bialian Republican soldier fell. Eventually, the smoke cleared and Robin's silhouette could be seen. Enough. Open fire. The captain screamed in rage. Pa. 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 Shit. Robin dodged with continuous backflips. I'll take those. Right then, a black flash of lightning streaked between the soldiers. They were dumbfounded when they realized that their weapons were gone. Thanks. The weapons were thrown away and Kid Flash showed an unruly smile. Then, he rushed forward to partake in the action. Some who tried to drive away on the military vehicles were resolved by him. KF. Robin exclaimed once the threat was resolved. Man, it's good to see a familiar face. Hey Rob. Memory loss? Kid Flash asked with a smile. 6 months. Let's hogtie these clowns and compare notes. Robin replied. After that, we'll go in and see what's going on down there. Down where? Wally scratched his head with a bit of confusion. He didn't see anything. There's a secret entrance over there. It's where all these guys came from. Okay, then we. Several minutes and several unspoken scenarios later. Rob. I think we found what we came here for. Looking at the 2 tanks with 2 floating people within, Kid Flash uttered with wide eyes. No kidding about that. Robin said with an equally astounded expression. The light assembly. Although everyone was communicating through holographic screens, the atmosphere was heavy, and they all could feel it. L3. What is his status? Simon is dead. Queen Bee answered with a gloomy expression. I see, how unfortunate. Vandal Savage said expressionlessly. Did he at least manage to deliver the information on Superman's true identity? No. The atmosphere around the Bialian ruler, if possible, grew heavier. Unfortunate indeed. Ocean Master uttered. His tone had a hint of mockery within, causing the Bialian queen to shoot him death glares. What about the Supergirl? Did he manage to fulfill his objective? Luther ignored the exchange between the 2 members and asked what he felt to be the most important question he could ask. After all, their lives were no longer secure. Seeing that she didn't reply, Lex's expression was unsightly. Don't tell me. I don't know. She cut him off before he could finish. He was unreachable before he could deliver the report. That leaves us with the question of if he was successful. Then. We need an opportunity. The quiet Vandal Savage remarked. An opportunity to test if Simon was successful and the Supergirl is truly under our control. Chapter 87. Mount Justice. September 4th, 1456 Eastern European Summertime. And, that's what happened. Miss Martian said in a low tone. Her right hand was placed on her left shoulder, rubbing it up and down slightly. I see. Batman said expressionlessly. And you are sure you didn't see the cause of it? Nothing. No. The image of Amari appeared in her mind. It could be him. Like I said, I saw him earlier during my initial memory loss, but at the time, I blacked out. Nothing. It has to be him. Wally said abruptly, causing everyone to turn towards him. KF. Robin in particular was giving him a bat glare. What? The speedster raised his hands. I mean, there were a bunch of dead bodies at the scene. That Simon guy Megan talked about practically had his head blown up. Who else could it be? Wally didn't feel like what he said was inappropriate. It was hard facts. The kid has a point. Hal, who stood at the side, uttered. Perhaps, but I didn't say he could speak. Batman added with narrowed eyebrows. Oh well. Hal shrugged, his arms crossed against his chest. Wally's face fell. Moving on. Clark interjected. Batman nodded before turning to his apprentice. Robin. The 2 hostages were found in a secret facility hidden underground. It was quite far from the registered area we were supposed to investigate. Stumbled upon it by chance and a little bit of luck. Robin informed as holographic screens appeared in the air displaying pictures he had updated to the cave's computer. These were photos of the secret facility in Bialia. The number of personnel here wasn't much. At least not enough to assume they were guarding any important projects. The speech of the boy wonder made the eyebrows of the 3 heroes furrow. Robin continued. And apart from the second mission objective, they weren't. The whole place was devoid of anything useful. No database with significant files attached to the computer systems, no secret projects going on underground. Just the missing targets being held in cloning pods. So they aimed to clone the general and his daughter. Seems that way. The holograms disappeared. Apart from that, there was nothing else. I see. Batman nodded before sweeping his gaze across all of them. You've completed your mission. What we believed to be a simple task turned out to be something unexpected. It wasn't easy for you. Your lives were in danger the very moment you stepped foot in Byalia, you lost your memories and could have gotten killed. But you persevered. You made it through and got the job done. External elements might have been involved, but it's all your luck. Even the League needs a little bit of that occasionally. Outstanding effort and good work. You're dismissed. Bruce remarked candidly. The trio looked at each other with different expressions before walking away from the mission hall. As soon as their backs disappeared, Hal's easygoing expression finally had some changes. So we're dealing with this again? It appears so. Bruce replied. I don't see what's there we have to deal with. Clark, however, saw it differently. What's with Amari always showing up in these places? It gives a headache really. About that. Clark turned to face Batman. You said he wouldn't be there. That's what he told me. Bruce answered without any expression. And yet, he mysteriously appears. Why though? Okay, I don't want to be that guy, but what are the chances that he wasn't the one? Hal couldn't help but ask. Simon's information is in our database. His telepathic and telekinetic capabilities make him a powerful opponent. Not someone the team could take down on their own. Batman placed his hand on his chin. In a proper battle, perhaps Miss Martian stands a chance. The rest of them are simply at a disadvantage against a telepath. Especially Superboy. Add that to the fact that Metallo was present. He didn't finish it. They aren't easy enemies to face, even for us. Correct. Then Miss Martian wakes up only to find a powered-down cyborg and a dead telepath with his brain blown up. 10 times out of 10, this fits his style. Honestly, Bruce would rather hope this was Amari's doing. He would rather not have to investigate a new potential threat. Okay, but why? Hal asked with some puzzlement. I mean, he told you he wasn't going to be in Byalia. I can't say I know much about the guy, but he doesn't seem to be the kind to lie for the sake of it. Why would he change his mind? Hal's thinking was simple. Amari changed his mind. There was no need for a conspiracy theory of some kind. From the strength he demonstrated, the guy didn't need it. And if he was lying, he wouldn't make his presence known. Miss Martian stated that he said he was looking for something. Clark frowned. Amari was searching for something. Last time he wanted something, Clark got a cousin out of thin air. So what could this be? Is it possible he found it? Why don't you go find him and ask? Bruce asked with a raised eyebrow. Hal almost choked. He remembered what happened the last time they went to inquire. Giovanni, who had all his magic drained out of him, was now the official host of Dr. Fate. The previously high-spirited Captain Marvel was now a depressed kid sitting in the hospital bed all day long. No thanks. I still have many years to live. He uttered with a wave of his hand. In that case, we're blind on this. Clark felt slightly uncomfortable. To be honest, Superman had no prejudice towards the deviant in question. If not for the fact that Amari occasionally killed, and the fact that half the League was gone due to his indirect actions, his impression of him would actually be pretty good. After all, he didn't harm the innocent. In a sense, they had something in common. They were both aliens who didn't belong to this world. Clark always felt he was an excellent judge of character. Amari didn't give the vibe of a villain or a mass murderer. The feeling he gave him was rather lax. Nevertheless, he was still dangerous. Knowing he was up to something yet not knowing what it was what made him uncomfortable. In simpler terms, they were far from the point of being irreconcilable. I have another theory. Bruce spoke up. Although this one might be a little far-fetched. Really? What is it? Kara. Bruce faced Superman and replied with one word. What? Clark was dumbfounded. What the hell did Batman mean by that? From what I can tell, Amari seems to have some sort of soft spot for your cousin. Silence. Neither of the three said a word. Until. Bruce, you can't be serious. Hal was the first one to speak. His eyes were widened and he looked slightly incredulous. You are kidding, right? Hal thought this was Bruce's bad pass for a possible joke. Do I kid? Oh. He wasn't kidding. You don't mean. Nevertheless, he still couldn't resist asking. Like I said, it's a far-fetched possibility, but I keep an open mind. A possibility, no matter how small, is still a possibility. Seeing the clear disbelief in Hal's eyes, Bruce didn't find it surprising. So you're saying? Clark's expression portrayed he was a bit lost in thought. That's right. If he was the one who killed Simon, then the chances that he went to Byalia to protect Supergirl from possible harm isn't that far-fetched anymore, is it? Still, he doesn't strike me as that kind of person. Clark raised an eyebrow. What kind? The kind that has emotions. Amari was honestly a bit hard to explain. But from his actions and words, Clark could get an understanding. Basically, he was like an ascetic monk with the words, "Don't mess with me," written on his forehead. His expression was almost always flat, and he seemed to care for nothing. Except for the occasional stuff that he found interesting. Like I said, this isn't definite. Just one of my deductions. Bruce wasn't trying to convince them he was right. This was a theory that he was trying to verify. Amari literally stood by and watched as thousands of citizens were slain during Gotham's extraterrestrial crisis. Although Bruce didn't know exactly why he ultimately intervened, the fact that he was in Gotham while the chaos went on for several minutes showed that Amari's view on human life hadn't changed one bit. Yet surprisingly, he intervened more than once on matters concerning Kara Zor-El. 1 was when Superboy died. 2 was during the Parasite issue when she almost lost her life. And this incident made it number 3. Once is random, twice, a coincidence, 3 times. Of course, he wasn't sure of his conjecture. But the Caped Crusader was almost certain that Amari had a favorable attitude towards Kara than he did to the rest of the League. Possible due to the time they spent together. He was literally the first person she saw after the destruction of her planet. He could be there for Supergirl. Likewise, he could be there for someone else. The sentence took a cold tone. Amari doesn't attack anyone unless he's provoked. This is what we have seen so far, so for him to kill Simon. That would insinuate that Simon has acted against him. Clark immediately grasped the key point. Possibly. It might be Simon or those he works for. Batman had always suspected that a rogue organization was making moves behind the scene. An organization powerful enough to have a spy within the Justice League. What happened today proved his conjecture. The organization existed and the Justice League had a mole. He had confirmed the latter from Amari himself. Amari appeared in Vialia, hung up Metallo and killed a telepath. This was no coincidence. This meant that someone had stepped on his bottom line, and he was actively retaliating. The same people the League were looking for. Clark's face grew solemn. The mysterious force that could arrange 5 ice-based villains to launch simultaneous attacks on the same day. Amari is hunting them? Does this make our job easier or harder? Hal could help but ask. It doesn't matter. Bruce retorted. We need to get to the bottom of this. That's easier said than done. Clark shook his head. We're short on manpower, Bruce, with too many things on our plate to worry about. The matter of the dimensional breaches urgently needed their attention. The fact that Wonder Woman was still alive was another issue that required concern. Now, after a period of silence, this new addition was raising its ugly head. Maybe we should consider adding new recruits to our ranks. Batman pondered and raised a suggestion. Meanwhile, a certain blonde Kryptonian heard their whole conversation from the cave's medical bay. Meanwhile, back in Metropolis. Staring out the glass window from his room in a luxury hotel, Lex Luthor had a frown on his face. He wore a formal attire, but his suit had been taken off, tie removed, and his sleeves had been folded upward. He stood in deep thought, both hands placed in his pockets. L0. Lex called out. What can I do for you? The hologram of the Light Queen appeared behind him. What is the status of the 2 subjects? Status report, General Sam Lane and Mississippi Lois Lane have been admitted to a general hospital in Washington, D.C. And did they notice anything? From the security feeds, they didn't. There's no suspicion on their actual identities. Good. Make sure to report once there are any changes. Lex's face turned to one of indifference. We can't let them realize that they are nothing but clones after all. Looking out the window, felt like he was about to face an impending crisis. Amari was coming for them. No matter which angle he looked at it from, he couldn't help but feel panicked. But he had other things to worry about now. The team had no idea that the people they had rescued were not the originals, but simply clones. The whole thing was a staged setup by the Light to sell the rescue well. As for the true Sam and Lois Lane, they had already been disposed of. It's time to enter the next phase of our plan against the Justice League. Chapter 88. Mount Justice. Med Bay. I have another theory. Kara. You're kidding, right? Looks to me like he has a soft spot for your cousin. Doesn't strike me like that kind. The secret force is behind this. We're short on manpower, Bruce. He's hunting them. The sound waves fell into the ears of the young Kryptonian sitting on the bed. Her eyes were wide, and her expression made her look like she was in a daze. Despite knowing she wasn't supposed to be eavesdropping on her cousin's conversation, Kara couldn't help it. Maybe we should recruit new members. Not now. We still have a lot on our plate. Agreed. There certainly are more pressing matters at hand. The breaches for 1 inch. We need to figure out how to close those before something we can't handle gets through. Speaking of which, we need to get in touch with him. I don't know how we're gonna convince him, but his dimensional base has got to go. Huh. Wait a minute. What? The breaching of his energy shield created the breaches. Even if we can find a way to close them, all that's needed is someone stupid enough to cause the same situation to happen again. This time was just breaches, next time, the world might be sucked into a black hole. I doubt Amari would do anything to fix it even if he could. I get that, but still. Honestly, I agree with Superman on this. She heard the voice of that unlikable bat fellow who kept his cowl lined with lead. You're all crazy. You know that, right? Lantern. And what would happen if he says no? A bout of silence. You can't be serious. He literally defeated 5 Leaguers in less than 10 minutes. Do you still not get what that means? I would rather not be that guy right now, but Giovanni practically turned useless ever since he had his power drained. Now, the only way he can help out is as the wearer of Dr. Fate's helmet. Shazam. I don't even know where to begin. Batman almost had his mind destroyed, and the way this is going, Superman's probably going to be next. There's no telling what he will do if you tick him off. Unlike Superman, who believed blindly in his view of justice, and Batman, whose whole being was practically based on being uncompromising, Hal was much more realistic. Hey there. Kara, who was eavesdropping, was startled at the voice. She snapped her hat in the direction of the door and discovered Miss Martian standing there with a smile. She was no longer dressed in her mission costume but in regular clothes and normal skin tone. Likewise, she gave off the vibe of the cheerful daughter of your neighbor next door. Oh. It's you, Megan. Yeah, sorry I startled you. Hey. You okay? Megan couldn't help but ask. Oh. It's all right. I'm fine. Kara said while running her hands through her hair. How'd the briefing go? You were eavesdropping, weren't you? Kara blushed slightly and lowered her head. It's all right. I won't tell. The Green Miss giggled. How's the rest of the team? Better. Superboy is adjusting to the incident. Calder as well. Batman asked him to take a breather and have his mind cleared. And Artemis should be back on her feet any day now. The Green Archer didn't follow them on their mission to Byalia. After all, she had a neck fracture. Everyone decided it would be for the best if she stayed back to rest, much to her protest. Honestly, Megan was glad she did. The blonde had experienced too many shocks in a short period of time. Who knows if her mentality would collapse if she had joined them on this mission. Phew. I'm glad. Me too. Miss Martian stood up from the bedside and walked towards the exit. I'm thinking of making a batch of cookies to cheer everyone up. Wanna come to the kitchen with me? Oh. Do I? At the thought of eating Megan's cookies, her eyes lit up like stars. Well, come on. Just remember not to touch anything this time. She turned to Kara and waved her hand in a beckoning motion. Supergirl's face was slightly red from embarrassment. The last time she followed Megan into the kitchen, Green Lantern had to make out time to renovate the kitchen. Still, at the thought of delicious treats, she got up and followed. Both girls walked in the hallway. At that moment, a spherical metal object rolled towards their direction making special noises. Hey, it's you. Seeing the Genosphere, Kara exclaimed. The sphere stopped in front of her before cycling around the blonde teenager. He. Looks like it likes you. Megan giggled. What is it? We don't know yet. According to Batman, it's probably what caused the extraterrestrial disturbance in Byalia. Poor thing was being tortured and experimented on. Upon the topic coming back to Byalia, Kara fell into thought. Do you think it was him? The question caught Miss Martian by surprise. There's a high possibility. Yeah. This would be the 3rd time he's saved me. He. Who knows, maybe he likes you. Megan teased with a strange light in her eyes. Thinking of what she heard in her cousin's conversation, Kara couldn't help but blush slightly. Unknown to the young Kryptonian, her subconscious thoughts were slowly but surely nudging her into a certain path. Of course, it was unnoticeable now. So. Have you thought about it yet? I'm sorry, what? Did you forget? I mean school. If you want to go to school with us, that is. A look of realization struck her face. Superman asked if she wanted to go to experience the human school life with the team, or if she needed more time to adapt. Kara at that time said she would think about it. Oh, that. I haven't really thought about it yet. I mean, it's exciting too. Hey Superboy. Seeing Connor and Aqualad appear from a corridor, Kara paused before smiling and waved. Oh. Hey. Connor greeted awkwardly. Hello. Calder greeted calmly. His eyes fell on the sphere right beside his Kryptonian relative, and he couldn't help but show a touch of envy. Cool souvenir. He said while looking at them. Thanks. It's not actually. Her words were interrupted as a gust of wind blew on their faces. Hey guys, have you seen the news? Who else would it be besides a ginger-haired hyperactive speedster? Wally. I thought we talked about your speed sprints. What? Wally was dumbfounded, before he shook his head. Never mind that now, you've gotta see this. And so, he took out the tablet in his possession and pressed the play button on the video shown on the screen. It's a live announcement going on at the White House. The president's giving a formal declaration straight to all of America. Wally uttered with no pauses in his sentences. What? What's special about that? Aqualad moved forward a bit and asked with some confusion. Special? Of course, it's special. Because he's talking about us. White House, Washington, D.C. September 5th, 12 o'clock Eastern European Summer Time. And not the least of the problems we face, are that of the continuous threats of aliens and the destruction caused by our own so-called superheroes who act on their own as judge, jury and often executioner. Looking at the massive crowd gathered below the podium, Lex took the liberty to adjust his tie slightly. His narrowed eyes looked sharp and gave off a sense of solemnity and oppression. This year alone, the United States has experienced more extraterrestrial disasters than it has in past years. Property damage, casualty ratings and death tolls are at an all-time high. He paused for a second before continuing. All of this even when we have beings of the likes of Superman and the Justice League supposedly protecting us. Well. I don't think so. He stretched out both arms. These accidents have skyrocketed ever since the superhero inception. How many times have the Justice League incurred one world-ending disaster after another on our planet that has nothing to do with us? If this continues, we might have to rebuild all of America one day. Well, no more. Both outstretched arms turned into fists and came ramming down on the solid pulpit. It's time we had enough of heroes acting on their accord, doing what they feel is best for us. They have been given too much freedom and influence. I intend to curb that influence as much as possible. No one is above the law. I learned that from myself many years ago. But not everyone seems to think so. I just received word that a United Nations country that did not sign the Justice League's UN Charter was infiltrated by powered individuals on the grounds of suspicion of working with extraterrestrial forces, wreaking havoc within this nation's territory and escaping unscathed. Individuals with abilities can now publicly defy the power of a nation. What's stopping them from running into the streets and ordering the world to bow at their feet? Cameras flashed rapidly from all directions. Lex paused and kept a calm look for the shutters. How outrageous in my opinion. Like I said, no one is above the law. And now this principle will be the driving force of my presidency. But times have changed and the advantage of deterrent power is no longer with us. To counter this point, I have already taken steps to bring some of these superhumans into the service of our government, where their unique powers will be utilized for the benefits of all Americans. And so, Lex turned to look at his side where several individuals stood. They are, Black Lightning, Katana, Plastic Man, Icon and Major Force. As he called out names, each corresponding superhero took several steps forward under the camera flashes and received the applause of the audience. Lex applauded as well. I think it is time we have our own Justice League. One truly determined to see the peace and development of the planet. I hope that in the months to come, many more will follow and voluntarily make the choice they made. And if they don't, they will find that they are not as far much above the law as they think. Dimensional Space, The Axiom. September 5th, 1536. Amari stood on a cliff's edge. Beneath the edge and going forward was a boundless sea within the dimensional space that seemed to extend for eternity. Behind him was an endless land of vegetation and light. Before him was the disabled body of the android with the head placed right beside it. Are you sure you want to do this now? Facing Alice's inquiry, Amari didn't respond. As usual, his face was completely expressionless, carrying not even a slight crumple. It had been with him since the moment he left Byalia till this very second. Important matters should best be taken care of first. That was all he had to say as he stretched his hand towards the android. With the will of his mind, a complex circular purple pattern similar to a spell circle appeared below it, exuding bursts of pressure. Amazo was engulfed in dazzling purple lights and soon disintegrated to form a ball of energy consisting of myriad colors. I see. He muttered softly and beckoned. The energy ball flew towards him, spinning above his hand like an obedient blue fireball. The amount of power and energy emanating from it would be enough to give Superman a shock. With multiple abilities integrated in one, it's just like Parasite. Stretching out his other hand, another energy ball appeared out of thin air. It gave of a glow and pressure in no way inferior to the previous one, but the colors were many purple and yellow. Not as colored as the previous one that looked like a circular rainbow. Your calmness in the face of the unknown is strangely concerning. Oh. And why is that? Because you can clearly know what you want to if you want to, but you don't. From what I can tell, something doesn't add up. Well, you're my unofficial assistant. Why don't you give me your take on the whole thing? Amari continued to examine the balls of energy without showing much care. Alice? Cat got your tongue. What's with the sudden silence? Your level of indifference at times astonishes even me. The voice of the AI sounded with utter marvel. Literally anyone or anything else would be different. Well, I'm not just anyone else. Does that explain why I'm so indifferent? Not in the slightest. Your origin explains your indifference no better than it does your erratic behavior. Erratic? Amari raised an eyebrow. That term was new. Do you not notice? She sounded genuinely puzzled this time. Your actions are completely inconsistent. You do things and treat similar cases with different levels of severity. You are completely indifferent to something major and react severely at times to something minor. Some of your actions have no distinct purpose whatsoever. Even on your established principles. I know. Amari answered nonchalantly. Couldn't it just be attributed to personality change? I don't think you have a personality. Then maybe it's because I do what I want. You want nothing. True. Then why don't you find it disturbing? I don't know. Neither spoke. Amari stared away from the two pulsing balls of energy and turned his gaze to the vast ocean. He wasn't being too lazy to answer. He truly didn't know what was wrong with him. Honestly, this was a first. And normally speaking, he should want to know. Not for anything, just to satisfy his own curiosity. After all, Alice's words were not unfounded. He was indifferent, not blind. Amari had realized it as well. His actions were strangely inconsistent, constantly changing depending on the situation. Occasionally, he would kill without a word. At other times, he would watch things play out under the excuse of boredom. He did things that didn't make sense for no reason whatsoever. These were all problems on their own. But strangely, after he left Byalia, he wasn't curious about this at all. His mind seemed to automatically drift away from the topic of how he felt. Or rather, he didn't feel the need to find out. This was where the issue was. Up till this point, Amari never knew to what extent his indifference could reach at times. He clearly had the power to know, but he lost all interest in discovering why. For something concerning himself, this wasn't the slightest bit normal. Even for him. Why would he feel indifferent to this yet feel propelled to hunt down the light for sport? He could watch thousands of Gotham's citizens get slaughtered without the urge to make a move yet would protect Kara from possible death. It was weird. Almost like his subconscious wanted him to focus on something else. Weirdly enough, it was working. Initially leaving him incapable of mustering up enough interest to care. Now that he came to think about it, he had never thought about a lot of things. Things like his own existence. There were a few details that didn't add up. Why did he feel like this? Why was he so indifferent? Why did he care for nothing? Oh well. Since I can know, let's just find out. And so, Amari turned his gaze towards his right hand. The tattoo accounting for the amount of energy accumulated was something he barely paid attention to recently. His physiology was set to automatically absorb all energy forms he could come in contact with. Even solar energy, similar to Clark's Kryptonian cells. So as long as he was out of the axiom, he was accumulating every day. If he ever needed more, he would simply fly into the center of the sun and suck it dry. Then go around the universe, doing the same thing from star system to star system. The news would spread, he would probably receive attention from the guardians of OA, the gods of New Genesis and Apocalypse. Maybe he would even get a cool, feared nickname. Something like, the Star Devourer, Star Eater, Destroyer of Worlds, Monarch of Suns, and the like. Then maybe after he destroyed this universe, he would move on to the next one. And the next until he destroyed everything created by time itself. Point being, he had long stopped paying attention to his reserves. What's wrong with me? And so, he willed with his mind. A moment later, the energy reserves began decreasing. From single digits to double digits to 3 digits, 4 digits, 5 digits. Okay, this was unexpected. Wasn't this just a simple question? Seeing the amount in quantifiable terms exceeding 10,000, Amari raised an eyebrow. If it keeps going at this pace, probably all my energy will be consumed. He didn't really mean it, but the next development caused his eyes to widen. The pace didn't slow down at all and continued devouring his energy reserves. In a moment, more than half had been consumed. This level of power, if transformed, would be enough to create close to a dozen Supermen. You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 89. Boss. What's happening? Alice didn't know what he was experiencing, but from his words and tone, she knew something was wrong. Something I've long since expected happening in the way I least expected. Amari uttered without change. He had expected to draw attention. But not for it to happen so soon. Now this was definitely a surprise. The most surprising thing that had happened to him since his creation. Scratch that, the only astounding thing since his creation. Watching the energy being devoured at rapid speeds for nothing but a mere question. I'm probably about to face off with an actual big shot. The DC world was filled with powerful people, but not all of them could get into his eyes. But this. The strength of whatever or whoever caused this wasn't at the level he had previously dealt with. In this case, Superman could only be a younger brother. I wanted to take my time with this, but it seems I can't wait. And so, both energy essence before him flew into the distance before the merging process between them began. The sources are undergoing fusion now. If I don't fuse and absorb them now, I'm probably going to be sucked dry by my own ability. The dimensional space suddenly rumbled, and the still environment was filled with violent winds. The waters in front grew chaotic like a storm was brewing and the trees billowed with the wild winds. Amari's face was bland. He said it casually, but the implications were nothing to laugh at. Once my reserves run out, the energy required to answer the question will be drawn from me. Just like Parasite did to Superman, this body will be drained of everything and wither to dust. Anything and everything I've ever created will also disappear and be consumed as fuel for the answer. If that's still not enough, the dimensional space will shatter as it's also my creation. All until I'm brought back to the way I was long before entering this world. A self-depreciating smile finally appeared on his features. Back to square one. The two energy balls made contact and began to pulse violently as they consumed each other. In that case, just end the. I can't. Amari cut her short. Once I begin creation of something, it won't stop until it's completed. Then, if I want it gone, I'll have to spend energy to erase it. Unless I can't support the consumption midway, there's no pause button. It's something even I can't control. It is said that everything has a natural weakness. Something that can destroy them without having to use tremendous force. Well. Here's mine. Amari shrugged. My ability still has limitations. As his words fell, the fusion process was completed. Following which, the ball of rainbow-colored energy flew towards him at breakneck speed, crashing into his body before he was covered in a multicolored aura. As the new essence was absorbed, Amari turned his gaze towards the vast horizon, staring into the distance. I don't know if you can hear me. Engulfed in the wonderful light show, Amari uttered through his lips. I don't know if you can see me. But I'm sure you know what's happening. Amari showed a smile. And I have to admit, this was genius. I honestly never saw it coming. But we both know this won't work. Even if my attempt fails and this body dies, you can't truly kill me. I'll always come back. And I'll come find you when I do. These were his last words, after which he refocused on his own situation. This was a delay tactic at best and a final countermeasure at worst. A countermeasure in case he broke through the lack of interest and decided to find out. But Amari couldn't care about that right now. The fusion was complete and his reserves had increased, but the energy was still being drained. Will absorbing the essence resolve the problem? No, it will not, my dear Alice. Amari replied. The destabilizing dimensional space was the best proof. The essence from Amazo and Parasite was nowhere near enough to counter this. However, he never cared for the amount of energy they could grant him, but the different characteristics that could evolve into something else when put together. But it'll serve as a good foundation for what I'm about to do next. His words fell, and the space before he swirled. Another sphere of energy emerged from the swirling area in front of him that thrummed with immense power. Amari had nearly forgotten about this when he took it several weeks ago. And its original owner was probably disabled in a hospital bed or sitting in a wheelchair somewhere with useless arms. That is. Quick quiz, Alice. Where do you think the gods draw their power from? The sphere of divine energy about half the size of an adult male pulsated in front of him. This was the power of the old gods. Amari didn't wait for her to answer. The God Sphere. A metaphysical reality outside the DC multiverse, home to all gods and extradimensional creatures. It's the home and source of all magic in the DC multiverse as well as the birthplace of the gods, old and new alike. In this universe, it gives the gods and those with godlike abilities the magic they harness. My point being, the magical energy it contains is quite literally limitless. However, it exists outside the DC multiverse. I can't teleport there with the dimensional space, meaning I would need a certain amount of energy to reach it without boom tube technology. Energy I currently can't afford to spare. Things would be hopeless. Unless you're going to use the power of 6 gods channeled by Captain Marvel to access the God Sphere. Bingo. He answered before stretching his hands forward. The stream of energy flowed out towards Amari's palm before sinking into his body. He closed his eyes for a split second, and they changed color when he reopened them. Absorbing the divinity of the gods, he could feel the connection. 6 connections to be precise. The same one Billy Batson had when he uttered the word Shazam. His eyes peered into the void, surpassing what he could see in his dimensional space. He pushed the connection, surpassing those they were attached to, and went on straight to the source. These eyes are more powerful than I imagined. Nevertheless, this is going to get me in really big trouble. Amari thought to himself, knowing that whatever peace he had would be gone from this moment onward. It wasn't as simply as using the powers of the gods as a connection to the God Sphere. Billy Batson wasn't connected to the sphere of gods. He wasn't a god himself. Just a boy who could utilize a certain percentage of their abilities. In simpler words, he drew power from the gods who drew power from the God Sphere. Amari didn't have the spare energy to create a separate channel to harness that power. So, similar to Captain Marvel, he could only draw power from the first connection. Which was the gods themselves. Many believed the old gods to be dead as they were supposedly all killed by Ares, which made way for the new gods to rise. But he knew that wasn't the case. The old gods were in hiding. But that didn't mean they were ignorant. Even if the presence said that they wouldn't feel someone drawing their magic without their consent, Amari wouldn't believe it. Would they be happy about this? Certainly not. And he, the main culprit, would gain a lot of attention and a whole new league of possible enemies. What a hassle. Nonetheless, at this point, he had no other choice. His tank was about to hit empty. If that be the case, what do you need the previous essence for? Seeing his beloved AI being so inquisitive in this situation, Amari couldn't help but chuckle. He. Remember when I said I needed an upgrade? His indifferent expression finally showed a small smirk. Since I'm going to be stealing power from the gods, then why stop there? Amazo and Parasite's abilities are the foundation. I said I needed an upgrade. Then what better upgrade is there than to become a new god? At that moment, his energy reserves hit 0. At the same time, the god connection was fully established. Shazam! Amari looked at the sky and yelled for dramatic effect. And then, a bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky, illuminating the area brightly. Power! A massive surge of energy flooded into his being with every passing second. In less than 10 seconds, it surpassed the amount of energy he previously held within his reserves. And with each passing second, it continued to rise. Feeling the magical energy flowing through his body veins, he couldn't help but feel euphoric. All of it felt so. He closed his eyes to savor the feeling for a moment and uttered his final words. Make me a new god. And then, a dazzling bright light erupted from his body, illuminating the almost endless dimensional space. Deep within Amari's mind. Hidden within his inner consciousness. The empty mind space that held nothing. A crack appeared in the void. Sphere of gods, Mount Olympus. Deep in its ruins, there was a statue of a tall, muscular man, dressed in ancient Greek attire. A crown rested on the statue's head, and it looked imposing even for a block of stone. However, hidden deep in the Olympian ruins, the statue wasn't in very good condition. An arm was missing as well as different parts near the waist, neck, leg, and chest. But that wasn't the point. At that moment, the statue seemed to come alive as its eyes gave off a thunderous blue glow. The atmosphere around the place changed. Large quantities of energy seeped out of the statue and covered it in a golden cocoon. This lasted for almost 30 seconds before the statue reappeared from the cocoon. However, one would notice that there was now a major difference. Wisps of blue divine energy emerged from its body from time to time. Zeus was never dead. Neither were many of the old gods. Parallel Earth, Earth 666. Los Angeles. A devilishly handsome man slept in a bed in the midst of 2 beauties. He suddenly opened his eyes as if he had just sensed something. A portal suddenly opened in the middle of the room and an equally stunningly beautiful woman stepped out. Did you feel that? I did, Mazakin. Someone's causing trouble. Apocalypse. Sitting on his throne of darkness, the Lord of Apocalypse and God of Evil suddenly opened his eyes. Just like Amari thought, his actions immediately caught the attention of numerous parties. After all, the birth of a new god was no joke. Chapter 90. Downtown Metropolis, LexCorp Building. The room was dim with mood lighting and a grim atmosphere that gave off a certain level of relaxation. Once one looked through the glass wall, they would see the bright lights of the Metropolis nightlife. This is the Central City Gazette bringing you with the latest hit news in the city today. Earlier this afternoon reports indicate that the fraternal Terror twins, Tommy Terror and his sister Tuppence Terror, have successfully been apprehended by the Justice League. The twins reportedly attempted to rob Gemini gems at a high-end mall in Central City but were caught in the act by two League hero sidekicks, Kid Flash and Superboy. They confronted the Terror twins, but the incident escalated as hostages were taken captive. Luckily, Superman and Central City's Scarlet Speedster, the Flash appeared on the scene and resolved the grim situation. The twins fled the scene while causing a rampage in their wake, and were pursued by Superman all the way to New Orleans. Eventually ending in New Orleans' French Quarter, they were finally apprehended by Superman and Martian Manhunter, and according to the Justice League member and Central City icon, Flash, they will be sent to Belle Reve to answer for their crimes. In recent weeks after a short absence, the Flash has returned to Central City and made his presence more apparent than ever, stopping several thefts, robberies, and attacks for meta-human villains. The television was switched off with a push of a button. Things are going as planned. Standing a certain distance away from the bald billionaire, Ra's al Ghul uttered without a hint of emotion. Precisely as expected. Lex said while throwing a folder onto the nearby table. The demon's head raised an eyebrow. Any reports on his whereabouts? No. As soon as the topic came to this, Lex felt like he had a migraine. His location was already elusive enough. Now he hasn't made any public appearances in 3 weeks. Not even the Justice League can contact him. The military is also at a dead end. 3 weeks ago, a strange phenomenon took place that grabbed the headlines. The mysterious base of their recent resident alien stationed outside Gotham City suddenly collapsed. The energy shield surrounding the area disappeared, and dozens of miles of free land was returned exactly how it was. What made it so eye-catching was the fact that the Earth shook that day. Every country in the world felt it, like the planet had been tapped with a giant sledgehammer. The disasters caused were imaginable. Many buildings with unstable foundations came crumbling down. Ships at sea were overturned by violent waves. A certain country even had a volcanic eruption. Parts of the Earth in many places split open. The most devout of beliefs even took it as the sign of Armageddon. The whole world was going to be destroyed. Thankfully, the League responded. Superheroes everywhere joined forces to save as many lives as they could. This incident, coupled with the disappearance of Amari's base, caused to set a craze over the internet. Reporters and journalists' first reaction was to find the government and ask what was happening. When they couldn't give a satisfactory answer, they turned to the Justice League. And when Superman told the truth that the League had no idea, the media went crazy. All sort of conspiracy theories surfaced from almost everywhere. The entire world felt uneasy, but when compared to the 7 members of the Light, that might as well just have slight paranoia. Unless we have a way to stop him, his location should be the least of our worries. Really? Then do you think we can? Lex asked as his fingers tapped on the table. His gaze fixed on the man who had lived for several centuries carried a bit of irritability. With the abilities Amari has shown, it is only a matter of time before he discovers who we are. When he does, he can kill us off one by one before we realize it. Out of the lot of us, perhaps only Clarion and Savage are truly safe. Lex wasn't in a good mood. Although the bald billionaire wasn't a complete control freak, he never disliked having everything follow his ideals. The stone hanging in his heart for the past 3 weeks was honestly suffocating. Knowing that at any moment, someone could come for your life and there was nothing you could do to stop it. He was rich, he was a genius, but he was still just a common man. He didn't have powerful strength or extreme capabilities. At the critical moment, even Lex Luthor would feel fear. Death is something no man can escape. Even I do not expect to truly live forever. From the looks of it, perhaps neither does Savage. Bullshit. Lex grabbed the glass of whiskey placed on the table and smashed it to the ground. The attitude of the demon's head enraged him. For someone who had already lived for hundreds of years, Ra's al Ghul no longer feared the concept of death. He had died numerous times over the centuries and was now somewhat immune to the feeling. If Amari came to kill him, he would probably leave behind some philosophical words and wouldn't even resist. After all, this was a man who wanted Bruce Wayne to carry his mantle and be his successor. What was he going to do if that truly happened? Go to a beach in Hawaii and live out his retirement days? He wasn't like Vandal Savage who sought to rule over the entire world under his singular name. The only regret he would have was the fact that he wouldn't have a proper heir to inherit his life's work and continue his mission. To him, death was no biggie. But for Luther, it was the exact opposite. Roz was an ambitious man, but compared to Savage, he was several leagues behind. Apart from the fact that the world wasn't cleaned of corruption, he had already accomplished the majority of his life goals. Lex, on the other hand, was practically empty on his life achievements. Superman still wasn't dead. Superman's true identity was still unknown. He hadn't left his mark in history, he hadn't defeated Superman in a battle of wits, he hadn't led the human race to conquer the universe yet, he still hadn't been regarded as the savior of humanity. And most of all, he didn't want to fucking die. He had so much to accomplish. So much potential to be unearthed. He would not accept death, much less a death like this. Is this the attitude of the legendary demon's head? Willing to go down without a fight? Then stop wasting my time and tell me why you called me here, Luther. His face didn't change in the slightest. A proposal. A team-up between you and me to counter this situation. Lex calmed down and snapped his fingers. His bodyguard, Mercy, poured a drink into town glasses and brought them over. Lex took the drink and took a sip. Savored the taste and let out a small sigh of satisfaction. I have been preparing myself for a plan, an idea I've had since the moment he appeared in my sights. All of my actions were made towards an unclear direction, that finally cleared up today. You're talking about the news reports and the control of public opinion on the person himself? Roz asked as he took a seat. Exactly. All to push for a possibility I proposed earlier but wasn't taken seriously. The possibility of an alliance. An alliance? Roz raised his eyebrows. You don't mean exactly what you think. Luther affirmed with conviction. My time spent battling against Superman has been majorly unsuccessful. No matter what I try, he always manages to best me. This is the reason I accepted Vandal's invitation. Because I realized that no one man could defeat the Justice League on his own. Reaching this point, Lex's face crumpled slightly. But I've found that our Supreme Alliance is not as imposing as it's supposed to be. The operations of the Light have been progressing steadily. Roz uttered with a gesture. Our operations have been continuously interrupted by a bunch of brats. Despite the fact that it has not affected the grand scheme of things, doesn't make it any less true. He retorted solemnly. Superboy was rescued from Cadmus, the blockbuster serum was revealed to the JL, the Cobra venom was destroyed, left with only the final vial retrieved by Sportsmaster, the sphere transported by their partners escaped their possession, Amazo was lost. Roz thought of all these details and didn't refute. These things wouldn't impact the final plan. But when put like this, it showed their incompetence. And let's not even begin to mention Ocean Master. It makes me wonder, what guarantee is there that this partnership of ours against the Justice League won't end up the same way? Lex concluded with a question. The road to success is never smooth. True, but what if we can make it? Lex asked with unprecedented enthusiasm. The power Amari possesses is just the missing key I need. I realized after fighting with Superman all this time that at the final moment, whoever has the biggest fist wins. His expression grew cold. If I could stomp Superman into meat paste, why go through all this trouble? You're trying to lure Amari into the same boat with you. The demon's head dropped the glass. Ambitious, but it can backfire tremendously, Lex. You know nothing of the kind of person this deviant truly is. What's stopping him from killing you even after you make your pitch? If we can't solve this, I will still die, will I not? Amari said he would come for them. Apart from Clarion, no one took this threat lightly. Not even Ra's al Ghul. So how do you plan to achieve this? Roz finally asked after a moment of thought. The demon's head was several hundred years old. He still hadn't achieved his purpose of bringing perfect balance to the world. If he could live a little longer, why should he refuse? That is still information. Lex said and slid his fingers against the glass table. A holographic screen emerged. But through my many years of success in business, I've learned that if you want to successfully strike a deal, the most important elements are information and communication. Which in our situation, would prove difficult. Forgive me, but not even your most skilled shadows have the capability to track down his whereabouts. Roz didn't object. It was a simple fact. In that case, since we can't identify his whereabouts, then we might as well keep a lock on the people he comes in contact with. Several pictures appeared in thin air. His only known contacts are Sam Lane, Wade Eiling and Amanda Waller, alongside the Justice League, their protégés and one especially. Supergirl. A second later, Waller was crossed off the list. We can get to him using the General and the Supergirl as both are under our control. As for Eiling. Since Simon is dead, we'll need a telepath. Amari POV. Location. September 28th, time. I don't remember what happened exactly. Where I was, or how I came to be here. It was dark. Like really dark. I couldn't feel my arms, or legs, or body. I was unable to breathe at all. So. I'm concluding I have no body. Splendid. The axiom was gone. My dimensional space was gone as well. Try as I might, I couldn't access it. The occasional inserts of my AI was gone too. Sucks really. The silence, all of it was strangely familiar and greatly unsettling. Have I been here before? Oh yeah, that's right. This was the same feeling I had before I awakened. The nothingness. I was swimming in the void. I think. Confusing really, having to go back to the time before I entered the DC world. All the way back to square one. But why? Did I fail? I mean, I shouldn't have. I felt the power, and I used it. Technically speaking, the possibility of failure was almost non-existent. So why? Why was I back here? Was the opponent that strong? So strong that even that much energy wasn't enough to offset one question. Makes me even more curious about who was responsible. Was it Trigon? Nah, I doubt he'd be the one responsible. Or was it one of the Endless? Could it be the actual dark side? I'm talking about his true body, not his incarnations that appear all over the multiverse. Or was something wrong with the source power itself? Or maybe it was one of the old gods. Strange. The last thing I remember was a shattering sound. Like something smashed on a mirror and the glass pieces fell to the ground. Was it an attack? What was that? I didn't know how long I stayed like this. Thankfully, my indifference didn't actually let me care. And so I stayed, and stayed, and stayed. Until it came. I saw something. A bright blue light coming out in the distance. My only thoughts were about time. The closer I got, the clearer it was. It was still that same pitch-black darkness. But the place where the light emanated from was a crack. Oh. So that's where the cracking sound came from. Strange, though. What the hell is this? Why the hell was there a crack in the darkness? It didn't take me long to find out as I was eventually pulled into it. Then that dazzling light returned for the second time. A few moments later. It all returned to normal. The light was gone and I could feel again. I could feel my arms, legs, I could breathe again. Only. Why did it feel weird? Why couldn't I move? Ah. Ah. Yes. Shit, fuck yeah. My now small eyes couldn't help but widen. Fuck. Hee hee hee. You bitch. I didn't even know you already had a baby for him. Yet, you still do this. Okay. Where in the presence's name was I? Chapter 91. No. Amari's eyes widened. Get me out of here. He uttered while releasing a roar of fear and sadness. His command immediately took effect. The space surrounding him distorted and the enveloping darkness turned into swirling currents. Gotham City. October 1st, 8:08 Eastern Daylight Time. No mom, I'm fine. A curly-haired blonde said while walking on the street. His fair face and soft features were crumpled up with a look of exasperation. In his hand was a takeaway nylon from a fast food restaurant down the street. Yes, I know that. Feeling the shoe on his left leg was a bit tight, he bent down, held the phone with between his ear and shoulder as he tilted his head to the left and began adjusting his sneakers. No, I haven't been robbed or threatened. No, I haven't been targeted by bad gangs. No, I haven't seen any aliens. Mom! He yelled exasperatedly. He kept nodding as the voice on the other end nagged with no signs of tiring. You could have chosen literally any other university. Literally, any other course. You could have studied business, but no. It just had to be Gotham. Gotham's one of the largest cities in the world, Mom. Its university is also equally famous and ranks among the top 300 in the world. Sigh. I knew I'd never hear the end of this. He sighed to himself as he began reciting the reasons why he had chosen to go to Gotham University instead of Harvard or Cambridge in England. Honestly, at this point, he basically knew it by heart. And what the hell was that course you wanted to study again? Crimolo. Crimi. It's criminology, Mom. His eyes narrowed with some displeasure. Yeah, that. What is it with kids and their quirky thoughts nowadays? A few years ago, doctors and lawyers were considered the hot professions. It's not weird. The car went on for another 5 minutes. No, I won't be going to the property. His exasperated face carried a slight frown. Because I want my independence, that's why. Okay, I know. There's no need to worry. Yeah, I gotta go. Love you too, Mom. As he ended the call, his shoulders dropped as if he had just completed a 3-month-long journey. The sky in Gotham wasn't particularly gloomy today. Although it was still kind of gray, it was better than most days. The wind blew slightly, making his curly hair ruffle in the wind. With bright green eyes and a determined expression, anyone passing by who took a good look at him and what he was wearing would have the same thought. Tourists. He didn't give off the vibe of a Gothamite. Not even the wealthy ones looked so cheerful. He looked like a typical rich kid who just came from out of town. Typical newbie. Peter didn't notice the occasional weird stares he got from the passers-by. Examining the surroundings, he couldn't help but mutter. It's not as terrible as the news portray it to be. The streets were clean. In this part of the city, people moved about regularly and no crimes were happening in broad daylight. Plus the recent death of the Joker, at least it wasn't as bad as before. Of course, he had already booked the ticket before the monster incident happened in Gotham and was lucky enough to still be on the flight coming when it did. If not, his parents would never have agreed, no matter what move he pulled. And so with steady steps, Peter Owen walked towards his high-end rented apartment. For apartment of that quality, Peter was sure he basically got it for a great bargain. Apparently, the owner was having trouble renting it out as no one would do so in this city. 30 minutes later. Belch. He burped while putting his hands on his stomach with a look of satisfaction. He looked at the food wrappings and takeaway packets before he turned his head and fixed his gaze on the filled-up trash can. Well. Now I have to take out the trash. Seeing that it would most likely fall over if he tried to squeeze in any more, Peter couldn't help but groan. Stepping outside, he walked towards the dumpster, lugging out a bulking garbage bag and pushed the cover up. Thud. Okay, that's it. He dusted his hands and put the cover back down. As soon as he did, he saw the space a distance away from the dumpster suddenly swirl and split into a crack. Oh my. Before he could be amazed, he saw it spit something out before disappearing like it was never there. Peter stood there in shock. Looking at what had fallen out of the whatever the hell that was, his wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Is that a person? Amari POV. Ugh. Pain. It had been a long time since I last felt that. Not physical though, but mental. The splitting headache I felt was worse than that of when I officially entered the DC world. Hiss. I couldn't help but suck in a deep breath. Placing my hand on my head, I felt unprecedentedly annoyed. It's official, this is the worst day I've ever had since. My voice froze. Opening my eyes, I finally realized what was happening. My arms were back, as were my legs. I could feel, hear, see. The darkness was gone. I still had a body. Okay. I couldn't contain my surprise. It worked. The next moment, however, I felt it. The tattoo on my arm signifying energy capacity was gone. But that didn't mean I was empty. Quite the opposite, apparently. I felt full. So full. Feeling the power running through my veins again, my eyes couldn't help but widen. This is quite an upgrade. The energy I could draw felt quite literally inexhaustible, and the source from which I drew that power from was the first place that came to my mind. The sphere of gods. It worked. I clenched my fists and stood to my feet. In that case, I'm a god now. In the literal sense. My connection to the god sphere had been established. Not just the connection, I could feel the access I had towards somewhere within the god sphere. My dimensional space. The separate dimension I had initially created was integrated in it as my own separate territory. Like Darkseid had Apocalypse, Morpheus had the Dreaming and Highfather had New Genesis, I had my own space carved out for me in there. In the truest senses, I was the ruler of a domain. Coupled with the vast amount of power at my fingertips, I could enter and exit my dimension as long as I willed it. A smile appeared on my lips. One not formed with indifference, amusement, or mockery. A true smile. One birthed from an unfamiliar sense of happiness. I didn't realize it at this moment. The happiness disappeared as quickly as it came as more pressing matters came to mind. Alice, what happened? I could revel in the joy of my success later on. Now, some things needed to be answered. That darkness I felt. The feeling was impossible to forget. It wasn't an illusion, I knew it happened. The flash of light from the crack. And with that, my eyes glowed involuntarily as the massive headache came back in full force. I found myself back in that dark space, standing in human form. Even the floor under my feet was pitch black without even giving off a reflection. I saw the light emanating from the distance. The crack. And with that, I returned to my body in the real world with my hands on my head. That's my mindscape. My mindscape was white. Pure, spotless white with nothing in it for miles. I uttered incredulously, partially because of the dark setting and the giant crack that looked like a swirling white hole, but mostly because. Alice? I called out once again. After waiting for several seconds, I didn't receive a reply. That was unexpected as well. Alice was always with me. Come to think of it. Where am I? I asked myself as I took a good look at my surroundings. I was laid on an expensive couch. The whole place looked tidy. Well spaced out and expensive. At last, expensive for 85% of the world population. Another 10% could probably afford a place like this after tightening their belts for 2 to 3 years. In 2 words, it was high-end. Only, how the hell did I end up in this place? And where exactly was I? Conveniently at that moment, I noticed a newspaper on the table 3 feet away. With a beckon, it flew towards me and I grasped it with one hand. I held it firmly and looked at the headline. Then I ignored that and looked at the date. Gotham newspaper. October 1st. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. I practically skipped September. So I've been gone for nearly a month. That explains some things. Like why, I keep having this feeling I can't recall something important. At that moment, I faded out. It looked like my vision had inexplicably changed. I was holding a newspaper, but it wasn't the same one. December 30th, 2022. Portugal captain and former Manchester United star confirmed move to Al Nassr. The newspaper dropped from my hand as the vision ended. Ugh. I groaned. Are those memory fragments? That's new. Verifying the cause of my headaches, I couldn't help but frown as I felt the last pang of dizziness subside. That flash. That was a memory flash. But why the hell will I have memory flashes? I rubbed my hand against my forehead. By the way, don't you think you've hidden long enough? There was no reply. I let out a breath before turning to look at a nearby wall. I can hear your heartbeat, sense your existence. And see you hiding on the other side of the wall near the kitchen. There was still no reply. Seeing the somewhat slim guy hiding on the other side of the wall, covering his nose for fear that I would hear him breathing, I couldn't help but chuckle with amusement. No. Do you want me to tell you what color of underwear you put on as proof? Really, Batman's expression will be wonderful to watch if he knew that people wore underwear with his face on M. I rested my hand on my chin and looked on as if watching a good show. This was kinda funny. Half a minute later, I saw a blonde youth with curly hair stick his head out of the corridor warily. Done hiding? Hi. His expression practically screamed how nervous he was. He didn't even need to say anything. This guy was a mind chatterbox. I could hear every thought of his without even trying. Relax. I'm not going to probe your mind or transform you into a monster that will do my bidding, or try to pry state secrets from you. Or ask you who is your leader. Seriously, kid, you have a very active imagination. I stopped listening to half the nonsense that was running through his mind, stood up from the chair and walked to the television, ignoring his stupefied expression. You just. I did. I replied nonchalantly, feeling kinda good inside. I don't know why, a smile wanted to break out on my face. I looked at the television and willed it to come on. It did, and played out the Gotham Morning News report. Alice. Are you out there? I called out to the television. Alice wasn't just bound to me, she was practically everywhere on the internet. Unless all modern electronic devices and the internet crashed, I shut her out, or I died, she would still be here. Like Ultron from the Marvel Universe. Boss. Peter watching was confused. But that confusion cleared up when the TV channel disappeared and what was left in its place was a red girl. I couldn't help but let out a smile. Nice to see you're still here. Since I didn't die, then Alice wouldn't be erased from existence as well. Boss. What happened to you? Long story. One I'm not even sure of myself. Yes. But that aside. Why did your hair grow so long? My what? I asked with surprise. Mirror. With my utterance, a mirror appeared in front of me. Seeing my new long hair with a length surpassing my shoulder, I raised an eyebrow. Add that to the list of what's new. Also, why am I dressed in this? I wore a black t-shirt that had the iconic S symbol of Superman on it along with ice silk slacks with red marks. My memory might be a little foggy, but I know that I never conjured this up for myself. And with that, I turned my gaze back to the blonde kid. He froze for a second before letting out a wry smile. I found you outside behind the dumpster. Naked. Well, that explains a lot. I said, and the mirror disappeared. You're not gonna. If I wanted to harm you, you'd already be dead. My words made him feel chills. Still, I'm surprised. This is Gotham and you took in a complete stranger you've never met before. I looked at him suspiciously. You're not from around here, are you? No. I'm from New Orleans. Plus. I saw you fall out of a space crack. Fair enough. I turned away. All right, Alice, did anything noteworthy happen while I was gone? The axiom disappeared. I know. I also know where it is, don't worry about it. Anything else? An incident happened in Metropolis. Oh. What is it? I was just asking casually, and Alice knew what I meant by something noteworthy. Did Superman finally die? Or did something come out of the breaches? I didn't need her to reply me, because right outside the window, on the streets of Gotham, the answer made itself known to me. The asphalt floor cracked as giant plants emerged from the depths of the earth, overturning everything in its path before the vines stretched out to destroy whole buildings. Oh. That's what. Chapter 92. Giant green weeds burst through the asphalt ground and expanded rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, the vines had grown to a towering height, surpassing all other buildings in Gotham City. A dark shadow was cast on the citizens of Gotham below. Damn it. I knew I should have moved out earlier. A man stuck out his head from the car window, looked at the giant plant that was now a massive behemoth, then took a look at his car roof that had majority of his earthly possessions on board. He couldn't help but swear viciously with eyes of despair before immediately putting the gear on reverse and stepping on the gas. Gotham this year had been plagued with unprecedented tragedies beyond the norm. Even worse than Metropolis. The death of that wretched clown didn't seem to be improving things. His wife had died in a recent goblin invasion. Now as he mustered up the courage to abandon his stable job and only property that he couldn't sell for a month, this happened. The nearby crowd immediately fell into chaos. Everyone close to the scene immediately took to their heels, running as fast as their legs could carry them. The moment the first person ran, others followed in torrents. In a matter of seconds, numerous accidents took place. Car drivers in Gotham reversing at full speed in a state of panic obviously wouldn't give a damn about those who would possibly be hit by the rear end. Numerous people were cleared off their feet, hit a distance away or even run over directly amidst the chaos. The numbers of collisions began to accumulate. So did the death toll. Many people, men, women, and children were run over in the fast-moving stampede. It was worse than being first in line at a Black Friday sale. At that moment, a cloud of negative emotions suddenly swept over towards Amari's mind. Amari's eyes twitched slightly as he felt mild discomfort. Feeling the slight throbbing, he couldn't help but place his hand on his head. The giant plant that had grown more than 100 feet tall suddenly sprouted out numerous vines that shot in all directions. Fuck. Run. A man and his wife immediately abandoned their car and took to their heels. Bang. A vine accurately latched onto their previous vehicle, lifting it into the air before shooting it towards a nearby building. The impact caused the glass to shatter. The destruction didn't stop there as a vine stretched towards a building, wrapping its length around it and squeezing. Bang. The building shook to its core. Debris fell in all directions as glass and cement rocks fell from the tall building. A giant vine swept over in one direction. Dozens of people fleeing for their lives were smashed to a bloody pulp, leaving nothing more than pieces of flesh, blood and dismembered limbs. My God! The blonde Peter looked at the carnage going on outside the window with shock and horror. The vines were expanding, extending in range. This wasn't right. Didn't Gotham just suffer a major incident a few weeks ago? How could another disaster suddenly take place so soon? Gotham was synonymous for crime. Not supernatural disasters. The scared 20-year-old student couldn't help but take several steps back in panic. However, the performance of the person a distance away from him immediately caught his attention. Ugh. Amari fell down on one knee, his eyes closed, and his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, the recently made new god wasn't feeling too well. What the hell? In a single moment, millions of thoughts were going through his mind simultaneously. Crashes, explosions, the rushing of the wind, a falling rock, cries, shouts, the flapping wings of a fly, feelings, thoughts. In less than a nanosecond, he felt it all and more. The most outstanding thing was the screams. The droves of civilians scattering like mice, fleeing for their lives, their frantically beating hearts, their overly panicked emotions. Then it delved deeper into that. The world was suddenly divided into a myriad of colors. Each and every living thing he could sense was giving out a different color respective to their emotional changes at the time. The emotional spectrum. Man, are you okay? Peter couldn't help but ask, seeing his mysterious guest suddenly fall to his knees and groan. Amari couldn't answer. The words of the boy he just met were lost in a multitude of things he was currently experiencing. Waves of negative emotions seemed to rush into his mind, constantly filling him up despite how much he tried to keep them out. He could feel it all. He could feel their pain, fear, anger, hatred, sorrow, despair. The cries of people in various stages across the city. It was. For a second, he saw them all. Their faces marred in panic, fear, with tears and snot. He could literally feel the aura of desperation they gave off. The reek of it ringing in his ears and playing before his eyes. All of Gotham was within his senses. He could feel the negative emotions, not from its citizens but from the city itself. Then that passed and another followed. He knew what was happening in the pizza shop 7 miles away from his position, as well as what angle a centimeter-sized piece of dirt among thousands was falling in the crumbling building across. Then. It started to branch out. Billions of bits and pieces of unwanted info found itself to him without his permission. He knew what each and every single soul in Gotham had for food between the hours of noon to midnight yesterday. What hydrogen molecule was in the air a few centimeters away from him this time 3 months ago. And where exactly it was now. It was all. So much. Seeing Amari's figure, Peter's body trembled slightly. He wanted to run and escape as far away as he could. However, he hesitated. Dude. Come on, we've gotta go. He rushed towards Amari trying to pull him up but found to his surprise that he couldn't make the very muscular male kneeling beside him move an inch. He turned around and assumed a kneeling posture, hoping to talk him into getting up, but what he met was nothing but glowing blue eyes. Amari wasn't looking at him. His consciousness had been drawn back to his mindscape. The darkness wasn't strange anymore, neither was it pleasant, but from what he previously went through, it suddenly gave off a soothing feeling of silence. However, a frown quickly emerged on his features. The mindscape was trembling, changing. Numerous structures were appearing out of thin air. What's happening? Amari asked. Simple. You're knowing. The voice coming from the distance immediately drew his attention. The pitch-black floor suddenly rose in front of him. Then it began to squirm and form like some kind of liquid substance before it gained a definite shape. Still, it was too far off and the space was too dark to see what it was. A silence suddenly appeared in the space as everything happening around him seemed to be hit with a mute button. Only the clear sound of footsteps could be heard as the dark figure walked closer to him. And you must be. What appeared before his vision was walking substance that was pure black with no face. I'm what is responsible for this aspect of the mindscape under enhancement the moment you decided to turn yourself into a new god. The figure replied in a monotone voice. Okay. Amari tilted his head slightly. So what exactly are you? Don't you feel it? And so, the black figure began to squirm. Facial outlines began to appear on its face and its stature began to change rapidly. Amari watched with no amazement as the black figure morphed to look exactly like I am you. There was a short period of silence. All right. Well taken. For the words of the other party, Amari didn't have any doubts. Just frowned with slightly squinted eyes. You said I'm knowing. Knowing what? The other party tilted his head to the side, imitating Amari's movements with a look of looking at an idiot. Simple. You're knowing everything. And with that, it gestured to the structures being created. This body isn't regular anymore. Now, we're new gods. And we are developing our abilities. You're me. You should know what's happening. He was right. Amari could feel it the moment he woke up. He was knowing everything about everything. It wasn't the same as when he examined things with an inspect perspective. This was cosmic awareness. Initial cosmic awareness. The other party said lightly with an indifferent expression. With time, it'll be true omniscience. Most new gods had cosmic awareness. Darkseid did, so did Highfather. But neither of them had omniscience. That was reserved for higher beings. Like Lucifer. It's unpleasant. No one said knowing everything would be a pleasure. But I already have omniscience. Do you? The other party asked with a smile of amusement. Amari's eyes narrowed. We already did. It was flawed. Relying on our ability to manipulate energy for anything, you could gain the answer for anything on the grounds we had said energy. Something else that is flawed. So. That isn't true omniscience. The other party shook his head. The same way, our ability doesn't truly make us omnipotent. I guess it can only be chalked up to semi-omnipotence. We never knew everything. Just what they wanted us to. They. Amari raised an eyebrow. Those who manipulated us. Made us think we are all-powerful, when in fact, we aren't. But we're not what you think we are. He cut Amari short. The origin, you remember, is nothing more than a lie. By now, you should know. Once again, Amari's view faded it into that of a third person. He saw himself in a house, a cramped one. It didn't have any decent furniture, neither was it the slightest bit good-looking. It looked like something you could rent for less than $100 per month in the Gotham slums. This scene only lasted for a split second before returning to how he was. See. That's our life. Our past life. Show me. I can't. He said with a shrug. Our halves are only fragments. Completely insufficient to know the full details. His tone was bland, and his face remained expressionless. But once our cosmic awareness develops to omniscience, we'll know what we want to know. Then why wait that long? Why not just accumulate enough energy to get the answer ourselves? Because we come from beyond the fourth wall. Amari's figure trembled slightly. If restrained, the urge to utter the word, fuck. The energy required for that is not what we can possess in a short term. The God sphere doesn't even have a quarter of the power needed to breach it. The source can barely account for 20%. Not even the presence can accomplish that without paying a price. So basically, it was a standstill. However, that didn't explain something else. Who are they? Unexpectedly, the other half shook his head. What? You don't know. That's not it. It's just that, you have other things to deal with right now. At that moment. Ugh. It all came back. The negative emotions that he had receded into his mindscape to escape from swept over like a tide. Fear, pain, anger, loss, despair, desperation. The pain of thousands of people and counting moved towards him, completely unfiltered. What? What is this? Amari asked while struggling. We stole magic from the God sphere to become gods. We succeeded, but that doesn't mean there aren't repercussions. When the process was completed, we created a crack in our mindscape, causing a distinct split in our consciousness. And as a result of the increase in our abilities, we're more attuned to reality and can feel the changes in it at a deeper level. What you're currently experiencing is the emotional aspect while I shoulder the others. The fear, pain, joy, anger. Every emotional change exhibited by any living thing within your detection range. You're sensing it all. Whether you want to or not. Amari clutched his ears in pain, even though this action wouldn't help in the slightest. Despite the fact that they had been talking for minutes now, a second hadn't even elapsed in the real world since this whole thing began. He could quite literally feel their misery. Feeling the emotional changes of so many people, it was almost driving him to insanity. Was this how people felt whenever they were about to die? Or even encountered a mild crisis? Why? Why aren't you affected? The other party shrugged again. I am being affected. But as the aspect of our consciousness that symbolizes indifference, I can't show it. Plus, what influences me isn't emotional, but more logical. He pointed towards Amari and continued to speak. I said our consciousness was split. I represent the aspect of our indifference, while you represent the emotional aspect that actually gives a damn about anything. Although before the crack, I was mainly the dominant personality, so our actions were what they were. Now, however, things are different. Dealing with this aspect is your job. Make it stop. I can't. Make it stop. No can do. Bright waves of pure white energy emanated from Amari's figure and the mental space quaked. The whole area was illuminated by a luminous white aura. I said. Listening to the thousands of negative emotions flooding towards him. Amari's face carried a slightly hideous expression. Make it stop. A violent roar echoed, and the luminous energy illuminated everything. Back in the real world. A giant vine wrapped around the Peter's building. Oh no. Seeing this scene, Peter felt distraught. Even if he ran with all his might, there was no way he would make it to the exit in time. Make it stop. He heard Amari mutter. It's over, man. Peter uttered as he fell back on his butt, a look of helplessness etched on his features. He was not convinced that he would come to this point so quickly. Make it stop. Hey man. You don't get it. We're about to. Huh. His words were stuck at the back of his throat as he saw the male figure he had pulled into his apartment suddenly emit a dazzling white. At that moment, the vine squeezed. Bang! I said, make it stop. It happened then. A wave of pure, undulated power spread throughout the whole city. It was formless, colorless, practically translucent. Wherever it passed, everything changed rapidly. Less than a nanosecond later, the wave stopped at the edge of Gotham. And everything within Gotham City had been brought back to normal. The plants were gone, the destruction was gone, and those who just died were standing on their own 2 feet. Everyone standing moving on the road didn't look like they had just experienced anything. Hey, move it. I'm trying to get out of this damned city. The man who lost his wife and abandoned his house screamed at the truck in front of him that refused to love even after the green light came back on. It was like what they just experienced had never happened at all. Chapter 93. United States, Louisiana. Our test is a complete success. Inside a hidden building located in a dense swampland, a female voice uttered with a bit of joy in her tone. We may proceed as planned. Agreed. Her statement received a reply. In the darkness of the monastery building, a deep raspy voice echoed, followed by a male figure walking slowly out of the darkness. But we have hidden in the shadows for far too long. Stepping into the open space, his figure could be seen clearly. He wasn't the only one, though. He had white hair, tan skin and wore a special costume that constituted the colors light green and dark green. A special yellow medallion was fixed on the chest near the neck area. The male was dressed up like a count from the medieval era. But compared to the others around him who had equally stepped into view, he at least looked normal. It is time for the Injustice League to step into the light. 7 figures stood while watching the successful test run in the monitoring globe. Each and every single one of them carried either indifferent or malevolent expressions on their faces and a sinister look in their eyes. One in particular, more than anyone else. Admit it. You can't turn away. Ha 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 ha. The Joker laughed out loud with a crazy grin on his face and eyes that sparkled with pure madness. His words were meant for the other members beside him. Looking at the death and destruction the giant plants were causing all over the world, who could turn their eyes away from such fun? He certainly couldn't. Count Vertigo looked on indifferently. It marvels me how you are still alive despite everyone here saw you die. Joker once again let out hearty laughter. Well, let's just say that Lady Death and I have a special relationship. His grin was smelted on his face. No one responded to him. This wasn't the first time that Joker had publicly cheated Death. Get the communicator ready. Soon, we will contact the United Nations to name our price. However, midway through his sentence, Poison Ivy's expression changed drastically, causing Vertigo to pause. What is the matter, Ivy? Wotan, a medieval Viking sorcerer from the early 1100s asked. Due to his complexion, dressing, weird hairdo and his overall demeanor, he looked more like an alien than Superman, the actual alien. It's my baby. Ivy placed her hand on her head and squinted. Look. Black Adam suddenly called out while pointing towards the monitoring globes. In Gotham. A wave of pure undulated power swept through the entire city, causing drastic changes to take place. Wherever it passed through, all the chaos, the destruction, the giant vines, it all disappeared. The space around the city squirmed with multiple phases appearing then vanishing. After which, it was gone. There was no more panic, no more chaos. The citizens who just experienced 1 minute of terror didn't seem to feel a thing and continued the way they were a minute ago. It looked like someone had just picked up an eraser and cleaned off everything they had done. This. Wotan's body trembled. Impossible. What the hell? Who ruined our good work? The mad clown yelled in outrage. Wotan. Explain. Seeing the scene before them, Count Vertigo asked with an unsightly expression. I see. Something just altered reality. The black sorcerer uttered with a solemn expression. Raising his hand up to the sky, his palms glowed as orange orbs surrounded them. Several seconds later, his complexion fell even more. The plants attacking the city were wiped out from existence. Ivy frowned. Someone destroyed them. Not destroy, someone erased them. Everyone's expression changed. Erased? Yes, erased. Not just that, the memories of the Gothamites were probably altered as well. They move on as usual as if our attack never happened in the first place. So someone's playing a magic trick. So said the Joker. This is no magic trick. Wotan gave the clown a slight glare. Altering reality is something that can only be accomplished by the highest level of magic. In the 1,000+ years I have existed, with all my years of learning and mastering the arts, I have never touched the threshold of this level. Nor seen anything that can accomplish reality alteration to such an extent. So this is just your roundabout way of saying that you can't do something like this? Joker's expression was that of one looking at a loser. You. The Dark Sorcerer was outraged. Enough. What about the attacks on other cities? Vertigo interrupted their squabble with an important question. He was a bit worried that Wotan would turn the clown to ash in a fit of rage. As a member of their alliance, the Prince of Crime was very useful to their cause. The attack everywhere else is normal, just Gotham. The reply came from Black Adam. Vertigo nodded. If all the plants disappeared, then their plans would hit a brick wall. Wotan. What is the cause? I don't know. Werner raised an eyebrow. Can you find out? Forgive me, but quite frankly, I do not want to die. The Dark Sorcerer uttered before turning away, leaving the rest of his teammates with unsightly expressions. As a medieval sorcerer who relied on transferring his soul to new host bodies to achieve immortality, Wotan was not a fool. Finding out what exactly had happened in Gotham was not too much of a risk, but prying into what caused it was another thing. Gotham itself was a very sketchy city. There were a lot of things about it that just didn't make sense. Wotan had been in the city before. The negative aura that place released was so toxic that it gave someone as horrifying as in death chills. This city was cursed. And he meant it in the literal sense. Whatever was responsible for this was above his league, and if he was discovered, his very soul might be erased from existence. Seeing his departing back, Count Vertigo narrowed his eyebrows. Should we try again? Poison Ivy couldn't help but ask. No. Werner shook his head. Proceed as planned. Send out vines in new cities. Gotham can be ignored. Something was wrong, and Vertigo wisely chose to avoid it. Wotan was the most powerful one among them. If even he could show such an expression, then whatever was wrong with that city was not something he wanted to trifle with. After all, it was just a small change in the original plans. It would have zero effect on the original outcome. Meanwhile, Wotan moved to a secluded corner. A silencing spell was cast in his surroundings and a magic circle appeared in the air. Following which, a figure appeared, hovering over the magic circle. Wotan. What is it that can make you bother me? The witch boy asked with a crazy smirk. Clarion. Wotan frowned. There's been a new development. Gotham City was the living, breathing embodiment of a city gone wrong, and is often as much a character as the heroes and villains that lived in it. The city itself was cartoonishly corrupt and actively resisted modernization. This was just a few things to mention. I wasn't going to take the time to list them all. I could feel it though. Something. No. Someone was prying. Probably the ones responsible for the plant incident in the first place. Okay. So this cosmic awareness came in pretty handy. At least. Part of it was handy. I'm not sure what happened. But my outburst seemed to cause a change with this ability. It was sealed. A large part of it anyway. I could sense someone investigating what exactly was happening and immediately knew who it was. Probably because the strength of the detective wasn't strong enough to properly camouflage himself. In front of cosmic awareness, even one in a sealed state, Wotan's attempt to shield himself was no better than a naked woman trying to cover herself up with transparent clothing. However, he didn't dig any deeper and scurried away faster than a rat in a sewer. I couldn't muster the urge to care, though. Nevertheless, my brows couldn't help but furrow. Cosmic awareness was the ability to perceive and understand things on a cosmic level. The workings of the universe would be laid bare to the possessors of such power depending on the degree in which they could harness it. I didn't know how powerful mine was, but just from what happened earlier, I could approximate. This thing nearly drove me mad. So much so that I had to alter reality on myself and seal it away. Just so you know, I could warp reality now. I'll fill you in on the hows later. Despite that, I could still hear them. Not as loud and not as much as before, but still. The negative energy this whole city exuded was horrendous and mentally destructive. It granted this city's citizens the misery they experienced and twisted their minds to keep them from leaving it. Gotham was cursed. And I meant it quite literally. Between the portal leading to hell in Arkham's basement, the magical resurrection swamp outside the city that gave birth to Solomon Grundy, the evil warlock that had been sleeping underground for 40,000 years, and the demonic bat god locked in the city center. Let's face it. This city never stood a chance. And so, with a slightly throbbing headache and thousands of thoughts in my mind that belonged to me, I walked into an unpopular location in the DC universe. Finnegan's Bar. Just a stone throw away from the GCPD. Heard of it? Probably not. There's not much reference to this place anyway. It was owned by a former Gotham officer and was a clear zone for villains. Even Joker never messed with this place once, but that could be chalked up to the fact that there was never a chance for him to do so. I walked up to the bartender and took a seat with my head low. Give me a glass. I said apathetically. Which one? A female voice replied. The strongest one you've got. I answered without much thought. I wasn't thirsty, neither did I think that a shot of anything there was on earth would be strong enough to affect me. I could create one though. But that wasn't the point. I just said it out of. The familiar fading out happened again, and I found myself in black and white scenery. What can I getcha? The strongest one you've got. The face of a dark-haired female appeared in my vision. Which was weird was that the facial features were blurry. So blurry that I couldn't make out her face. That was the end of it before I returned to reality. The frown on my face deepened. Another one? At least now I knew why I suddenly had the urge to go take a drink at a bar. It could be considered a previous habit. But this was precisely the problem. The new revelations I was facing was somewhat beyond what I ever expected. The moment I first opened my eyes, I knew what I was. Energy. Gaining consciousness. A rare feat that wasn't even supposed to happen. A circumstance that, due to the specific capabilities I possessed, put me at the top of the pyramid. That's what I am. Or what I thought I was. Now, I was realizing something else. I had a life. I used to be someone. A real person with a history. That wasn't what bothered me. What I was curious about was, when the hell did this happen? Strongest thing we have is a martini. You want it? Sure. I replied, still not bothering to raise my head. You don't look like you're from around here. I'm not. The dark-haired bartender raised an eyebrow while looking at me with amusement. Do you always answer this way? Not always, just whenever I'm not in the mood. And when is that? Almost all the time. Conversation killer, aren't you? I have a lot on my mind. I couldn't give much thought to her. My mind was actively trying to shut the negative energies that was trying to cloud my mind. This was honestly my first priority. I couldn't understand why I was feeling so much. I know. I can tell. She raised her finger and pointed towards me. And you seem to be plagued a lot by negative emotions. And there it was. My body froze for a second. Now I realized it. Something was wrong. After leaving Peter's house, I specifically altered the space around me so that I wouldn't be recognized by anyone. I wouldn't be pestered by anyone either. No matter who it was, under normal circumstances, people would actively ignore my existence. I made it that way, yet I was being chatted with so enthusiastically. That was weird. And so, I raised my head up to look at the bartender who was serving me for the first time since I stepped into the building. Black eyes, pale white skin, dark hair, she wore a black sleeveless top and dark jeans. A wide smirk stretched over her well-sculpted face as she looked at me with strong interest. And there it was. My sealed cosmic awareness seemed to be on fire the moment I set eyes on her. It was tingling constantly, almost trying to tell me that this person before me was someone truly worthy of notice. And from the way she looked at me, I could tell she was. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Her smile looked particularly bright. And with that, she dropped the martini right before me, then turned around to do something else. Okay. Numerous thoughts came to mind on what words I should say. And who might you be? You're strange. Should I really? Some were bland, some were straight to the point, some were witty. I even contemplated unlocking my recently sealed awareness but ultimately decided against it. And so, I uttered a single word made up of 2 letters as my reply. Then I took the glass and downed it all in one go. Tasted bland. I'm guessing you're the one responsible for what happened a few minutes ago. She asked while arranging bottles of alcohol in different places in a cabinet. Are you talking about the appearance of the plants or their disappearance? Yeah. Placing another bottle in place, she answered without turning around. There aren't many beings in the multiverse who can alter reality. I'll take a wild guess and assume you're one of them. I didn't answer. Just looked at her with squinted eyes. Didn't I say you could take a picture? She said while twisting her waist slightly to look at me. To which I shook my head. I'm good. I hope I'm not offensive, but it's rare I find something quite interesting. At that moment, the nearby television screen suddenly showed static. Oh. Looks like they're ready. She said while turning her attention to the TV. The next moment, a picture replaced the static on the screen. It was the picture of a green-haired male with chalk-white skin, blood-red lips and a crazy grin on his face. He tapped his fingers against his head twice. Ladies and gentlemen. Miss me? Seeing the person appear on screen, my face suddenly crumpled with a feeling of disgust and annoyance. Well. Make that 2-inch. The Joker on the screen moved away from the camera. We interrupt your regularly scheduled mayhem, to bring you this important announcement. He uttered while bringing out a knife with a flick of his wrist. Then, he pushed the camera aside to show 6 other figures. Chapter 94. The moment Joker's face appeared on live TV, my face scrunched up to reveal extreme displeasure. The previously controllable waves of negative emotions all over the city multiplied by nearly 100-fold in an instant. This wasn't an exaggeration. The clown had that much negative effect on this city's citizens. We interrupt your regularly scheduled mayhem, to bring you this important announcement. He uttered while bringing out a knife with a flick of his wrist. Then, he pushed the camera aside to show 6 other figures. From the Injustice League. Ha 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 ha. We are responsible for the attacks on your cities. If you wish to save them, a ransom of $10 billion American dollars is required. Delivery instructions have been sent to the United Nations. Count Vertigo stood in the middle of the group. His face portrayed a clever smirk. There is no time limit. But the longer your governments wait. Those were his last words before the camera was moved back to face the white-faced cameraman. The more we get to have our little jollies. The clown chuckled madly before going into full-blown laughter. Ha 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 ha. His face drew closer to the camera before the connection feed cut off. All that remained was static on the TV screen. These guys never learn, do they? I thought to myself inwardly. This part of the plot was all too familiar. Last time I saw the team, it was in Bialia. In the short month that had passed, I had missed a lot of things. The journey to the Amazon where the protégés fought against Brain and his Cobra Venom-enhanced animal army was one of them. This was the continuation of that episode. The reveal of the Injustice League, where they used plant structures laced with a Cobra Venom variant to attack cities all over the world, threatening the United Nations to pay a ransom if they wanted them to stop. Each and every single one of them played a vital role in this. The Joker included. Only. Joker was supposed to be dead. I made sure of that. And yet there he was, quite literally laughing at me through the screen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you kill him? The bartender asked me with a curious expression. Don't look at me like that. The video is all over the web. I looked at her with narrowed eyebrows before responding with a shrug. Gotham's a dark place. I pushed the glass away slightly, gesturing for a refill. This city is a hellhole. Or to be more precise, has a hole leading to hell in it. Many weird things happen here. The resurrection of the world's greatest madman and mass murderer isn't unusual, much less impossible. Despite my monotone voice, a small smile made its way to my lips. But regarding death and rebirth, no one should have more say on the matter than the representative of the concept itself, won't you agree? As I expected when I stole the power of the gods, attention would follow in due time. And here it was. In the most corrupt city on the planet, strangely, working as a bartender. My words made the smile on her face to widen. She didn't answer my question, both poured another drink into the glass. You didn't seem to recognize me at first. Like I said, I had a lot on my mind. Oh. Then what gave it away? The name tag. She chuckled and remarked. You don't seem surprised. No, I'm not. But I am curious as to what brings Death of the Endless herself to the worst city in New Jersey. A stone throne will create numerous ripples. And there will always be people coming to check it out. See. What did I just say? She hadn't finished yet but rested her ass on the stool and continued. Plus. In a city that has the highest proportion of deaths, shouldn't my presence be warranted? So you're the first. Strange. Usually, the small fries are the first to make it to the scene before the cosmic bosses show up. With what you've done. From this point on, there will be no small fries, only smaller ones and larger ones. She was right. Even the smallest fry from now henceforth would be capable of beating the current stage Superman to autism. Okay. So as one of the biggest bosses there is, what's your take here for? Me? She poured herself a glass, smiled thoughtfully and took a sip. I'm not sure. Probably to watch the chaos unfold. If there was anything noteworthy I could grasp from the sentence, it was the fact that she wasn't leaving anytime soon. Although. I am pretty interested. In you. And so, she set her eyes, dark as night, on me with a look I was all too familiar with. One of amusement and genuine interest. The soft, seductive, even a bit of innocent voice sounded in the building. But at this point, we were the only 2 people left. At some point, the scarce number of people in the establishment had used the exit to return to their various lives. A strange silence enveloped us and lasted for several seconds. Until. I broke it. I see. Looking at her pale white skin, so pale that it looked unhealthy yet carried no imperfections, and glistening dark eyes, my reply was as apathetic as it could get. That's it? She raised an eyebrow with obvious surprise. What did you expect? I asked rhetorically. I expected more of a reaction from you, that's for sure. Oh well, guess it was too good to be true that you just happened to be passing by. I replied without much emotion. Your interest, however, is a bit misguided. I doubt I'd be able to interest you in any way. He 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 he. Her sweet chuckle fell into my ears. Sweetie, I'm death. When the first living thing existed, I was there. And when the last living thing dies, I will also be there. But when you came into this world, I was not aware. I can give life and I can also take it, but... She swirled the drink in the glass. My authority as death itself has no effect on you. Unlike almost everything else, I can't kill you with a thought, even if I wanted to. Dee Dee had lived for a long, long time. She had seen everything this universe and the multiverse had to offer and then some. Yet, this. What was before her was something so very intriguing. Misguided? I don't think so. And neither will they. With that smile still plastered on her dark lips, she raised a glass filled with alcohol and said. See, I'm not sure even you realize how special you are yet. So special that a group of powerful individuals had to seal your memories away to curb your possible actions, all because there was no way to put a certain end to your life. Her words made me freeze, and my eyes narrow to form a sharp glare. She didn't seem to notice my expression and continued. And if you think that a soul from beyond the source wall with no connection to the source itself is not enough to garner their attention, then you are the one who is misguided. I tapped my fingers on the counter. Forgive me. But I still don't see how their interest is my problem. You don't need to see it. She replied, her tone turning moderately bland. They'll show it to you. The multiverse has a lot of establishments. There will be those who want to join you, those who want to use you, and those who would like to find out what's so special about you. And so, she leaned forward. They'll offer you an invitation to join them. Some won't ask too nicely. The different forces are numerous. You could join one and make yourself a target for the rest, or join none and make yourself a target for all of them. Do you now understand? You, my dear, hold the answer. An answer to a question they want to know so badly. A question that has propelled many to travel to the edge of the universe yet fail miserably and be forgotten with the passage of time. What is on the other side of that wall? I'm just the first. The rest probably won't be as chatty as I am. She finished with a smile. So. You're in a lot of trouble. I figured. Thanks for pointing that out. I responded indifferently and turned towards the static television. Playback. I uttered while staring at the television. The static screen disappeared, and the video moved backwards like it had been put on rewind before stopping firmly on the picture of Joker himself. Do you find their attempts interesting? The female bartender asked with her chin resting on her palm. Not really, no. I replied blandly. Focusing my eyes on the screen, my vision was altered and everything I could see changed rapidly. Joker's outer image was gone. What remained was a broken, chaotic mess of dark yellow taking human shape. This was the mad clown's soul. I do have interest in how he's still alive despite the fact that I roasted his ashes to ashes. Examining the sight before me with the utmost scrutiny, I soon found exactly what I was looking for. I see. Another clone. The Joker that had appeared on TV wasn't the real deal. Just a piece of regrown DNA Lex had gotten from the Joker. Unlike Superboy with Kryptonian bloodline who took 16 weeks to grow, the Joker was much simpler. In less than 48 hours, the mad clown had been reborn. Ugh. I placed my palm on my head and groaned slightly. Joker's reappearance had caused a spike in negative energy. I looked at the picture of the grinning clown. He's going to wish he stayed dead. And so, I stood to my feet, obviously preparing to leave. Wow. Seeing me get up, she exclaimed with bright eyes. Tough guy, aren't you? Knowing that so many powerful beings were coming for him, someone else would have shown even a bit of fear. Ever since I took that step a moment ago, I've felt many things. Fear isn't one of them. I was being honest. I didn't feel the slightest bit afraid of what might happen. Honestly, I was a bit excited. Interesting. Why don't we make a deal? She said as she licked her lips and said in a teasing tone. It's simple really. You become mine, and I promise to take very good care of you. Generous offer, but I think I'll pass. She raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to know who is responsible for what happened to you? I do. But something tells me you won't tell me even if I ask. Those were my last words before I turned around and walked towards the exit. She didn't do anything to stop me, just watched me leave with those dark eyes that seemed to be filled with endless night. He. Things are going to get interesting. She honestly couldn't wait to watch the show. Her curiosity for this strange anomaly was soaring at an exponential rate. The forces were stirring and soon, she would witness a thrilling battle. The Pantheons will certainly put up a good show. And the new gods. He did open a hole to the dark multiverse. I wonder how he will feel when he realizes. Chapter 95. Pushing open the door, Amari strode out of Finnegan's bar with an impassive look. The moment he stepped through the exit, he willed his clothes to change form from what they originally looked like. Seeing himself wearing casual black trousers, pulled up long sleeves that accentuated his masculine figure with the first 3 buttons undone, Amari felt a sense of comfort and satisfaction come over him. Weird. He said inwardly, momentarily falling into thought. This was something else that hadn't happened before. Feeling the familiar liking for what he put on, his thoughts couldn't help but wander. Unfortunately, there were no memory flashbacks this time. Looks like this wasn't worthy of a flashback. No matter. He uttered before raising his head to look at the sky. The Gotham sky was relatively okay. Dark for this time of day in other places no doubt, but relatively normal here. Shit. That monster is back. The exclamation fell into his ears, prompting it to twitch slightly. The one who said so wasn't nearby. I thought he was dead. The Joker? Let's face it, monsters like him live the longest. Amari couldn't help but nod at that last one. Whoever said that had just uttered a valid universal truth. At least in this universe, it was all too true. He stood on the sidewalk watching the people go by. He didn't move, he didn't change the color of his eyes, but his vision had changed to see the world in new colors. The colors of the emotional spectrum, to be exact. Teal. The color representation of the emotion known as sadness and despair. The passers-by all exuded the same color at the moment. More than 90% of them filled with the color teal. For a clown that's supposed to make people laugh, he sure is unpopular. He took a moment to examine their emotional changes before putting his mind somewhere else. You, my dear, hold the answer. An answer to a question they want to know so badly. The sentence once again fell into Amari's ears. Me and them both. He muttered under his breath. To be honest, he didn't expect to meet death today, much less under the circumstances in which they did. From the looks of it, she had been here for a while. How the literal personification of death would have the leisure time to leave her duties as a multiversal force and work as a bartender was honestly beyond his understanding. Was she waiting there this whole time for the past month? Or did she sense his arrival and put up the whole bartender act? Did she use her abilities to draw him towards the bar, or was it coincidence that he was experiencing memory flashbacks and just happened to be passing by? With all the stuff on his mind and the fact that his awareness was sealed, he probably wouldn't even notice if she did. She was a supernatural force after all. She was here. And she didn't look like she would be leaving anytime soon. Point being, if she was here, then others would be as well. A month's time frame was enough for even the slowest among them to make their way to Earth. Numerous cosmic forces with extraordinary power and possibly hostile intentions. The little planet Earth would most likely upgrade to a higher level battleground. Sheesh. Poor Clark. Amari suddenly felt bad for the guy. With the attention he had drawn, the Justice League would most likely have to deal with enemies they weren't cut out for. They would definitely be beaten badly. The chances of death among their ranks were more than likely. All to defend the Earth against the wanton actions of enemies they didn't ask to fight. People would die. Funny, he almost actually cared. The frown setting on his face was particularly prevalent. He wasn't kidding, he almost felt kinda bad for them. Death was right, they were coming. And Amari knew what they wanted. To find out how exactly he passed through the source wall into their multiverse. The powerful figures, dead gods and cosmic beings who ventured to the edge of the multiverse trying to break through the source wall yet ultimately failing were numerous. Their bodies, forever etched as statues into the walls, served as proof that penetrating it was almost impossible. Honestly, he wanted to know just as badly as they did. But even if he wanted to, he couldn't give them the answer they seek. And they would most likely try to capture him to gain that answer. Inwardly, he wondered how things would have turned out today if she weren't so calm. Perhaps a battle would have already broken out by now, and all of Gotham would be reduced to rubble. As for her interest, a lot of people were now interested in him. Perhaps Lucifer would stop by to give him a visit one of these days. No use thinking about that now. Amari shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts. His eyes wandered on the sparse crowd before he turned towards his left and began walking. However, things certainly won't be peaceful. Should I give the League a heads up? Meanwhile, as he walked away, a boom tube suddenly opened on a tall building in the distance. The orange portal gave off a bright glow as the sound of footsteps fell into the atmosphere. White lights flashed, before forming into the shape of human figures. The beams of light materialized to form several female figures, each one of them dressed in eye-catching attire. The scanners indicate that the new god is nearby. Gilatina said while holding a miniature mother box in her grasp. We need not the mother box anymore. He is within reach. Aurelie stayed with sharp eyes and narrowed eyebrows. She could sense him. She wasn't the only one. As soon as the boom tube disappeared, each one of the accurately locked on to their target. That is him. Barda standing behind Aurelie had her eyes widen. That power. Sensing the horrifying levels of energy hidden within that body. She couldn't help but swallow when her eyes locked onto the figure walking away in the distance. You feel it as well, sisters. They were new gods of apocalypse, with senses thousands of times greater than what any human could imagine. No one spoke, no one moved. It was so terrifying. Isn't he supposed to be a recent new god? Does it matter? Stampa replied to Lashina's inquiry. Her eyes glowing with strong battle intent. Strongly resisting the urge to go down there right now and behead the male fellow, she waited for Aurelie to give the signal. Only, Aurelie didn't utter a word. Just watched the target continue to walk away with a frown etched on her face. Aurelie, what are we waiting for? Lashina snapped her head towards their leader and asked. He is strong. Too strong. Aurelie replied without turning her head. What does that matter? When have we Furies ever been scared of a fight? The Lord Darkseid ordered us to capture the new god and have him brought back to Apocalypse. Aurelie frowned deeper at Gilatina, feeling quite displeased that she was being spoken to in such a way. If you truly seek death so much, then be my guest. Go down there and capture him. I swear not to take credit for your outstanding efforts. Her tone was plain, and her voice was indifferent, but the mockery within was practically naked. You. Gilatina's face turned ugly. Then what do we do, Aurelie? We can't disobey our Lord's instructions. A fate worse than death is what awaits us if we do. Lashina interjected before Gilatina could retort. She was right and they all knew it. I never said we would disobey our orders. She said with no expression. TCH. Nothing. Seeing that he was getting further away and the opponent still hadn't taken action, Amari clicked his tongue with a bit of speechlessness. His body came to a halt, and he turned his face to the left, revealing his side profile. Nevertheless, his vision accurately captured his stalkers. They were women, 6 of them in total. Each one was dressed in a battle uniform and possessed particularly noticeable features. The first 4 were rather attractive. The last 2, however, weren't. One looked like a muscle woman, and the other crouched on all 4s and had the expression of a wild animal on her deformed features. Darkseid's Furies. With a single look, he could guess their identities immediately. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Or they shall appear in this case. Looks like DC's god of evil was the first person to come over. Only, he didn't come himself but sent emissaries. Amari suddenly had the feeling of being underestimated. 6 women. Was he looked down on so much? They weren't even new gods with special abilities. Just the standard all-round physical improvement package. No omega beams, no lightning bolts, no extreme speed, no anger makes you stronger. They were like Steppenwolf. He thought all the small fries were gone. Now this was practically slapping him in the face. Superman, who went all out, could defeat these guys as long as there was no kryptonite in the equation. He saw them and similarly, they saw him. Everyone on the other end felt a chill run down their spines the moment they came in contact with that eye. Their bodies tensed up like arrows in a bow, waiting to spring into action as soon as the enemy made the first move. TCH. Boring. Seeing that they weren't going to attack, Amari lost interest. He turned his gaze back to his original direction. And after taking a step, the space around him distorted and the next moment, he was gone. All that was left was 6 female figures standing on the roof with unsightly expressions. He's gone. Big Barda uttered. I can see that. Aurelie took a deep breath. That face-off that lasted barely 3 seconds was quite frightening if she was being honest with herself. That pressure, that aura. She had only felt such from him. Ruler of Apocalypse, Darkseid himself. Of course, she wouldn't utter those words even if she was about to be killed. What's our next move? Gilatina asked without expression. Information. The reply was a single word. We know nothing about him, who he is or what he can do. Fighting an enemy we know nothing about, especially one that. Intriguing. Our mission is likely to fail. Besides. He's not our only target. Said Orly before turning around and walking away. The Furies gave way for her to pass. I see. So said Gilatina with a flicker in her eyes. Meanwhile, the Justice League. Or what's left of them were spread thin all over the world, trying their hardest to contain the plant creatures that were spreading in full force. France, Paris. October 2nd, 1:55. Martian Manhunter carried Aquaman to the Eiffel Tower wherein the latter used his extreme strength to pull apart the vines, opening up space for John who moved through the plants using density shifting to save visiting tourists trapped within. Taipei. October 2nd, 7:56. The new Flash arrival from another Earth worked together with an unknown hero with a special trident weapon to solve the plant issues at a chemical plant. Too bad, the place was destroyed, which caused dangerous radioactive toxins to spread into the atmosphere. Without Captain Atom, they could only retreat in the face of poisoning. Star City. Green Arrow, Red Arrow, and Guy Gardner worked together to save the citizens on the bridge from the plants that sprouted out of the water. Poor heroes. Joker watched the constant struggles of the Justice League through the monitoring globes and put on a long face. Nothing they do ever seems to be enough. Ha 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 ha. He laughed sinisterly while moving his hands up and down while twisting his fingers in puppeteering motions. Quite impressive. Poison Ivy who was laying next to her plant said to the Joker with a smile on her face. How you simultaneously juggle multiple scenarios. The Joker's mind was connected to the plant creatures. While Atomic Skull and Voton powered the plant, and Poison Ivy stayed to communicate with it, the Joker had a much more important yet taxing role to fulfill. At least. It would be taxing and almost impossible for anyone else to accomplish. He was controlling the actions of each plant attack in different cities at the same time. I've had practice. He turned to Ivy, moving his hands without even looking and replied with a crazy smile. Juggling my multiple personalities. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wantonly as he continued to operate. At that moment, Ivy's expression changed. We have intruders. She said while getting up from her plant. Aren't the others handling it? Two managed to sneak in. Ultra-Humanite, you come with me. You continue your mayhem. And with that, Poison Ivy left with Ultra-Humanite who carried a laser gun within its grasp. Sure thing. You can count on me. B-Clown replied without turning back. Looking at the orbs, he chuckled yet again, seemingly incapable of controlling his laughter. With all this power at my fingertips, some might call me a control freak. He bent in closer to see his favorite Batsy flying around in his bat jet, making his blood-red lips widen even further. Or just a freak. Either works for me, ha 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 he he he. And so, he controlled the plant to smash the flying bat jet, forcing Batman to eject. Ha 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 ha. I don't think I've ever had so much fun. Manipulating the plant creatures, Joker felt unprecedentedly alive. Like a puppet master manipulating powerful puppets to do his bidding. He looked delighted. And so, it was with great distraught that a few seconds later, the mad clown realized that the reaction speed of his puppets were slowing down exponentially. The Joker was confused at first, only to find out that the plants weren't being powered up anymore to support his manipulation. Hey Skull. What the hobble is going on back there? You're supposed to be powering the... His voice froze. Evidently showing how surprised he was to see someone that wasn't part of their team standing beside Atomic Skull. His indifferent expression carried two cold eyes that were fixed on him with murderous intention. I wasn't in the mood when I killed you last time. But now... Amari turned his gaze to the horrified Atomic Skull who seemed to be frozen in time. Oh, by the way. Your original sends you his greetings from beyond the grave. Don't worry, though, you'll join him soon enough. Chapter 96. Original. Joker's face scrunched up with obvious displeasure emerging. What the hell did this new guy mean by his original? Was he Joker, the Clown Prince of crime, a fake? Apparently, Gotham's Clown Prince was unaware of the circumstances of his resurrection, nor did he bother to care. After all, he was the Joker. Why would he care to analyze such insignificant matters? There were many circumstances where he supposedly died under public eye. His tenacious life was another reason he was so feared despite being nothing but a mere mortal. Just when he was about to start yelling out his doubts, his expression changed from displeasure to doubts, and eventually surprise. It's you. Pointing his finger forward, the Joker's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and some sort of excitement appeared on his features. You're the one who killed me on live TV. Truly a madman. Amari had no doubt. Even the clone was this neurotic. The Joker suddenly smiled brightly, let out a few eerie chuckles and took out the knife from his pocket. So you do know me. Ha 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 ha. That's good to know. I thought you were some hobo who mistook me for someone else. In that case, I would have to properly introduce myself to Monsieur here and let you know who I am and just what I do because I... He brought his tongue close and licked the blade. Then he walks forwards without an ounce of fear whatsoever. I am one of a kind. I'm sure you are. Amari replied nonchalantly. Your original said something similar to the first few lines. Hearing the word original again, Joker's happy face crumbled instantly. His eyes narrowed to form a threatening glare, and his smiley face turned into a sinister smirking face. I guess you're not getting it yet. And so, the Joker raised his right hand into the air and began moving his fingers as if tapping on imaginary keyboards. The still vines all around the monastery began to move from their state of rest. I am the original. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Bang! The tall trees were shredded to pieces as numerous vines tore through them in chase of their prey. They sprouted out of the ground and rushed towards the boy wonder under Poison Ivy's control. Robin ran as fast as his acrobatic legs could carry him. Showcasing outstanding dexterity and finesse, he swung from tree branch to tree branch, barely managing to escape to the next one before the former was smashed to smithereens. Performing a backflip, he once again evaded a fatal blow. Nevertheless, his landing wasn't the slightest bit pretty. The once exquisite costume was now wet and muddy all over as he rolled in the swamp in a pathetic display to protect his life. He got up from the ground, crouched in a posture of resting on one knee while taking deep breaths. The sight of dozens of plant vines appearing before him made his scalp go numb. At that moment, however, they were all torn apart due to the influence of telekinetic force. Light green liquids spilled everywhere as a result. Miss Martian appeared in her cloaked state. Robin, she's made contact. Hearing Megan's voice through the mind link, Robin was surprised. Who? Artemis or Supergirl? Neither. Robin raised his head up to see the rest of the team being held captive in a magical cage by Votan and the other Injustice League members. They were headed towards the monastery. Just then, the bioship that was dragged down to the bottom of the swamp earlier on suddenly appeared, knocking the sorcerer Votan out of balance. The cage created by magic instantly came undone, and the hostages fell down from the air as did Count Vertigo who was standing on top of it. Luckily, he didn't fall to his death, as he was rescued by the flying Black Adam. However, Warner didn't seem to appreciate it. Not me. Stop those delinquents. Votan landed into the part of the swamp with deeper water depths. Superboy, Aqualad and the Wolf Connor had taken in as a pet on their mission to the Amazon had relatively strong physiques and landed in the shallower depths unscathed. Wally and Artemis didn't. Luckily, apart from Megan, they now had another member who could fly. Seeing her teammates falling, Kara, who unlike Superboy, could actually levitate in the air, took hold of her falling teammates, preventing them from breaking something upon landing. Is everyone okay? Kara asked with concern through the mind link. Superboy didn't answer. As soon as he raised his head, the armed ultra-humanite stood before him and his pet wolf, armed with a blaster. It instantly reminded him of his unpleasant encounter in the Amazon with those telepathic gorillas. I hate monkeys. And so, the Kryptonian clone charged towards his opponent to begin battle. Artemis and Aqualad who were unarmed faced Poison Ivy, while Supergirl and Kid Flash turned towards Count Vertigo and Black Adam. A bitter battle was about to begin. However, the fight hadn't even started yet when the next course of events caused everyone to freeze in place. Shatter. The sound of glass shattering wasn't conspicuous amidst the chaos, but the black shadow streaking towards them from the monastery quickly fell into their vision. Votan had just emerged from the water with an ugly expression. The next moment, his face changed drastically as he had to duck back inside to avoid what was speeding towards him. Bam! The black object smashed against the water and bounced forward like a skipping stone. Bounce again it did, twice more before it made contact steadily with the shallow swamp floor and rolled several times over. Arg! The painful shriek was enough to cause everyone to cease all actions. Be it Aqualad or Poison Ivy, hero sidekick or supervillain. Robin's eyes widened especially as he recognized what that black shadow was. With half his body submerged in swamp water, the Joker laid unmoving on the floor in the midst of the two sides. His throat screeched loudly like a pig about to be slaughtered, as never before experienced pain assaulted his nervous system. His whole body looked mangled to the extreme as apart from his neck area upward, everything else looked terribly wrong. His arms and legs were twisted in positions that no man could ever imagine their bones could go. Looking at the limp body, it looked like a human spaghetti. I think I'm gonna be sick. The horrified mood was instantly ruined by Kid Flash who used his hand to cover his mouth, desperately trying to restrain the urge to puke. In the end, he still couldn't keep it in and threw up in the swamp. The girls weren't looking any better as Artemis's stomach churned at the sight of what she saw. What the hell? Robin exclaimed in fright while backing away several steps. Who did this? Count Vertigo was equally frightened and yelled out loud in outrage, his eyes darting in all directions. I did. A crack was torn in the space, a distance away. A shoe stepped through the void, followed by a thigh, then body. Dark long hair, glowing blue eyes, the space crack closed behind him as he replied out, revealing his full figure. I hope you don't mind. Oh, by the way, poor Albert won't be able to make it to this gathering. His words fell and then. Boom. The plant facility instantly exploded alongside everything in it. Skull. Looking at the monastery that was destroyed, Count Vertigo cried out. The Joker was here, but Atomic Skull was still inside the building. He instantly understood what Amari meant by saying Albert won't be able to make it. My baby. Poison Ivy shrieked as she saw her plant creature go up in flames. She fixed her gaze at Amari with eyes overflowing with resentment, hatred and murderous intentions. Gah! She squatted slightly, raised her hands and pushed them forward. Giant plant vines extended from the swamp beneath her, rushing towards their new target with incredible force. Watch out! Robin exclaimed loudly. Watching the attack heading towards him, Amari didn't move a muscle. Stop! Sure enough, the attacking plants charging forward with great momentum paused half a meter away from his figure. It didn't look like it encountered any form of resistance, nor did it struggle to continue breaking forward. It just stopped. You! Poison Ivy's eyes widened in shock. What have you done? She yelled in confusion. Her plants weren't answering to her. Tie her up. He willed inwardly without uttering a word. It happened then. The whole swamp shook slightly as if encountering a slight earthquake. Following which, dozens of giant plants emerged from all directions, each one of them heading towards the same direction. No. Pamela was caught off guard. Before she could react, she was wrapped up tightly by the very plants she commanded without any wiggle room. Stop. Now. I order you. Feeling the vines wrapping around her body tightly, Poison Ivy felt suffocated. She couldn't understand what was happening. Why were her babies betraying her? It's him. Aqualad took a step back and uttered in the mind link. Yeah, no shit Sherlock. Wally uttered through gritted teeth. What the hell is he doing here? Beats me. You. Seeing Poison Ivy get wrapped up by her own plants, Count Vertigo looked unprecedentedly solemn. I've heard of you. The Deviant of Gotham. Hearing the title given to him, Amari was slightly speechless. He raised an eyebrow while examining the Count with a bit of scrutiny. Right. Sorry though, but I can't say the same. His words made Vertigo's expression turn ugly. This was simply a disguised insult. Werner Vertigo felt like exploding. As a member of the royal family of Latava and an infamous supervillain, he had never been so looked down on. Still, Werner Vertigo, for the first time in God knows how long, had to swallow his temper. Unlike before, this situation wasn't right. And the man before he wasn't a hero. He was an alien who had killed the Joker on live TV. With extreme power and none of the inhibitions of other superheroes, the chances of him dying tonight for uttering the wrong sentence were quite high. As for thinking that Black Adam would be a match for him, those thoughts died the moment they appeared. Even if Black Adam was a match, it didn't matter. If this deviant was standing on the side of the young heroes, then they were completely outnumbered in this regard. The Count restrained his arrogance, or so he thought. He raised a question, hoping to find out on whose side exactly did this troublesome fellow stand. Why do you attack us? Our fight with the Justice League and their protégés does not concern you. Shut up. Amari's blue eyes glowed. Ugh. Werner's body suddenly froze. To his horror, the royalty of Latava found himself unable to move an inch, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't move, he couldn't speak, and his facial expressions were frozen. Now be a good lad and don't annoy me. Amari uttered indifferently and turned his gaze to his primary target. The mangled Joker. Arg. You. Ah. Ha ha ha. Arg. Hearing the mixture of pained laughter and occasional cries of agony, Amari smiled slightly. It was well known that the Joker had a very high pain tolerance. The clown during the early years was Batman's punching bag, as Bruce would constantly beat the Joker up in an attempt to pry useful information out of his lips. Unfortunately, the Joker was as stubborn as a psychotic mule. Even if he was punched to the point he broke his jaw, he still didn't utter a cry of pain. The constant laughter was even more unbearable. Batman had tried his best. So since that didn't work, Amari decided to go to much greater lengths. By amplifying his pain receptors and shattering every non-fatal bone in his body. Even if he was mad, it still wouldn't be able to let him laugh through it. Get up. Seeing that he was unable to speak under so much pain, Amari altered reality on the clown himself, restoring his physical condition back to the way it was half a minute ago. The mangled clown that looked he was about to fall apart a few seconds ago suddenly raised his body that looked perfectly intact and pushed himself up from the muddy swamp. Oh my god. Artemis uttered with wide eyes. Did he just? I think he did. What do we do? Calder was silent. In this situation, he really didn't know what action to take as the most suitable response. Why? You're a real tough nut, aren't you? Pulling himself back to his feet, the clown looked at Amari with unprecedented solemnity. An expression that, in his many years of clown service, he had never portrayed even once. Seeing this, Amari smiled. That's just the beginning. And then he stretched out his hand for dramatic effect and snapped his fingers. Following which, a portal appeared directly in front of him on the swampy earth. The yellow portal shone with an intense light, giving off a dark and sinister vibe to the atmosphere. The temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Oh no. Calder's eyes widened in horror. This deathly sinister aura. This force. Amari paid him no heed. Portraying his will, the portal suddenly lit up brightly, followed by a resplendent yellow glow. A figure rose from the bottom slowly, rising from the portal. Chalk white skin, green hair, blood-red lips, that identical crazy grin on his lips. Joker. Meet your original. The Joker. Chapter 97. The swampy forest in the Louisiana bayou which had just hosted a breathtaking battle was abnormally silent at the moment. Everyone couldn't help but take a step or two back as the circular rune symbol appeared on the swamp water, glowing a dark yellow and exuding an aura that felt like it came straight from hell. In fact, it did. The rune symbol glowed, forming a portal, and through that portal, a figure emerged out of it. A baleful aura assaulted all of them as the cold, yet conflictingly hot rush of air caused goosebumps on their skin. What is he? Wally looked at the scene, feeling seriously frightened. This feeling. Why do I feel like this? The boy wonder felt equally uneasy. This is unholy. The voice of Aqualad quickly drew their attention. They turned towards their leader only to find him sporting an extremely unsightly expression. I know what this is. This is dark magic. Calder took in a deep breath. Dark. Dark what? As a new believer in the mysteries of magic who previously thought everything in the world could be explained by science, the word dark magic shook the young speedster the most. There is no information on Amari having magical abilities. Calder replied, his gaze fixed on the figure that just appeared from the portal. Chalk white skin, green hair, blood-red lips, he wore a blue suit with orange and green inner clothing. His green eyes shone with the gleam of a certified psychopath. This was Joker. Meet Joker. Those words were enough for Calder to confirm his thoughts. Robin's eyes grew wide. Is that another Joker? He couldn't understand. Why was Amari bringing another Joker? Also, where the hell did this Joker come from? Clone. To this, Aqualad didn't respond, but continued. I don't know how he did it. But I can be sure from the energy waves I feel, that what he just opened was a portal. To hell. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even the new Supergirl had knowledge of what hell was. You've got to be kidding, right? Hell can't exist. It just can't. Never before had the ginger-haired speedster wanted to believe the reincarnation theory more than he did now. The thought of hell literally existing put his hairs on end. However, seeing the situation wasn't right, Black Adam couldn't care less about what was happening and rushed towards his opponent with extreme speed. As the former wizard Shazam's champion, and the possessor of the powers of 6 Egyptian gods, Black Adam was quite confident in his own abilities. More importantly, he didn't watch much TV, or he would have known what he was about to do was an enormous mistake. With movements surpassing what Kid Flash could achieve, he appeared before Amari and threw a lightning-infused punch. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding could be heard as Amari effortlessly blocked the attack. Seeing this, Black Adam immediately threw a punch with his left. Only powerlessness. Yellow lightning struck down from the sky, accurately landing on the charging ruler of Kondak. The next moment, he fell heavily into the swampy water. Gone was the plain yet intimidating champion of the gods. What remained was a plain-looking middle-aged man dressed in ancient clothing. You. Shazam. Seeing his situation, Adam hurriedly called out and raised his head towards the sky. Silence. The awaited divine lightning never came, and the former Kondak slave had his face changed drastically. Seeing that lightning struck down no more, an expression of despair clouded his features. What have you done? You are not the wizard. How could you? He staggered backwards with his dark robes getting stained by the muddy swamp water. Isn't it obvious? Looking at Adam, Amari raised an eyebrow and uttered with a frown appearing on his features. Unlike the others, Amari's vision was different at the moment. What he could see before him wasn't the image of a man, but a mass of yellow aura put inside Adam's mortal body, serving as a container. In simpler words, his soul. It's just that. What he saw made his eyebrows tighten. The soul of this man was dark. Like, muddy color dark. The swirling soul mass took on a darker shade of brown and gave off a sincerely repulsive feeling. This color was particularly distinct among a specific set of people. Those who had done horrible things in their life. A soul stained with the souls of others, gone corrupt due to reaping countless lives with clear intent and no remorse. The soul of a fallen, twisted murderer. At that point, Amari's expression was cold. You're right. I'm not the wizard you fear. I am something much worse. His eyes glowed as he said so. Before Adam could fathom what was going on, he felt considerable discomfort in his internal organs. Then, bang! The mighty ruler of Kondak exploded into bits and pieces. The only noticeable parts of him left were a finger, half the skin of his face and an eyeball. Everything else was nothing but blood and meat paste. Now then. And so, he turned his attention back to his original purpose. My hands. My head. The new Joker seemed to be in a daze. His eyes were fixed on his hands and the rest of his body as he explored it intently. The twitching grin on his face never ceased as he stiffly turned his head around to examine his surroundings. It was kinda creepy. His eyes shone brightly when it fell on the boy wonder. You're here. Which means I'm not dead anymore. With that, his stiff movements seemed to loosen up as he made several small movements. I'm alive. The air. It smells so fresh. The smell of the swamp was nothing fragrant, but the Joker felt like he was sniffing fresh perfume. It's so clean. Misty. No smell of rotting bones and ash. Sulfur. His movement stopped. Then he fixed his gaze on his resurrector. You did this. Hello Jackie. Miss me? Amari looked at him with a smile. To which, the madman took several steps back instinctively. Hey. What's wrong? Didn't you like your vacation? The Joker resurrected seemed to have seen his worst enemy. His expression changed drastically, and he bared his teeth and retreated numerous steps. Get away from me. And with that, he took out 2 hidden knives he always kept in his sleeves and stood at the ready, as if he was about to face a formidable enemy. You sent me to that horrible place. Gone was his constant grin. What remained was an extremely unsightly expression that seemed to want to eat the person before him alive. Do you know how much I've suffered? What? You mean hell? Amari raised an eyebrow with obvious surprise. This was so ironic. Where did you think you were going to go after death? You're a monster in human skin. No one is more befitting for a VIP seat in the underworld. Honestly, you should thank me. Bringing you back from the dead isn't something the average Joe can accomplish. Luckily for you, Lucifer is no longer there, or I might have to pay a tax. Amari uttered irrelevant information. Honestly, he was really surprised. The insufferable smile was gone, so was the casual, crazy banter. Plus the solemn expression and the unspeakable hatred in his eyes. Looks like hell did a more significant number on this madman's soul than he realized. You killed me. And you expect me to thank you? What kind of logic is that? The clown's face was filled with righteous indignation. The outsiders watched what was going on with question marks hovering over their heads. The team, Poison Ivy, Ultra Humanite. Count Vertigo. They couldn't understand what was going on. Well. They could, but it was for that reason that it made much less sense. Amari resurrected the Joker. Then who the hell was this guy? The Joker himself was confused. Oi. Joker, clone, took out his knives as well and pointed at Amari with narrowed eyebrows. Someone explain what the hell is going on. The eyes of the 2 clowns collided and as if smelling gunpowder, they uttered simultaneously. And who the hell is this freak? Seeing the scene, a small smirk appeared on Amari's face. Then he pointed towards the clone and said to the original. He is your replacement. Created by Lex Luthor to do your job of killing Batman. Both clowns had their eyes widen, then narrow with unbridled psychotic rage appearing in their green irises. One was angry because someone dared to create another version of himself to replace him. And the other was angry because someone referred to him as a replacement. But ultimately, both were outraged because of the last line. Someone else was going to kill Batman. At that moment, the terrifying obsession with the Dark Knight exploded in full force to form extreme anger and hostility, directed precisely at each other. When it came to Batman, nothing else mattered. Joker, in his mind, was unique. There could only be one prince of crime. One man to star as Batman's mortal enemy, one ultimate comedian. No one could steal his show, no one could bask in his limelight. This was clearly indicated by how no one in Gotham dared to use laughing gas in a crime. The last person who tried it had his whole gang destroyed in the Joker's fit of rage. There could only be one Joker. But now, there were two. The two narrowed their eyes at each other and imaginary sparks flew in the air. Well, enough talk. I didn't bring you back from hell for the fun of it now, did I? And so, Amari's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. He looked at the original and smiled. It's just a vacation break. If I decide to, you can go back on vacation. The image of the terrifying hellscape appeared in the clown's mind. During his time in hell, Jack Oswald White experienced the worst of tortures. Even when Amari blew up his arm, there was no comparison. Everything he had never felt since the day he became Joker, he felt it all. Pain, fear, sadness, despair. Not to mention the agony. His soul was burned constantly in hellfire for years. As one day in the hellscape was equivalent to a minute in the DC world, more than a month had passed since his death. Meaning, he had been tortured in hell for more than a century. Truly, hell lived up to its legend. The mad clown had grown considerably less mad after years of solitude and torture. Or to put it in another way, most of his madness had been burned away, leaving traces of reasoning. The thought of having to go back to that damned place made him unconsciously shiver. So if you want to take a break from vacation a little longer, your job is simple. And so, Amari looked at the Joker indifferently, transferring the knowledge of what he wanted him to do through a mind link. And in the span of 5 seconds, the latter's face changed inexplicably. From puzzlement, to doubt, to a look of narrowed eyebrows. Then, he turned towards the clone and revealed a sinister smirk. Well. Looks like we'll start the carving with you, wannabe. He twirled the knives in his hands and rushed forward. The clone clown growled, seeing the other assaulting him, and raised his weapons to defend himself. Seeing this scene, the audience was even more confused. What the hell was going on? Why were the two Jokers battling each other? Aqualad? Seeing things unfolding in a very strange way, Wally couldn't help but call out to their leader. What do we do now? Aqualad was equally confused. Their mission was to stop the Injustice League at their headquarters while the Justice League battled the plant creatures. Now, the central plant that controlled the others was successfully destroyed, and the Injustice League were stopped. But none of it was their doing. Poison Ivy and Count Vertigo were restrained, Black Adam was dead, same thing with Atomic Skull. The Joker was fighting. Strangely enough, himself, Ultra Humanite was standing on place, unmoving, or rather, not dating to move. As for Votan. Wait. Aqualad's eyes widened in realization. Where's Votan? It happened then. Numerous chains appeared from beneath their feet, wrapping each of the protégés and binding their limbs. It's a trap. Huh. Amari was surprised at what was happening. But at that moment, a flash of orange light appeared behind him, materializing to form the figure of the sinister sorcerer. In a split second, his figure was fully formed and he roared the final incantation of the magic spell he had been condensing for so long. A magic circle appeared in front of them and behind them, at the same time releasing restricting energy. At the same time, Votan raised his palms and slapped it against Amari's back, pouring all his energy into this attack. Boom! A shockwave emerged from the collision and spread a few meters in a nanosecond. The next second, however, the shockwave was drawn back to the point of collision before being absorbed into Amari's body. In the swamp, there was nothing but utter silence. Seeing that his most powerful spell had no effect, Votan was dumbfounded. Amari turned around with narrowed eyebrows, his eyes gleaming with frighteningly cold murderous intent. Did you just try to swallow my soul? Seeing that things had gone wrong, the wizard immediately retreated, activating his transportation spell he had prepared in case this failed. Arc. However, his throat was grasped before he could utter another word. Well, I never thought anyone would be able to do anything to make me this upset. Feeling the strong grip on his neck, the dark sorcerer choked. Fear griped his very beating heart, and his right hand trying to free himself from Amari's grasp released and formed a magic circle. Break. Amari's eyes glowed. The spell circle that had just formed cracked and shattered into pieces, but it didn't stop there. Wotan's outstretched arms suddenly received unimaginable force. The sound of cracking bones and tearing flesh resounded to the utter horror of everyone listening. Arg! Wotan screamed in agony as his right hand was squeezed to meat paste. Everything from his fingers to his shoulder blade was utterly destroyed. Any last words? Amari, stop. Wotan was defeated, he didn't have the energy to concentrate on holding the protégés captive. Seeing the way things were turning out, Aqualad called out instinctively. Amari snapped his head to the young Atlantean with hostile eyes. What did you just say? Aqualad froze. He instantly regretted opening his big mouth. But currently, all eyes were on him. This. You don't have to do this. In the end, the young Atlantean could only bite the bullet and reply. He. Amari chuckled. His expression becoming increasingly cold. You don't qualify to tell me what I can or can't do. Then what about me? The loud, sonorous voice startled all of them. It sounded like someone speaking through a voice magnifier. Raising their heads, a flying man with a golden yellow cape, gold helmet and a costume consisting of gold and blue colors came into view. His cape fluttered with the wind and his stature looked imposing. More importantly, he was not alone. Flying after him were Superman, Martian Manhunter, Hawkman, Hawkgirl and Green Lantern Jordan, who carried Batman, Flash, Green Arrow, Aquaman. 9 Leaguers. Each with unique abilities and some more useful than others. A formidable force nonetheless. Who would think this was only a little less than half their original number? Wonder Woman, Captain Atom, Stewart, Cyborg, the original Flash, Shazam who no longer had powers, Red Tornado, Black Canary who was disabled, Red Arrow who wasn't brought along, and Giovanni Zatara who at this point was the Dr. Fate before him. All of them landed in the muddy swamp. It's over, said Superman. Amari felt weird. The way Superman uttered those words in this situation made him look like a supervillain who was finally caught. Of course, he knew Clark wasn't referring to him when he uttered those words. Seeing them surrounding him, Amari couldn't help but laugh. Do you really want to stop me? Let him go, Amari. Batman took 4 steps forward and stretched out his hand. Please. Oh. Amari was surprised. Did Batman actually just ask nicely? Not enough. Still, he shook his head. You don't have to kill him. You've caught him. Clark uttered while his gaze fell on the horrifying arm. And punished him. We can take him off your hands and promise this never happens again. Clark uttered cautiously. He remembered the conversation he had with Amari some time ago. Let your villains keep their scheming to themselves. Really? Amari tilted his head slightly. How? There was silence. The faces of everyone present weren't looking so good. Except Batman, who didn't change his expression, and Dr. Fate, whose face was covered with a helmet. You expect me to let someone who tried to devour my soul go? Amari looked incredulous. Although he never cared, he found it very surprising. After all the damage these guys caused, they would just let them go. You didn't come for him. Batman said. Am I right? You came for Joker. Bruce turned his head and his expressionless face fell on the 2 Jokers who had stopped moving, and were watching the scene intently. The sight of 2 clowns almost made his facade collapse. Still, he managed to pull it in. Wotan wasn't in the picture until you attacked them. So literally, it's self-defense. Bruce never thought this day would come. He was actively speaking for a villain to prevent them from having to die. If he knew this would happen, he and the Justice League would have delayed their arrival by a few minutes. Batman didn't advocate killing, but he wasn't a saint. He was simply wary of Amari and resisted him because of his power. If someone like him decided to go on a killing spree, no one could stop him, but something like that hadn't happened in months. For him, killing the likes of Wotan wasn't unacceptable as long as he didn't start killing people left and right. More importantly, as long as he wasn't there when it happened. Of course, the situation was different now. If Amari had killed Wotan before they got here, then everything could be swept under the rug. The Justice League would most likely pretend as if this never happened. It was the same as when he killed the Joker. But in this situation, they had to say something. Especially since they were in front of their protégés. If they just let Amari kill him in their presence, then it would set a bad example. My, is this Batman? Amari chuckled. Bruce ignored his antics. We can lock him up in Belle Reve. Even he won't be able to escape. In this point, Bruce was confident. Belle Reve was designed to hold even the likes of Superman. With some magical enchantments, Votan would be really imprisoned. Bruce took a deep look at Amari and said seriously. You said you would rather not have any conflict with us, then do us this favor. Amari was silent. Honestly, this was as sincere a request as he could get from the Justice League. Seeing that the rest of them didn't utter a word and practically acquiesced, Amari didn't know if he should feel moved. There was a bout of silence. Amari even considered releasing Votan to their custody. True. After a while of thinking, he uttered. I didn't come here for him. Then he turned his head to the Dark Sorcerer. Seeing the way things were progressing, Votan felt relieved. Looks like he wouldn't be dying today. Inwardly, he felt a bit of gratitude to the Justice League. Such righteous fellows are the favorites of supervillains everywhere. However, when he met eyes with Amari, a chill ran down his spine. Those cold eyes didn't look like they had any intent of showing him mercy. Amari wasn't looking at his features, but something else. Unfortunately for him. The sight of his soul makes me sick. Seeing the pitch-black soul color that was even worse than Black Adam's, Amari didn't hesitate a second longer. Black flames engulfed his body and this medieval sorcerer that had lived for 1,000+ years was erased from existence, in both body and soul. Chapter 98. Black flames engulfed his body and this medieval sorcerer that had lived for 1,000+ years was erased from existence, in both body and soul. Arg. The heart-wrenching scream was all that could be heard in the swamp as Votan let out a shrill roar. A second later, his voice ceased as the dark sorcerer was wiped off existence. That's better. Seeing Votan destroyed, Amari's mold brightened up slightly. Turning his body around, his gaze landed on the next target. Count Vertigo. Now for the next one. Before he could finish, Clark flashed at super speed, appearing in front of Count Vertigo. I don't think so. Superman said while watching Amari intently. Votan was dead. He couldn't allow Amari to kill Count Vertigo as well. As for the frozen Count Vertigo. If Werner's body wasn't stuck like this, cold sweat would have soaked his costume already. This bastard wanted to kill him. Why? Seeing this, Amari stopped his actions. Then, he moved his gaze to the next villain available. However, Ultra Humanite might be an animal, but he was no fool. Seeing Amari looking in his direction, the giant gorilla immediately felt the breath of death. Without hesitation, he immediately threw away his weapon, rushed towards Superman's side, knelt down a few inches behind the Man of Steel and raised his monkey hands in the air. Silence. Seeing this. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. 3 voices called out simultaneously. Amari, Flash, -1, and Hal Jordan. Amari felt incredulous, seeing the giant monkey abandoned his dignity and kneel in surrender. He wasn't the only one. The protégés watching the scene felt like their outlook on catching villains had changed. Hey Rob, have we been catching criminals the wrong way? Kid Flash couldn't help but poke the boy wonder beside him and ask. Wally's voice fell into Superman's ears. The Man of Steel frowned and made a note to cleanse such unhealthy thoughts away from these kids' minds at a later date. Little did he know, Hal Jordan was having similar thoughts as well. They've surrendered Amari. Bruce looked at Amari with a dark face. Let them go. Amari didn't reply. His gaze lingered on both villains for a few seconds. Fair enough. Then, he turned his attention to the last. Poison Ivy. However, she was firmly held by her plants beside Amari. She didn't have the chance to run, even if she wanted to. Noticing his gaze, Bruce's face was a bit ugly. Amari. Bruce wanted to speak. If Amari decided to kill Poison Ivy, similar to Votan, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Relax. Bruce was cut short before he could say anything. The others, I have no scruples about killing. Amari tilted his head slightly, examining Poison Ivy wrapped in her plants. But she's different. His words brought about the due confusion. Oh. And why's that? The quiet Queen of Vines suddenly asked in curiosity. Her earlier intent to attack Amari had long faded away. Especially when she witnessed the sudden death of Black Adam and the gruesome death of Votan. Those scenes could haunt someone for weeks. Unless. Don't tell me you're interested in me. Looking at the well-sculpted face below her, a mild smile bloomed on hers. It gave off lustful promises. Although, if we get to know each other, I might be willing to consider it. Are they flirting? Robin's eyes couldn't help but widen in shock and suspicion. I think so. Aqualad was similarly confused. Man. This is game. Wally muttered silently under his breath. The weird interaction made the available leaguers raise eyebrows. Amari's eyebrows, however, couldn't get any higher. Pass. His eyes peered into the color of her soul as he spoke. For someone who created the plant that served as the antenna for the destruction caused by other plant creatures all over the world, you would think that poison ivy would have a soul color on par with Black Adam's. But this was far from the case. On the other hand, her soul was strangely layered. The outer layer was gray. Darker than the average human being, black-hearted businessman, but far from what you would expect from a treacherous villain. This was the first layer. But what laid underneath that layer was what Ari was drawn to. It was green. A bright, glowing, dazzling green. The two colors seemed to be separated by a barrier that kept them apart from each other. This discovery intrigued him. I told Superman before that I'm not a murderous maniac. I can handle things in more humane ways. Like Ultra-Humanite over there. I wasn't going to kill him, just reduce his intelligence back to the level of the rest of his kind. Ultra-Humanite felt a thick wave of malice wash over him. He secretly applauded his wise decision to kneel behind Superman without hesitation. If not, he would have been reduced to nothing but a retarded monkey. Batman's lips twitched slightly. Could that be considered more humane? Amari had barely finished his words when his eyes glowed. As soon as it did, an obvious change took place in Poison Ivy immediately. Her slightly green skin tone receded rapidly, as if meeting a natural enemy. Her plant streaks on the sides of her face also withered away rapidly, as did the vegetation that covered her body. Poison Ivy was shocked. What the hell was happening? The plants that wrapped around her immediately loosened, causing her to fall to the ground. Falling into the swamp, Ivy folded in half. What? What have you done to me? All men in the vicinity immediately moved their eyes away from the sight before them. Dr. Fate and Amari excluded. Sheesh. We have kids here. Hal complained out loud. For her nude body being exposed to everyone present, Poison Ivy didn't give a damn. Instead, she looked at her hands and her skin with a touch of horror on her face. Her whole body froze. No. She stretched out her hand, but nothing responded. The plants that usually adhered to her orders were uncharacteristically silent. No. Then, she rushed towards the nearest tree and put her hand on it. No. No. Don't leave. Talk to me. Ivy dropped to her knees with a shout of horror. She dug at the soil, pulling it together and breathing on it. Fresh salty tears dropped on the muddy floor. Arg. Her cry turned into a blood-curdling scream. Ivy felt it. Her lack of power, her disconnection to the natural force. The only thing that had always accompanied her. The only thing that she could truly trust. The only thing she truly loved. Her face lost all colors, and she curled up like a broken woman. I told you before, Superman. Amari replied in a cheerful tone. There are things much worse than death. Amari uttered, watched on for a few seconds before turning around and walking away. You can keep the villains, and the jokers. I'll be back for them anyway. Currently, I have somewhere else to be. Those were the last words he uttered as Batman watched his body disappear into thin air. North Atlantic Ocean. Atlantis, Poseidonis. October 2nd, 1805 Eastern Standard Time. Located in the eastern Atlantic Ocean, not far off the west coast of Africa, the Poseidonis, the capital of the legendary Lost City, home of the Atlanteans. Within this marvelous underwater capital, inside Prince ORM's bedchamber. L0, report. The usually kind-looking, well-beloved prince of the Atlanteans called out with a flat face and a bland tone. Right beside his bed was a holographic projector. As his words fell, the projector lit up and the hologram of a white-dressed teenager appeared before him. L5, may I ask what are your orders? Inform me on the surface situation of the Injustice League. ORM commanded indifferently. As you wish. Her hologram disappeared and the pictures and videos of the plants attacking different cities around the world played before him. Followed by the arrival of the Justice League engaging the plant creatures in a prolonged battle while trying to save as many people as they could. The damage and death toll, however, weren't something they could control. Seeing the chaos being unleashed, ORM's lips curled up slightly although hardly noticeable. He watched as they cut apart, uprooted, destroyed vine after vine time and time again, but it just kept on growing. Then, the video of Count Vertigo announcing their identity to the world as well as blackmailing the United Nations was played as well. When was this? About 2 hours ago. And what is their present status? The holograms changed to what was happening now. All the plants around the world were destroyed. Giant cracks and cut-off plant pieces were all that remained of the creatures. After Amari destroyed the central control, the attacks all over the world came to an end as all the plants withered away. What remained was uprooted, burned or thrown into the sun by Superman and his team. The worldwide attack had come to an end. They failed. The Light Queen uttered unemotionally. It was expected. ORM wasn't surprised. The Injustice League would never be able to succeed anyway. If Superman and his band of merry do-gooders were that easy to upstage, the Light would have done it before he was even included. Besides, they never expected these rogues to win. Their failure, on the other hand, had a greater purpose to serve. One ORM was very keen on making sure was completed. And? Did he arrive? Affirmative. The holographic teenager reappeared while another video appeared. This video was recorded within the Injustice League headquarters in the Louisiana Bayou. Hey! I know you. The sound of the mad clown could be heard, but his face could not be seen. What could be seen however was the prime object of ORM's nightmares for the past 3 weeks. Amari. Just seeing his face alone made the handsome face of the elegant prince contort slightly. Don't worry, you'll join him soon enough. The recording played on and ORM didn't say a word. Although the camera wasn't always straightforward and tumbled now and then, especially the part where Joker was thrown through the glass, he watched intently in silence. Looks like Savage's idea was successful. A cunning smirk made its way onto his face as he saw success. It is too early to conclude. But it does seem that way. L0 replied to him. The creation of the Injustice League was an idea hatched by the Light all along. They already knew that Batman was on their tail, so they devised a brilliant move to throw him off it. Since Batman was searching for a secret society, then they would give him a secret society. And so, the Injustice League was founded. The plant creatures had proven their usefulness as potential weapons. More importantly, now the so-called heroes believed that their secret society had been revealed. And crushed. With the Injustice League serving as their proxies, they were now free to continue acting in impunity. Of course, this was all initially planned for the JL. And while it still was, this performance was staged particularly for a new audience member. Amari. ORM still remembered that day 3 weeks ago. The day when Amari promised to hunt each one of them down and kill them. He taunted them, made mockery of them, told them to take their time and do their worst. This made the Atlantean prince feel utterly humiliated. However, he was even more worried. Worried that he might wake up one night and see that person standing beside his bed, looking at him with smile. I told you I'd come for you. Uttering those lines and cleanly ending his life. These thoughts had given him sleepless nights. ORM for the first time in a long time, felt genuine fear. Not wariness. Fear. The thought of someone capable of crushing Superman after your life wasn't good for your mental health. And that was what was happening to him. ORM knew the rest of the Light felt the same way. Well. Some of them. Clarion was particularly cheery, and the Brain didn't seem all that affected. Point being, they had to come up with a way to fix this problem. And so, they did. Savage proposed this idea. They initially prepared to throw off the bloodhound on their trail that was Batman. In order to guarantee success, Luthor made additions. With a sample of Joker's DNA, he cloned the Mad Clown of Gotham, making sure there was something to draw Amari's attention. If Joker was there, then the chances of Amari coming back to finish him off were high. As long as the Justice League informed Amari that the Injustice League was responsible for the series of events planned against them, then Amari would think that these 7 were the ones working behind the scenes, and most likely, leave them alone. The same plan to lure away a bloodhound and a saber-toothed tiger away from their backs. Now from the looks of it, the plan had succeeded. As long as the Light didn't make any big moves for the time being and avoided the calamity that was the Deviant. At least until they found a way to deal with him, then their lives wouldn't be in danger. At that moment, ORM received an incoming call. I have seen all I need to see, you are dismissed. The AI didn't say anything and disappeared. ORM however, was still deep in thought. The fact that Amari didn't kill all of the Injustice League members left him particularly uneasy. He said he would hunt them down and kill them each, but he only killed 2. Why is that? Seeing the holo projector was still flashing, ORM frowned and answered. A miniature hologram of a man in a black metal suit with a mantis-shaped head appeared. With 2 large daunting red eyes, small tubes that connect from the back to the head, webbed hands and fins on the legs, the identity of the caller was rather obvious. Black Manta. What is the matter? ORM asked. On the other end, Black Manta looked at the screen that displayed nothing but the blurry silhouette of white light and answered. The creatures have been retrieved. The laboratory has been set. Awaiting your inspection. Excellent. I'm on my way. A look of realization appeared on the face of the Atlantean prince. The hologram disappeared and ORM turned to leave the room for his due appointment. Atlantic Ocean, far off from the mid-Atlantic ridge. The darkness in the depths of the ocean was unending. Especially in this area, a considerable distance away from the trench. At that moment, an underwater cruiser moved through the water depths with remarkable speed. As a product of Atlantean technology, this transportation device was specifically created for long-distance travels. The dim glow given off by the cruiser served to give light to aid in navigation. Not much of it was required as Atlanteans genetically had superior eyesight and the darkness of the ocean's depths was nothing to them. The glowing plants made this even more so. Soon, the transporter arrived at its destination. In the distance, a large building gave of a bright blue glow, with architectural designs quite similar to the recently destroyed Atlantean Science Center in Poseidonis. Black Manta floated slightly above the floor, watching as the ship landed before him. The ship hatch soon opened and a man stepped out of the driver's seat. Ocean Master appeared, fully donning his suit of armor. The cape moved slightly with the water and the red lenses on his mask that covered half his face made look imposing. Coupled with Neptune's trident in his possession, he gave off the air of a born leader. After losing the trident of Atlan in the battle against his brother, Ocean Master had been lucky enough to discover Neptune's trident. A weapon he believed to be even more powerful than Atlan's trident. With this one, he once again managed to overwhelm his brother, Aquaman. Unfortunately, without the intervention of the Justice League, even that attempt ended in failure. "Welcome," Black Manta uttered. His voice distorted through the helmet he wore. To his greeting, ORM gave a curt nod and swam over. "How are the experiments progressing with the creatures?" Now that the light were once again in the shadows. ORM had decided to speed up advancements on his grand plan. If he was ever going to rule over Atlantis, he needed an army. A multitude of strong, powerful soldiers that would follow his every order and were completely unafraid of death. This was the only way he could defeat his brother and successfully rule. Fortunately for him, an army with all but one of those requirements already existed. And that army resided in a trench quite far away from them. The trench. This was both a geographical location and the name of a species. Atlanteans who adapted to living in the trench and evolved accordingly. Now, they were nothing but savage beasts who did nothing but hunt for food. They were fast, powerful, numerous and unafraid of death. The perfect army. Missing only one quality. They wouldn't listen to ORM's orders and would most likely tear him apart the first chance they got. This was also the reason why ORM disliked his trident for his brothers. The trident of Neptune couldn't control the trench monsters. This was a problem ORM was determined to resolve. There have been complications midway. It is best to see for yourself. The scientists can explain it better than me. Black Manta said while giving way. ORM nodded and swung towards the facility. Manta swam after him. Only. Boom. The facility suddenly exploded and the whole place went up in black flames. ORM covered his face as the water current swept over both of them, pushing them back in the process. When he saw what was before him, his eyes widened. Underwater, in the depths of the ocean, black flames engulfed the facility and consumed it regardless of the fact that there was water everywhere. Those flames. A bad premonition swept over the Atlantean prince. At that moment, a figure walked out of the burning building. His legs were firmly placed on the floor and he walked steadily as if he wasn't at the bottom of the ocean. "Oh. There you are, ORM. Amari smiled brightly. "I've been looking for you." Chapter 99. I've been looking for you. Who are you? Seeing the new arrival, Black Manta immediately stood on alert. The red eyes immediately glowed threateningly, and he moved into a combat stance. The retractable manta blade appeared on plain sight. Black Manta, similar to Black Adam, were compatriots. Compatriots in the sense that they didn't watch much TV. So he was unclear on who exactly was right in front of him. But since he just walked out of a burning building completely unscathed, then he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. As for why a building was still burning despite being underwater, he couldn't devote brain cells to ponder on that at the moment. Black Manta was ready for combat. The imposing Ocean Master, on the other hand, froze in place. It was that same face, that same voice, that same sentence, but it was all different. Different in the sense that it was all happening for real. At that moment, fear gripped the heart of the young prince. Amari knew who he was, and he was here for him. Me? Amari shrugged and pointed to himself. As you can see, I'm a foreigner on tour. What responded to him was two scorching hot rays impacting against his chest. Black Manta's laser beams blasted Amari for several seconds before receding. The victim in question was unmoved. Bad idea, pal. Mighty telekinetic force was unleashed, and Black Manta felt like he was hit with a speeding train. His internal organs shook as the metal man was slammed a great distance away upward, quickly disappearing. Amari turned his gaze back to his target, and a swirling current swept towards him in the form of an underwater tornado. However, the unleasher of such power, Ocean Master immediately swam at hyperspeed without confirming the success of his attack. He quickly rushed towards his sea cruiser, got into the cockpit and diverted all power to the thrusters. The ship propelled off the ocean floor and left a water current in its wake as it sped away. The water tornado was diffused and Amari watched ORM flee away in fright and panic. He. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the Atlantean prince fleeing in such a cowardly way. Are you not going to stop him? Alice? Amari called out in a surprised tone. You've been awfully silent all this while. What have you been up to? Creating a ledger for cosmic entities. Amari rolled his eyes. Let me guess, death. Her silence was an affirmation on its own. Seeing this, Amari shrugged. Go ahead. There will probably be a lot more where she came from. As for your question. Why should I stop him when I know where he's going? That direction is Atlantis. Yep. A smile appeared on his features. Since he wants to reveal himself so badly, I would be a monster not to assist. His words faded out and the fire behind him ceased burning. Of course, the building itself and everything else within was burnt to dust that was swept with the ocean currents. Atlantis, Poseidonis. Tula sat down at the steps in a corner of the Conservatory of Sorcery. Her mind was lost in deep thought. She had recovered from her injury 2 months ago when Poseidonis was attacked by Black Manta and his men. However, she hadn't been exactly the same since then. Thinking of Calderehm confessing his love for her, Tula couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Of course, she didn't regret it. It just wasn't meant to be. She was already with Garth at that time. And honestly, she wasn't in love with Calder. Or maybe she was, but that changed when he became King Orin's protege and soon after left for the surface world. But considering that the time in between was 2 months, maybe it wasn't even love to begin with. Are you alright, Tula? A voice called out from behind her, startling the young aqua girl. She snapped her head backwards only to see a slender woman dressed in green clothing, looking down at her with a smile. Oh. Queen Mara. Sorry for not noticing you. I was. It is alright, child. Mara replied. Something is troubling you. No. Maybe a little. Tula affirmed with a bit of complication. Is it Calderehm? Yes, my queen. There is no need to be conflicted, young one. She said and placed her hand on her shoulder. Calder is a strong young man. He will not hold it against you. Or Garth. In time. Perhaps this rocky period will pass over. Yes. Thank you, my queen. Tula smiled, feeling a lot better. Good. Now come on, your class will begin any minute. Mara smiled in return and turned around. However. My queen. At that moment, a merman guard suddenly appeared and bowed. In his possession was bid-end weapon. Yes. What is the matter? Prince ORM returned to the city. ORM? Mara frowned. What was ORM doing out of the city? However, that wasn't relevant. ORM as a royal member of Atlantis was free to leave the city as he wished without reporting his whereabouts. No one would ask him. Not just him, quite literally anyone could leave after going through the checks at the entrance and exit points. After all, Poseidonis was the capital and was well guarded. What she did find bothering was why the guard found it important to report this to her. Why do you tell me this? He has ordered us to seal down the entire city. Seal down? Mara frowned heavily. Aquaman wasn't here. What the hell was ORM doing? I see. Lead the way. The guard bowed again before swimming off in a direction. Mara followed, leaving Tula to watch with puzzlement. The Royal Palace. ORM had just landed his sea cruiser and emerged when he swam hastily towards the palace. His Ocean Master outfit was well hidden in a secret compartment in the sea cruiser parked a great distance away from the capital. He had switched cruisers mid-journey and appeared here in his Atlantean attire. And now, ORM was hastily making his way to the teleporter. He didn't think for 1 second that he had lost Amari. Quite the contrary, the latter was probably following him to Atlantis. He knew this, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now, his only hope was to hope he could use the teleport pads to escape the city before Amari caught him. This was why he ordered the guards to seal the city. Even a few extra seconds of time would be precious. However, sometimes, the more you want to do something, the more something won't let you do it. ORM. Seeing her husband's brother, Mara quickly swam forward, blocking ORM's path. Mara. What can I do for you? Mara's eyes narrowed with major confusion. What is the matter, ORM? Why did you order the city to be sealed off? ORM didn't have time for this. The threat of death was nearing. But seeing this, he knew he wouldn't be able to pass without giving her a reasonable answer. An enemy is coming, Mara. So, he came up with an excuse and uttered gravely. I was attacked on my way back to Atlantis. By an enemy with unimaginable capabilities. A powerful adversary is coming, Mara. One I'm not sure we can defeat. I must contact Orin before it is too late. His grave expression let Mara know he wasn't exaggerating. Her face changed drastically. An enemy? Who? I do not know who he is. But I have ordered the guards to seal the city and strengthen the barriers. But I doubt that will be enough. I must contact Orin and get him here. Meanwhile, outside the dome of Poseidonis. Hey, what's happening? Beats me. Hey, I was just about to go in. You can't keep me out here. Why the hell is the city being sealed? Atlanteans, mermen and mermaids, fish and squid creatures, giant lobsters, creatures of the deep, discussed incessantly as they saw the city being sealed. One thing they all had in common was that they spoke in the native Atlantean language. A distance away, a figure suddenly appeared on the road between two giant pillars. His feet rested firmly on the floor and Amari walked forwards with his hands in his pockets. Due to the large crowd of sea creatures entering and exiting Poseidonis, no one noticed an extra addition that looked similar to a regular Atlantean while the doubts of the public were focused on the city being sealed. However, there would always be that one person who would inform the others on what was wrong around them. Telekinetic force pushed the sea creatures out of Amari's path as he continued to move forward. Hey, watch it. A giant lobster yelled, but his voice ceased the moment he saw the strange attire Amari had on. Is that an Atlantean? Soon, more creatures began to notice and subconsciously gave way. However, they soon discovered that this creature didn't have gills on his neck. He's a surface dweller. A mermaid suddenly exclaimed in a loud voice. The loud exclamation followed by the silence drew the attention of the guards. Seeing the weirdly dressed stranger, their eyes also widened. This was a human. But what was a human doing at the depths of the sea, at Poseidonis of all places? Halt! A merman saw him approaching and yelled in a loud voice. One that he ignored. You have reached the gates of Poseidonis. The city is currently under lockdown. State your name and your business here immediately. Amari didn't respond. Seeing this, the guard grew furious and signaled to the sentry towers. The laser cannons mounted on the city walls all pointed in his direction. Atlantean cruiser ships flying around converged in the vicinity and aimed their weapons in a single direction. The heavy artillery aimed towards them caused the crowds to panic. They all hurriedly distanced themselves from the human who was seeking death. The technology of this race has surpassed Earthlings by thousands of years. Alice uttered in wonder. True. On Earth, this civilization is a wonder. I repeat, halt. Seeing the weapons aimed at him, Amari finally stopped. You are a surface dweller suspected of having hostile motives. You can and will be put under arrest to be trialed in the Atlantean court. Any attempt to resist capture will be met with extreme prejudice. The guard babbled in Atlantean, not expecting the human to understand. However, if this surface dweller were wise, he would definitely stay still after noticing the weapons pointed in his direction. An Atlantean ship slowly fell to the floor, probably for soldiers to arrest him and have him transported to prison. Don't resist. Amari raised an eyebrow. No, that's not right. If I can't resist, then how do I make a dramatic entrance? And so, his still legs ignored warnings and began movement. Open fire. The guard roared. Power off. Atlantis was a city created with the perfect blend of magic and technology. Their fighting styles relied on combat mastery, their Atlantean physique and magic, while their city was powered and protected by technology. And so, what would happen if this technological city lost power? The charged laser cannons immediately lost air glow. The blasters within the guard's possession was disabled. The lights went out, all vehicles immediately stopped floating and fell to the floor. The citywide generator immediately went off. All over Atlantis. The whole place was swallowed in sudden darkness. I have to inform Orin before. ORM had barely finished his sentence when the power went out. The whole city suddenly grew darker, making it difficult for the citizens to adapt. Oh no. ORM's face changed drastically. He raised his head to the sky and his worst fear came true. The energy dome that surrounded Poseidonis disappeared as the city lost power. He's here. ORM said in panic. It's too late. He's already here. ORM gritted his teeth with a concealed look of hatred on his face. If this woman had allowed him to leave. This wouldn't have happened. Now the power was out in the whole city. Even the palace would be no exception. And if that were the case, then the teleporter would be useless. ORM was stuck here. The power. Mara was stunned. This can't be. The city is defenseless. There you are. Amari locked onto ORM's floating figure as he disappeared with the whooshing sound. We can't stay here anymore, you need to come with me. ORM stretched out his hand to grab her, but a figure appeared before him at a speed her couldn't react to and slammed against his chest. Ugh. The impact immediately sent the prince flying away, blood spurting out of his mouth as he crashed through a building. Boom. The whole structure immediately came down on itself.